Chapter 1: A Difficult Beginning. Cold and hungry. Lu Ming struggled to open his eyes, and the first thing that gered him was a mass of darkness. What 'tis this? Ash wondered what the dark object might be. A foul stench suddenly invaded his nostrils. He hastily covered his mouth and nose, and with a spring-like motion hesitated right. Upon taking a closer look, he realized that the black object was, in fact, a pilly offices. How cold thisb. Lu Ming quickly sensed that something was amiss could their big scrimment where had been sleeping. Moreover, he was notina de butra there in a patch of grass. Hes we fly scanna the surroundings. Indeed, the environment was no longer the familiar confines of his room, but all donned unfamiliar expanse filled with grassant catarad trees. What is happening? Wasn't he sleep in Jinna room? Where am I? As confusions were led in his mind, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through, accompanied by an influx of unfamiliar memories flooding in like a tide. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming finally grasped the situation. He had traversed into another realm, inhabiting the body of Asmolberger who had frozen to death. To be honest, this was not the most auspicious beginning. However, Lu Ming quickly shook off the troubling thoughts and redirected his focus to other matters. Through the memories, he discovered that this world was far from simple. It was a mystical realm where one could cultivate martial arts. Here, the strong could shatter mountains, sever rivers, and the mightiest could avensor through huskies, impervious to death. Yet, these were less relate to the original owner during beginning, not first-hand experiences, leaving their truth uncertain. One thing he could confirm was the existence of martial arts in this world, as he had witnessed it firsthand. For instance, he had seen a man in a green robe alight lately up before him, effortlessly ascending a towering kitty wall, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. He had also observed a Brahmin who, with a casual slap, shattered a solid boulder, earning the rapturous applause of onlookers. And he had witnessed a stoic figure standing with arms crossed, impervious to three steel blades that struck him, which not only failed to harm him but were shattered into fragments. Such scenes were countless in his memories, indicating that martial practitioners were abundant. This further underscored that this was indeed a world dominated by martial prowess. Truly fascinating. Lu Ming continued to savor the vivid imagery from his recollections, deeply captivated. As a martial arts enthusiast, who hast harbored a dream of becoming a hero in such tales? To right transcend uphold justice. This had been his childhood aspiration, and no had Thiechen Satorializite. Yet, his reverie was soon interrupted by the harsh reality, as she remembered that was currently a destitute beggar, struggling even for basic sustenance, let alone a pursuit of martial arts. Moreover, even if you wished to learn, none would be willing to teach him. From the original owner's limited experiences, he understood that martial artists were generally reluctant to share their techniques. To learn one would have to join a faction, which was an arduous endeavor. Most factions had stringent recruitment criteria. Of course, there were very simpler options, but the often entailed servitude or the payment of substantial sums. Even then, true mastery was seldom guaranteed. Acquiring even a few basic techniques would be considered a stroke of luck. I'm thinking too far ahead. Lu Ming quickly shook, dismissing these impractical notions. He felt that his immediate priority was to address his younger wife of a Rithingel being secondary. But he will definitely practice martial arts. Having witnessed those extraordinary scenes, Lu Ming found it hard to let go. With newfound resolve, he began to focus on the present reality. After gathering his thoughts, he concluded that his most pressing need was to leave this place. He now understood that this world, aside from its alluring martial arts, was fraught with peril. Especially in the wilderness. Here, the most apparent dangers were at the extreme temperatures, whether frigid or sweltering, which were difficult for an ordinary person to withstand. Thought soon blazed fire seely, the cold was biting, and gusts of killing wind swept through, with night-to-me temperatures being even more unforgiving. The original owner had perished from freezing last night. In addition to these natural threats, the world was steaming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, some of which could overpower even Zezen martial artists. There were countless memorias of martial practitioners being bitten by poisonous insects and requiring urgent assistance from their companions. Hahedal saherd talso frenound master swahad been devoured be wild beasts dueto amamentof carelessness. In summary, survival ways exceeding licolingen for an ordinary person in the wilderness. Moreover, a warning lay before him. The pilly offices, judging by its size, indicateth the tight soner was na small creature, and it was to limiting warmth. This meant that the creature had not departed long ago. As for Hyathad notiatin, it could bethought the creature washer bivarouser perhaps not currently hungry, leaving the dropping sasamer kerfer ladder. In any case, this was no to placitolinger, and variosine surged him to leave swiftly. Thus, looming strug led to rise, Butte immediately felt light-heady and weak in his legs. Justisha managed to stand, hecalupsed again with a soft thud. The original owner read notiaten for an extended period, and after enduring the cold for so long, he was no extremely weak moving way a daunting task. I can just sit there and wait for doom. Though looming knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, he was far from sparing. He weighs inherent layer easily in 10 composed individual even to slightest glimmer of hope would not lead him to abandon himself. Moreover, this minor difficulty was not much for him. After calming his breath, looming reached down and grasped a handful of wild grass, pulling it up the roots. Up and seeing its white roots, a smile spread across his face. He recognized this plant's roots were a moldly sweet, with that a stake into sugarcane, and had consumed plenty fit during his childhood in his previous life. Though he was soon certain if this plant had mutate in this stranger realm, potentially harboring some toxin, he pushed such thoughts aside. After shaking off the soil, he crammed it into his mouth and began to chew vigorously. How sweet! Chapter 2 books. Having chewed the grassroots into a pulp, the sweet juice filled his mouth, assuring him that the flavor was not for remove it from his memories. He had no to read in hoiskois. Consequently, their juice was hungry deli swallowed, leaving only coarse fibers in his mouth reminiscent of sugarcane pulp. Given the urgency of the situation, looming chose not to spit out harum nance but swallowed the mace well. Hequiclig rebed several more handfuls and consumed the mastily. With their roots filling his stomach, looming finally regained some strength. Instead of making an immediate departure, he decided to collect Marto carry with him. After all, this was an unfamiliar world, and I could be quite some enemy before he encountered no edible plant. Once his arms were laden with the gathered roots and Heffeltr invigorated, looming struggled to his feet and smurry. Thoth still felt tabit ditzy, he was able to maintain his balance. Once steady, he cessed surrounding Sansitov with he of his steps. Based on the original owner's memories, he surmised that this place was not far from Thichetevshuafon, where had been trying to make a living. As for where the original owner adventured outside Thicetian found himself in his select wilderness, there was Sariasin. Wherever the rear people, there exists of intrigue, and Shuafong City was no exception, teeming with all manner of individuals. Various families, factions, merchants, and discordancies create a complex tapestry of power dynamics. Even beggars had formed a collective known as Beggars Gang. Thought he original owner was Natamambero Fiscong, he was under the control of one of its members, and much of what the begged for de la head tob sarong dread to his individual. If he failed to bring in anything, he would face punishment. While he was soon like Little Beckled, a seventhimostusless individual had some value, who would certainly endure a considerable hardship. However, it seemed that the original owner had drawn into streak of bad luck, having any several days without begging a anything, and fearing punishment, had fled Thesita the previous day. He had been aware of this chance of survival Vereslim, given the harsh conditions the night temperatures in the world were far beyond what this frail body could endure. Yet he could no longer tolerate the oppressive idealia existentia and did resignate himself to death, hoping to end his painful life so on a rather than ladder. As fate would have it, headed indeed prish, and Luminge inexplicably found himself in this new body. Rest assured he will continue my path from here. As Looming chewed on the grassroots to replenish his energy, he will kid forward, deeply sympathizing with the original owner's plight and feel treasonate within him. Yet the did nother boranger rather, he remained remarkably calm. In his eyes, seeking revengeous nid a formidable tusk. In fact, targeting gamer lack for vengeance beneath his aspirations. Hahadalways been a tenacious individual and in Caesathisite Senegoal, who would tirelessly pursue it. In his past life, he had built a vast enterprise from scratch, relying on such determination. Yet that had played a cruel trick, leading him to awaken in the strange world. Nonetheless, this realm proved to be far more intriguing even in his current hardships. It did not evoke spare within him but with ignited excitement and a fighting spirit. He relished the feeling of striving against the odds. Returning to the present, he had developed a grand ambition to integrate into the mainstream of this world and master martial arts. And to continue onward, yearning to discover whether the legendary immortal truly existed. Thus, seeking vengeance in Amarilla KZ Madrather trivial. It should be approaching soon, he mused. Without further contemplation, Lu-Ming found a treacherist beneath. Throughout this journey, Hector of Count Huala remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Hahadolria de Traverse for overranure. His destination was the official road leading to Shuafeng City, from which would proceed further along the thoroughfare. This route would significantly diminish the risk of encountering ferocious beasts, ensuring a safer passage. Fortunately, it appeared that was nearing Shuafeng City, as the journey had been more perilous in anticipation than in reality. Chewing in summer routes, Lu-Ming to Cabra for spite before glancing Upattheski, estimating the tight must be afternoon. He resolved to quicken his pace. Thus, after walking for a while longer, Hefanola beheld a winding path unfurling before him, and along that path, the passing silhouette of a grand city became discernible. At last, I've arrived. Upon sighting the city's outline, Lu-Ming exhaled in relief, reflecting on how far the original owner had drawn in search of Aramnanta ferocious beast flesh before his demise, merely to savor the test of meat. It is noteworthy, however, that although the original owner did not achieve his desire befordying, hessiming leistumbled upon sameth angels. Thought samething no rested within his embrace. I hope I does not disappoint me. Having temporarily evaded danger, Lu-Ming felt the hard object nestled in his bosom. Apart from his meager supply of fruits, there were real citois books contained within. He saw left behind by the original owner, a fact he had long since he discovered, however, due to the looming threat of unknown beasts, he had suppressed his curiosity and refrained from examining them. As for the origin of his atotomies, according to his recollections, he learned that they reacquired by the original owner yesterday while searching for remnants of beast flesh, presumably uniar that from a tome washed out by a mountain flood. Since the event that transpired on yesterday, the memory remained vivid. He recalled the initial shock upon encountering the tome, quickly followed by overwhelming delight. For tells of individuals a striking goal through serendipitous discovery a soft reasserts were in a ton her dof in Shuafeng City. Naturally, the original owner arbored hopes of fune arthing Symmetria sur from the tomb, aspiring to turn his fortunes around, perhaps of enarning the opportunity to study martial arts at Tato Hohen seek revenge in the bigger who precedum. Thus, with a heart full of excitement, he began to rummage at Trudeton, where he found a stone coffin at Chivilla del Redia jar halfway. Taken advantage to dimming light, he mustered his courage and peered inside, where he discovered a skeletal remains. While it half flesh had long since turned to dust, strangely, the garments remained intact as if newly fashioned. He did not ponder long, but instead directed his gaze towards the abdomen of the skeleton, where etwa books were cradled in the bonny hands. Upon sighting them, he speculated they might be martial arts manual she had often heard of. In a flurry of excitement, he hastily retrieved them and tucked them into his bosom. He continued his search, still hoping town cover Symmetria sur. Yet just as persisted in his exploration, a sudden roar from Abies Codniarbi, its undrawing ever closer, evidently approaching its location. Thus, he could no longer afford to search for treasuries and fled in a panic. In this frenzied escape, Heron for an indeterminate enemy before finally halting. It was at this moment they Texhaustion overtook him, and Heffel himself on the brink of collapse, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ultimately, he perished from the cold, leading to the current predicament. As Lu-Ming absorbed the memories, he was acutely aware of the tome's existence and the treasures remained theorine. However, he had no intention of seeking them out, for the risks were considerable. On one hand, the ferocious beast that had pursued the original owner might still linger near. On the other hand, he could inadvertently encounter the beast hunters of Shuafeng City. These individual martial artists will spend their days in the wilderness, subsisting on the hunt for monstrous creatures. Should Hune wittingly cross paths with them, no tan limitilos the items he had obtained, but the kudalsa forfeithis for life. Given his current lack of strength, knowing when to withdraw was the wisest course of action. Consequently, Lu Ming resolutely opted to proceed to Shuofeng City first. Now that they had arrived near the official road, he hesitated to venture directly on top that thoroughfare leading into the city, Ashisateruas rather scant, revealing that possessed something of value. Moreover, upon entering the city, Ikwasha Liliklehi wouldn't counter Thebe Gerho had manipulated the original owner. To safeguard his possessions from theft, he decided against bringing them into the city, opting instead to find a place to hid them. He intended to retrieve a theme and lay after establishing Gashufasian foundation. However, before concealing them, he resolved to take a closer look. Thus, Hesatata Somi wat secluded spot, where heckled, with bated breath, extract Thetwa books from Misbosum. Chapter 3 The mysterious jade pendant. Lu Ming cautiously extracted the tome, discovering that its material was rather peculiar, seemingly not composed of ordinary paper. Upon reflection it made sense. After all, the owner of the stone coffin had long since decayed to mere bones. Yet these 2 volumes exhibited no signs of rot, no dampness or mold, rather, they felt remarkably resilient to the touch, indicating their extraordinary nature. After observing the book for a while, Lu Ming paid less attention to its composition and began to peruse its contents. The first book was somewhat thick. Upon opening its rigid cover, he was confronted with a dense array of characters. He glanced through it and, feeling a wave of disappointment, shook his head. Indeed, he could not decipher the script. The reason he said could not was that the original owner, being an orphaned beggar, had undoubtedly been illiterate. As for him, he had held some hope that the text might be in the script of his previous life. And even if it were ancient characters, he would still be able to comprehend them. However, to his dismay, the inscriptions were in a language he had never encountered. It seemed that after ensuring his basic needs were met, he would first have to find a way to learn to read, otherwise, possessing unparalleled martial skills would be futile if he could not understand them. Lu Ming mused momentarily before quickly adjusting his mindset and continuing to leaf through the pages, searching for illustrations within those he might be able to comprehend. In no time, he had turned through the entirety of the first book, which was purely textual, containing no images whatsoever. Not disheartened, he commenced his examination of the second volume. Compared to the first, this one was considerably thinner. Upon opening it, 3 large characters leapt into view. Although still unfamiliar to him, an inexplicable sense of pressure radiated from the text, making him acutely aware that this book was far from ordinary. It was likely the martial arts manual he had been yearning for. With eager anticipation, he flipped to the second page. It too was filled with text, yet this time it featured an illustration below, a small figure sitting cross-legged with palms facing the sky. Lu Ming scrutinized the image intently, but still could not grasp its significance, prompting him to turn to the third page again. There was a combination of text alongside a depiction of a small figure. Yet the illustration had changed this time. A line seemed to emerge from the figure, resembling meridians. It truly appeared to be a martial arts manual. Upon seeing the illustration, Lu Ming felt a surge of certainty, his breath becoming involuntarily more rapid, for this was his first encounter with something he had only fantasized about in his previous life, and which was exceedingly rare to obtain in this one. He hastily flipped further into the book, taking his time to savor each page even if he could not fully understand it. Before long, he had perused through a significant portion of the volume, whereupon the content shifted dramatically beyond the text. The illustrations of the small figures had transformed. They no longer sat cross-legged but instead wielded long knives, striking various poses. It appeared he had indeed stumbled upon a martial arts manual, with the preceding sections detailing internal cultivation and the latter focusing on knife techniques. Having reached this conclusion, Lu Ming felt entirely assured and resolved to learn the script of this world as swiftly as possible. He also intended to seek out a medical establishment or similar venue to study human meridian knowledge. He could well imagine that achieving these 2 objectives would prove arduous, perhaps even unfeasible in the short term. Nevertheless, he now possessed a clear goal to strive towards. The greatest fear for any individual is the absence of direction, yet he had now found a definitive path, once his thoughts were settled. Lu Ming closed the book, planning to find a secure location to conceal these 2 volumes for future retrieval. However, just as he was about to rise, an abrupt change occurred. He suddenly felt a searing heat emanating from his chest. What was happening? Startled, Lu Ming quickly tore open his thin garment to investigate, only to see a jade pendant pattern suddenly manifest on his previously frostbitten, purplish skin. Was this the jade pendant? His astonishment deepened. For he recognized this pattern all too well. It was the very piece he had collected from an antique market in his previous life. His family had been affluent and his interests varied. He often delighted in acquiring oddities. This jade pendant was one such curiosity, yet he could not fathom why it had appeared here and seemingly embedded itself within his body. Could it be that my sudden transmigration is due to your influence? Lu Ming was perplexed, fixating on his chest in search of answers, yet no one responded to him. Instead, in the next instant, his vision was engulfed in darkness. When his sight returned, he found himself in a mysterious space. Where was this? Is anyone here? The expanse around him was vast and empty, seemingly boundless. Although Lu Ming speculated that he was within the jade pendant, he still called out. His voice echoed far, but no one replied. Instead, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Before him, a figure suddenly materialized, and astonishingly, it bore his likeness, clad in tattered garments. The only distinction was the golden light radiating from its form. How peculiar, Lu Ming mused, refraining from any impulsive actions as he intently observed the golden figure. After its appearance, the golden figure uttered no words. It simply settled into a cross-legged position, palms facing upward, and began to perform various movements. This is the martial arts manual I just perused. Lu Ming was astounded. For the movements executed by the figure were unmistakably identical to those illustrated in the book. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the golden figure manifested a knife in its hand, commencing to demonstrate the knife techniques recorded in the latter sections of the tome. Unlike the previous illustrations, this was a genuine display of the technique in action. The initial movements were slow enough for Lu Ming to discern, but soon they accelerated to such a degree that he could only perceive fleeting shadows and hear the swift slicing of the knife through the air. Eventually, not only could he no longer see the figure, but even the sounds faded into silence. Occasionally, a streak of formidable knife energy sliced through the AIR.AS. Destruction was impossible in this realm. He could not directly sense the prowess of the technique, yet the length of the knife energy indicated its formidable nature. This was a true, substantial blade extending several meters long, especially with the final strike. Although it had not been executed nor directed at him, he felt as if that blow had locked onto him with fierce intent, as if the entire space had become its target. He could not fathom why he felt this way. Finally, inexplicably, the blow was not delivered, and the golden figure sheathed its knife, turning to face Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned the gaze, speculating that the appearance of this golden figure was meant to impart the martial arts and knife techniques to him. He surmised that what had just transpired was merely a demonstration, not a true lesson. Otherwise, he would not have been able to grasp it.as expected. After the golden figure sheathed its knife and paused briefly, it transformed into a beam of golden light that shot towards him. Instinctively, Lu Ming raised his hand to block, and when he lowered it, he found himself back in the cold, windy place, suddenly flooded with new information in his mind. He quickly examined it, discovering that it encompassed all the details of the martial arts and knife techniques, presented in a clear and comprehensible manner, as if inscribed directly into his mind. You truly are remarkable. Having swiftly reviewed the information, Lu Ming glanced at his chest, where the jade pendant pattern had already vanished, perhaps to reappear when he encountered the next manual. He touched his chest, then raised his gaze to the sky. Feeling that he had lingered too long and that it was imperative to secure his belongings before entering the city, thus, he hurriedly stood up. Chapter for the Heavenly Knife Technique on the official road leading to Shuafeng City. Lu Ming walked slowly, having securely hidden the two books, with no intention of retrieving them in the near future. He had little need for them in the short term, as the martial arts manual had already been inscribed in his mind through the jade pendant. Its original presence was no longer significant. As for the other volume, having not activated the pendant, he surmised it was merely an ordinary book. Even if it were lost, he would not feel much remorse. Thus, after stowing them away, he ceased to dwell on them. Instead, frequently reflecting on the content imparted by the jade pendant, the Heavenly Knife Technique. This was the name of the martial arts practice, with the accompanying knife techniques naturally dubbed the Heavenly Knife Techniques. Comprising 9 lethal strikes, collectively known as the Heavenly Knife 9 Styles, this was a martial arts system that featured internal cultivation techniques. According to the brief description, its rank was classified as Earth-level initial stage. With the potential to elevate a practitioner to the pinnacle of the Gangchi realm, the internal energy realm, the true energy realm, and the Gangchi realm were the 3 foundational levels delineated in the Heavenly Knife Technique for human warriors. As per the manual, the internal energy realm involves refining essence into energy. Through cultivation, the vital essence within the human body is distilled into internal energy, which is then stored in the dantian. Once the internal energy accumulates to a certain degree, one may advance to the true energy realm. True energy is derived from the refinement and compression of internal energy. Thus, the cultivation process in the true energy realm is effectively the refinement and compression of internal energy. Following this, as true energy is further compressed and refined, one can transition into the Gangchi realm. Gangchi, naturally, is a higher quality and quantity derived from the true energy. Consequently, the cultivation process of the Gangchi realm is the refinement and compression of true energy. The manual also briefly mentions subsequent realms, referred to as the Gangyuan realm. Although it did not elaborate on the cultivation process, Lu Ming speculated that it likely involved compressing and refining Gangchi. Though he was uncertain to what extent this refinement should occur, nonetheless, he did not dwell on this matter excessively, as it was still far from his current capabilities. Glancing ahead at the road, Lu Ming then concentrated his thoughts on the term Earth-level initial stage. Drawing from the original owner's memories, he had a general understanding that the martial arts manuals in this world were categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human, along with 12 stages. The higher the rank, the scarcer and more valuable the manual became. Typically, most martial artists practice techniques classified as human-level initial or intermediate. Possessing a manual of human-level high stage would be considered a mark of modest influence. The advanced human-level techniques that follow can only be widely learned within those great powers. Thus, it is evident how precious this earth-level technique is. Should news of it leak, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm, and he would surely be left with no trace. The original owner had witnessed several factions in Shuafeng City engaging in fierce battles over a high-level human technique, resulting in several fatalities. This information was gleaned from the discussions of onlookers. It seems I must exercise even greater caution and ensure that this technique remains undisclosed. As another cold wind swept through, Lu Ming pulled his thin garments tighter around him and cast his gaze forward. After a time of trekking, the outline of the city ahead had become distinctly clearer, yet he knew that the distance was still considerable. He understood well the adage that one cannot outrun a mountain. Glancing at the sky, he deemed there was still ample time, and thus decided to pause for a moment to replenish his energy. After all, his body remained quite frail, and he had traversed this distance solely on the strength of his willpower. He stuffed a handful of grass roots into his mouth and bent down to massage his somewhat swollen legs. Just then, he abruptly heard a rumbling sound behind him, as if something were racing towards him, followed by a powerful shout urging a horse forward. It was a carriage. Lu Ming glanced over his shoulder and quickly stepped aside to the roadside. Giddy up! In an instant, a carriage pulled by 2 towering horses thundered past him. The driver was robust, and the carriage itself was quite ornate. Through the open window, he glimpsed a delicate visage, a young girl gazing outside, who then naturally met his eyes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lu Ming hastily lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. It was clear that this carriage belonged to someone of significant status. The individuals within could not be ordinary. If they perceived any offense, the consequences could be dire. If they were benevolent, it would be manageable, but if they were capricious, he could find himself on the receiving end of fists and kicks that his current frail body could scarcely endure. In the wake of a gale, only the grass remained. Thus, in times of weakness, it is prudent to bow one's head. There is no shame in such humility. Soon, the sound of hooves and rolling wheels faded into the distance, and Lu Ming raised his head once more, letting out a sigh as he resolved to continue his journey. However, upon turning his head, he was startled to see that the carriage had not moved far. Rather, it had halted ahead. What could this mean? Had he inadvertently caused offense? Muttering to himself, Lu Ming hastily contemplated his options. A glance to his left and right revealed that the terrain was flat and the visibility ample. Should he attempt to flee, he would surely be caught. His mind raced, and he considered that perhaps feigning unconsciousness would be his best strategy to avoid trouble. If conditions permitted, he could even wrap himself in a pile of filth, making it difficult for anyone to approach him. Perhaps that would diminish their interest in causing him harm. Yet, before he could put this plan into action, a shadow loomed overhead, prompting him to look up. A massive figure descended before him, akin to Mount Tai crashing down. It was the burly driver, who, without further ado, tossed a bundle at him. "Little beggar, this is a gift from my young lady," he boomed, his voice echoing like thunder. Before Lu Ming could fully comprehend the situation, the robust figure leaped away, soaring into the air like a great arrow. Lu Ming watched in envy, wishing he too could soar so high. Soon, the carriage resumed its journey, heading towards the city. How fortunate he was to encounter such kindness. Once the carriage had completely vanished from view, Lu Ming turned his attention to the bundle in his arms. Hastily unwrapping it inside, he found a set of garments. Although their design appeared quite ordinary, the fabric was remarkably soft, clearly not something an average person could afford. Alongside the clothing were 10 taels of silver and a few pastries. Seeing these items, Lu Ming was taken aback by the generosity of the giver, though he quickly realized that for them, these items might hold little value. For him, however, they were immensely precious. Possessing these would greatly ease the challenges he faced at the outset. He had initially planned to enter the city, evade the beggar who controlled the original owner, and seek employment. The former would be quite difficult, as while the city was teeming with beggars, avoiding their watchful eyes would be no small feat. As for the latter, who would employ a frail beggar with scarcely any strength, he had yet to conceive a viable plan and could only take things one step at a time. But now the situation had changed. With the new clothes, he could alter his appearance, making it less likely for him to attract attention. Even if he were discovered, he could project an air of authority. For the fabric of his garments was not to be underestimated. The 10 taels of silver would sufficiently support his living expenses, allowing him to set his life on a stable course. Thus, the bundle held immense significance for him. Thank you, and should fate allow, I shall repay this kindness in the future. Lu Ming silently expressed his gratitude, committing the figure's likeness to memory. He took small bites of the pastries while searching for a puddle. Intending to wash his disheveled hair before changing clothes and entering the city, soon, he spotted a puddle reflecting the sunlight and hurried over. Upon returning to the official road, Lu Ming had undergone a remarkable transformation. The tattered, windswept rags he once wore had been replaced by a fitted black outfit that surprisingly suited him well. He had anticipated that the garments in the bundle would be tailored for the burly driver. And considering the man's physique, they would surely be much larger, yet they fit him perfectly, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He speculated that there might be another boy of similar build in the carriage. As for his feet, the tattered straw sandals had been exchanged for a pair of black and white boots. His hair was simply tied back with a cloth strip, and his face had been cleansed. Although he still appeared quite gaunt, the transformation in his demeanor was stark. He now exuded a spirit that was worlds apart from his previous state. He was confident that even if he passed by the beggars he once knew, they would scarcely recognize him. This change would spare him much trouble and further deepen his gratitude towards the owner of the carriage. Thus, he resolved to embark on a new life. Lu Ming straightened his attire and strode purposefully towards Shuofeng City. As he approached the city, the likelihood of encountering others increased. These individuals were martial artists, some moving with remarkable speed while others employed lightness techniques, darting through the air. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, and Lu Ming caught sight of a dark figure flashing past him. Startled, he looked ahead to find a plump figure clad in yellow garments. The figure revealed itself briefly before vanishing, only to re-emerge several meters away. As if teleporting, within a few breaths, the figure had completely disappeared from view. Such impressive lightness techniques. Truly, this martial world is awe-inspiring, bordering on terrifying. Lu Ming felt both envious and anxious in the presence of such individuals. He felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of security. This only intensified his desire to practice martial arts. I must hasten to enter the city and secure a place to stay according to his memories. While the rules within Shuofeng City were simple, the sheer number of people allowed for greater safety. Unlike the wilds, where chaos reigned and one could be struck down without recourse, here a modicum of caution could help him avoid many dangers. For instance, had that plump figure harbored ill intentions, he would have lost his life. Thus, Lu Ming proceeded with even greater caution and speed. Finally, after more than an hour of trekking, he arrived near the city gates. Exhaling a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the towering city walls, without delay, he continued towards the gates. The gates were spacious, with only a sparse trickle of people entering and exiting. The guard station nearby seemed disinterested in maintaining order. Lu Ming understood why this was the case. This was the northern gate, which faced a region of little value, thus, the volume of traffic was minimal. In stark contrast, the southern gate was perpetually bustling day and night, often congested to the point of chaos. The reason was simple. The southern gate opened towards the Shuofeng mountain range, a perilous place for ordinary folk but a treasure trove for martial artists. Rich in spiritual herbs and demonic beasts, all sought after for wealth, many martial artists regarded it as a training ground. Thus, even deep in the mountains, there was a lively atmosphere. However, a crowded area also presented opportunities to blend in. Here, with so few people, Lu Ming feared encountering unforeseen trouble. Thankfully, the guards seemed to have grown complacent, allowing him to slip through without incident. At last, he entered the city, observing the streets that were both unfamiliar and familiar. With a clear objective in mind, he sought a modest place to rent. As a beggar, the original owner had begged throughout the city and naturally knew where the affordable lodgings were. However, with nightfall approaching, Even if he located a landlord, it would be inconvenient to negotiate, therefore, he planned to stay overnight at the least expensive inn. He recalled, wait, I think I've seen that person somewhere before. After crossing another street, he noticed a beggar pause, glancing back with curiosity before spotting a figure disappearing into the crowd. Having encountered countless individuals while begging, seeing someone again was hardly surprising, yet, another beggar nudged him, urging, let us move, if we're late again with our dues today, the skinning will be merciless. True enough, the first beggar nodded, sighing, when will this life come to an end? Each day, we struggle to find enough to eat. And still, we face the threat of being skinned alive. At this rate, we won't last much longer. Who could argue otherwise? Another beggar sighed deeply, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, what a pity that Lu Ming has been absent for 2 days. Otherwise, if we could pilfer a little from him, it might ease our plight somewhat. Don't hold your breath, replied the other. He hasn't managed to acquire anything for days, and has been thoroughly beaten by that skinflint. I suspect he has long since succumbed to the cold in some corner of the city. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was acutely aware that he had encountered an acquaintance, another beggar under the dominion of the same gang, with whom the original owner had a fair share of grudges. Nevertheless, he displayed no emotion, calmly walking past them. Now was not the time for revenge. He cautiously made his way to the secluded inn from his memories, where he spent 3 coins to secure a room, including dinner and hot water, and now, immersed in a tub of warm water, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He had never imagined that soaking in hot water could be such a delightful experience. And thus he lingered for a full 15 minutes, only emerging once the water had cooled to scrub himself with a towel. Earlier, at the water hole outside the city, he had been too wary to wash himself completely with cold water, only managing to cleanse his hair and using the tattered cloth to wipe his face and neck, leaving the rest of his body grimy. Consequently, after a thorough soak and scrub, the water in the tub had turned pitch black. Tomorrow, the innkeeper would surely be taken aback. After dressing, Lu Ming gazed at the murky water in the tub, letting out a resigned smile before moving to the table to enjoy his dinner. The inn offered a la carte dining, allowing patrons to choose whatever they desired. The complimentary meal, however, was rather modest, consisting solely of 2 steamed buns and a plate of slightly oily pickles. Nevertheless, Lu Ming savored every bite, for it had been a considerable time since he had indulged in proper sustenance. After a whirlwind of consumption, he soon finished his meal, letting out a satisfied belch, only to be overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. He was convinced that if he lay down now, he would fall into a deep slumber, yet he resisted, for since entering the city and encountering the multitude of martial artists, he could no longer suppress his yearning to train. Thus, he resolved to attempt practicing the heavenly blade technique he had envisioned. He swiftly settled onto the bed, sitting cross-legged, and hastily summoned the inner workings of the heavenly blade technique through the jade pendant's infusion. He had comprehended this technique fully, even grasping certain nuances, perhaps even more thoroughly than the original owner of the stone coffin. This was the power of the jade pendant, effectively elevating his comprehension to its zenith. From now on, no matter the martial arts manual, once infused, he would understand it at a glance. As for whether he could master it immediately, that would depend on his physical aptitude. Now he merely awaited his body to catch up. Returning to the matter at hand, Lu Ming reviewed the techniques and attempted to circulate the inner energy as described. Following the instructions, he quickly fell into a focused state, gradually losing himself in the experience. Time passed unmeasured until a sudden warmth blossomed in his abdomen, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. Had he succeeded? As the unusual sensation subsided, Lu Ming opened his eyes in disbelief. If his feelings were accurate, he had just completed the process of drawing energy into his body as outlined in the heavenly blade technique. In other words, he had officially crossed the threshold into the realm of martial arts, entering the first layer of inner energy. This revelation left him astounded. According to the technique, the speed at which one drew energy into the body partially determined their aptitude for martial arts. While he was unaware of the specific standards, achieving success in such a brief time indicated his exceptional talent. Coupled with the jade pendant, he was essentially equipped as a prodigious genius, suppressing his excitement. Lu Ming resumed his practice, confirming the existence of the energy flow within him before deciding to continue cultivating and strengthening his inner energy. However, after only a brief period of meditation, he was forced to withdraw. A sudden pang of hunger had arisen within him. Despite having just eaten, he was surprised by the quick onset of hunger. Upon reflection, he understood the cause. Cultivating martial arts is a process of refining essence into energy. And where does this essence originate? Naturally, from external sources, primarily food. Thus, it became clear that martial arts training was not a pursuit for the impoverished. After all, the wealthy excel in martial endeavors. As the sensation of hunger intensified, Lu Ming dared not continue his practice, for doing so would forcibly draw upon the already scant essence within him, exacerbating his frail condition. He rummaged through his remaining snacks and, after consuming them, felt the hunger gradually dissipate until he could no longer resist the pull of sleep and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Renting a room. The inn's sound insulation was woefully inadequate, the walls offering little to no barrier. However, after a day filled with traversing realms, traveling, and enduring the cold, coupled with his recent training, Lu Ming was utterly exhausted. Thus, the creaking sounds and ghostly wails failed to disturb his slumber, allowing him to sleep exceptionally soundly. The following day, Lu Ming awoke naturally, stretching lazily before promptly stirring his inner energy to confirm its presence, which set his mind at ease. The trickle of inner energy within him remained feeble, providing him with minimal enhancement. Thus, he was still an ordinary man. However, there was no rush. He had made a start. Approaching the window, he noted the sun's position and, realizing time was of the essence, hurriedly checked out of the inn. Paying no heed to the innkeeper's bemused expression as he hastily exited, he was determined to find a place to rent. In the eastern corner of the city, near the city wall, lay a desolate area separated by a small creek. Once a village, it had fallen into disrepair due to the city's expansion, ultimately becoming abandoned, with only a few dilapidated houses remaining. Lu Ming made his way to this spot, recalling from the original owner's memories that a certain household was eager to sell their property, yet had been unable to do so due to its poor condition. He was privy to this information as the homeowner was a servant at a well-known tavern in the city, who had complained about it to his companions while Lu Ming was begging outside the establishment. Now, Lu Ming hoped that the house had not yet been sold. Upon reaching the creek, he fortuitously encountered the homeowner, a young man burdened with a bundle, seemingly preparing to leave. Lu Ming promptly approached him, saying, "Excuse me, good sir, may I have a moment?" Startled by the sudden interruption, the young man looked taken aback. Lu Ming clasped his hands together, quickly explaining, "I am seeking a place to rent. Might there be any available over there?" He gestured towards the opposite side of the creek. Renting a house. The young man assessed Lu Ming from head to toe, noting his decent attire, perplexed as to why he would come to such a location for a rental. Lu Ming discerned the man's skepticism and elaborated, "My family has fallen on hard times. I have accompanied a merchant caravan to this place and intend to settle down here, but my funds are nearly depleted." This, he skillfully displayed a hint of embarrassment. "I see." The young man seemed to accept his explanation. "You are in luck. I happen to have a house available for rent. Follow me." With that, he turned and led the way, while Lu Ming hurriedly followed. As they traversed a rickety bridge, the young man continued, "There are only 2 households residing here, myself and old Zhao. I mostly stay at the tavern, rarely returning." They soon arrived at a fenced yard, where an elderly man with a head of white hair lounged in a chair, basking in the sun. Perhaps alerted by their footsteps, the old man opened his eyes and grumpily inquired, "Li boy, why are you back so soon? Who is this behind you, looking to rent a place?" The young man casually responded, gesturing toward Lu Ming while introducing, "This is old Zhao." Lu Ming bowed respectfully to the elder, saying, "Greetings, sir." Old Zhao nodded in acknowledgement before turning to the young man, "You haven't had anyone living in that house for a long time. It is falling apart. Don't swindle this fellow." The young man forced a smile, slightly annoyed. "Old Zhao, don't speak so carelessly. While my house may be a bit shabby, it's not a complete wreck." Before he could finish, the elder waved him off. Enough, go on, don't disturb me while I'm soaking up the sun." The young man grumbled under his breath, hastening ahead, while Lu Ming again bowed to the elder as a gesture of gratitude before quickly following. After a few more steps, they arrived at another dilapidated yard, just as old Zhao had described. The place was indeed in disrepair, with weeds overtaking the courtyard. "This is the one," the young man said, slightly embarrassed. "Don't let the condition fool you. The kitchen utensils are all intact, so you won't need to purchase anything. Additionally, there is a small grove behind it where you can gather firewood, so you won't have to buy that either." Lu Ming followed the young man's indication and spotted a cluster of trees, with the city wall visible beyond. The location was relatively decent, with water in front and woods behind, creating a tranquil environment. However, its proximity to the towering city wall left it exposed, lacking privacy, which likely contributed to its neglect. "How much are you asking for rent?" Lu Ming inquired, glancing around and feeling somewhat satisfied. Were it not for the prohibition against constructing private dwellings in the city, he would have considered building a house in the grove. The young man pondered for a moment before stating, "How does 6 coins a month sound?" 6 coins? Lu Ming compared this to his memories and recognized that this price was quite reasonable. After all, this was a martial world where warriors earned money with relative ease. Slaying a beast could yield a substantial profit. They might be short on funds, but they were not lacking in small change, often tossing around thousands of coins casually. This had resulted in a rather distorted economy. Thus, securing a rental for 6 coins a month, especially for a small yard, was indeed a bargain. However, he still implored, "Brotherly, as you can see, I am not particularly affluent. Could you possibly lower the price a bit more? I will rent for just 1 year, rent for a year." The man furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, yet he did not outright refuse. After a moment, he waved his hand dismissively and said, very well, I was planning to give this place up anyway. Consider it a good deed. I shall charge you 5 coins of silver per month." "Thank you, brother Li." Ming felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed his gratitude. He then signed the document, pressing his handprint since he could not read. The transaction was complete. At last, I have a home. After bidding farewell to the man, Lu Ming gazed at the small fenced courtyard before him. Letting out a sigh of white breath filled with emotion, without delay, he began to tidy up the house. By noon, after a considerable amount of cleaning throughout the morning, the little courtyard was finally presentable. Now, Lu Ming was not only exhausted but also famished. Approaching the kitchen, which he had yet to begin cleaning, he discovered it was overrun with cobwebs, and the pots were already rusted, clearly having not been used for quite some time. "Never mind, I should first go buy some supplies." After washing his face, Lu Ming stepped out of the courtyard with the mere 3 coins and 7 cash he had left, passing by old Zhao's house. He noticed the lounge chair was empty, and the old man was nowhere to be found. Not dwelling on it, he hurried towards the rickety bridge. It was not until about half an hour later that Lu Ming returned. Burdened with bags. He had purchased a sack of ordinary white rice, some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, along with a few changes of coarse cloth clothing. His silver coins had diminished by 1 or 2 coins and 3 cash. However, this sack of rice would sustain him for over a month. Once more passing old Zhao's yard, he still found no sign of the old man, though he did see wisps of smoke rising from a fire. Not wanting to intrude, he made his way back home. After putting away his purchases, Lu Ming changed into the newly bought coarse clothing and then picked up a wooden bucket, intending to fetch more water to clean the kitchen thoroughly. The well was located at the back of the courtyard, which according to the man with the surname Li, was once a shared source of water for the entire village. As for the creek, he had heard it mentioned that there was a brothel upstream where the ladies often disposed of unsavory substances, so he was advised against using it. Taking heed of this advice, Lu Ming approached the well, which was actually closer to old Zhao's yard, where the old man was currently drawing water. Old Zhao. Lu Ming greeted him. "It's you, young lad. I hardly recognized you in those new clothes," old Zhao replied. Lifting the rope that held the bucket into the well. He glanced at Lu Ming and asked, "Have you rented a place?" "I have. It's 5 coins of silver a month," Lu Ming replied as he stepped closer. "That young lad is quite fair." Old Zhao nodded and then turned his gaze back, saying, "By the way, I saw you wearing decent clothes earlier. Why the sudden change?" Continuing with his previous explanation, Lu Ming said, "My family has fallen on hard times, so I must save wherever I can." "I see, no wonder you chose to rent such a rundown place," old Zhao remarked, not pressing further as he resumed drawing water. Noticing the old man's white beard, Lu Ming instinctively stepped forward and offered old Zhao, "Would you like me to help you?" "You?" Old Zhao was taken aback, pausing for a moment before chuckling and shaking his head. "No need. With a frame as thin as yours, you probably weigh less than a bucket of water. I would still have to fish you out of the well afterward." Lu Ming realized the truth in this and offered an awkward smile. "Don't underestimate me. Despite my bony appearance, I still have some strength." Old Zhao then spoke again, and to Lu Ming's astonishment, with a swift motion, he effortlessly pulled the filled wooden bucket from the well with one hand. Before it could even fall freely, he caught it with his other hand, and remarkably, not a single drop of water spilled during the entire process. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and fetch your bucket," he instructed. Lu Ming had not anticipated that this seemingly frail old man was actually a hidden master. However, he quickly came to terms with it. In the bustling city of Shuafeng, even a street vendor was no ordinary person. How else could one explain their ability to navigate through dense crowds while carrying loads exceeding 100 pounds? "I never imagined Uncle Zhao possessed such impressive skills," Lu Ming remarked as he approached with the water bucket. Old Zhao, without much ado, poured the water into Lu Ming's container. "Thank you, Uncle." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude. Old Zhao waved his hand and said, "All right, you should head back and continue with your cleaning." Lu Ming, not one to be overly polite, nodded and trudged back with the heavy bucket of water. He found it to be considerably heavier than the sack of rice, making the journey quite laborious, yet he believed that if it were a bucket of coins, he could carry it effortlessly. "What an interesting young lad," old Zhao mused, watching Lu Ming's retreating figure with a smile as he stroked his beard. then continued drawing water. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming commenced cleaning the kitchen, starting with pots, bowls, and pans, followed by the stove and furniture. After several hours of hard work and multiple trips for water, he finally managed to tidy up the kitchen. Now, he was thoroughly famished, and as he gazed at the clean kitchen, he hurriedly scooped a bowl of rice, planning to cook a pot of meat porridge with the cheap bones he had bought from the butcher. There was still some firewood stacked behind the stove, which saved him a bit of trouble. After quickly igniting the fire, Lu Ming first boiled the meat bones, blanching them briefly before washing the rice. Once the rice was cleaned, he retrieved the bones and proceeded to cook the porridge. As it neared completion, Lu Ming added the pre-blanched bones and a pinch of salt, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Finally done, during the cooking process, Lu Ming took the opportunity to tidy up his room. As he caught a whiff of the delicious scent, he rushed back to the kitchen, unable to contain his anticipation. He filled a large bowl to the brim and began to eat heartily. It was scalding hot, but his hunger prevailed, and soon he had consumed an entire bowl of porridge. He then served himself another bowl, this time with the meat bones, but instead of rushing, he sat at the doorway, savoring the view of the setting sun while taking his time to enjoy his meal. The day had flown by in an instant. "Young lad, are you gnawing on bones?" Suddenly a voice interrupted, revealing old Zhao strolling over with his hands behind his back. Lu Ming quickly stood up and replied, "Yes, Uncle Zhao, have you eaten yet?" "I have done. I'm just out for a stroll to digest my meal." "You carry on eating," old Zhao said, disappearing around the corner of his side room after waving his hand. Seeing this, Lu Ming returned to his spot, continuing to enjoy his porridge and bones until he was full. Noticing the night had fallen, he washed up a bit and eagerly retreated into his room, intending to resume his training. As the sounds of insects filled the air, he soon entered a meditative state once more. Before long, he felt a familiar sensation in his abdomen that he could distinctly sense waves of energy continuously generating within him. Time passed without his notice until hunger once again forced Lu Ming to exit his meditative state. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and set aside a bowl of meat porridge. The porridge was still warm, indicating he hadn't been meditating for long. Lu Ming shook his head in resignation. At this rate, the sack of rice would not last the month he had anticipated. However, he believed he could make it stretch a bit longer. Once he reached a certain level in his training of the heavenly blade technique, he could venture into the wilderness to hunt beasts, thus improving his circumstances. After hastily finishing the porridge, Lu Ming climbed into bed and began to assess the results of his training. After a thorough examination, he discovered that although the duration of this training session had been short, his internal energy had significantly increased, roughly tripling from before. Moreover, he found he could summon it with relative ease, as he felt the energy moving within him. A rush of strength enveloped him. "This internal energy truly is remarkable. I think I shall stop here for today." Lu Ming decided against further training, recognizing that his body was still weak and that he must not rush things. Therefore, after a brief evaluation, he slipped into a restful slumber. The next day, Lu Ming awoke early, washed up quickly, and lit a fire to prepare his porridge. During this time, he stepped outside to engage in some gentle exercises reminiscent of his past life, such as calisthenics. As for practicing his sword techniques, he was in no hurry to begin. After all, his body had yet to recover to a normal state, making vigorous activity unsuitable for the moment. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, aside from honing his internal energy, Lu Ming also kept up with his calisthenics. After a few days of exercise, coupled with ample food and rest, the pallor on his face finally began to fade, revealing a hint of color. Although he had not yet returned to the level of a normal person, he could now increase the intensity of his workouts somewhat. After careful consideration, Lu Ming resolved to practice the 8 extremes fist he had learned in his previous life. This set of martial arts had been ingrained in him after a decade of daily practice, making it a perfect choice for his current training. The young lad has stopped bouncing around and has taken to practicing martial arts, old Zhao remarked as he appeared just as Lu Ming assumed his starting stance. Lu Ming was no longer surprised by the old man's frequent appearances and simply replied, "It's a family martial art for building a solid foundation and strengthening the body." "Oh, do you mind if this old man takes a look?" old Zhao asked, pausing with evident interest. "Then I shall showcase my feeble skills," Lu Ming said without concern. The 8 extremes fist was merely a conventional style, lacking the profound techniques found in this world's martial arts, so he had no fear of attracting unwanted attention. Besides, even if he were unwilling, the courtyard fence could not conceal him. No worries. Just focus on your own practice." Old Zhao waved his hand. With that, Lu Ming wasted no time and began performing the martial arts. "Focus your spirit and regulate your breath. The infinite stance, advance, and strike like a hammer to shake the heavens. With the double sheep elbow, one is unrecognized. the hands embrace in greeting, unleash the invincible stance, draw the bow and shoot the top of the nest. Every move he executed was familiar to him. Yet when it came to actual practice, they appeared crooked and misaligned. It turned out that his body was exceedingly stiff, rendering certain actions impossible. For instance, during a step, he could not fully spread his legs apart. After attempting a few more techniques and finding himself unable to continue, he finally halted. "Why have you stopped?" inquired the old man Zhao with a grin. Liu Ming sighed and explained, "My body is too rigid. I plan to stretch my muscles and bones before proceeding." A commendable thought, Zhao noted. "Your boxing technique shows promise, leaning towards a vigorous style. However, it seems to lack the internal energy flow characteristic of traditional martial arts." Lu Ming was not surprised that Zhao could discern this. Just as he was about to respond, Zhao continued, "But do remember, stretching your muscles can lead to injury, and without restorative elixirs, you mustn't overexert yourself." Lu Ming, of course, was aware of this, but he still expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I shall keep it in mind." "Very well, then take your time to practice," Zhao replied, showing no inclination to linger, and soon ambled around the corner. Observing this, Lu Ming commenced his plan to stretch his body. Training in martial arts requires cultivation, with the foundation of that cultivation resting in the waist, which in turn relies on a stable lower body, namely the legs. This was advice imparted by the master who taught him the 8 extremes fist. Thus, he resolved to first open his hips, aiming to at least achieve a full split. This would significantly enhance his agility. This approach would not excessively harm his body. After all, he had experienced similar stretches in his previous life. Although it would bring about a sensation of tearing, he knew that he would gradually recover. With nothing to lose, he proceeded to endure the pain. Chapter 8. A photographic memory. Opening the hips is an excruciating endeavor. Liu Ming gritted his teeth and gradually spread his legs, quickly reaching his limit. With a determined bite of his teeth, he pushed beyond that limit. Crack! The sound of bones grinding echoed, and Lu Ming grimaced in pain. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he bore the discomfort, and once he adapted, he again extended his legs further apart, an endeavor that was even more agonizing. Nevertheless, he persevered. Steadying his breath, he urged himself to persist. Lu Ming continued to motivate himself, and it was not until over half an hour later that he finally stopped. Drenched in sweat, his groin felt as though it had been torn apart, causing considerable pain. However, the results were evident. Thanks to the fact that this body had not yet fully developed, its pliability was remarkable. He could now execute a lateral split. Next came the vertical split, though he could not practice that for now. With his legs aching and sore, Lu Ming awkwardly made his way into the kitchen, where the porridge had long been cooked and was now slightly cool, perfect for him to consume heartily. After a simple breakfast, Lu Ming had no other plans but to lie down and rest. Allowing his torn muscles to recover, it seemed he should take some time to visit the bookstore in town to see if they had any dictionaries or the like. After resting on his bed for a while, Lu Ming felt a twinge of guilt for wasting time. If he had a dictionary, he could seize the moment to learn some cultural knowledge. In truth, this idea had sparked in his mind a few days prior, but he had been preoccupied with improving his living conditions, so he had not rushed into it. Now that he had a moment of leisure, he felt an urgency to act. Upon noticing that the pain in his lower body had begun to subside, Lu Ming arose and exited the house. It was still early enough to venture out. Passing by Zhao's courtyard, he spotted the old man lounging in a chair, soaking up the sun, and greeted him. "Where are you off to, young lad?" Zhao, this time, did not close his eyes for a nap. Instead, he was engrossed in a book. Liu Ming did not conceal his intentions, replying, "Elder, I am heading to the bookstore in town to look for a dictionary and learn some characters." "Learning characters?" Zhao inquired, puzzled. "Aren't you from a fallen family? How is it that you never learned to read before your family's decline?" Lu Ming awkwardly chuckled. "I had yet to find the opportunity." "Well, then you needn't bother going. I know the town well, and I assure you there are no dictionaries to be found. If you wish to learn, I can teach you," Zhao responded, sitting up straight. Lu Ming felt a twinge of disappointment at the first part of the statement, but upon hearing the latter, he was quite elated. This was a delightful turn of events. "What else with the, are you unwilling?" Zhao's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. "Of course, I am willing. Thank you, Elder." Lu Ming quickly stepped into the courtyard and bowed respectfully. "There's no need for thanks. I find you to be a likable young lad, and besides, I have little else to occupy my time," Zhao remarked as he tossed his book onto a nearby table and stood up. "Follow me." Liu Ming hurriedly trailed after him. Zhao's abode appeared modest, yet it concealed mysteries. Lu Ming followed in his footsteps and soon arrived at a study filled to the brim with books. He couldn't help but gawk. "May I ask, Elder, what was your profession in the past?" Zhao, diving into the sea of books, replied casually while searching. "I can't recall too far back, but I remember working as a scribe at the Lord's residence for the past few years. Lu Ming nodded. This explained why Zhao possessed such a vast collection of books. After all, he had been a wordsmith. At last, I found it. Moments later, Zhao emerged with 3 slightly yellowed tomes and tossed them to Lu Ming, saying, "These are 3 dictionaries. They encompass nearly all characters." Lu Ming promptly accepted them, flipping open one to reveal a page filled with densely packed characters, neatly arranged and devoid of annotations or rhyme. Without guidance, self-learning would be virtually impossible. Not lingering, he followed Zhao back to the courtyard. "First, have a seat," Zhao instructed as he returned to his reclining chair, motioning for Lu Ming to do the same. Lu Ming complied without hesitation. Zhao continued, "Open that blue-covered book. I will read a line, and you will memorize it." Lu Ming promptly followed his instructions but found himself puzzled as to how Zhao could read without a book in hand. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Zhao pointed to his own head. Lu Ming understood immediately. Everything was stored in memory, and he quickly straightened his posture. "Pay attention," Zhao said, satisfied as he stroked his beard and slowly articulated the first line. Lu Ming quickly echoed back, then focused on the book, memorizing both the pronunciation and the shape of the characters. Whether it was due to his transmigration or not, his memory was remarkably sharp. He committed those characters to memory as if he had read them 100 times. The impression was vivid. "Have you memorized it?" But Zhao paused after teaching a line to give Lu Ming time to remember. "I have," Lu Ming replied, nodding. Zhao did not say much more. Upon hearing this, he began to teach the second line. Lu Ming continued to memorize. As time passed, they moved through 100 characters, and Zhao remarked, "Enough for today. Remember what we've covered before we proceed." Lu Ming glanced at the thickness of the 3 books and calculated that at this rate, it would take several months to learn them all. Not wanting to waste time, he said, "Elder, I have memorized everything so far." Oh, Zhao raised an eyebrow in surprise, then said, "Recite it back to me." Lu Ming proceeded to recite the 100 characters one by one. Zhao then randomly selected some characters and instructed Lu Ming to write them in the dirt with a stick. Naturally, he wrote them perfectly. "Who would have thought? Your memory is quite impressive," Zhao commented, his expression showing admiration but not too much surprise. Lu Ming felt a sigh of relief. Indeed, having a good memory in this world was not an extraordinary talent. Credit must go to Elder for his excellent teaching. "Enough with the flattery," Zhao retorted with a light huff. "Let us continue. I want to see where your limits lie." Lu Ming immediately focused his attention. "After another 1,000 characters," Zhao asked, "have you memorized everything so far?" Lu Ming hesitated. Noticing this, Zhao urged, "Don't be coy. Having a photographic memory to a certain extent is nothing extraordinary." At this, Lu Ming ceased his hesitation and nodded. "I have memorized everything." Next came the recitation once again. "And he did so flawlessly," Zhao remarked. "Indeed, your memory is commendable, for one so young, possessing only a trace of internal energy. To achieve this proves your exceptional talent. Your comprehension is certainly noteworthy." Zhao's expression of admiration grew stronger. Lu Ming had not anticipated that his circumstances had been so easily discerned by Zhao, but he soon found it reasonable. Those with higher realms could easily see through those with lower realms. Of course, this did not diminish his belief that the old man before him was extraordinary. "Elder, may I ask you a question?" After a moment of hesitation, he inquired. "Go ahead," Zhao replied nonchalantly. Lu Ming then asked, "Are you perhaps a hidden master of unparalleled skill?" Zhao seemed taken aback by the question, pausing his hand that stroked his beard, his expression curious. "Why do you ask that?" Lu Ming recalled the martial arts novels he had read in his previous life and replied, "Because I have heard that some extraordinary masters often disguise themselves as ordinary people to experience the world, and many of these masters are elderly. Do I look like one?" Zhao sat up straight. Lu Ming scrutinized him closely and nodded. "Very much so, very much so." "My foot." Lu Ming suddenly felt a sharp rap on his head. "Where on earth did you hear such nonsense? If we're talking about old men, there are plenty in Shuafeng City. Do you think they are all hidden masters?" Lu Ming rubbed his head, choosing not to refute. Seeing his demeanor, old Zhao couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "It's already noon. There's no need for you to go back. Stay here for lunch. The kitchen is over there. Go prepare a meal. Oh, and there's a leg of lamb inside. Make sure to cook that." Sighing, Lu Ming found it difficult to decline, responded affirmatively, and rose to head to the kitchen. "This lad is indeed becoming increasingly interesting." Watching Lu Ming enter the kitchen, Old Zhao chuckled and shook his head, then comfortably reclined. Chapter 9: The formal practice of sword techniques. In the days that followed, Lu Ming's life became increasingly fulfilling. He would rise early to stretch his muscles, followed by several rounds of Bajiquan to strengthen his body. Naturally, his mornings were dedicated to seeking knowledge from the old man. By the afternoon of the day he started learning characters. He had mastered them all. The subsequent task was to comprehend their meanings, which proved to be a far more time-consuming endeavor. It wasn't too difficult. But the content was considerably more intricate. Of course, he never neglected the cultivation of his internal energy, a practice he deemed essential before bedtime. After a week of recuperation, his physique finally felt robust. Brimming with vitality, this also accelerated his training progress. His natural aptitude was undeniably exceptional, even with the limitations imposed by his physical condition, which prevented him from training extensively at any one time. It did not hinder the generation of his internal energy. The merits of the Tian Dao Ju also played a significant role, as it was an earth-level technique, far surpassing human-level methods in both the speed and quality of internal energy cultivation. The Tian Dao Ju comprises 12 levels. The first 6 pertain to the internal energy realm. Upon reaching the 6th level, one's internal energy circulates in a small circular pathway throughout the body. Attaining this state not only hastens the generation of internal energy but also promotes a more seamless operation. Currently, Lu Ming had cultivated it to the 3rd level, a remarkably swift progression. Moreover, this was a deliberate restraint on his part. For the higher the realm of the technique, the more rapid and intense the refinement of internal energy. Yet he feared that his frail body might be overwhelmed, thus, he refrained from advancing further in the technique. Relying solely on the first 3 levels for refining his internal energy, yet he believed he could soon achieve a breakthrough. That night, within his chamber, Lu Ming sensed that the internal energy within his dantian had reached a critical point. Allowing him to enter the 2nd level of internal energy, without further delay, he settled into a meditative state. As the technique began to circulate, a faint pop echoed from within him, barely audible, almost imperceptible, and then it was followed by a sound reminiscent of water being poured from a kettle. He opened his eyes. Had he truly broken through? Lu Ming was astonished. He had unexpectedly advanced to the 2nd level of the internal energy realm. The simplicity of the process took him by surprise. As he had prepared himself for a strenuous effort, apparently, the enhancement provided by the technique was substantial. After a thorough examination, Lu Ming concluded that the internal energy cultivated through the Tian Dao Ju was extraordinarily fierce and domineering. This not only provided a significant advantage in combat but also proved remarkably effective in pushing one's boundaries. Consequently, those who practiced the Tian Dao Ju often experienced rapid progress in their early stages. However, this rapid advancement bore its own drawbacks. It could result in a deficiency in the depth of internal energy and true energy compared to other techniques of the same level. He gleaned these insights from another book he had discovered within a stone coffin. Since learning to read, he had retained much of the content he had previously skimmed. The book was an autobiography chronicling the life of an individual known as the Old Man of the Heavenly Blade. Filled with fascinating tales and rich content, it had certainly broadened Lu Ming's horizons. Regrettably, he had only skimmed through it, leaving many pages unturned and the content fragmented. Thus, he planned to set aside some time to retrieve the book. Without further contemplation, Lu Ming promptly tested the effects of entering the 2nd level of internal energy, discovering that his strength surged remarkably when the internal energy circulated. He then attempted to leap using his internal energy and found himself effortlessly springing onto a table a meter high. Finally, I am no longer an ordinary person. After completing his tests, Lu Ming was filled with exhilaration. He decided not to continue his training and slipped into slumber. The following day, he intended to commence his sword practice. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the next morning arrived. Lu Ming had developed a habit of waking naturally. He first built a fire to cook porridge, then washed up and proceeded to the courtyard to stretch his muscles before performing another round of punches. Once he had completed these foundational tasks, the porridge was ready. He quickly finished his meal and, after allowing time for digestion, prepared to officially begin practicing sword techniques. His sword was already prepared, primarily crafted from wood. Unfortunately, he could not afford an iron sword at the moment, so he resorted to using a wooden sword as a substitute. However, the wooden sword was too lightweight, prompting him to combine 2 wooden swords with a slender stone strip sandwiched between them, and finally wrap them with rope. Yet, this solution led to another issue. While the weight had increased, it also resulted in a somewhat cumbersome form. Resembling a thick wooden stick, the Tian Dao sword technique emphasized speed and sharpness. Thus, a blade a few inches long would have been more suitable. Nonetheless, given his constraints, Lu Ming took up his makeshift wooden sword and practiced. Making slight adjustments to adapt, the Tian Dao sword technique consists of 9 forms, with the first 3 belonging to the internal energy realm, while the 4th form and beyond require mastery of true energy for practice and execution. Lu Ming had already reviewed the first 3 forms countless times, continually simulating them in his mind until they became second nature. However, as with Bajiquan, knowing the forms in his mind was only the beginning. His body required rigorous training to truly embody them. In the courtyard, Lu Ming stood with his sword erect and assumed a stance, beginning to swing the blade in a series of cuts and thrusts. He was currently practicing the fundamental sword techniques encompassed within the first three forms of the Tian Dao sword technique. Though these forms comprised only 3 movements, their content was incredibly rich. Incorporating foundational sword techniques alongside accompanying footwork and body movements, the transitions between the techniques were notably intricate. Overall, it was a meticulously progressive practice. Lu Ming felt fortunate to have acquired the Tian Dao Ju. During this period, in addition to learning from the old man, he had frequently immersed himself in the old man's study, broadening his knowledge. He learned that many high-level techniques did not include foundational elements and could only be practiced after reaching a certain level. Clearly, he had been quite fortunate. Without further ado, in the small courtyard, Lu Ming continued to wield his wooden sword, alternating between slashes, cuts, lifts, chops, thrusts, and pushes. Each movement was executed with precision. Before long, he had completed the entire set of foundational sword techniques. Though he did so with a degree of unfamiliarity, leaving him drenched in sweat. He pressed on, still possessing some energy. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths before continuing his practice. He quickly completed the second and third rounds. And it was only after the 11th round that he finally ceased, utterly exhausted. Indeed, practicing sword techniques was far more taxing than training in boxing. However, his diligence did not go unrewarded. After about 10 rounds of practice, he found that he could execute the foundational sword techniques with increasing fluidity, and his speed had improved as well. At this point, only the transitions between movements felt slightly awkward, but he believed that with a few more practice sessions, he could resolve that issue. After a self-assessment, Lu Ming concluded his training session. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and his arms felt too fatigued to lift. He needed a break, thus, he boiled water for a hot bath and afterward consumed a bowl of meat porridge to replenish his energy. After a brief rest, he made his way to Old Zhao's courtyard. "Why are you so late today?" Old Zhao appeared as languid as ever. Lu Ming chuckled. "Given the proximity, can you not see me?" Over this time, his relationship with Old Zhao had grown increasingly amicable. "You little sly one," Old Zhao chuckled in reproach, then scrutinized him, nodding in approval. "Not bad. 10 days ago, you were merely a frail boy with a hint of internal energy. And now you've broken through to the second level of internal energy. Moreover, your realm is remarkably stable." Lu Ming was no longer surprised by the old man's keen insight and asked, "What level do you think my training speed is at?" Chapter 10. To settle accounts. Having spent only a short time in this new world and lacking exposure to its intricacies, Lu Ming was uncertain about the level of his aptitude. Hence his inquiry. "It's hard to say," Old Zhao pondered before speaking earnestly. "I am aware of your previous physical condition. Had it not been for your frailty, you might have broken through to the second level of internal energy in just a day or two. Based on this rate, it can be said that your aptitude is quite remarkable. You are a genius." Lu Ming nodded in agreement. This aligned with his own assessment. "But do not become arrogant or complacent." Old Zhao then shifted his tone. "Rapid progress in the early stages does not necessarily signify much. This world is replete with geniuses. Some display extraordinary talent early on, finding cultivation and breakthroughs as effortless as eating and drinking." However, he paused, looking directly at Lu Ming, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. "Once a certain stage is reached, some suddenly plateau, struggling to make any further progress, while others fade into obscurity, though various factors contribute to this. It illustrates that genius is not an everlasting trait. Or rather, they are merely geniuses at a specific stage. How far one can truly go requires a long time to reveal." Upon hearing Old Zhao's words, Lu Ming felt a jolt of realization, sensing a hint of harsh truth. In a world teeming with talent, the pursuit of martial prowess required competing not only against oneself but also against others. The challenges were evident. However, he quickly resolved to remain undaunted by competition. "Thank you for your reminder. I have taken it to heart." Sensing the shift in Lu Ming's mindset, Old Zhao nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you may go and read. Yes. Lu Ming promptly retreated into the study. In the afternoon, Lu Ming's fatigue gradually dissipated as he immersed himself in his reading. After enjoying a hearty meat-laden lunch courtesy of the elderly Zhao, he returned to his courtyard to continue his training. He aimed to thoroughly master the foundational knife techniques before formally practicing the first 3 forms of the Heavenly Blade technique, the Swift Wind style, the Rainstorm style, and the Sky Slash. The Swift Wind style involves a piercing thrust emphasizing speed and agility. The Rainstorm style consists of a flurry of rapid slashes characterized by a dense and relentless momentum akin to a torrential downpour. Effective for both offense and defense, the Sky Slash, a culmination of the Rainstorm style, channels all one's strength into a single, powerful downward strike. These 3 moves are interconnected, seamlessly incorporating various footwork and foundational knife techniques. Reflecting carefully on the intricacies of the techniques, Lu Ming positioned himself at the center of the courtyard to begin his practice. To facilitate his training, he envisioned an adversary before him, necessitating an attack. He initiated the stance, legs apart, holding the wooden knife horizontally before him, one hand firmly gripping the hilt while the other pressed against the blade. His gaze was sharp, keenly observing every movement of the imaginary foe. With a decisive shout, he sprang into action, launching forward with a thrust embodying the swift wind style, which also bore a probing intent. Imagining that this thrust had been parried, he swiftly transitioned into the second form. The rainstorm style. The courtyard echoed with the sound of successive shouts as he executed the rapid slashes of the rainstorm style, which demanded swift and urgent movements, complemented by agile footwork. He struck at his imaginary opponent from various angles, direct cuts, diagonal slashes, upward thrusts, and horizontal strikes, each aimed to overwhelm and exploit any potential openings. Following this, he adeptly seized upon a perceived vulnerability to launch into the third form, the sky slash. Lu Ming unleashed a powerful shout and leapt into the air, switching his grip on the knife before delivering a decisive downward strike. With that, he completed the trio of techniques. Kneeling on one knee, Lu Ming was slightly breathless, having executed over 20 slashes during the rainstorm style, which had no prescribed limit as long as his strength allowed. This was his first practice, primarily focused on familiarizing himself with the forms, hence he had not yet harnessed his internal energy, resulting in rapid fatigued breathing heavily. He refrained from rushing into a second round of practice, instead opting to rest and reflect on the areas that needed improvement. Overall, his struggles stemmed from a lack of familiarity with a single movement, causing many of his strikes to miss their mark. This was easily rectifiable through repetition. Identifying the issues, Lu Ming commenced a second and third round of practice, continuing for several days. After numerous repetitions, including the foundational techniques, Lu Ming's proficiency grew substantially, reaching a point of effortless execution. Once more, in the courtyard, he summoned the heavenly blade techniques, this time integrating his internal energy. As he harnessed this energy, his body became remarkably light. With a powerful push from his right foot, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, thrusting the wooden knife with incredible speed. Before him, several meters away, stood a wooden board half a finger thick. Upon impact, the board was instantly penetrated, a testament to the precise mastery of his thrust. Without pausing, he swiftly reversed his grip on the knife, the blade facing upwards, and executed an upward slice, creating a gash in the board. Then, utilizing the momentum from the slice, he leapt into the air, switching his grip once more, and delivered a devastating downward strike. The board shattered with a resounding crack, and his wooden knife splintered in the process. Quite satisfactory. Observing his handiwork, Lu Ming felt a swell of satisfaction. Although the knife had broken, it signified that he had mastered the techniques. He realized it was time to procure a proper blade. As for how to acquire it, he had already devised a plan. It was time to settle the score. Lu Ming discarded the broken knife, gazing across the riverbank at the array of buildings, determined to seek vengeance on the beggar who had enslaved the original owner. He also hoped to see some wealth to fund his new blade. Regarding his strength, he had no concerns, for he knew that the beggar was merely at the first level of internal energy, boasting only a few rudimentary techniques. This was something the beggar often flaunted in front of the beggars he controlled. With confidence in his current capabilities, Lu Ming was certain he could prevail. Moreover, he felt assured that he would break through to the third level of internal energy that very night. Indeed, as his physical condition continued to improve, his training speed became increasingly unrestrained, coupled with the fact that he had advanced the heavenly blade technique to the fifth level. His ability to refine internal energy had accelerated. Thus, it was only natural for him to achieve another breakthrough within a matter of days. Resolved, Lu Ming finished his dinner early and immersed himself in training. This breakthrough came with remarkable ease, as if there were no bottleneck at all, and he seamlessly ascended to the rank of a third-level internal energy warrior. Lu Ming was not particularly surprised by this outcome. After briefly savoring the profound depth of his internal energy, he simply retired to bed. As dawn broke the following day, he did not rush to enact his previous decision but continued his regular training. However, he had an additional task at hand: sharpening his knife. He found a short chopping knife, which was somewhat diminutive and had become rusted from disuse, yet, its short stature had its advantages, namely ease of concealment. As for the rust, a little polishing would suffice. After sharpening the knife, Lu Ming, for caution's sake, began practicing his techniques with this short blade, eager to familiarize himself with the weapon to avoid any blunders when the time came. Once he had thoroughly accustomed himself to the knife, dusk approached, marking the time he had chosen to strike. He swiftly concealed the short knife within his sleeve and ventured out. Chapter 11, The Cloud Soaring Technique. In the northern part of Shuafeng City, there lay an unremarkable small courtyard. That evening at dusk, a portly man with a sinister appearance ushered a middle-aged man in his 40s through the door. Manager Wang, this is where I reside, the portly man said, guiding the middle-aged man into the courtyard. Upon entering, the middle-aged man surveyed the area and remarked, not bad. I never expected you, Zhou the Fatty, to have your own walled courtyard. His tone carried an undertone of implication. Zhou the Fatty, naturally the portly man in question, hurriedly explained, Manager Wang, please understand, all of this was purchased with rewards from the gang and contributions from below. I would never dare to act corruptly. I trust you wouldn't. And Manager Wang retorted with a cold snort. Relieved by this, Zhou the Fatty quickly added, please, Manager Wang, have a seat inside. No need, Manager Wang replied, keeping his hands clasped behind him as he turned to face Zhou. I have come to discuss a matter that requires your attention. Please give your orders, Zhou the Fatty said, bowing in a posture of attentive compliance. Very well, Manager Wang said, satisfied. He reached into his garments and produced a silver note worth 100 taels. Take this and go to Yufeng Hall tomorrow. Inform them that it is for the medical expenses of the gang's injured disciple from a few days ago. At this task, Zhou the Fatty's eyes widened in shock. Recently, there had been significant friction between the beggar gang and Yufeng Hall over control of a tavern. If it weren't for the influence of the city lord's estate and other factions, they would have clashed long ago. The two sides were practically at each other's throats. Just days prior, some disciples from both gangs had encountered each other on the streets and, as expected, a brawl ensued. This confrontation had been notably one-sided, with the beggar gang, led by the gang leader's son, emerging victorious, while Yufeng Hall suffered heavy losses, with several members gravely injured. Now, being sent to offer a mere 100 taels as compensation for medical expenses felt nothing short of humiliating. To deliver such an insult in the enemy's stronghold, one's very survival would be at stake. It was a death sentence. Really, damn it, I thought I had not offended anyone in the gang. Why would this matter fall upon me? As his mind raced, he quickly discerned a possible reason. The gang leader needed a pretext to initiate conflict. Although Shuafeng City was rife with various factions, they generally maintained a semblance of stability under the city lord's influence. Large-scale conflicts were a rarity. Now, sending him with 100 taels for medicine was clearly a ploy to use his demise as an excuse for war, when others came to hold the gang accountable. They could easily claim, look, we sent someone to apologize and offer compensation to ease tensions, yet, the opposing side, in their arrogance, refused to accept our goodwill and even killed our envoy. We must retaliate. Are you unwilling? Noticing Zhou the Fatty's prolonged silence, Manager Wang narrowed his eyes, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested dire consequences should he refuse. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Zhou the Fatty forced himself to respond. Manager Wang, you jest. Of course, I am willing. With trembling hands, he accepted the silver note. Rest assured, this task has been personally entrusted by the gang leader. If you fulfill it well, there will surely be rewards for you, such as learning the complete grass stick technique. Seeing that Zhou the Fatty accepted the task, Manager Wang's demeanor improved significantly. He casually imparted this final remark before turning to leave. Once Zhou the Fatty had seen him off, he felt utterly drained, as though all his strength had been sapped. He slumped to the ground, but soon a glimmer of excitement sparked within him. Wait, I can have someone else do it. With this solution in mind, he finally relaxed. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Zhou the Fatty glanced at the sky and immediately recognized who was outside. As he needed someone to assist him, he hurried to open the door. Standing at the entrance was a thin, ragged beggar. Greetings, leader. I am here to deliver today's contributions. Zhou the Fatty scrutinized the beggar's filthy hands, where a mere handful of copper coins lay, and withdrew his gaze. Frowning, why are you the only one here today, Li San? Upon hearing the words, a peculiar expression flickered across the beggar's face, and he hastily replied, returning to the leader. Li San, he was frozen to death on the street last night. His body was taken to the mass grave outside the city by the guards of the Lord this morning. I asked that so. Zhou, the rotund man, took the copper coins from the beggar's hand, examining them one by one with a tone that was rather frigid, clearly unconvinced. I dare not lie, the beggar stammered in panic. Zhou snorted coldly, sensing that the other party was concealing something from him, and thus said, there is a task I need you to undertake. Come inside and we shall discuss it. The beggar was somewhat taken aback, for Zhou usually wouldn't even allow them to step over the threshold, fearing they might dirty the floor. Yet today, he was invited in, albeit under the pretext of assigning a task. What orders do you have, leader? The beggar inquired with heightened caution. Be bold, close the door properly. Joe bellowed suddenly, causing the beggar to drop to his knees in fright. Leader, what boldness, humph, where is Lee San? Is he alive or dead? Is he hiding or fleeing? Speak the truth. At this moment Joe had picked up a smooth bamboo stick. His gaze icy, faced with the interrogation, the beggar felt his body go limp. He had never anticipated that Joe would doubt his earlier claims. Coupled with Joe's prior reputation, he was instantly struck with terror. Leader, I did not lie, he gasped, humph, still daring to be obstinate. It seems I must teach you a lesson to remind you of my methods. Joe approached with the bamboo stick in hand. Hearing this, the beggar's mind flooded with past memories, and in his panic he dared not conceal the truth, exclaiming loudly, I will tell you, Lee San is indeed dead, but not from the cold. He was killed by someone. Oh, Joe halted, frowning. Elaborate. He speculated that this might be a retaliation from Yufeng Hall, and realized he would need to be more cautious in the future. However, to his surprise, Lee San's death was in no way connected to Yufeng Hall. It turned out that Lee San and another individual had encountered a severely injured person while seeking shelter in a dilapidated temple last night. They had harbored malicious intent, only to be countered fatally at the last moment by the injured party, who had struck them down with a single blow. To have killed someone with a mere hand strike while severely injured, this person must undoubtedly be a martial arts master. Joe's eyes narrowed. He had initially intended to intimidate the beggar through interrogation, compelling him to serve him wholeheartedly, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon valuable information. Now tell me, what did you obtain from that person? Hand it over. Or, the beggar, realizing he could no longer keep his secret, gritted his teeth and drew a thin booklet from his clothing, raising it above his head in submission. I dare not deceive the leader. This is what I obtained from him, just this, no treasures or anything. Joe took the booklet. The beggar quickly replied, Leader, I searched him thoroughly. This is all I found. Not a single copper coin was there. I trust you won't dare to deceive me again. Joe felt less skeptical this time, for if the beggar had found a substantial amount of wealth, he would have vanished without a trace and would not have returned. Thus, he did not press further, opening the booklet, and upon seeing the prominent characters inscribed within, he was filled with immense joy. The Zhong Yun Gong was indeed a martial arts manual, specifically a lightness technique. And it was graded as mid-tier human level. His excitement grew with each page he turned. On the ground, the beggar felt a surge of elation upon hearing that the booklet was indeed a martial arts manual. Yet was swiftly followed by despair, knowing the manual had been seized, leaving no chance of return. With a heavy heart, he gritted his teeth and said, Congratulations on obtaining the sacred martial arts manual. Leader, from now on you shall soar high. I only hope you might take me under your wing, even as a servant. Anything is preferable to a life of beggary. With that, he bowed deeply several times. Gazing at Joe with eager anticipation, Joe remained non-committal, slowly closing the booklet before asking, Who else knows of this matter? The beggar, aware that Joe was inquiring about the manual, promptly replied, Only I know. I did not dare to speak of it. Joe nodded, his gaze suddenly turning sharp as he raised the bamboo stick, swiftly striking at the beggar's throat. Crack! The throat caved in instantly. Yu. The beggar's eyes widened in shock, attempting to speak, but words failed him as he quickly succumbed to despair. Do not blame me. You cannot fathom the value of a martial arts manual, especially one of mid-tier human level. Even the leader would covet it. Joe's expression was indifferent, as if he had merely dispatched a chicken. Without a second glance at the corpse, he strode into the room, intent on concealing the manual. However, as he stepped inside, he felt a sudden rush of fierce wind, raising the hairs on his neck. Who? Chapter 12, Settling Scores. The fierce wind left Joe in a state of alarm. Just as he was about to react, he felt a chill at his neck. Joe Poppy, long time no see. With this voice, a figure emerged, Lu Ming, who had stealthily infiltrated the place at the right moment and was fortunate enough to witness a gripping scene unfold. With a swift thrust at Joe, despite his fading vision, recognized the assailant. How could it be? He clearly identified Lu Ming, clutching his neck in shock, before collapsing weakly to the ground, much like the beggar in the courtyard. If only the knife had been a bit longer. At this distance, with my speed, he would never have noticed in time. Having executed the strike, Lu Ming did not rush to approach but instead cleaned the blood from his blade while reflecting on his prior actions. He had employed the swift wind style, albeit with a twist. He had aimed not at the man but at the air in front of his neck, allowing the blade to slice past and complete a throat strike. Once he confirmed that Joe was lifeless, Lu Ming stepped forward to retrieve the manual and 100 taels of silver notes from Joe's person. He had been lying in wait and had seen everything clearly, so he would not let the opportunity slip. After rummaging around the room, he also unearthed several pieces of silver. He knew this was the limit, as Joe had used all his savings to purchase this residence. Not wishing to linger, Lu Ming prepared to leave. As he passed through the courtyard, he noticed the beggar with the caved-in throat lying on the ground and shook his head. This beggar and Li San were the two familiar faces he had encountered upon entering the city. They had often stolen from the original owner. He had initially intended to deal with them both, but since they were now dead, there was no need for him to intervene. The grievances had been settled. Sighing, Lu Ming departed. The events he had witnessed made him acutely aware of the world as cruelty, big fish devouring small fish, human life as expendable as weeds. A moment's carelessness could lead to disappearance. Within this unforgiving reality, the only course of action was to grow stronger, and now he sought a suitable blade to fully harness his abilities. In a relatively large forge within the city, despite the darkening skies, the atmosphere remained bustling with activity. Blacksmiths forged metal, fires blazed, and buyers crowded the space, creating a somewhat cramped ambience. Iron Master, I have already paid the deposit. Please craft the sword as per my specifications at your earliest convenience. The forge grew spacious only after a well-dressed young nobleman, accompanied by a retinue, exited. Young Master Yang, walk slowly. Our shop will ensure the long sword is crafted swiftly and delivered to your residence. A gray-haired elder respectfully saw the guests off before returning inside. At that moment, a robust young assistant hurried over. Shopkeeper, was that just now the young master of the Yang family? Such an entourage he has. Of course, as one of the three prominent families in Shuowin City, how could his status be anything less? The shopkeeper stroked his beard. The assistant, filled with envy, continued, I heard that a 7th grade sect elder from the Nine Skies sect is residing at the Yang family. It seems he has taken a liking to young Master Yang and wishes to take him as a disciple. Your information is quite sharp, the shopkeeper replied. We must not delay. Quickly stoke a larger furnace. The ore young Master Yang provided is not ordinary, and it will take extra time to melt. You must ensure the sword is ready before young Master Yang departs and then deliver it. Understood. The assistant dashed off. Lu Ming had been present for some time, listening intently to their conversation. Thanks to the hidden books of old Zhao, his knowledge had expanded significantly, understanding the significance of the Nine Skies sect. A 7th grade force. In this world, the major powers were classified from 1 to 9 grades, grade 1 being the highest, and grade 9 the lowest. The gap in strength between these grades was immense. Even the weakest 9th grade power was far superior to those ungraded. For instance, within Shuowin City, there was not a single force that could be classified. Even the Zhao royal family could only be considered a 9th grade power. Of course, as the founder of a nation, the royal family once held a high rank, but time had eroded their power, leading them to fall to this level, losing their voice in Zhao. This illustrates how formidable a 7th grade force like the Nine Skies sect must be. That young Master Yang's ability to take an inner sect elder as his mentor speaks volumes of his fortune. Are you looking to purchase a weapon? Perhaps Lu Ming had been standing too long. As the shopkeeper noticed him and approached with an inquiry, Lu Ming regained his composure and replied, Yes, I wish to purchase a blade. The requirements are that the blade should be approximately 2 fingers wide. And in terms of length, it should reach around my waist. He measured it against his own height and concluded that it should be about 30 inches long. The shopkeeper, with keen perception, quickly calculated the distance and inquired, What price range are you considering? Lu Ming countered with a question, What price ranges are available? The shopkeeper responded, There are quite a few options. A well-crafted blade may cost several thousand, even tens of thousands of taels, while lesser quality ones can be found for dozens or hundreds. Additionally, uniquely designed blades require custom orders. Fortunately, we have a fine thin blade in stock that might suit your needs. What price range are you looking at? As the shopkeeper elaborated, he discreetly assessed Lu Ming's attire. Despite noticing the coarse fabric of his clothing, he refrained from displaying any disdain. Businessmen often value amiable relations, for today's customer may lack the means to purchase an expensive item. Yet perhaps tomorrow or the day after, they may prosper. Thus, cultivating goodwill is always advantageous. Lu Ming, however, paid little mind to such considerations. After a moment's reflection on his finances, he stated, Then I shall choose one in the dozens. Follow me, the shopkeeper replied, seemingly unperturbed by Lu Ming's choice. He led him to the counter and presented a long-handled thin blade sheathed in black, offering it to Lu Ming. See if this one suits you. Lu Ming accepted the blade, first testing its weight, which felt just right, before drawing it from its sheath. The blade gleamed like snow, adorned with a row of neatly arranged serrated patterns. This is crafted from materials such as refined iron. Rest assured, even our least expensive blade has undergone 100 rounds of forging, rendering it remarkably resilient, the shopkeeper boasted. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Ming examined the blade closely, noting its striking resemblance to the Miao knife he had encountered in his previous life. The elongated handle was perfectly suited for a two-handed grip. May I test it? he inquired. Follow me. The shopkeeper consented, leading Lu Ming to a thick wooden stump for him to try the blade. Without hesitation, Lu Ming gripped the knife with both hands and swung it with full force. In an instant, the stump was cleaved cleanly in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. Impressive. I did not expect such finesse from one so young. Your foundational skills are evidently solid, the shopkeeper remarked, recognizing Lu Ming's prowess. As a martial artist himself with considerable experience, he discerned that Lu Ming had executed that strike without channeling any internal energy. Relying solely on his physical strength, observing Lu Ming's lean physique, it was clear that such force could not have been achieved without extensive training and skill. Lu Ming, feeling modest, then asked, "This knife is excellent. How much does it cost?" Ultimately, Lu Ming purchased the long blade for 55 taels and did not rush home. Instead, he diverted his path to a medicinal herb shop, but he sought a balm to alleviate his muscle soreness. A consequence of increasing his daily practice in order to swiftly resolve some lingering grievances, the resulting physical discomfort had yet to abate, and he understood the importance of addressing it, lest it lead to hidden injuries that might later manifest explosively. Indeed, it is often said that the learned are impoverished in wealth while the martial are affluent. Before long, Lu Ming exited the apothecary with a pained expression, having found the shop stocked with numerous remedies and elixirs for martial artists. Albeit at exorbitant prices, yet he had no choice but to purchase something suitable for his symptoms, ultimately gritting his teeth and acquiring the shop's cheapest muscle-relaxing balm, which cost him 50 taels. The 100+ taels he had recently obtained had swiftly dwindled. "Ah, young Lu is back, and he carries a blade. Where did you procure the funds for such a purchase?" The sky had darkened completely, and old Zhao lounged in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for Lu Ming's return. Lu Ming pondered briefly before asking, "Old man, tell me truthfully, have you been following me?" He was aware that old Zhao was not an ordinary individual. He suspected the old man might not only possess internal energy but could possibly be at a higher level of mastery. Akin to those in the realm of Qi, such a formidable expert tailing him would likely go unnoticed. "Following you," old Zhao scoffed lightly and pointed to a copper basin on the table. Lu Ming looked confused, asking, "What do you mean?" Old Zhao grinned, saying, "It means there's water inside. Take a look at your reflection and see which side of your face is clean enough to warrant my concern over what you young lad are up to." Lu Ming's expression darkened, but old Zhao continued, "However, I can detect a hint of bloodlust. Have you been involved in some nefarious deeds?" His curiosity was palpable, considering his current rapport with old Zhao. Lu Ming decided that there was no need for further concealment. Just as he had begun to address the old man with a sense of familiarity, he felt comfortable enough to share the details of his recent endeavors. After all, aside from his lineage, he sensed that old Zhao possessed extensive knowledge about his situation, including the heavenly blade technique. Given that he practiced daily in the courtyard, he recounted the events in detail, carefully omitting the secret of the jade pendant, for he deemed it too significant to disclose even to a future spouse, who could say what powerful beings might take an interest in such matters. "Unexpected. You were once a destitute beggar, yet fortune smiled upon you, allowing you to inherit the legacy of the Heavenly Blade Elder," old Zhao exclaimed, astonished solely by Lu Ming's background. Lu Ming internally scoffed at the notion of fortune. Lamenting that the original owner of this body was long gone, he then curiously inquired, "Old man, do you know of the Heavenly Blade Elder?" "Of course," old Zhao nodded, stroking his beard. "The Heavenly Blade Elder is a master of the blade, renowned throughout the Zhao kingdom. He resides in the early stages of the Qi realm, and his heavenly blade technique is exceptionally fierce and domineering. He appeared in Shuafeng City over a decade ago. Though I hadn't anticipated that he was searching for a burial site, fate has played its hand, bringing you together. I recognized it the moment you began practicing the technique." Lu Ming realized that old Zhao had been aware of his situation for some time. "Do you wish to see the scripture of this technique?" he asked. "You show some filial piety, but it is unnecessary," old Zhao replied with a chuckle and a wave of his hand. "The cultivation method I practice is no less impressive than the heavenly blade technique, so I have no need for it." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then, compared to the Heavenly Blade Elder, who was more formidable, old Zhao raised a finger and pointed at Lu Ming. "You seek to extract information from me. If it were so easy to achieve your aim, would I have lived this long in vain?" Lu Ming offered a sheepish smile, deciding to let the matter rest. "You esteemed experts seem to revel in mystery." This time, old Zhao did not refute the term esteemed expert, instead remarking, "When the time is right, you shall know." Lu Ming understood all too well that the phrase "when the time is right" was ultimately dictated by old Zhao. However, he did not dwell on it, engaging in a few more exchanges before returning to his own courtyard with the blade in hand. Upon arriving at his small abode, Lu Ming first heated a large tub of water and indulged in a comforting hot bath. Afterward, he proceeded with his daily routine of cultivating internal energy. It was not until over an hour later that he concluded his practice, having noticeably increased the internal energy within his dantian. This time, instead of hastily retiring for the night, he disrobed and retrieved the bottle of muscle-relaxing balm he had purchased earlier. The balm, resembling fish oil, exuded a faint fragrance, having consulted old Zhao and confirming its efficacy. He applied it liberally across his body. Almost immediately a soothing, cool sensation enveloped him, providing immense comfort. Truly, the effects of this 50-tail balm were remarkable, though the quantity was disappointingly small. After applying the balm, Lu Ming noted that half the contents of the bottle had already been consumed, leaving enough for perhaps 3 more applications. Such a rapid consumption rate would be unbearable for an ordinary individual. The path of martial arts is indeed laden with challenges. With a sigh of realization, he surrendered to slumber, and the night passed without incident. The following morning, Lu Ming awoke to find that all traces of soreness had vanished, prompting him to reflect once more on the balm's remarkable effects. The expenditure had been worthwhile. With the pain alleviated, he could now devote himself more fully to refining his blade technique. Moreover, emboldened by the presence of the balm, he resolved to further develop his body's flexibility. For while the blade technique is fixed, the wielder must remain adaptable. In the heat of battle, one must be able to adjust and respond intelligently. He would not be caught off guard. Thus, the importance of flexibility became paramount in his training. Furthermore, he contemplated whether he could deliver a strike from an unexpected angle, achieving an element of surprise. As a result, Lu Ming immersed himself in diligent training, never neglecting his studies to expand his knowledge. For such wisdom might one day save his life. In a flash, more than 20 days had passed since he last settled scores. In his small courtyard, Lu Ming now wielded the long knife he had purchased. Executing the heavenly blade technique, the courtyard shimmered with the glint of the blade, exuding powerful energy. Enhanced by the internal energy of the heavenly blade, Lu Ming appeared as a mere blur, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Suddenly Lu Ming's form solidified, arms gripping the knife overhead, executing the third stance of the heavenly blade technique. The target of this strike was a wooden stump, which was cleaved cleanly in 2 from top to bottom. Uninterrupted throughout the motion. It is not feasible. I have already honed these 3 techniques to their utmost limit, and there remains no possibility for further advancement. It is time to journey to the Shuafeng mountain range to refine my practical combat skills. Despite the remarkable progress I have made over the past 20 days, Lu Ming remains somewhat dissatisfied. His martial arts advancement has been nothing short of astonishing. Firstly, his internal cultivation has reached the apex of the 6th level, allowing his inner energy to circulate in a small microcosm, significantly enhancing the speed of energy refinement. Secondly, his realm has also seen rapid breakthroughs, and he is now a practitioner at the 5th level of inner energy. Finally, regarding martial skills, he has mastered the first 3 forms of the heavenly blade technique with exquisite finesse, and the lightness skill, cloud leaping, has also been cultivated to a level commensurate with his realm. With his current 5th level of inner energy, he can leap as high as 9 meters and as far as 15 meters. It can be said that apart from his cultivation realm, his strength has reached an impasse. Moreover, he is running low on provisions and urgently needs to earn some money. Thus, the Shuafeng mountain range naturally emerges as his preferred destination. Chapter 14. Entering the mountains. The Shuafeng mountain range lies 100 miles to the south of Shuafeng city. At Lu Ming's current speed, it will take him several hours to arrive. Consequently, a round trip would consume nearly an entire day, prompting him to contemplate the necessity of overnighting in the mountains. Undoubtedly, the nighttime wilderness is fraught with greater danger, thus he must prepare thoroughly. Fortunately, he had anticipated this necessity. While reading in old Zhao's abode, he had already perused various materials on demonic beasts, medicinal herbs, and minerals to avoid missing any treasures. Additionally, he focused on literature regarding the terrain and features of the Shuafeng mountain range. Hence, he now only needed to gather some insect repellent powders and the like. After spending a considerable portion of the day in preparation, he finally felt ready. One must remember, in the desolate wilderness, the most terrifying entity is not the beasts, but the human heart. One should not be easily trusting of others. Old Zhao, well aware of Lu Ming's impending journey, was not surprised by his choice, but offered a word of caution before he set off. Lu Ming, no longer a mere child, had experienced the ebbs and flows of life in his previous existence and understood the unpredictable nature of humanity. Moreover, having grown up immersed in various martial arts novels, he possessed considerable insight. However, he felt a warmth in his heart, sensing old Zhao's genuine concern for him. "Rest assured, old man, I shall return with fresh venison for you. Without entangling himself in sentimental farewells, he grasped his long blade and departed with an air of nonchalance. As the fledgling eagle spreads its wings, whether it soars or falters depends entirely on its own steps. Watching Lu Ming traverse the narrow bridge, old Zhao mumbled to himself before reclining back. Through their time spent together, he recognized Lu Ming's intellect surpassed that of ordinary individuals, thus he harbored little worry. Of course, dangers loomed, and they were significant, yet as he had stated, whether one soars or falters ultimately rests upon Lu Ming's own shoulders. At this moment, Lu Ming had already reached the street, moving at a leisurely pace as he pondered whether to retrieve the 2 books he had hidden outside the northern city. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. The reasons were twofold. First, he should not carry too many belongings into the mountains. Second, he feared the possibility of someone lying in wait nearby given the time elapsed. It was likely that the tomb of the Heavenly Blade Elder had already been discovered, and those who found it might be lurking nearby, awaiting his return to claim the remaining treasures. Furthermore, his hiding place was not far from the tomb, and he did not wish to walk into a trap. Thus, without further hesitation, he quickened his pace towards the southern city gate. The northern part of Shuafeng City is not entirely flat. It also features small hills and thickets. The forest where Lu Ming had awakened previously now housed an open stone coffin, lying desolately amidst the surrounding silence, devoid of even the chirping of insects. Yet, after a brief moment, a rustling sound emerged, the sound of feet treading upon sandy ground. About 10 individuals approached, led by a burly man with a beard. They proceeded directly to the stone coffin. "Boss, we have been lying in wait for more than half a month, and it appears the one who left the footprints will not return," remarked a young man. The burly man furrowed his brow as he gazed at the stone coffin in silence. Then turned to an elderly man wearing a hat and asked, "What is your opinion, Lu Shiye?" Lu Shiye waved his folding fan and confidently replied, in response to the boss, "As I have said. Apart from the person's footprints, there is also the paw print of a fierce tiger. Moreover, a small chest of gold and silver was left behind in the tomb, leading us to deduce that the individual must have only had time to gather the items from within the stone coffin before being frightened away by that tiger. Therefore, if he is not dead, he will undoubtedly return for the treasure." The burly man did not offer a definitive response and turned to another person, asking, "Has the tiger been located?" The man quickly replied, in response to the boss, "Not yet. The tiger likely does not reside in this forest, as no den has been discovered. However, we have expanded the search area." He hastily added, "Perhaps there has been no progress. Have those lying in wait near the official road seen any suspicious activity recently?" In response to the boss, "None have been observed." The man hesitated before answering, "So no traces of either the human or the tiger have been found. And it remains uncertain whether the man has been consumed." The burly man's voice turned cold. The surrounding individuals quickly lowered their heads, fearing to respond. Even the previously confident Lu Shiye ceased to fan himself. "Humph." Seeing that no one could provide him with a definitive answer, the burly man snorted coldly and grabbed the edge of the stone coffin, effortlessly tearing away a chunk as if it were tofu. Subsequently reducing it to powder. His expression was one of great reluctance, as it was evident to anyone that the truly valuable treasures lay within the stone coffin, yet now, it contained only scattered bones. "Let us wait a few more days. We must continue our search and ascertain whether that man is alive or dead." Yes. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently evaded an encounter. He was currently employing the cloud leaping technique as he galloped along the official road. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he realized that utilizing his likeness skill in open spaces felt vastly different from doing so in confined areas, granting him a sense of liberation as if unshackled, free to roam the heavens. How exhilarating! "I now somewhat resemble the chivalrous heroes from martial arts novels." With his long blade in hand, Lu Ming glanced back at the distant city he had left behind, feeling a sense of nostalgia before focusing his mind and continuing on his journey. The southern city gate was typically bustling with activity, yet the farther one ventured from the gate, the sparser the crowd became. After turning onto the narrow path leading into the Shuafeng mountain range, the number of people dwindled even further, and he encountered hardly anyone. However, Lu Ming became increasingly cautious, for the surrounding area was no longer open. Strictly speaking, he was nearing the outskirts of the Shuafeng mountain range. Due to the constant influx of martial artists, the boundaries of the mountain range had gradually receded inward. After traversing for about half an hour, Lu Ming found himself devoid of any discernible path, the forest thickening around him. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to step into the depths of the mountains. At that moment, a sudden thundering of heavy footsteps echoed, as if someone were emerging from within. He promptly placed his hand on the hilt of his blade in a defensive posture. Almost instantaneously, the owner of the footsteps revealed himself, a man carrying a wild boar on his back. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the man appeared equally surprised, yet only cast a cold glance before continuing on his way. It was evident he was a formidable presence, as anyone daring to venture into the mountains possessed at least a 7th level of inner energy. Only after the figure disappeared did Lu Ming retract his hand from the hilt, uttering not a word. He was not surprised. In the wilderness, where slaughter abounds, between man and beast, and man, ignoring one another is perhaps the greatest kindness. As for Lu Ming, he would not instigate conflict unless provoked. Not dwelling on it further, Lu Ming pressed onward into the mountains. Lacking a clear path, he found himself struggling to navigate, compounded by the towering trees and dense foliage that obscured his vision. Thus his progress was slow. After a little over a moment, he finally encountered his first opponent. Chapter 15. 6th level of inner energy. As he traversed the dense underbrush, a crackling sound pierced the air, revealing a giant lizard over 2 meters long, its skin a vivid red. The red rock lizard, judging by the fluctuations in its aura, was likely a first-level early-stage demonic beast, thanks to Old Zhao's extensive collection of tomes. Lu Ming quickly identified the creature before him. Generally speaking, first-level demonic beasts are equivalent to human martial artists at the inner energy realm, while second-level beasts correspond to the true energy realm. And so forth. An early-stage first-level beast is akin to the first to third levels of inner energy. Excellent, I shall use you to test my blade today. Encountering a suitable adversary, Lu Ming gripped the hilt of his blade. Although excitement coursed through him, he remained exceedingly cautious. This was only his second encounter with a living being, the first being the resolution of a personal vendetta. That occasion, due to its nature as an assassination, did not allow for much demonstration of skill. And now, however, his opponent was a demonic beast, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, devoid of intelligence, and fiercely unyielding. Thus it warranted serious consideration. Indeed, upon noticing Lu Ming, the red rock lizard regarded him as prey. Baring its fangs and leaping towards him, the massive creature's body soared through the air, and before it could reach him, a foul wind assaulted Lu Ming's face. Remaining calm, he sidestepped the lizard's assault, drawing his long blade in a fluid motion and aiming for the beast's eye, targeting its most vulnerable spots. Bang! To his surprise, the strike did not penetrate. The red rock lizard had closed its eyes at the critical moment, allowing its hardened eyelids to deflect the thrust. Truly remarkable, even its eyelids possess such resilience. With a single strike failing to land, Lu Ming did not succumb to disappointment. He executed the Zhongyan technique and swiftly retreated. However, the red rock lizard remained relentless, seemingly incensed, and after landing, it swiftly turned and lunged at him once more. Come again. Lu Ming naturally resorted to his previous tactics, effortlessly evading the attack, and then unleashed the first move of the Heavenly Blade technique. The Gale style. This maneuver, designed for speed, could slice or stab with the swiftness of a gale. Consequently, before the red rock lizard could even blink, Lu Ming's long blade had penetrated its skull cleanly. Whoosh! Even after successfully landing the blow, Lu Ming quickly distanced himself. His intention was to prevent the red rock lizard from going berserk in its final moments. It was prudent to maintain some space. Indeed, practicing sword techniques against a living target was entirely different from training against a wooden post. After a brief period, the red rock lizard lay utterly still, signifying that Lu Ming had vanquished his foe. However, he felt little joy. The recent confrontation had illuminated his shortcomings. Had he opted for the Gale style from the outset, he could have dispatched the creature in an instant, sparing himself considerable effort. Of course, testing was essential, and striking a balance in such decisions required careful discernment. After some self-reflection, Lu Ming seemed to discover a path for advancing his swordsmanship. He then momentarily set aside his thoughts and approached the corpse of the red rock lizard. This creature weighed several hundred pounds, making it impossible for him to carry it away entirely, otherwise his training would be futile. Thus, he began to gather valuable materials from the creature's body, referencing the information stored in his mind. First, he sliced open its belly in search of the beast's demon core. The demon core could be used for alchemy or crafting, possessing immense utility and thus considerable value. However, it was not easily obtained, as typically only beasts of level 2 or higher could yield one. There were exceptions, of course, so he decided to test his luck. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and he had to begin collecting other materials. The valuable items on the red rock lizard were scarce. Its hide was the only significant asset suitable for crafting protective gear. Lu Ming took the hide first, followed by a few other items, until he had gathered a reasonable amount, leaving behind a considerable surplus. If only he had a storage ring. He lamented not knowing when he would be able to afford one. Lu Ming felt a pang of sorrow at the heap of items left behind. Thus, he recalled the storage rings he had read about in books, yet, without one at present, he could only bear the painful loss. Continuing onward, he soon encountered a second adversary, a mid-tier level 1 demon wolf. Known for its remarkable speed and small size, making it elusive and difficult to combat within the dense woods, fortunately, the Heavenly Blade technique prioritized speed, and its accompanying footwork was exceptionally agile and adaptable. Excelling in close quarters, thus, the dense forest posed no hindrance. With the support of the Heavenly Blade's internal energy, Lu Ming's speed surpassed that of the demon wolf within the forest. Shadows and flashes of his blade danced everywhere. Utilizing his speed, Lu Ming remained composed against the wolf's attacks, and as time progressed, his combat skills gradually improved. He learned to utilize his keen vision and speed to anticipate and intercept attacks. Then counter with a follow-up strike. After numerous exchanges, he successfully cleaved the demon wolf in half. Without delay, he collected the materials and continued his foray deeper into the mountains in search of more adversaries. As time passed and the sun set, plunging the forest into darkness, Lu Ming finally decided to halt his pursuit. After a day filled with conflict, he found himself both famished and nearly depleted of internal energy. Thus, he resolved to seek a place to rest for the night. The nighttime wilderness posed greater dangers, necessitating a shelter that offered concealment. While there was still some light, he rapidly scoured the area. Fortune smiled upon him as he soon discovered a small stone cave of a few square meters. After ensuring no lurking beasts were hidden within, he piled in wood and kindled a fire. Intending to ward off small creatures like poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, once the flames roared, Lu Ming felt secure enough to enter. Shortly thereafter, he emerged to sprinkle powder to repel pests and beasts, and after completing his preparations, he sat by the campfire to consume his rations and roasted meat. After a quarter of an hour, having filled his stomach, Lu Ming began to circulate his energy, simultaneously practicing his techniques while recovering his internal energy. Thanks to the exceptional Heavenly Blade technique, within half an hour he replenished his dantian and even found that his internal energy had increased beyond its previous levels. To his surprise, after the series of battles, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of internal energy. Finding the answer brought him a measure of joy. It was remarkable to think he had only recently broken through to the 5th layer. And now he had advanced further. The speed of his progress felt akin to riding a rocket. Without further hesitation, he continued his training, hoping to break through to the 6th layer of internal energy by nightfall. The night passed in silence, and before long dawn broke. Lu Ming awoke, and as expected, he had successfully attained the 6th layer of internal energy. During the night, his internal energy surged once more, allowing for greater stamina in combat. Without delay, after consuming his rations, he resumed his quest for demon beasts. Thus, another day passed, and after nearly 3 days in the Shuafeng Mountains, Lu Ming found himself compelled to pause as his bag was nearing its capacity. During this time, he had slain over 20 demon beasts, including several late-stage level 1 beasts equivalent to the 8th and 9th layers of internal energy, although the hunts had been challenging, leaving him with some wounds. He had ultimately succeeded in dispatching them. He had also encountered a level 2 beast, but fortunately, he had recognized the danger early and quickly employed the Zhongyan technique to escape unscathed. Overall, this expedition had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only was his bag filled to the brim with materials, but he had also significantly improved his combat prowess. After days of rigorous training, he had mastered profound battle techniques. His keen perception allowed him to anticipate his opponent's actions, enabling him to strike first. Consequently, his swordsmanship had become more concise and lethal, reaching a new level of proficiency. As of now, the only area in which he felt lacking was his footwork, due to his inability to project his internal energy outward. He could not manifest sword energy, thus, without his long blade, his combat effectiveness diminished significantly. The injuries he bore were a testament to this. At one point, his sword had become lodged within a demon beast, but he had wisely discarded it and retreated. The importance of martial arts was now glaringly apparent. Without further contemplation, Lu Ming cleaved a green vine serpent that lunged at him in two, deciding to conclude his current training. Otherwise, he would be unable to carry any more spoils. He wasted no time and began his journey back. However, he was suddenly confronted by 2 men. Chapter 16, Dugu Mingri Brother. We are fortunate indeed. We have stumbled upon a little lamb. The 2 men who blocked Lu Ming were one burly figure, at the 8th layer of internal energy, and the other, the one who spoke, bore a menacing scar across his face, his expression fierce. Standing at the 7th layer, each wielded a hefty broadsword, suggesting a style characterized by brute strength. What brings you here? Lu Ming assessed the situation, noting the duo's superior ranks, yet he felt no trepidation. This confidence stemmed from his recent experiences in battle. Nothing much. We simply have our eyes on the contents of your bag, and if you know what's good for you, just hand it over. And your martial arts technique should be included as well, the scar-faced man continued, eyeing Lu Ming, who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, yet possessed the sixth layer of internal energy. Such talent indicated impressive skills. Had they encountered him outside, they might have hesitated, but in this deep mountain, who would know if they acted swiftly? I'm afraid I cannot comply. Liu Ming remained calm, dropping his bag and placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. If negotiations were futile, then he would have to resort to violence. Boldness indeed. The burly man finally spoke, seeming more composed than his scarred companion. Let me handle this. The scar-faced man, noticing Lu Ming's intent to attack, slowly raised his broadsword, stepping forward with eagerness. Be cautious, brother. He's covered in blood and clearly knows how to fight. Don't worry, brother. All that blood just means his technique isn't sharp enough. The scar-faced man was truly cunning. Just as he spoke, he suddenly dashed forward, taking the initiative. By the time he finished boasting about his prowess, he had already closed the distance to Lu Ming, swinging his sword downwards. To be honest, this scheme was quite clever, and the speed of the strike was impressive. However, he had miscalculated. Liu Ming had been on high alert, and with his sharp sense, he was already aware of the man's intentions the moment he moved. Rather than reacting immediately, he waited until the sword was nearly upon him, then drew his own blade, executing a swift horizontal slash that sent the gleaming edge slicing through the man's abdomen. Splurt, as a line of blood erupted forth, the scar-faced man found his strike had missed its mark, and he looked down at his wound in disbelief, terror flashing in his eyes upon seeing the blood. How fast! The two words escaped his lips as he collapsed. What? Though it may seem lengthy in recounting, the events transpired in the blink of an eye. The burly man, who had intended to ambush alongside his brother, froze momentarily, realizing their plan had faltered. Their strategy had involved the scar-faced man engaging first, creating the illusion of a one-on-one duel, while the burly man would follow suit for a surprise attack. It was merely a method that had always proven effective, yet today it encountered an unexpected turn of events. His brother failed to hold on for even a breath, and was swiftly dispatched by Lu Ming. However, at the moment the robust man hesitated, Lu Ming took the initiative to launch an assault, executing the fastest of strikes, the gale-style whoosh. In an instant, a glimmering arc of the blade was all that could be perceived. The sturdy man was taken aback, hurriedly raising his weapon to block, and with a clang, his broadsword barely managed to intercept the blade's flash, yet he felt no substantial force behind it. Years of combat experience instantly alerted him to the fact that this was merely a feint, and that the opponent would surely change tactics. However, it was too late. The brilliant blade had already sliced through his abdomen. How swift! At that moment, the robust man finally comprehended the feelings of the scarred-faced warrior, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, humans are far easier to deal with than demonic beasts. Easily dispatching the two, Lu Ming felt little sense of accomplishment. Compared to the demonic beasts, these two were overly aggressive yet lacked adequate defense. Unlike the beasts, whose tough skin and thick hide were often reinforced with scales harder than steel, even with his extraordinary speed, it would be challenging to achieve a decisive kill without identifying their weaknesses. These two, however, were different. They lacked the formidable armor and skin of demonic beasts. One strike could cost them their lives. Nevertheless, he too faced a similar dilemma. The second technique of the Heavenly Blade technique, the Drizzle style, could be utilized for defense. This technique served both offensive and defensive purposes. Its relentless attacks would exhaust opponents, while its dense blade movements would render it nearly impenetrable, truly formidable. Without further contemplation, he sheathed his blade, extending respect to his adversaries as he began to clear the battlefield. To his disappointment, he found only 200 taels in silver notes on the two men. Perhaps they had not brought much wealth with them. As for martial arts manuals, he found none. However, the two broadswords were of excellent quality, evidently superior to his own, though unsuitable for his use. Not wishing to waste them, he decided to take them along. After tidying up, Lu Ming hoisted his satchel and was about to leave when he noticed a rustle, turning his gaze toward a large tree in the distance. In a sharp voice, he called out, "Who goes there?" No malice was detected. A youth of about 15 or 16 emerged from behind the tree, brandishing a long sword, although his attire was somewhat tattered. The fabric was evidently of fine quality. His cultivation level was notably high, having reached the 9th layer of internal energy, and it appeared he had attained the pinnacle of that stage. The Ruan brothers. "I did not expect to meet my demise at your hands today, yet it is a fitting end," the youth remarked, glancing at the corpses on the ground. "May I inquire your name?" Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, Lu Ming felt somewhat relieved, though he remained vigilant. He placed his satchel on the ground again, ready to draw his blade at any moment. "Dugu Mingri of the Dugu family from Shuafeng City." The youth replied candidly, revealing his identity. Liu Ming was somewhat taken aback. he was aware of the Dugu family, one of the three prominent families alongside the young family of the young master he had encountered at the blacksmith's shop. "And how may I address you?" Dugu Mingri inquired. Lu Ming, also a resident of Shuafeng City. Lu Ming introduced himself. "I had guessed as much," Dugu Mingri said with an expression of understanding. "Your swordplay is quite remarkable. And your speed is impressive." The Ruan brothers, despite their elevated cultivation, were no match for you. Lu Ming did not refute this and instead asked, "How long have you been here?" "Since the moment your long blade struck the first man." Dugu Mingri replied without hesitation. "Do not worry. I intended to return and merely passed by. Given your demeanor, it seems you also plan to head back. Shall we go together?" Observing that Dugu Mingri did not appear to harbor any ill intentions, Lu Ming pondered for a moment before consenting, though he remained cautious. Thus, the two set off together. The journey back was naturally much quicker, and even when encountering demonic beasts, Dugu Mingri would swiftly eliminate them before Lu Ming could act. This allowed Lu Ming to witness the youth's prowess. To be frank, he was significantly stronger than the Ruan brothers, just in terms of the speed of their strikes. Dugu Mingri's swordsmanship was nearly on par with Lu Ming's blade techniques. It seemed he too cultivated a technique that emphasized speed. Despite Dugu Mingri's strength, Lu Ming felt confident in his ability to contend with him. To think that you, Dugu brother, have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of internal energy at merely 15 years of age, such extraordinary talent. I wonder why you have not sought admission into a sect." As their familiarity deepened, Lu Ming curiously inquired. It was known that although the Dugu family held dominion over Shuafeng City, they paled in comparison to the sections. Given Dugu Mingri's talent, it would not be difficult for him to join one. In response to the inquiry, Dugu Mingri did not provide an answer but instead asked, "Do you think my talent is commendable, is it not?" Lu Ming replied, puzzled. Dugu Mingri shook his head. "It is indeed commendable, yet not exceptional." He continued, "I began my cultivation at the age of 12, and in nearly 3 years, I reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of internal energy. However, it has now been half a year without a breakthrough into the true Qi realm. At this point," he sighed. Hearing this, Lu Ming silently compared his progress. Since he began, he had cultivated for less than 2 months and had already attained the 6th layer of internal energy. Thus, in comparison, Dugu Mingri's talent seemed relatively unremarkable. However, it depended on whom one compared to. According to old Zhao, if Lu Ming maintained his current cultivation speed, barring the swift advancement granted by the heavenly blade technique, he would be considered a rare genius. The only unfortunate aspect was his late start. In this world, the ideal age to begin cultivating internal energy is 12, as one's meridians have fully developed by then, allowing for the flow of internal energy. Yet he had started nearly 2 years late. Recently, he had just turned 14. And you ask me why I have not sought admission into a sect? It is because I wish to wait until I achieve the true Qi realm, allowing me to directly become an inner disciple of the sections. I had not anticipated this delay would stretch to half a year, and my purpose for entering the mountains this time was to see if I could find a breakthrough opportunity through life and death battles. "Have you found it?" Lu Ming inquired, unsure of how to offer comfort. Dugu Mingri smirked. "I can sense the loosening of my cultivation level. I believe it won't be long before I can refine true Qi and thus enter the true Qi realm." "Then congratulations are in order," Lu Ming said, genuinely pleased for him. "You are not lacking either. In fact, you may surpass me, achieving the 6th layer of internal energy by 14. It seems you will reach my current level before turning 15. Dugu Mingri assumed Lu Ming had also started cultivating at 12, hence his comment. Lu Ming opted not to clarify, preferring to maintain a low profile to avoid undue astonishment. As they conversed and made their way back, Lu Ming learned more about various hidden matters. For instance, the young master of the young family he had encountered at the blacksmith's shop, who was yet to turn 15, had already reached the true Qi realm and was hailed as the most talented individual in Shuafeng City in the past 2 decades. He also discovered which exceptionally gifted young masters had emerged in Shuafeng City and even throughout Zhao country in recent years. All were remarkable prodigies. In essence, through their dialogue, Lu Ming gained a broader perspective. He realized that geniuses in this world were as numerous as the stars. What mattered was who could rise above the rest and endure to the end. This filled him with determination. Before long, the two exited the mountains and began a contest of likeness skills. Due to Lu Ming carrying a heavier load, Dugu Mingri suggested storing his belongings in a storage ring to ensure fairness, which made Lu Ming envious. With the spirit of competition ignited, their pace quickened considerably. Lu Ming had already reached the 6th layer of internal energy, and with a breakthrough in his cloud leaping technique, he could leap up to 20 meters in a single bound. Dugu Mingri was not to be underestimated either. He practiced a likeness skill similarly named the cloud soaring technique, classified as mid-level human grade. It wasn't that the Dugu family lacked higher-level lightness skills, but only those in the true Qi realm could fully execute techniques above mid-level human grade. Of course, exceptional talents were an exception. You have won. I did not expect you to be so adept not only in swordplay but also in lightness skills, Dugu Mingri conceded, as they reached a massive poplar tree by the roadside, which served as their predetermined finish line. Ultimately, Lu Ming arrived approximately 10 meters ahead. Your cloud soaring technique is evidently designed for elevation. If it were a contest of height, I would surely fall short. Lu Ming humbly remarked. He refrained from mentioning that the heavenly blade's internal energy greatly enhanced his speed, and he hadn't exerted his full strength. Defeat is defeat. There are no excuses in life and death battles. Dugu Mingri said candidly, acknowledging his shortcomings. This was precisely why Lu Ming found him a worthy companion. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey and successfully reached Shuafeng City as the sun dipped low in the sky. This is for you. Upon entering the city, Dugu Mingri returned Lu Ming's satchel and tossed him a porcelain vial. What is this? Lu Ming inquired, puzzled as he accepted it. Recovery pill. It can swiftly restore internal energy. Invaluable in arduous battles or skirmishes, Dugu Mingri explained. Is this not too precious? Lu Ming exclaimed. He knew that purchasing such a pill at the apothecary required 800 taels of silver, and this vial contained at least 10. Take it. I am on the verge of entering the true Qi realm, and it will be of no use to me. Dugu Mingri waved his hand dismissively. The day is waning, and we are in disarray. Let us meet again another time. They had already exchanged addresses. I hope that when we meet again, you will have achieved the status of a true Qi warrior, Lu Ming replied, accepting the recovery pill. May your words ring true soon. The two parted ways. Liu Ming did not rush home but planned to first sell the spoils of his venture into the mountains. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. Yet Lu Ming felt no sense of congestion. As many individuals caught sight of his garments, almost entirely stained with blood, they instinctively parted to clear a path. Goodness, though this young man appeared to be of tender years, he exuded an aura of lethal ferocity. Judging by the bloodied attire, he must have slain a considerable number of monstrous beasts. It was evident, as one could hardly overlook the bulging bag slung over his shoulder, brimming with the spoils of his hunts. He was no ordinary hunter. Indeed, he surpassed even the most seasoned demon slayers, who could hardly carry such a bounty in a single outing. Surrounding whispers filled the air, but Lu Ming remained oblivious, striding purposefully toward a shop. Here lay the bones of a level 1 late-stage tiger beast, suitable for medicinal use, valued at 1,100 taels. These were the teeth of a mid-level chasing wind wolf, useful for crafting, worth 600 taels, and this was the hide of a red rock lizard, usable for forging protective inner armor, albeit regrettably of a lower grade, meriting only 300 taels. The shopkeeper meticulously sorted through the items in Lu Ming's bag, growing increasingly astonished with each piece he uncovered. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual, whose cultivation was merely at the 6th layer of internal energy, could have hunted so many monstrous beasts in one go. Moreover, there were numerous materials from late-stage beasts within, equivalent to the strength of martial artists at the 7th to 9th layers of internal energy. How had this young man accomplished such feats? Was he perhaps a prodigy capable of defeating foes beyond his level? After completing the inventory, the shopkeeper muttered to himself, quickly dismissing such thoughts as he focused on calculating the total worth. Moments later, he announced, the total value of the items we can purchase amounts to 6,700 taels. Do you find this price agreeable? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming swallowed hard. He was aware that martial artists could earn substantial sums, yet he had not anticipated such a lucrative return merely from this single venture. He had accrued 6,700 taels. If he were to embark on several more expeditions, would he not be free from financial worries? However, he quickly realized that such fortune might only be attainable by him. After all, the average individual lacked his profound martial arts skills, and even if they possessed similar abilities, they would not share his innate talent to swiftly master techniques and transform them into personal strength. This, he understood, was the reason he could overpower opponents of higher rank. Without further contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be so. Rest assured, this is undoubtedly the most equitable price, the shopkeeper replied, visibly pleased with Lu Ming's consent. He had no intention of deceiving him, yet he would profit handsomely. With 6,700 taels in hand, Lu Ming proceeded to other shops to sell the remaining materials, along with 2 steel blades from which he had erased all personal markings, netting an additional 2,100 taels. Naturally, the majority of this sum stemmed from the 2 blades. Liu Ming retained only 1,000 taels, using the remaining 1,100 taels to purchase a finely crafted dagger suited to his needs. After a fierce battle with the beasts, his previous steel blade, valued at 55 taels, had become riddled with chips, necessitating a replacement. Once he had finalized this round of transactions, he hoisted a deer leg that he had set aside and made his way home. Chapter 18, The Dragon's Palm. In the small courtyard, Lu Ming dined and conversed with the old man Zhao. It seems your recent expedition into the mountains proved quite fruitful. Not only has your swordplay become sharp and concise, but you've also gained insight into your own shortcomings. Zhao, savoring the fresh venison, took a hearty sip of wine before brushing off his garments and rising. Having enjoyed your meat, I cannot leave without offering something in return. Allow me to impart to you a set of palm techniques to enhance your skills. Old man, that's unnecessary, Lu Ming replied, though he recognized Zhao's extraordinary capabilities and the multitude of techniques he must possess. He had never expressed a desire to learn, feeling that Zhao had already aided him immensely by teaching him to read and sharing his extensive collection of books. He feared he might never be able to repay such kindness. Yet Zhao insisted, it's merely a mid-level human technique. Just watch closely. Without granting Lu Ming another opportunity to speak, Zhao leapt to the center of the courtyard and commenced demonstrating the palm technique. Perhaps to test Lu Ming's perceptiveness, Zhao executed the moves with remarkable speed, his palms moving in sync with his body, resembling a dancing dragon. In an instant, the small courtyard was filled with the shadows of his palms. Lu Ming discerned that this technique was not only agile and versatile but also possessed a fierce and dominating essence. Upon completing the sequence, Zhao halted and stood still. This technique is called the Dragon's Palm, consisting of 3 lethal strikes and 36 variations. How much have you managed to memorize? Once Zhao finished, the jade pendant within Lu Ming's possession recorded the entire sequence, transmitting it to his mind after a single practice. Thus, when Zhao inquired, Lu Ming stood and replied, I have memorized it all. Very well, demonstrated, Zhao said, showing no surprise. Lu Ming executed the technique. Although not as swift as Zhao, his motions flowed smoothly, confirming his retention of the forms. Excellent, you've committed the movements to memory. Next, I shall teach you the flow of energy. Pleased, Zhao stroked his beard and began imparting the energy flow of the Dragon's Palm, which Lu Ming quickly absorbed. The jade pendant transmitted additional content, yet Lu Ming had no time to peruse it. As Zhao continued, though this Dragon's Palm is merely a mid-level human technique, it is far from simple. He approached a massive stone in the courtyard and, in a swift motion, struck it 3 times. Lu Ming recognized these 3 strikes as the lethal moves of the Dragon's Palm. Crushing Heart, Top Strike, and Dragon emerges from the seed. However, he was uncertain of Zhao's intention in demonstrating these moves. Soon enough, he understood, as the stone erupted with 3 resounding cracks before shattering into pieces. Dark energy, the term suddenly surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. Indeed, it was dark energy. Zhao clapped his hands and explained. You are aware that martial artists cannot project their internal energy outward, delivering distant strikes. However, the Dragon's Palm is exceptional. While it cannot unleash energy at a distance, it can still generate 3 forces upon contact. Thank you, Elder Zhao, for your instruction. Upon realizing the extraordinary nature of this technique, Lu Ming expressed his gratitude fervently. Why must we stand on ceremony? Zhao waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I merely find you agreeable, which is why I imparted this technique to you. I expect nothing in return. Also, you may refer to me simply as old man in a friendly manner. Lu Ming, hearing this, chose not to argue further, silently vowing to remember this kindness and repay it when the opportunity arose. The two then returned to the dining table, continuing their meal and conversation for over half an hour before concluding. In the days that followed, Lu Ming resumed his regular routine, balancing training with excursions into the Shuafeng mountain range. By this time, over 2 months had elapsed since his initial return from the mountains. During this period, his cultivation pace had slowed considerably, having only advanced 2 layers to reach the 8th layer of internal energy. In terms of martial skills, his swordplay, palm techniques, and agility had all significantly improved, and he had thoroughly mastered the newly learned Dragon's Palm. As for his speed, he could now leap as far as 40 meters in a single bound. Additionally, it is noteworthy that merely half a month after his return from the Shuafeng mountain range, he encountered Dugu Mingri once more. By that time, he had successfully broken through to become a true energy realm martial artist. According to him, thank heavens, I finally achieved my breakthrough before turning 16. His visit was not solely to share his joy but also to bid farewell, as he intended to join the Yuluo sect, where a relative of the Dugu family held the position of an outer elder. Within the Zhao domain, there were numerous forces of varying ranks, yet only 3 could claim the distinction of being 7th grade. The Yuluo sect was one of them. Given Dugu Mingri's talent, coupled with his connection to an outer elder, it was likely he would gain entry with ease. Lu Ming naturally extended his congratulations. And recalling the energy recovery pill gifted to him, he invited Du Guming Ri to a tavern to celebrate his breakthrough while enjoying a farewell feast. The following day, he departed Shuafeng City, heading toward the Yuluo sect. Once again returning from the Shuafeng mountain range laden with spoils, Lu Ming noticed an air of reverence in the gazes of passers-by. During this time, he had garnered a modest reputation. After all, not everyone could boast of his consistent bounty. While Lu Ming wished to remain low-key, he had no choice but to display his goods openly in the absence of a storage ring. He understood that it was only a matter of time before trouble would find him. Sure enough, shortly after entering the city, he was confronted. "Young brother, your strength is considerable. Would you be interested in joining our Black Tiger gang?" The individual blocking Lu Ming's path was an elderly man wearing a melon hat and wielding a folding fan, his frame lean yet aged, possessing only the 9th layer of internal energy. However, he was flanked by a group of robust individuals, each at least at the 4th layer of internal energy. Had Lu Ming ventured near the Tiandao Elder's grave previously, he would have encountered this group sooner. Yet he did not recognize them now. The onlookers, however, were well aware of their notoriety and began to murmur among themselves, "That's Lu Shiye from the Black Tiger gang. Who would have thought he would set his sights on this young brother? It seems the gang leader has issued orders. This could spell trouble, as the Black Tiger gang is no pushover or apologies, but I am not interested," Lu Ming responded, his keen hearing picking up the whispers around him. Undeterred, he directly declined. As he turned to circumvent the group, the old man blocked his path once more with his fan. "Hold on, young brother, our leader holds you in high regard and has learned of your modest living situation. Therefore, to demonstrate our sincerity, we have arranged for you a luxurious courtyard in the west of the city. If you agree to join the Black Tiger gang and serve the leader, you may move in immediately." Lu Ming could discern the underlying threat in the old man's words, prompting him to reply coldly, "I'm sorry, but I remain uninterested." Upon hearing these words, Lu Shiye furrowed his brow, and immediately behind him stepped forth a robust man, possessing the 8th level of internal energy and wielding a tiger-headed iron staff. "I see you prefer to drink punishment rather than the toast," he declared, brandishing his weapon. Chapter 19. The Wujizong confronted with the formidable strike of the staff. Lu Ming did not even blink. With a single hand, he raised his sword, using the scabbard to deflect the blow, then gracefully pivoted to dissipate the force transmitted through the iron staff. Yet, it was not over. In a flash of lightning, the scabbard had already struck the pressure point on the burly man's right arm, rendering it numb and causing him to relinquish his grip on the heavy staff, which clattered to the ground with a resounding noise. What? The burly man was taken aback. His opponent was too swift and powerful. Before he could react, he found himself disarmed, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary. He attempted to retreat, only to be met with a crushing kick to his chest, propelling him backward. In a single exchange, the battle was concluded, and those around them began to grasp the true extent of Lu Ming's prowess. Such a precise counterattack. It was unexpected that, despite both being at the 8th level of internal energy, members of the Black Tiger gang were no match for this young hero. "I know this man," someone remarked. "His name is Li Chihu, a disciple of the Black Tiger gang, who practices a set of frenzied staff techniques. He once struck a hall master of the Beggars sect to the point of death with just 3 blows. Remarkable, to think such a formidable character was defeated in a single move. Is this little brother attempting to disregard the face of the Black Tiger gang?" Lu Shiye felt a jolt of surprise. To be honest, although he was at a higher realm than this gang disciple, his true strength was inferior. Thus, he recognized he was no match for Lu Ming, but he was merely putting on a brave front for the sake of the gang's reputation. Lu Ming had already placed the bag from his shoulder down and rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his voice cold as he declared, "I have already shown you considerable respect. If you continue to harass me, do not blame me for being merciless." Lu Shiye's heart sank. He had not anticipated such firmness from his opponent, leaving him in a dilemma. How ruthless. Fortunately, at that moment, a deep voice resonated from the crowd's rear, causing Lu Shiye to feel a surge of joy. The gang leader. The crowd parted automatically, revealing a middle-aged man with a bushy beard striding forth with an air of authority. Exuding waves of vigorous energy, he was at the initial stage of the true Qi realm, but his presence suggested he was formidable nonetheless. Lu Ming recognized the surging energy emanating from the man and identified it as true Qi. However, judging by his aura, he was weaker than the second-level initial stage demon beast he had previously encountered in the Shuafeng Mountains. Indeed, Lu Ming had faced such beasts multiple times in their first encounter. He had been at the 7th level of internal energy, using all his skills to escape in a disheveled state. In the second, he was at the 8th level, managing to engage in a back-and-forth battle but ultimately having to retreat due to exhaustion. Subsequent encounters saw him enduring longer and beginning to press the attack. Winning would have been possible had it not been for the beast's incredible defenses. He believed that with a few more attempts, he could completely vanquish such foes. Hence, the emergence of this middle-aged man at the initial stage of the true Qi realm did not faze him. At worst, he could retreat calmly and seek to regain his honor another time. However, those around him held a different opinion. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, their voices fell to hushed whispers. "This is bad. Li Changhu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, has come in person. Indeed, I have heard that Li Changhu is exceptionally ruthless." With claws that have crushed countless skulls, a silence. As Li Changhu stepped fully into view and overheard the murmurs, he emitted a cold snort, and the scene fell silent. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Ming. "So, it is you who has harmed my adopted son." "It is I," Lu Ming admitted directly. "Very well, I present you with two choices: either join the Black Tiger Gang and serve me for 3 years, or," his eyes glinted menacingly, "or die." Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. "How domineering. One might mistake you for the lord of the city." "I shall choose neither. If you wish to fight, then let us commence." "Coincidentally, I wish to test your skills." Li Changhu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such boldness from his opponent, who seemed to regard him with utter disdain and dared to mock him. The crowd, too, was taken aback, sensing that Lu Ming was stepping into dangerous territory, displaying a certain audacity that bordered on recklessness. "Ha ha!" Li Changhu, enraged, burst into laughter, his expression turning icy. "It seems like Li Changhu have not engaged in combat for quite some time. Leading a mere practitioner of internal energy to dare to provoke me. Prepare yourself." Without regard for the implications of bullying the weak, Li Changhu shouted, forming his fingers into claws, unleashing a dark claw energy toward Lu Ming. This is the Tiger Sha Claw, Li Changhu's famed technique. As the black claw energy shot forth, the crowd immediately recognized it. At that moment, Lu Ming was focused entirely on the confrontation, fully aware of the critical distinction between the internal energy realm and the true Qi realm. True Qi could be projected from a distance, delivering strikes without direct contact. Thus, he could not afford to meet it head-on. He activated the Yun Cloud technique and swiftly retreated. "Let us see how long you can evade." As a claw strike missed its mark, Li Changhu remained unfazed, swiftly closing the distance once more. His claws struck in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of claw energy accompanied by a flurry of sounds, compelling the crowd to scatter in haste. The air was thick with energy, seemingly sealing off all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Realizing he could not hold back, Lu Ming unleashed the full power of his heavenly blade internal energy, accelerating to its utmost limit, and deftly maneuvered through the gaps in the claw energy's assault. "Now, taste my strike." As he broke free, Lu Ming found himself airborne, his body twisting as he aimed the scabbard at his opponent, drawing his sword in one fluid motion, sending the scabbard like an arrow toward Li Changhu. Naturally, he followed closely behind, initiating a proactive attack while seizing the opportunity to strike first. Though the claw energy was formidable, it required time to gather. Lu Ming, with his speed, could exploit the fleeting moments in between. Mere trifles. Seeing Lu Ming evade his previously intricate assault, Li Changhu was astonished but concealed his surprise. With calm precision, he swiped at the incoming scabbard, shattering it to pieces before turning to intercept the subsequent flash of the blade. He aimed to crush the opponent's sword as well, confident in his years of training with the Tiger Sha Claw. However, to his astonishment, he grasped at nothing but air. As the blade's light approached from another angle, years of experience told him it was not his eyesight that failed him but rather the swiftness of his opponent's change of tactics. He quickly amassed his true Qi once more, attempting to seize the opportunity to strike again. This time, he made contact, but Lu Ming retreated at the slightest touch, denying him the chance to exert any real force. How swift! As he faced another incoming blade strike, Li Changhu grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that Lu Ming's ability to evade his overwhelming claw energy was no mere stroke of luck. Bang, bang, bang. With each slash, Lu Ming unleashed the second form of the heavenly blade technique, the rainstorm style, an unrelenting barrage of strikes, each one faster than the last. Li Changhu found himself in a frustrating position, unable to land a hit as Lu Ming retreated at every opportunity, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. Though he desired to retaliate, Li Changhu poured all his energy into his claws, aiming to eliminate Lu Ming with a single strike. Yet, Lu Ming moved with the swiftness of a shadow, never allowing a direct confrontation. He seized every opening to attack, forcing Li Changhu to defend himself, lest he suffer a cut. "This cannot continue. I must create distance to leverage my true Qi's advantages." As Lu Ming's blade speed intensified, Li Changhu's defensive reactions began to falter. He realized he had to adapt. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard Lu Ming as an equal opponent, summoning his true Qi. He pushed Lu Ming back and employed his lightness skill to create distance. However, Lu Ming, like an unyielding adhesive, closed in once more, dodging when Li Changhu attacked and striking when he retreated, reminiscent of his encounters with that second-level initial stage demon beast. The two battled from the street to the rooftops and back again, as bricks and stones flew, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. The onlookers retreated further, increasingly astonished. Am I seeing things? It seems that young hero is overpowering Li Changhu. You are not mistaken, though he is merely at the 8th level of internal energy. His blade speed and agility are extraordinary, coupled with keen perception that allows him to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, that large man, despite his strength, is being suppressed and unable to unleash his full potential. Now I understand. Those who had previously harbored doubts suddenly grasped the situation, and they quickly turned their attention to the one who had provided the explanation, an elegant young man clad in a white cloud robe. A long sword at his side, his attire suggested he was no ordinary individual. May I inquire about the identity of this young hero? The handsome young man, without looking back, replied, I am Chu Yunxiao. An inner disciple of the Wuzhizong gasped. Upon hearing the young man's self-introduction, the nearby crowd gasped in astonishment. The Wuzhizong was a 7th-grade sect, and those who became its disciples were all exceptionally gifted. Moreover, this individual was an inner disciple, suggesting he was at least in the initial stage of the true Qi realm. Thus, those who had previously questioned his earlier assertions no longer harbored doubts. Then, may I ask Chu Xiaoxia, who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Someone leaned in to inquire. Chapter 20, Rising Fame. In response, Chu Yunxiao pondered briefly before stating calmly, from what I observe, although that individual has the upper hand against the large man, he is unable to inflict effective damage. If this drags on, he will inevitably succumb due to insufficient internal energy. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was already quite remarkable for Lu Ming, with merely the 8th level of internal energy, to be overpowering an initial stage true Qi expert. The thought that he could actually win was far beyond their imagination. As the disparity in strength was simply too vast, does that mean gang leader Li will surely win? The earlier questioner asked once more. However, Chu Yunxiao shook his head, stating, what I refer to is over a long period. In the short term, it remains uncertain. With that, he fell silent, concentrating intently on the battlefield. Although the others were puzzled, they refrained from further inquiries. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming and Li Changhu exchanged blows. Yet for the most part, it was Lu Ming who pressed the attack, while Li Changhu passively defended. It could be said that he had already fallen into Lu Ming's rhythm. Sky-splitting slash. After several more exchanges, Lu Ming seized upon a significant opening presented by his opponent, executing the third form of the heavenly blade technique. A brilliant flash of light sliced through the air as he aimed a downward strike at Li Changhu's head. Taking advantage of the gaping hole in his defenses. I've been waiting for this. To Lu Ming's surprise, Li Changhu appeared not alarmed but rather delighted, revealing that this was a deliberate ruse to lure Lu Ming into a direct confrontation. As anticipated, Lu Ming took the bait, and although his strike was swift, its immense force rendered it slower than before. Li Changhu was prepared for this. Indeed, with a muffled thud, the long blade was firmly grasped by Li Changhu's claws, infused with true energy, making it impossible for Lu Ming to withdraw. Now let us see how you evade this, he declared, intent on shattering the long blade. You have your schemes, but I can play along. Despite having his blade seized, Lu Ming maintained a calm demeanor. He had discerned his opponent's intentions and recognized the trap meant to draw him in. He chose to turn the tables the moment Li Changhu's claws grasped the descending long blade. Lu Ming relinquished his weapon, swiftly widening his stance to both dissipate the force of the downward strike and stabilize his position. He then thrust both palms forward, targeting Li Changhu's abdomen. This was the third form of the dragon soaring palm. Dragon emerges from the sea. What? At that moment, Li Changhu, with his claws raised above his head, was caught off guard by Lu Ming's strategy. However, it was too late. Lu Ming's palm struck his abdomen with a resounding impact. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Li Changhu was propelled backward several paces, yet he managed to remain upright after a few quick steps. Nevertheless, Lu Ming was not faring much better. His palms had collided with Li Changhu's abdomen as if striking a steel plate, causing him to recoil several steps. True energy protection. Observing his trembling hands, Lu Ming came to appreciate the formidable nature of true energy. Though his opponent lacked the thick scales of a beast, he was nonetheless shielded by true energy. You guessed correctly. The wonders of true energy are beyond the imagination of someone at your level. Li Changhu breathed a sigh of relief. Having been startled moments earlier, his abdomen housed the dantian, A critical point for any martial artist. A strike there could have dire consequences. Fortunately, his true energy had instinctively shielded him, leaving him with only a twinge of pain. However, his relief was short-lived as he suddenly groaned and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Palm force, he clutched his abdomen, gazing incredulously at Lu Ming, eager to understand how an inner energy practitioner could unleash such powerful palm force. The world of martial arts is vast. How could you possibly comprehend it? Lu Ming clenched his fists to alleviate the soreness in his arms. Alright, I'll spare you for today. Li Chonghu fixed Lu Ming with a deep gaze, uttered a threat, and then immediately executed a light-footed escape. Lu Ming chose not to pursue. His own condition was far from ideal. Having lost his long blade and suffered the intrusion of foreign true energy, he quickly consumed a recovery pill and retrieved his bag. Deciding to return home without further ado, Li Chonghu has been defeated and fled just like that. The shift in circumstances was too swift for the crowd to fully grasp until Li Chonghu's departure made it clear that the victor had emerged. Although many were present, only a handful could discern the intricacies of the battle. Among them was Chu Yunxiao. While most were unable to comprehend the details of the duel, they understood the outcome, leading to a chorus of astonished discussions. Incredible, an 8th-level inner energy practitioner has actually defeated someone of the true energy realm. Such feats are typically only whispered about within the grand sections. Does anyone know this young hero's name? I do. I heard the shopkeeper dealing in beast materials mention that he is called Lu Ming. So it is young hero Lu. As conversations began, some approached to offer their respects. Naturally, Lu Ming returned the gesture, casting a glance around. Although the members of the Black Tiger gang had fled, he knew he could not linger. Everyone, I have matters to attend to. We shall speak again another time. With that, he paid no heed to their reactions, slinging his bag over his shoulder and departing. Young hero Lu, take care. We shall gather again soon indeed, next time at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It's my treat. Amidst the clamor, Lu Ming swiftly vanished from sight, yet the fervent discussion sparked by this event did not die down. Rather, they spread far and wide. As for Lu Ming, both his prowess and cunning were remarkable, and he had not anticipated encountering such an intriguing individual during his mission. Chu Yunxiao found himself deeply intrigued by Lu Ming. The strategic interplay displayed in their duel had not escaped his notice. The way Lu Ming capitalized on openings and made decisive choices in the face of traps filled him with admiration. However, admiration aside, he believed himself more than capable. If he were also an 8th-level inner energy practitioner, he would have confidence in defeating Li Chonghu. In his view, while Li Chonghu possessed formidable claw strength, he lacked agility and versatility, along with a limited repertoire of martial arts techniques, rendering his approach predictable. Ultimately, despite being the leader of a gang, he was merely a rogue cultivator, far inferior to the disciples of established sections. Of course, while there were those who admired Lu Ming, others harbored ulterior motives. In a shadowy corner, two figures donning conical hats whispered to one another. I've had my eye on this brat for quite some time. I initially intended to observe him longer before enticing him into our sect, but today he has surprised us greatly. Indeed, his ability to fight beyond his level is a rare talent. The leader will surely appreciate him. Let us investigate his situation further. We must ensure our actions are flawless. Understood. Lu Ming did not fully relax until he crossed a narrow bridge and arrived outside Old Zhao's courtyard. At that point, he could no longer suppress himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is wrong with you? Old Zhao, who had been lounging in the courtyard, instantly appeared beside Lu Ming and placed a hand on his back. Foreign true energy. You were struck by a true energy realm martial artist? As he spoke, he extended a gentle force into Lu Ming's body. No, I wasn't hit. Rather, I struck the true energy realm practitioner. Now that's intriguing. Please elaborate. Just as Lu Ming was about to speak, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, though this time it was merely residual. By then, Old Zhao had withdrawn his hand. Alright, I have expelled the foreign true energy. The remaining internal injuries will heal with a few days of rest. Thank you, Old Zhao. No need for thanks. Now tell me what transpired. Chapter 21. The emergence of Blade Intense. Seated in the small courtyard, Lu Ming sipped tea and briefly recounted the events. Impressive. I never anticipated that you could defeat a true energy realm practitioner in their early stages. After listening to Lu Ming's account, Old Zhao smiled and stroked his beard. Although he was aware of Lu Ming's training progress, he was not fully informed of his combat capabilities. It is important to note that martial prowess is only one facet of the equation. Some individuals, despite training in the same techniques and having similar progress, may still be unable to best their opponents. Conversely, others may possess both a higher realm and superior techniques yet still fall to those with lesser attributes. This disparity in fighting ability is a complex matter that cannot be distilled into mere words. However, one thing is clear: the greater the combat potential demonstrated, the higher the talent. Lu Ming's ability to defeat an opponent from a higher realm signifies an extraordinary gift. And it's all thanks to your dragon soaring palm, Lu Ming remarked. It is not solely about that, old Zhao replied, waving his hand. The technique is but one aspect, it depends on who wields it. Your ability to use it to overcome your adversary is a testament to your own skill. Now go and tend to your injuries. The longer you delay, the harder it will be to recover. Understood. Lu Ming nodded and made no further delay. This young lad has begun to mature, and having been away for so long, it is time for me to return. Old Zhao mused, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he watched Lu Ming enter the house. Blade intent? What is this? The days passed, and Lu Ming's internal injuries had completely healed. After recovering, he chose not to venture out again. Instead, he delved into the texts left by the Heavenly Blade Elder, which he had successfully retrieved. He had also returned to the tomb and discovered traces left by many others, though the treasures were undoubtedly gone, leaving only a sea of bones. Lu Ming naturally gathered them for burial in a picturesque location as a gesture of gratitude for the knowledge he had gained. Now, Lu Ming was poring over the travelogue recorded by the Heavenly Blade Elder and stumbled upon some intriguing details. The travelogue recounted how the Heavenly Blade Elder had journeyed to the neighboring Zhuzi kingdom and encountered a swordsman in his 20s. This swordsman was no slouch, possessing skills comparable to his own. Being in the early stages of the Ganging realm, however, in terms of strength, they were worlds apart. With a single stroke, the swordsman cleaved through a waterfall wide enough to span 10 paces. While the Heavenly Blade Elder felt he could achieve such a feat, what truly astonished him was that after slicing through the waterfall, the sword energy remained intact, continuing to obstruct the flow of water, preventing the waterfall from cascading uninterrupted. This revelation left him utterly stunned, for he knew that sword energy of the Ganging realm would typically dissipate swiftly after being unleashed, whereas this swordsman's energy lingered for an extended duration. Moreover, it possesses the ability to obstruct the flow of water, clearly still exhibiting considerable power. Unmindful of the age disparity, he eagerly approached with a humble heart to seek guidance, thus acquiring the knowledge of the term sword intent. In the days that followed, the old master of the Heavenly Blade devoted himself to the pursuit of these two words, even neglecting his own cultivation. However, he ultimately made some progress, grasping the threshold of sword intent, which he then infused into the Heavenly Blade technique. Yet, before he could further explore the true essence of sword intent, he passed away. Now, Lu Ming has come to understand that the lifespan of an inner energy realm martial artist is only slightly longer than that of an ordinary person. Provided there are no hidden injuries, one can easily live to be 120 years old. Those in the true energy realm may reach 150, while those in the formidable energy realm can live up to 200 years. The formidable origin realm extends life to 300, and the ocean transformation realm, with its full embodiment of formidable origin, allows one to live for 500 years. Beyond that lies the celestial being realm, which according to old Zhao can grant one a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, the old master of the Heavenly Blade was merely at the initial stage of the formidable energy realm, passing away before reaching 200. Now, Lu Ming has inherited his legacy. Could sword intent be that feeling? Upon learning of the existence of sword intent, Lu Ming suddenly recalled the last strike during his practice of the Heavenly Blade technique with the Jade Pendant. Although that strike did not cleave the air, it imparted a sense of being locked onto from all directions. He hastily reviewed the contents transmitted by the Jade Pendant, only to soon feel disheartened and cease his examination. It appeared that the teachings of sword intent within the Heavenly Blade technique were scarce, if not nearly non-existent, rendering the Jade Pendant devoid of substantial information. Perhaps sword intent is an ethereal concept, one that can only be grasped in essence rather than articulated. Consequently, he was left to ponder it alone. First and foremost, what is intent? The first thought that sprang to his mind was a ludicrous notion that had once surfaced during his times of poverty and weakness. Back then, he could hardly lift a bucket of water, yet he believed he could easily carry an equivalent weight of silver with swift strides. This was likely due to the excitement and joy that led him to overlook the weight of the silver. Similarly, he once shattered a table with a single palm strike in a fit of rage. Under normal circumstances, he would never have achieved such a feat, but in that moment of fury, he did. Thus, excitement, joy, and anger, these must all be forms of intent. Under the influence of such intents, individuals can accomplish feats that surpass their limits. But what then is sword intent? As he pondered, Lu Ming drew forth a long blade gifted to him by a weapons shop owner the previous day. Running his fingers along its surface while deep in thought, a sword can be sharp or heavy, it can be cold or blazing, it can serve as an instrument of slaughter or a means of salvation. And so forth, countless ideas flickered through his mind, plunging him into contemplation, yet, he soon sprang to his feet, as if a realization had struck him to know these are merely the superficial aspects, or rather, the blade manifests thus because of my own will. Sword intent is my intent, I make it sharp, and thus it is sharp. I command it to slay, and it slays. I bid it to save lives. At that moment Lu Ming felt as if a great door had swung open. Leaving him standing in a daze, uncertain of how much time passed, a sharp intent suddenly erupted from within him, causing the long blade beside him to tremble uncontrollably. In the adjacent courtyard, old Zhao, reclining in his chair, was abruptly jolted upright. Just now, he had sensed an extraordinarily potent will, sharp and resilient, emanating from Lu Ming's courtyard. Could it be that this young lad has comprehended sword intent? This surge of will quickly dissipated, and old Zhao could no longer remain seated. In a flash, he appeared in Lu Ming's courtyard. Just as Lu Ming opened the door, old man, Lu Ming was taken aback upon seeing old Zhao. The old man, however, said nothing but scrutinized Lu Ming closely, noting the significant transformation he had undergone. He appeared akin to a treasured sword yet to be unsheathed, his eyes bright and piercing, seemingly harboring myriad blades within. Compelling one's spirit. To think, you have silently grasped sword intent. Having confirmed that the earlier disturbance was indeed caused by Lu Ming, old Zhao's gaze grew ever more approving. Lu Ming, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. It was difficult to conceal anything in the presence of this old man, yet, there was nothing to hide. It was not yet true sword intent, merely a nascent form. I am well aware of that. Old Zhao remarked gruffly, no one can initially comprehend complete sword intent. However, you have already taken the most crucial step. All that remains is to continue honing it. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Old Zhao then inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing this question, Lu Ming instinctively glanced at the long blade in his hand. In recent days, aside from the weapon shop owner who had gifted him the blade, many others had come to visit. Some sought friendship, while others extended invitations for him to join their factions. For instance, one of the three prominent families, the Yang family, had sent someone to offer him a position as an external elder, complete with an enticing salary, yet, he had declined all such offers. And nonetheless, these visitors were relatively amicable. The unfriendly ones likely remained in the shadows, contemplating their ulterior motives. Of course, he understood that old Zhao could shield him from such threats, but he did not wish to burden him. Therefore, he intended to join a sect, which would provide both protection and opportunities to learn various techniques and martial arts. Furthermore, there were many talented individuals of his age within the sect, and the ensuing competition would enhance his growth. Since old Zhao had posed the question, Lu Ming laid out his thoughts candidly. Old Zhao seemed unsurprised by his choice, stating, there are numerous sects in the Zhao kingdom. Over a dozen reach the 9th rank, 6 are of the 8th rank, and 3 belong to the 7th rank. Have you decided which one to pursue? Without hesitation, Lu Ming replied, naturally, I shall aim for the strongest. Ambitious indeed, old Zhao nodded, proceeding to analyze. The 3 7th-rank sects are the Jiushao sect, the Yuluo sect, and the Wuji sect. Among them, the Jiushao sect stands as the most formidable, followed by the Yuluo sect, with the Wuji sect trailing behind. Then I shall go to the Jiushao sect. With my talent, I am certain to succeed in joining. Lu Ming declared confidently. Old Zhao chuckled heartily. If you do not succeed, it would merely indicate the Jiushao sect's blindness. They would likely regret it in the future. Old man, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, confessing, although my time with you has not been long, I still feel reluctant to depart. Sensing Lu Ming's emotions, old Zhao felt both gratified and moved. I too must take my leave. Leave? Lu Ming was somewhat astonished, then recalled the old man's mysterious nature, prompting him to ask. Still unable to disclose your identity, old Zhao shook his head. It is not yet time, however. I trust that with your talent, we shall meet again soon. When that time comes, he left the thought unfinished. Lu Ming interjected, when that time comes, I will not hesitate to lend my assistance. Old Zhao laughed heartily. Then this outing of mine has been worthwhile. Here, take this. After their laughter subsided, old Zhao suddenly tossed an item to Lu Ming. Is this a storage ring? Lu Ming caught it in confusion, only to discover it was the very item he had longed for, leaving him utterly astonished. Take it, this trinket means little to me. By the way, the collection of books I have gathered over the years is all within. Consider it a gift as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could only accept graciously. Subsequently, old Zhao did not depart immediately, and Lu Ming chose not to set off right away either. He planned to wait until he broke through to the 9th layer of inner energy before embarking on his journey, ensuring greater safety for the long trek ahead. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. One night, within his chamber, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation amidst the surrounding silence. In stark contrast, The energy within him roared with life, resembling the sound of a mighty river surging forth. This was the sound produced by the inner energy circulating through his meridians. However, the sounds of others were not nearly as resonant. Illustrating just how swiftly Lu Ming's inner energy was operating at that moment. At last, it felt as if a torrent had breached a dam, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, and the booming river sound gradually faded. This was due to the flow gaining a larger space, causing the current to become more tranquil. This signified that Lu Ming had successfully broken through to a new realm after a while. He finally opened his eyes. Inner energy at the 9th layer. He had finally achieved it. As he assessed his newfound power, Lu Ming felt confident that if he were to encounter Li Changhu again, he could dispatch him within 10 moves. Furthermore, with the nascent form of sword intent at his disposal, he could defeat him in a single strike. Yet, such an opportunity had slipped away. He had heard that after fleeing, Li Changhu had not returned to the Black Tiger gang but had vanished without a trace. This had led to the disintegration of the gang. Liu Ming had always found this matter peculiar. Logically speaking, Li Changhu should not have been so thoroughly frightened. He must have encountered some other incident, or perhaps he feared that, after his injury, other enemies might seize the opportunity to strike. Thus, he chose to hide. Nevertheless, Lu Ming did not dwell on it too much. He simply kept a wary eye on the situation, then set it aside. After concluding his training, he retired for the night. The following day, Lu Ming finished his preparations and formally bid farewell to old Zhao. "Go ahead, I shall depart first, and then I will take my leave." Go on. Old Zhao waved his hand dismissively. With that, Lu Ming set aside any lingering emotions, donning a conical hat veiled in black, and resolutely turned to leave. "Old man, until we meet again." His voice lingered close, yet his figure grew ever more distant. "You little rascal, leaving so sentimentally," old Zhao muttered. "Well, there are many dubious characters lurking nearby. I shall protect you once more." As he lounged in his chair, old Zhao suddenly vanished from sight. The city of Shua Wind is situated in the northwestern region of the Zhao Kingdom, not far from its border with neighboring nations. Thus, to reach the sects within Zhao, one must journey east or southward. The Zhouxiao sect lies directly to the south, prompting Lu Ming to swiftly exit through the southern gate. Donning a conical hat, he remained unrecognized, which spared him considerable hassle. However, certain troubles are inescapable. It seems he is being closely monitored. Their scrutiny began as he traversed a narrow wooden bridge. I hope you can keep up." With his keen senses, Lu Ming detected the unusual presence, yet he felt no fear. After casting a glance behind, he abruptly accelerated. "What if they discover me?" 3 individuals, also wearing conical hats, emerged from the crowd. Once they reached the open wilderness where concealment was impossible, they would inevitably reveal themselves. "Pursue him directly." "Understood." The trio hastily pursued Lu Ming's figure. Thus, the two parties commenced their cat-and-mouse chase, swiftly arriving at a desolate expanse. Having accelerated, Lu Ming successfully baited the hidden pursuers into revealing themselves, allowing him to gauge their strength, 2 at the initial stage of true qi, and 1 at the intermediate stage. Yet, he remained uncertain about their motives for relentlessly pursuing him. It was clear that their intentions were far from benevolent. He contemplated whether to ignore them and continue on his path or to confront them in battle, should he choose to fight. He was confident in his newly comprehended blade intent, believing he could at least evade them if not defeat them. Conversely, to disregard them would only invite an eventual confrontation, for he could not outlast the true qi practitioners in a prolonged chase. While he possessed a qi recovery pill, he could not discount the possibility that his pursuers had their own. Therefore, it was prudent to halt and engage them directly, at least to quell their arrogance. Having made his decision, Lu Ming ceased wasting his internal energy and found a suitable spot to stop, consuming a qi recovery pill to replenish his drained energy. After a moment's thought, he took another pill to hold in his mouth, anticipating the need for it during battle. To be honest, the qi recovery pills gifted by Dugu Mingri were of notably high quality, restoring about 60% of his internal energy with a single dose. Far superior to those he had acquired from shops, the 3 pursuing him were swift. Lu Ming had only paused for a handful of breaths before they drew near. "You're not running anymore?" The words came from the rightmost individual, who could not help but express his surprise at Lu Ming's decision to wait for them. "I have no desire to flee," Lu Ming replied coolly. "It seems you have resigned to your fate this time." It was the individual in the center speaking, the one of the highest cultivation level, at the intermediate true qi stage. "I do not concede to fate." Lu Ming shook his head, then inquired, "We should not have crossed paths before. May I ask why you pursue me so tenaciously?" The 3 fell into a momentary silence, seemingly deliberating how to respond. Just then, a voice resonated from afar. Another figure had arrived, a youth bearing a sword. "I can answer that question for them." Chapter 23. The encounter. The newcomer was a strikingly handsome young man With sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in a flowing white robe, a long sword sheathed at his side, exuding an air of grace and charm. Liu Ming recognized him, having seen him amidst the crowd during a skirmish with Li Changhu on the streets. He had stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, leaving a lasting impression. Yujin Yuebai, you are a disciple of the inner sect of the Wuzhizong. Upon the youth's appearance, the three were visibly taken aback. I am Chu Yunxiao, a disciple of the Wuzhizong's inner sect, here specifically for you. It seems we have not clashed with you, one of the trio remarked, clearly apprehensive of this inner sect disciple. Chu Yunxiao shook his head. Indeed, you have not. I am here on a mission from the sect. At this point, his voice turned icy. The mission: investigate the presence of demonic cult activity near Shuo Wind City and report back. This brief statement visibly shook the three, revealing their surprise that their movements had already attracted the attention of the sect. However, they felt a sense of relief knowing that only one disciple was present, indicating no reinforcements were on the way. Given the circumstances, do you still wish to conceal your identities? Indeed, we are members of the holy cult. They exchanged glances before the one at the intermediate true chi stage spoke up. Do you think a single individual can detain all three of us? This is indeed troublesome. Chu Yunxiao frowned, then turned to Lu Ming. Can you assist by holding one of them off, as previously mentioned? His primary objective was reconnaissance. He had revealed himself to aid Lu Ming. Through their exchange, Lu Ming had surmised the trio's intentions, likely to entice him into the demonic cult. He had gleaned some understanding of this force through Zhao Lao Tua's collection of books. The demonic cult had two branches, the corpse and the ghost, self-styled as the two holy cults. The corpse branch could transform individuals into various armored corpses, immensely powerful and unyielding to death. The ghost branch was said to possess agile movements akin to phantoms, unpredictable and deadly, or alternatively to absorb malevolent energy for their practice, becoming neither human nor ghost, leading to widespread slaughter, which incited public wrath and ultimately resulted in their annihilation. He did not expect remnants of the demonic cult to appear before him and attempt to draw him in. Little brother Lu, let us be candid, we pursue you to recruit you into the holy cult. With your talent, you would surely attract the attention of our leader and be chosen as a personal disciple. Seeing Lu Ming momentarily silent, the intermediate true chi practitioner continued, our original intention was to forcibly take you. As that is how we joined, yet now, with the unexpected arrival of an inner sect disciple, we must extend a friendly invitation first. Chu Yunxiao remained silent, observing Lu Ming's response, knowing the nature of the demonic cult. Lu Ming had no interest in joining and firmly shook his head. I am not interested, brother Lu, you must consider carefully. The intermediate true chi practitioner's tone turned cold, and a wave of pressure emanated from him, bearing down on Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming stood resolute, like a sheathed sword, wholly unaffected by the pressure. This unexpected reaction astonished everyone, leaving them in a state of confusion. I suggest we stop wasting time and simply kill him. At this moment, the previously silent individual among the trio spoke up, removing his conical hat to reveal his true identity. Li Changhu, the notorious leader of the Black Tiger Gang, thought to be missing. Seeing him, Lu Ming paused in surprise but quickly regained his composure, as he had already sensed familiarity with this individual. If we cannot claim such talent, it is better to destroy it. With that, the intermediate true chi practitioner lunged at Chu Yunxiao, simultaneously issuing commands. Li Changhu, you hold off that kid. Chi Wui, let us swiftly deal with this sect disciple. In response, Chi Wui remained silent, darting towards Chu Yunxiao. Come at me. Faced with two assailants, Chu Yunxiao remained unfazed. With a surge of energy, he drew his long sword from his back, leaping to catch it as he landed gracefully. Receive my shining palm. Just then, the intermediate true chi practitioner arrived mid-air, swinging his hand to conjure a dark palm print aimed at Chu Yunxiao. Trivial skills, Chu Yunxiao scoffed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that coalesced into a singular strike, piercing through the dark palm and continuing towards the intermediate practitioner. Taken aback, the practitioner hadn't anticipated that someone at the initial true chi stage could wield such formidable sword energy. His shining palm had been effortlessly shattered. He hastily retreated. Just as Chu Yunxiao prepared to pursue, he sensed a gust of wind behind him and swiftly altered his trajectory to deflect. It was Chi Wui who, after failing his attack, transformed into an afterimage and withdrew a ghost shadow step. Chu Yunxiao recognized the technique, now faced the three corpse king fist. Chi Wui, utilizing the ghost shadow step, zigzagged closer, unleashing a flurry of punches imbued with grayish-brown energy against Chu Yunxiao. At the same time, the intermediate practitioner re-engaged. Come at me. Chu Yunxiao, undeterred by the fierce winds surrounding him, erupted into laughter and soared into the air, evading their assault, before descending with his sword poised for attack against both foes. In an instant, the clash of palm energy, sword energy, and punches resounded, marking the commencement of their fierce combat. Observing Chu Yunxiao handle the two adversaries with ease filled Lu Ming with admiration, allowing him to appreciate the formidable prowess of sect disciples. He felt a sense of relief. Now it was his turn to intervene. At that moment, Li Changhu happened to glance at him, sneering, "Kid, I have discerned the intricacies of your swordsmanship and the secrets of your palm techniques. How do you intend to contend with me this time?" Li Changhu acknowledged Lu Ming's strength but felt confident that, as long as he remained wary of Lu Ming's close-range strikes, he could handle the swift blade techniques. "Is that so? Then receive my challenge." Without further ado, Lu Ming unsheathed his sword and charged towards his opponent, moving like a wraith to close the distance before Li Changhu could fully react. He has become even faster. Seeing this speed, Li Changhu was astonished. Although he had noted Lu Ming's ascent to the 9th level of internal energy, he hadn't anticipated such a dramatic increase in speed from a mere single level up. However, there was no time for contemplation. He hastily gathered his true chi and prepared to counter with his claws. As anticipated, once again he grasped nothing, and the blade's glimmer came from another direction. He reached out once more, only to find emptiness. After several such attempts, his anxiety intensified. Compared to the last encounter, he could palpably sense that his opponent's speed had surged to an alarming degree. Leaving his own claw techniques utterly inadequate, with a swift thrust, a blade pierced the area beneath his ribs. Although his true energy provided a protective barrier, it was not as formidable as he had imagined. Especially considering he was merely in the early stages of true energy cultivation. Moreover, it seemed that his adversary's swordplay possessed the ability to disrupt his true energy, rendering him defenseless, and he was soon left with blood-soaked garments and a stinging pain. Before long, he was struck again, then twice more, 3 times in total. After sustaining several blows, Li Changhu's techniques fell into disarray, and his true energy began to falter, accompanied by cries of agony. The heavily slash. Once more, he was struck by a blade, as Lu Ming seized upon the opening and delivered a decisive strike from the air. This time, his opponent lacked the strength to lure him into a deeper engagement. No, faced with the blinding sheen of the blade, Li Changhu's spirit faltered, and he hastily raised his claws to defend, but he was a moment too late. The blade descended upon him from above. "What?" Li Changhu cried out in panic, which naturally drew the attention of the 3 combatants nearby. As they turned to look, they beheld Li Changhu being cleaved in 2. Thus, they were collectively taken aback. "Well done, now let me show you my true prowess, as I chase the stars and seize the moon." Chapter 24. Changing objectives. Upon witnessing Lu Ming swiftly dispatch his opponent, Chu Yunxiao, astonished yet unwilling to be outdone, unleashed an even mightier technique. His sword moved with him, instantly conjuring 3 streams of sword energy that shot forth. The primary target was the man in the mid-stage of true energy cultivation. Compared to the earlier sword energy, this time its speed was markedly greater, and its power amplified. Seeing the sword energy approach, the mid-stage true energy man dared not underestimate it. He waved his palms in rapid succession, quickly forming a palm barrier, clearly intending to defend. Soon, the first wave of sword energy arrived, and the mid-stage true energy man was forced to retreat, barrier and all. Then came the second wave. Chu Yunxiao unleashed 3 streams of sword energy in quick succession, leaving no time to concern himself with his opponent, for another adversary had seized the opportunity to strike from above. A massive fist descended from the heavens. "Receive my blow, the king of corpses descends. I too possess martial arts." The overlord raises the cauldron. Contrary to expectations, Chu Yunxiao did not use his sword techniques to defend but instead countered with his own fist techniques. The two clashed, their fists meeting with a resounding explosion, unleashing a torrent of energy. The ground beneath Chu Yunxiao seemed to erupt as if packed with explosive powder, sending debris flying into the air. After merely a few seconds of engagement, they separated. Chu Yunxiao's foot was entirely embedded in the earth, while Qi Wui was sent tumbling through the air, landing, and then retreating several steps to stabilize himself, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such a clear distinction in power, yet it was not over. Just as Qi Wui struggled to contain the turmoil within his true energy, a sharp blade of light suddenly aimed for his neck. "It is you!" Qi Wui quickly recognized his assailant, feeling a mix of anger and panic. The death of Li Changhu was imminent, and he lacked confidence in resolving this opponent swiftly. He hastily deployed the phantom steps to evade. However, Lu Ming's speed was equally swift. Having missed his initial strike, he relentlessly pursued with a successive blow. Come again. As Chu Yunxiao released his fist energy, he noticed Lu Ming attacking Qi Wui. Laughing heartily as he directed his attention back to the mid-stage true energy man. This time, the mid-stage true energy man had neutralized the 3 streams of sword energy, though he appeared far from unscathed. Upon seeing Chu Yunxiao approach again and assessing the current situation, he gritted his teeth and chose to flee. Nowhere to run, Chu Yunxiao quickly discerned his intentions and exerted his likeness skills to their fullest. Closing in rapidly, just as he was about to catch up, the opponent suddenly hurled a bead that he dared not be careless and swiftly dodged. Bang! The bead exploded instantly, lacking significant force but releasing a cloud of acrid green smoke. Chu Yunxiao, wary of contamination, retreated further. These individuals possess mediocre strength, yet their underhanded tactics are countless. Upon reaching a safe distance, Chu Yunxiao glanced back to see that the mid-stage True Energy Man had already fled far away. Ensuring he would be unable to catch up, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit and intended to assist Lu Ming. However, just as he turned, a cry of despair reached his ears. It turned out that Lu Ming had already dealt with his opponent. Two foes vanquished in succession. Impressive. Approaching Lu Ming, Chu Yunxiao cast a glance at Qi Wui's corpse and praised, "To be honest, I did not expect such a significant improvement in your strength in just a few short days." Merely taking advantage of the situation, Lu Ming replied, shaking his head as he pointed to Qi Wui's body. "This man was first thrown into disarray by you, then further disturbed by his fleeing companion, which allowed me to dispatch him so swiftly. Truth be told, in terms of strength, Qi Wui, despite being in the same early stage of true energy, was considerably stronger than Li Changhu, and as for me, being in the same realm, I am a notch above both. Did you not see that I was able to hold my ground against two at once earlier? I suspect that if I were to face him without employing the embryonic form of my blade intent, I would still not be his match. Such opportunities are not easily grasped." Chu Yunxiao shook his head again, choosing not to dwell on that topic but instead stating, "Now that he has fled, who knows how many more will come. We should leave this place at once." Liu Ming understood the gravity of the situation but did not forget to scavenge the battlefield as they departed. He found over 3,000 taels of gold notes and more than 10,000 taels of silver notes on Li Changhu, as well as a martial arts manual, his ultimate technique, a high-level human-grade martial skill. The Tiger Sha Claw. In contrast, Qi Wui was rather impoverished, possessing only 7,000 taels of silver notes, with no martial arts or techniques to speak of. Generally, larger factions would not allow individuals to carry their manuals out. "I see," Chu Yunxiao explained to Lu Ming. Liu Ming nodded, intending to share half of the spoils, as he could surmise that Chu Yunxiao's appearance was to assist him. However, he was promptly refused, with Chu Yunxiao claiming he had no interest in such trifles. Lu Ming had no choice but to accept it himself. The two then hastily departed. "It seems there is no need for this old man to intervene. I in the high skies." Indeed, it was high up, where old Zhao stood stroking his beard, observing Lu Ming and his companion as they departed. Yet, he pondered, "Why do I feel this lad is about to be abducted by the Wujizong?" He then chuckled and shook his head. Whether it be the Wujizong or the Jiuxiao sect, the difference was negligible, sufficient to protect him in his initial stages. With that thought, he shifted his gaze to the fleeing mid-stage true energy cultist. Contemplating whether to intervene, however, after a moment's reflection, he refrained. "A gem must be polished to shine. True talent must endure trials to truly grow. Let those individuals remain to sharpen their blades." Finally, casting one last glance at Lu Ming, old Zhao tore through space and vanished. On the other side, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance back, sensing that someone was watching him, yet he felt no malice. At old Zhao. He wondered, "What is it?" Chu Yunxiao inquired, puzzled by the sudden glance. "Nothing," Lu Ming replied, shaking his head without elaboration. Chu Yunxiao did not press further but instead asked about other matters. "Are you embarking on a long journey? Where are you headed?" Lu Ming did not conceal his intentions, stating that he wished to join the Jiuxiao sect. However, Chu Yunxiao cautioned, "Having just allowed that cultist to escape, we cannot be certain when they may seek revenge. Thus, we remain endangered. It would be prudent for you to accompany me back to the Wujizong. Along the way, I can summon my fellow disciples for assistance, thereby minimizing the risk." Liu Ming, of course, recognized the rationale behind his companion's proposal. While danger did exist, it was not overwhelmingly severe. After all, the cult was currently akin to a cornered dog, too wary to provoke further chaos. Truthfully, he bore no aversion to joining the Wujizong. Despite the overall power disparity among the three sects, it was not significant. Moreover, he held a favorable impression of the Wujizong disciple before him. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Chu Yunxiao was elated, believing that if he could bring Lu Ming back to the Wujizong, he would have the opportunity to facilitate his admission. Consequently, the two set off toward the southeastern location of the Wujizong. Along the way, Chu Yunxiao indeed gathered his fellow disciples not to request aid but rather to relay the news of the cult's resurgence. Upon reaching a city, they switched to fresh horses for their journey. The Qingzong horse, possessing the bloodline of a demonic beast, galloped like the wind, capable of covering 1,000 miles in a day, thus significantly enhancing their pace. Throughout the journey, Chu Yunxiao continuously extolled the virtues of the Wuzhizong. Aiming to cultivate Lu Ming's fondness for the sect, initially Lu Ming listened with rapt attention, but as time passed, he grew wearied. He realized that Chu Yunxiao had a remarkable gift for gab.to enjoy a moment of peace. He directly expressed his thoughts, yet, upon hearing this, Chu Yunxiao became even more delighted, redoubling his efforts in explanation. Half a month later, after traversing the vast expanse, Lu Ming finally grasped the enormity of this world. This was merely Zhao country, yet it had taken him over 10,000 miles on horseback. When considering other nations and regions beyond, the world was far grander than he had ever imagined. At last, they arrived. Gazing at the distant, unending mountain range, Chu Yunxiao reined in his horse. A town called Yangguan lies just a few dozen miles ahead. Once we pass through it, we shall reach the mountain gate. The day is still early, so we shall not enter the town but proceed directly to the mountain gate. Agreed, Lu Ming responded without objection. Having said that, the two hastened their pace. Chapter 25, Verification is one of the 3 7-grade sects in Zhao country. The Wuzhizong indeed occupied a vast expanse. The entire sect comprised hundreds of peaks, divided among the outer sect, inner sect, martial arts pavilion, and other core areas. According to Chu Yunxiao, the sect boasted over 6,000 outer disciples in the Qi realm and more than 1,000 inner disciples in the true energy realm. With a mere 100 core disciples who would pass stringent assessments, those in the Gangqi realm could cultivate independently or serve as elders. To speak frankly, when Lu Ming began to listen to Chu Yunxiao's introduction, he couldn't help but feel that the number of inner disciples seemed rather scant. After all, there were over 6,000 outer disciples. It was only after hearing the explanation that he understood that breaking through to the true Qi realm was no easy feat, and that the ratio was still considerable. Furthermore, the Wuzhizong had stringent requirements regarding this matter. Firstly, one must not break through to the true Qi realm before the age of 18, otherwise, they would be barred from entering the inner sect and, barring exceptional circumstances, would be expelled. This meant that all these outer disciples were exceptionally talented youths under 18. Secondly, even if one achieved the true Qi realm before 18, they still had to pass an assessment to become an inner disciple. Given the existence of elixirs that aid in breaking through realms in this world, one's true capabilities must be recognized to gain entry. Thus, it is evident how rigorous Wuzhizong's standards are for its disciples. And one can only imagine the fierce competition that ensues. Lu Ming followed Chu Yunxiao into the gates of Wuzhizong, where he was then assigned to a guest courtyard for temporary residence. While Chu Yunxiao went to report on his tasks and circumstances, Lu Ming had no objections and, after freshening up, commenced a half-month's worth of cultivation. Before long, the next day arrived, and he was escorted by an attendant to a room where an elderly man sat, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, his realm clearly not low. I have the honor of meeting you, senior, Lu Ming greeted with a bow. The elder nodded, surveying Lu Ming as he spoke. Take a seat. Following his instruction, Lu Ming sat down and the elder continued, I am Gongsun He of the recording elder of the inner sect of Wuzhizong. Chu Yunxiao has already briefed me on your situation. However, as you were not nurtured by our sect from a young age and have joined midway, I need to gain a detailed understanding of your circumstances. I hope you do not mind. Lu Ming expressed his understanding, knowing that the various factions within Zhao country were far from harmonious. On the contrary, they often engaged in rivalry, thus, it was common for them to send spies to one another. Lu Ming, being upright and unashamed, felt no hesitation in sharing all details aside from the jade pendant, including the Tian Dao Ju. He recounted how he had unexpectedly acquired the cultivation method and the specifics of his training process. Since then, Gongsun He listened attentively and soon realized something. Standing up as he exclaimed, So, you mean to say that from the moment you obtained the cultivation method until now, it has only been a mere few months? Lu Ming nodded, stating that upon joining the sect, it was essential to showcase his talent, specifying the time as 5 months and 3 days. Gongsun He inhaled sharply. If what the other party claimed was true, then his talent was beyond imagination. He hurriedly inquired, Do you have any proof? After pondering, Lu Ming recognized the difficulty of proving his claim since Zhao Laotu was gone. However, there were individuals from the beggar faction he had controlled, aside from the 2 who had perished, who could vouch for him. Additionally, his landlord, Brotherly, was aware of his circumstances. He had been quite frail and weak at the time, and it was evident to someone with a bit of martial prowess. Thus, he relayed this information very well. Coincidentally, traces of the demon sect have recently surfaced in Shufeng City, and an elder from our sect intends to personally investigate. I will have him verify your claims. And I believe an answer will be forthcoming in a few days. For now, you shall reside here, Gongsun. He appeared notably more amiable. Subsequently, Lu Ming was assigned to a more comfortable dwelling. He was unconcerned. Continuing to cultivate his internal energy while studying the newly acquired Tiger Claw technique. 3 days passed swiftly, and Lu Ming was once again led to the previous room. This time, aside from Gongsun, there was another elder present. Upon seeing Lu Ming enter, this elder greeted him with a warm smile. I have the honor of meeting the two seniors. Lu Ming saluted. Do not stand on ceremony. Please sit, Gongsun, he promptly urged. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ming understood that his situation had been validated. Indeed, Gongsun, he proclaimed, this is Elder Wang. He has just returned from Shufeng City, and your claims have been substantiated. You have indeed only cultivated for roughly 5 months. Furthermore, your combat prowess is astonishing. With 8th level internal energy, you can defeat an early stage true Qi realm warrior, and at 9th level, you can slay an opponent of the same stature. He grew increasingly satisfied with Lu Ming. In the face of such praise, Lu Ming did not exhibit any signs of arrogance. Instead, with a steady demeanor, he inquired, May I ask, Elder, if I may be accepted into Wujizong? Of course, it was Elder Wang who spoke this time. He turned to Gongsun, saying, Old fellow, why don't you hurry and handle the formalities? Gongsun, he cleared his throat and promptly stated, Given your talent, you can certainly become our disciple. However, even though you can fight beyond your level, you are still at the internal energy stage. Therefore, according to the rules, you must start as an outer disciple. Are you willing to accept this arrangement? Lu Ming had no objections. He preferred to progress steadily and thus readily agreed. Gongsun, he and Elder Wang regarded Lu Ming with even greater esteem. His exceptional talent, coupled with his rare humility, marked him as a promising prospect. Gongsun, he then provided Lu Ming with several sets of sect attire and an identity token, after which he instructed someone to guide him through the premises. Are we truly going to cast him into the outer sect? Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? Elder Wang remarked after Lu Ming departed. Gongsun, he shot him a glance, raising his hands in exasperation. This is the decision of the Grand Elder and the sect master. What can I do about it? The Grand Elder, Elder Wang expressed surprise, not expecting that the Grand Elder would personally intervene in this matter. Gongsun, he continued, in truth, I had thought it best for an inner elder to take him on as a direct disciple for proper training. However, the sect master and the others argue that some individuals exhibit extraordinary talent early on but fade into obscurity later, while others remain unnoticed at first only to suddenly soar later on. Are you suggesting that the sect master fears he may not hold up in the long run? Elder Wang pondered. Gongsun, he nodded. We are both seasoned individuals. We have seen numerous cases like this, not to mention heard of them. Elder Wang sighed. Indeed, geniuses are as plentiful as fish crossing a river, yet those who ultimately grow are often but fleeting blooms. He continued, in any case, by placing him in the outer sect without any special treatment, he will experience competition, which will ultimately benefit him. The Grand Elder and the others have truly put much thought into this. Elder Wang ceased to dwell on the matter. Suddenly recalling something, he remarked, speaking of which, our Wujizong has recently enjoyed some good fortune. That little girl from the neighboring Juzi kingdom, who arrived just over 4 months ago, has already broken through to the true Qi realm and passed the assessment to become an inner disciple. Are you referring to Juningyun? Gongsun, he mused. If I remember correctly, she is nearly 13 years and 2 months old, having started her training at 12, and it has only been a year and 2 months since then. In fact, her training speed is not much slower than Lu Ming's. Elder Wang responded. How long it takes Lu Ming to break through to the true Qi realm will tell us more. Gongsun, he smiled. I too look forward to it. Chapter 26, Observations in the Square. Every new disciple entering the sect has the opportunity to select a foundational technique and martial skill of human rank. Subsequently, if they wish to acquire more, they must use contribution points. In Wujizong, contribution points function as a currency, applicable in various contexts. Outer disciples can earn these points by undertaking tasks that do not require leaving the sect or by reaching certain levels in their martial skills and techniques, thereby meeting assessment criteria. Additionally, they can earn points through various trials organized by the sect. In essence, there are numerous avenues available. It is merely a matter of diligence. As a newly initiated disciple, Lu Ming naturally had such an opportunity. However, he did not require a technique but could exchange it for a martial skill, yet, he felt that he would soon break through to the true Qi realm, thus, studying a human rank intermediate martial skill would be both futile and time-consuming. He wondered if he could convert it into contribution points instead, so he inquired of the attendant guiding him through the premises. He received a positive confirmation. Lu Ming, it appears you have officially joined Wujizong. While en route to the martial skill pavilion, he unexpectedly encountered Chu Yunxiao, whom he had not seen for several days. I greet you, senior brother. Chu, the attendant and outer sect steward disciple, bowed upon seeing Chu Yunxiao. It is all right, you may go. Chu Yunxiao waved his hand. I will guide junior brother Lu in familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Excellent, thank you, senior brother Chu. The steward disciple did not insist further and departed with a smile. Once alone, Chu Yunxiao turned to Lu Ming and asked, so what arrangements has the sect made for you? Lu Ming did not conceal the truth, stating, I am now an outer disciple of Wu Jizong. Is that all? Chu Yunxiao appeared skeptical, although he was unaware of the specific duration of Lu Ming's cultivation. Given his current age, it seemed quite rapid when calculated from the age of 12. Surely, the sect would have granted him some special treatment. What else could there be? Lu Ming shrugged, uncertain how to clarify. After contemplating, Chu Yunxiao suddenly mused aloud, with your talent, it seems contrary. There is indeed someone in the outer sect who has cultivated faster than you and is now an inner disciple. She like you joined midway, which makes sense, someone who surpassed me in cultivation speed. Although the other party's words were somewhat incoherent, Lu Ming grasped the gist of what was being conveyed, piquing his curiosity. Who could attain the true Qi realm within 5 months? Chu Yunxiao snapped back to attention and explained, come, let us walk and talk. As Chu Yunxiao elaborated, Lu Ming learned that prior to his arrival, there was another talented disciple who had recently joined the sect. Starting her training at the age of 12, she had reached the true Qi realm at merely 13 years and 2 months, a feat that had sent shockwaves throughout the entire sect, earning her the title of the fastest cultivator in Wuzhizong and even the entire Zhao kingdom in a century. Why are you so silent? Chu Yunxiao observed Lu Ming stroking his chin, appearing quite peculiar, and inquired with curiosity. Lu Ming believed himself to be the fastest, yet the thought of not having yet broken through to the true Qi realm lingered in his mind. Although he was filled with confidence, who could predict the outcomes of events yet to unfold? Thus, he chose silence and instead asked, what is her name? Zhu Ningyun. Chu Yunxiao replied, I must tell you, she is currently the apple of the elder's eyes. Much to the envy of ordinary disciples like us. Lu Ming was not surprised. After all, geniuses were always in high demand. Well, you'll learn more about this once you enter the inner sect. For now, let me take you to the martial arts pavilion. Lu Ming nodded. The martial arts pavilion was a vital stronghold of the sect, naturally situated in the core area, heavily guarded, led by Chu Yunxiao. They first arrived at a grand plaza bustling with numerous individuals, all inner sect disciples at the true Qi realm, creating a lively atmosphere. Where is this? Lu Ming mused, feeling that this place did not resemble the martial arts pavilion. This is the mission hall. Inner sect disciples are required to complete at least one task within a year, speaking of which, my last trip to Shuafeng City was my first mission. Chu Yunxiao explained, intending to guide Lu Ming through. However, a sudden commotion erupted in the plaza. Make way. This is serious. Senior brother Yin Jianhai's mission to eliminate the Black Wind bandit leader has failed, and his body has been returned by an escort agency. What? A person rushed into the plaza shouting, causing shockwaves among the crowd. I reviewed that mission. According to the intel, the Black Wind bandit leader was at the peak of the early true Qi realm, while senior brother Yin Jianhai is at the mid-true Qi realm. How could he have failed? Indeed, besides his realm, senior brother Yin Jianhai wields the top-tier earth-level Jinshan fist, capable of shattering mountains. How could he not be a match for the bandit leader? Could the opponent have had accomplices? It must be. The plaza buzzed with speculation. Chu Yunxiao's expression turned somber as he remarked, senior brother Yin Jianhai ranks 462 among the inner sect disciples. I never expected him to fall. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words, realizing once again the brutality faced by martial artists. Even within a prestigious sect of the nation, one could not escape the specter of death and injury. Such occurrences were inevitable. Many disciples of the Wuji sect suffered injuries or even lost their lives each year due to tasks. Senior brother Yin Jianhai was merely one among them. With a sigh, Chu Yunxiao quietly explained to Lu Ming, the various factions within the Zhao kingdom are not harmonious. Disciples often clash. This is especially true among the 3 7th-grade sects. As for the consequences, minor skirmishes may result in injuries, while more severe encounters could lead to fatalities. Even those 8th and 9th grade sects will not intervene in normal disciple disputes. He continued, moreover, there are sinister martial artists and other such threats, which means that unpredictable dangers lurk whenever we traverse the martial world. Lu Ming nodded, beginning to grasp the sect's intentions. They did not wish to cultivate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. I'll take on this mission. I want to see just how strong that bandit leader is, exclaimed a mid-true Qi disciple loudly. Account me in it. Senior brother Yin Jianhai and I were close. I will personally avenge him. I will join as well. The bandit leader may have numerous accomplices. The plaza transformed from mere discussions to a fervent uproar. What chaos is this? At that moment, the commotion outside caught the attention of an elder, who appeared with a serious expression, stating, "The martial world is indeed merciless. Lack of skill can lead to such consequences. Furthermore, do not underestimate anyone, even if they appear to be a cripple or blind. Carelessness, no matter how strong one may be, can lead to a bitter end." He used this opportunity to remind the disciples, who then quieted down. "All right, a new batch of tasks has been issued. Assess your own strength before accepting them. Do not aim too high." The elder uttered one last remark before turning to enter the hall. The disciples then dispersed to attend to their own matters. The disciple who had previously expressed interest in taking on the mission to eliminate the bandit leader intended to leave the hall, but, keeping his promise, re-entered the hall alongside a few others. "Let us depart," Chu Yunxiao suggested. Liu Ming nodded, losing interest in lingering, and proceeded to the martial arts pavilion to exchange his 2 selection opportunities for contribution points. He then bid farewell to Chu Yunxiao and made his way back to his quarters. Thoughts of Zhu Ningyun and the recent events at the mission hall filled him with an urgent desire to break through to the true Qi realm and accept tasks. For him, although the martial world was fraught with danger, it was equally enticing. Thus, he resolved to devote himself entirely to cultivating his internal energy. Chapter 27. True Qi Realm. Nearly 2 months had passed since his last observations in the plaza. Lu Ming had begun to grasp the difficulty of breaking through to the true Qi realm. Half a month prior, he had already cultivated his internal energy to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. After adjusting his state, he made another full push towards the true Qi realm. However, after a continuous half-month of effort, there were still no signs of a breakthrough. Am I destined to be stuck like Dugu Mingri for half a year? After yet another failed attempt, Lu Ming furrowed his brow, beginning to doubt the quality of his own talent. Just as self-doubt crept in, a surge of energy flooded his mind, jolting him into clarity. "That was close. I almost fell into a state of demonic deviation. It seems I was too eager for quick results." The recent surge was the nascent form of his sword intent reacting within him, pulling him back just in time. The sword intent was a manifestation of his will. If his will was weak, then so too would be his sword intent. He had narrowly avoided a mishap. But it felt like an unexpected stroke of luck that he suddenly realized that his sword intent was intrinsically linked to his will. As long as he continued to strengthen his will, the sword intent would one day undergo transformation. Often, haste makes waste. Whether in terms of sword intent or realm, excessive eagerness would only lead to the opposite of what one desired. After contemplating for a while, Lu Ming ceased his cultivation and took out the books gifted to him by old Zhao to read. He aimed to achieve clarity of mind through study. Thus, through this interplay of movement and stillness, urgency and calm, Lu Ming soon reached a state of tranquility. 3 days later, he suddenly sensed a breakthrough opportunity, a feeling that was profound and elusive, yet undeniably clear. He quickly entered seclusion once more. This time, as he circulated his cultivation technique, Lu Ming distinctly felt the flow of internal energy accelerating, forming a vortex upon reaching his Dantian. This indicated that he was breaking through to the 7th layer of the Tian Dao Ju. The Tian Dao Ju comprised 12 layers. The first 6 layers pertained to internal energy, while breaking through the 7th layer would transition him into the true Qi realm. Having reached this level, it was only natural that he would soon break through to the true Qi realm as well. As expected, with Lu Ming's cultivation technique advancing, the vortex within his Dantian began to spin increasingly faster, and the internal energy flowing through it was refined into true Qi through this rotation. This process was not instantaneous, and it took several more days before Lu Ming felt a tremor throughout his body. Amidst the swirling energy, he opened his eyes. He had finally entered the true Qi realm. Lu Ming concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of white mist. Even with his mature and composed demeanor, he could not suppress his joy at this moment. So this is true Qi. It is indeed far purer than internal energy. Once he finished, a crimson glow suddenly manifested on his palm, the true Qi refined from the Tian Dao internal energy. With a flick of his finger, the crimson light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the wall of his room and continuing for several meters before dissipating. This was a manifestation of sword energy. Upon reaching the 7th layer of the Tian Dao Ju, he could generate sword energy within his Dantian, which could be instantly unleashed, equivalent to the full force strike of the 4th move of the Tian Dao sword technique, the Soul Pursuit Strike. This was akin to a spontaneous attack. Upon reaching the 8th layer, he could store 2 instances of sword energy, and so forth. The 5th move of the Tian Dao sword technique was the Soul Severing Strike, while the 6th was the Celestial Star's Rain. There were 3 more moves beyond that, but they required the Vortex Qi realm for execution. Hence, Lu Ming planned to focus on mastering these 3 intermediate moves first. However, that would not be immediate. He intended to first undergo the inner sect assessment. And once he became an inner sect disciple, he would then claim 2 high-level human-grade martial techniques from the martial arts pavilion. This was a benefit for every inner sect disciple, with only one opportunity for free access. Similar to the outer sect disciples. At present, aside from his sword techniques, his lightness skill and palm techniques were both at the intermediate human-grade level, which no longer matched his current strength. Therefore, after acquiring the 2 martial techniques, he planned to cultivate them alongside his sword techniques. With his plans in mind, Lu Ming further consolidated his strength and made his way toward the inner sect assessment hall. Although there were many outer sect disciples in the Wuji sect, those who could break through to the true Qi realm before the age of 18 were fewer than half. When these individuals were distributed across each day, they became even rarer. Thus, when Lu Ming arrived at the assessment hall, it was notably quiet. Another one has arrived. It seems we will break the annual record today with 4 outer sect disciples participating in the assessment in a single day, remarked an inner sect administering disciple. Compared to the outer sect administering disciples, the inner sect ones typically possessed cultivation at the mid to late true Qi realm. They were former inner sect disciples who had surpassed a certain age without making any breakthroughs and chose to remain in the sect in this manner. Therefore, as soon as Lu Ming entered, several inner sect administering disciples immediately recognized that he had recently broken through to the true Qi realm. Thus he spoke, "The assessors are here to register information." Lu Ming nodded and hurriedly approached to retrieve his identity token. The deacon disciple took it, checked the registration, and then returned it to him, saying, "All is well, the elder has yet to arrive, please wait over there for the time being." Lu Ming turned in the indicated direction and noticed 3 outer disciples already waiting in that spot. He walked over and settled into quiet anticipation. The 3 were scrutinizing Lu Ming, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with him. One of them whispered, "Qi Shixiang, among the outer disciples who have reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of internal energy, we all know each other, yet it seems we have never encountered him before." "I haven't seen him either." The youth referred to as Qi Shixiang shook his head, speculating that he, like Zhu Ningyun, might have joined midway. "That must be it. I just wonder how strong he is." "Stop talking, the elder is coming," another suddenly remarked. Lu Ming could naturally hear their hushed whispers, pondering whether to feign ignorance or take the initiative to greet them. Just then, he heard the elder's arrival. Eliminating his dilemma, the elder who arrived was a gaunt old man, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. As he cast his eyes over the hall, an immediate silence fell. "Today, 4 individuals are to participate in the assessment?" He swiftly scanned Lu Ming and the other 3, his voice dear. An inner deacon disciple hurriedly stepped forward, replying, "Yes, Elder Ming, it is indeed 4 individuals. Here is the list of names. Elder Ming displayed no discernible emotion, nodding as he took the list and glanced at the information. Upon reaching the end, where Lu Ming's name appeared, he paused. Lu Ming, the deacon disciple beside him, confused, assumed a mistake had occurred and quickly responded, reporting to the elder, "It is indeed Lu Ming, he is over there." Elder Ming directed his gaze towards Lu Ming, and in an instant, appeared before him, inquiring, "Are you Lu Ming?" Startled by the elder's speed, Lu Ming quickly regained his composure, bowed, and replied, "Yes, I am Lu Ming." Reporting to the elder, "Are you the one who just joined?" Elder Ming further inquired. Lu Ming nodded. "Let me see your true energy," Elder Ming commanded. Understanding the implication, Lu Ming promptly unleashed his true energy outward. "Good, very good, indeed a genuine manifestation of true energy." Elder Ming laughed heartily, then turned to point at a deacon disciple, instructing, "You go to Elder Gongsun he and ask him to come here." "Yes, sir." The disciple did not dare to delay and hurried away. Subsequently, Elder Ming pulled Lu Ming aside for a private inquiry. This scene left the people in the hall utterly bewildered, as they could not comprehend who Lu Ming was to elicit such a response from the usually stern Elder Ming. Before long, Gongsun he rushed in, immediately approaching Lu Ming, and upon confirming his identity, could not help but laugh heartily. However, he quickly composed himself and softly said to Elder Ming, "This is not a place for conversation." Elder Ming nodded, "Follow me." Thus, he led Lu Ming away, further deepening the perplexity of those remaining in the hall, particularly the 3 outer disciples waiting for their assessment, unsure if they would still have their chance today. Chapter 28, Intersect Entry Assessment. After being led to a chamber behind the assessment hall, Gongsun he could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "If I recall correctly, it took you merely 7 months and 5 days to progress from no cultivation to the realm of true energy." He scrutinized Lu Ming as if evaluating a rare treasure. Uncomfortable under his gaze, Lu Ming replied, "Indeed, that is correct." Realizing he might have overstepped Gongsun, he cleared his throat and regained his composure. "The reason I called you here privately is to inform you of a matter." Lu Ming was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What matter?" Gongsun. He exchanged glances with Elder Ming, who spoke, "Are you aware that before you there was another individual with extraordinary talent who became an inner disciple?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming thought of Zhuningyun, uncertain of the connection, and nodded. Senior brother Chu Yunxiao mentioned someone named Zhuningyun. Gongsun, he continued, "It was our oversight. She has drawn attention, particularly from the Nine Heavens sect." He elaborated, "In Zhao country, there are 3 7th-tier sects, with Nine Heavens being the first and our Wuzhezong the third. However, our sect's overall strength has significantly increased in recent years, nearly rivaling the second-ranked Yulihua sect. As a result, Nine Heavens has begun to suppress us both overtly and covertly, targeting talented disciples like you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming understood the purpose of his private summons. "Gongsun," he continued, "we underestimated Zhuningyun. Initially, we did not anticipate her talent would be so exceptional, and ultimately, we could not conceal it, yet you, with even greater talent, have not revealed when you began your cultivation to anyone outside of our higher elders. Therefore, do not mention your cultivation timeline to anyone to avoid drawing unwanted attention." Liu Ming nodded. Having accumulated significant experience in his previous life, he understood well the lengths to which factions would go in their struggles for power. He had no desire to attract the attention of those in the late stages of true energy or even the realm of elemental energy. When he stepped outside, however, do not be overly anxious. Elder Ming reassured him, "Your age serves as the greatest disguise, so continue to act as you wish. By the time it becomes impossible to conceal your abilities, you will likely have matured significantly." He emphasized this because he had heard of Lu Ming's impressive combat talent and feared that he might become overly cautious, losing his edge. An edge is crucial for a genius, and Elder Ming's words rang true. Furthermore, even if other sects were to target you, they would only dare to send their disciples. Should they attempt to exert pressure using elders, it would signify a complete rupture between our sects, leading to a sect war, a consequence that no one could bear. Gongsun, he added. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt entirely reassured that he was not one to shy away from challenges and, with the nascent form of his sword intent, felt no fear against anyone within the realm of true energy. Even if he were not a match, escaping would pose no issue. The two elders then offered further admonitions, explaining that for reasons of confidentiality, the sect would not treat him any differently publicly, but would provide private support. As for Zhuningyun, they had no choice but to protect her cautiously. This was a sentiment deeply rooted in their hearts. Thus, Lu Ming was led to continue with the assessment. The earlier peculiar behavior of the two elders in the assessment hall was explained as Lu Ming being the descendant of an old friend of theirs. And upon witnessing his breakthrough into the realm of true energy, they were merely reminiscing about their old companion's legacy. No one dared to inquire further. After some delay, the assessment finally commenced. The entrance assessment for inner disciples was straightforward, focusing solely on one aspect: comprehensive strength, encompassing martial skills, realm, and temperament. Brought to a small forested area, Elder Ming announced, "I presume you have all heard about the assessment content, especially since some among you have participated more than once." At this point, he cast a glance at the 5 newcomers. These 5 had previously failed their assessments and arrived just as Lu Ming was being taken away. The inner disciple entry assessment allows multiple attempts. As long as one is under 18, they may continue participating, albeit with a 6-month interval between each attempt. Thus, typically an individual has only 2 to 3 opportunities. Among the recently arrived 5, 3 appeared to be over 17 years of age, likely facing their final chance. Should they fail again, they would be expelled. Hence, they were particularly solemn. Assessment content: enter the 100 Beast Institute and hunt a level 2 early stage demon beast. Time: 1 incense stick length. After Elder Ming finished speaking, he added, "If you have any questions, please ask quickly." Upon hearing this, the 5 who had previously participated remained silent, instead adjusting their breathing to prepare. Only one of the newly participating 4, somewhat nervous, asked, "May I inquire, Elder, are all the demon beasts inside indeed level 2 early stage?" Elder Ming, having received this question countless times, replied directly, "Indeed, they are, but rest assured these demon beasts have been meticulously selected, and their strength is fundamentally comparable to yours." As newly initiated true energy disciples, upon hearing this, the 3, excluding Lu Ming, collectively exhaled in relief. Qi Shixian could not refrain from asking, "Elder, with so many demon beasts inside, if we were to falter, would it not pose a danger to our lives?" Elder Ming, visibly displeased, coldly snorted, causing the others to instinctively shrink their necks. Of course there are dangers. Let me tell you, once you enter the inner sect, you will not be allowed to remain in comfort. After a year of protection, you will be assigned tasks, and the number of individuals who have not returned due to missions could fill both hands. If you are afraid, it is best to give up now. The mention of death sent a chill through everyone's hearts. However, having come this far, no one chose to withdraw. Seeing this, Elder Ming softened his tone. Of course, considering your novice status, the sect will provide some care. At this point, he gestured behind him, indicating that the deacon disciples would follow closely behind them, ready to intervene should there be a threat to their lives. However, do not assume that you are entirely safe. In previous years, there have been instances where deacon disciples were unable to intervene in time, and assessment disciples lost their lives. Upon hearing this, the three newly participating disciples nearly burst into tears. Bewildered by the elder's seemingly contradictory statements, the transition remains less than satisfactory. Liu Ming, however, comprehended that Elder Ming's stern demeanor stemmed from a genuine concern for his disciples' safety, hence his meticulous warnings. Now, it was time to commence the incense ceremony. Everyone should prepare accordingly. Instantly, all began to ready themselves. As the incense burner was set in place, Elder Ming produced a yellow incense stick and declared, "This incense will burn for half an hour. Granting you a mere 30 minutes to complete your task. The assessment officially commences now." With that, he unleashed a surge of energy that ignited the incense, and the 9 participants intending to undergo the assessment had already dashed forth the moment his words fell silent. The attending disciples followed suit, each trailing behind, wordlessly. Chapter 29, Swift and lethal. Within the beast arena, 100 ferocious beasts had been released, and considering the arena's modest size, locating a target was exceedingly easy yet perilous. The proximity of each beast heightened the danger. Failing to dispatch an opponent swiftly could attract others, resulting in encirclement. Liu Ming, of course, felt no fear. A mere second-tier beast posed little threat to him, and he was confident in his ability to resolve the situation expeditiously. The attendant disciple followed silently, while Lu Ming remained undeterred, meticulously scanning for his target. Soon, he discerned a commotion emerging. Was an iron-armored rhinoceros. Its body clad in scales the size of cup rims, hooves as large as bowls, and its colossal form left deep imprints in the ground. A sharp black horn adorned its head, glistening with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Was this the beast? Observing the iron-armored rhinoceros, the attendant disciple's gaze shifted. Given his familiarity with the beast arena, he recognized this creature as one of the mightiest in the vicinity. Its ironclad exterior rendered it nearly impervious to blades. And more troublesome, beneath the armor lay a layer of grease, soft as cotton, absorbing force. Additionally, its horn was razor-sharp and venomous. A single strike could prove fatal if not treated promptly. Even he, possessing mid-stage true chi, and having mastered a formidable top-tier human martial technique, dared not underestimate this beast. Thus, he quietly gathered his energy, preparing to intervene if necessary. He even contemplated warning Lu Ming to select a different target to avoid failure. Yet before he could speak, Lu Ming had already leaped forth. The moment the iron-armored rhinoceros stepped into view, Lu Ming assessed the situation with keen insight. The creature was evidently heavily armored, its offensive capabilities were likely substantial. Yet it bore a critical flaw. It was exceedingly cumbersome. Liu Ming possessed ample experience in dealing with such foes. After a brief observation, he sprang forth like a wraith, unsheathing his blade, which flickered with blinding light. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the attendant disciple, the iron-armored rhinoceros collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. What transpired? Due to Lu Ming's astonishing speed, the attendant disciple was still grappling with the situation when he approached through the swirling dust. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the rhinoceros's limbs had been rendered useless. Despite its futile struggles, it could not rise. It appeared that Lu Ming had struck with both precision and ferocity. How did you accomplish that? The disciple inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. It had all transpired too swiftly for him to comprehend. Liu Ming casually twisted his blade, mercifully ending the beast's suffering, and explained, the iron-armored rhinoceros is not uniformly fortified. The junctions of its limbs and abdomen constitute its vulnerabilities. The disciple, upon inspection, indeed noted the numerous incisions at the locations Lu Ming indicated, penetrating to the bone. After observing, he shook his head in disbelief. While Lu Ming spoke lightly of the feat, he understood that replicating it would be an arduous task. For another point, one would need to deliver 4 precise strikes in nearly an instant, simultaneously targeting 4 directions. This required not only incredible speed and keen eyesight but also rapid, precise technique. Lacking any of these attributes, even a minor miscalculation could lead to death. Thus, his sole appraisal of Lu Ming was that he was remarkably swift and lethal. He even began to ponder whether he could withstand such rapid attacks. Let us depart. At this moment, Lu Ming had hoisted the iron-armored rhinoceros and was making his way outward. The attendant disciple snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Since they had not ventured far into the beast arena, they quickly exited. Meanwhile, The incense had only burned for a few minutes. Such swiftness! Upon seeing Lu Ming emerge, Elder Ming, who had been seated, rose in astonishment. His shock intensified upon noticing the iron-armored rhinoceros slung across Lu Ming's back. He understood the caliber of this beast. Initially, he had presumed Lu Ming's rapid return indicated an encounter with a particularly easy adversary. Although he recognized Lu Ming's formidable combat prowess, capable of engaging foes beyond his level, he doubted anyone could dispatch such a beast so swiftly. Whether even a mid-stage true Qi practitioner could conquer it was uncertain. The attendant disciple promptly recounted the entire ordeal, as his role extended beyond merely safeguarding the examination candidates. He was also tasked with evaluating the assessment's outcomes. Upon hearing the account, Elder Ming's satisfaction with Lu Ming grew exponentially. Though he endeavored to suppress his outward expressions of approval, "Well done, your technique is exceptionally precise. If you maintain this standard, your future is boundless." Your assessment is now complete, however, we must wait for the others to finish before proceeding to upgrade your status to inner disciple. He articulated this moderately tempered evaluation, leading the nearby attendant disciple to murmur in confusion, questioning whether the praise was perhaps too modest. He speculated that Elder Ming held higher expectations for the descendant of an old friend. Lu Ming, aware of the underlying reasons, remained unfazed, bowing respectfully before stepping aside to await his next instructions. Elder Ming resumed his seat. Moments swiftly passed, and soon another participant emerged. It was one of those who had recently taken the assessment. His dejected demeanor indicated an imminent failure. Indeed, the attendant disciple reported, he panicked upon encountering the beast, and during the confrontation he was utterly flustered. Ultimately, I had to intervene to save him. The disciple, upon hearing this, lowered his head in shame. Elder Ming furrowed his brow upon hearing this, glancing at the attendant's roster and asking, "Have you never encountered a beast before?" The disciple shook his head vigorously, replying, "Most of my time has been devoted to cultivating techniques and martial skills." Elder Ming sighed, refraining from excessive criticism, instead advising, "Practical experience is equally crucial. Training against a wooden dummy is entirely different from facing a living creature, especially a beast. Fortunately, you are still young, and there remains ample opportunity. Return to the outskirts of the Wujishan Mountains for more practical training." With that, he marked ins next to the disciple's name. "Yes, sir." The disciple bowed respectfully before departing, glancing back at Lu Ming, eager to discern how he had achieved such rapid success. Uncertain of whether it was a triumph or not, however, noticing Lu Ming's continued presence, he inferred that success was likely. Elder Ming, too, perceived the unspoken thoughts in the disciple's eyes. He gestured again, retrieving the iron-armored rhinoceros from his storage ring and casting it onto the ground. Then awaited the next arrival. Just moments after the first failure departed, another participant emerged, this time a disciple who had previously undergone the assessment. He was tall, suggesting he had practiced external skills, and upon his back rested a massive black bear. As he stepped forth, his gaze fell upon Lu Ming, visibly startled. He had anticipated being the fastest to complete the assessment. For him, this was a final opportunity. To ensure success, he had spent over 5 months in the Wujishan Mountains. During this time, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, he had engaged in combat with various beasts, facing near-death experiences on 3 occasions, yet he had persevered, resulting in his transformation that he had believed this time would allow him to shine brilliantly. Deliberately selecting one of the fiercest beasts in the arena as his target to prove himself. To his dismay, someone had outpaced him, yet he convinced himself that Lu Ming had merely encountered a particularly easy adversary. Even harboring suspicions that Elder Ming had perhaps granted him special favors, however, upon observing the iron-armored rhinoceros lying on the ground, he realized his assumptions had been misguided. Thus, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lu Ming. The attendant disciple trailing behind wasted no time with such musings and promptly approached to report the situation. Chapter 30. The conclusion of the assessment. Shuibai, you performed admirably, engaging a black rock bear in direct combat and vanquishing it with your fists. It is evident you have put in considerable effort. You have successfully passed the assessment. Please stand by. Upon receiving the report from the attendant disciple, Elder Ming acknowledged the disciple's performance, thus offering praise. Shuibai's expression lit up with joy, and Lu Ming noticed him visibly relax upon hearing the outcome, indicating the pressure he had been under. "Thank you, Elder." He suppressed his excitement, bowed, and positioned himself beside Lu Ming. The assessment resumed, and soon another disciple emerged, also a previous participant, this time successfully completing the task. However, the beast he had slain was rather ordinary. Nevertheless, he had fulfilled the requirements of the assessment and under the watchful eye of the attendant disciple, had refrained from resorting to external assistance or cheating, thus standing proudly alongside Lu Ming and Cui Baiyi. Next, another participant emerged, a female disciple who had previously undergone the assessment. Dressed in a sharp and competent manner, she had successfully slain a beast and passed the evaluation. Following her was a disciple with the surname Qi who, like Lu Ming, was also participating in the assessment for the first time. And he too had succeeded. However, he appeared quite disheveled, with a noticeable scratch on his face, clearly having endured considerable hardship. At this point, only 3 disciples remained inside, 2 of whom had participated in the assessment. After a brief interval, the only disciple who had not taken part in the evaluation finally emerged, and the outcome was evidently a failure. Shortly thereafter, another individual followed, exhibiting a profound sense of dissatisfaction due to his unsuccessful attempt. Through the account provided by the attending disciple, everyone learned the reason for his failure. He had been embroiled in a prolonged battle with a beast, which attracted the attention of other creatures, resulting in an assault from 2 additional beasts. Faced with the onslaught of 3 beasts, the attending disciple had nearly failed to safeguard the individual. Elder, could you grant me another opportunity? I was on the verge of success this time. It was merely bad luck, pleaded the disciple, well aware that he had surpassed the age of 17 and would no longer have the chance to participate in future assessments. Elder Ming, initially inclined to reprimand him, ultimately softened and replied gently, "The rules are as they are. If I were to make an exception for you today, it would be unjust to those who have been eliminated in the past." However, tears welled in the disciple's eyes as he implored, "But I do not wish to return like this." The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as no one knew what to say. Elder Ming sighed and remarked, "Every year, there are those unwilling to leave, yet every year, I must remain resolute. It is a necessity. At this juncture, his gaze turned stern once more as he continued, "You claim it was merely bad luck. But in truth, it reflects your lack of capability. Had you resolved your opponent more swiftly, you would not have faced such an ambush. Moreover, you have participated in the assessment twice, yet still fall short. In the Beast Garden, there may be others to rescue you, but in the outside world, no one will come to your aid." The disciple, hearing this, lowered his head even further, especially before the assessment. "I warned you that the dangers faced as an inner disciple are plentiful. Do not blame me for not affording you another chance." This was a subtle way of dissuading him. Entering the inner circle without adequate strength could lead to a short-lived existence, making it better for him to return. "I understand, thank you, Elder," the disciple conceded, taking a deep breath before bowing to Elder Ming and departing. Everyone, including Lu Ming, watched him gradually fade from view. Truthfully, this left a significant impact on them. At present, only 1 disciple remained within the Beast Garden, and the incense was nearly burnt out. Eventually, after a considerable time had passed following the complete consumption of the incense, the last disciple emerged, repeatedly shouting the words "unfair." "What is happening?" Elder Ming frowned as he glanced at the attending disciple. Clearly unable to tolerate the utterance of the word "unfair," the attending disciple, equally perturbed, hastily explained the situation. This individual was adept at likeness skills, thus he merely circled with the beast until time expired, at which point I had to forcibly bring him out. Is this true?" Elder Ming asked, directing his gaze toward the disciple. The latter, sensing the scrutiny, recoiled slightly but still retorted, "It is unfair. Not everyone is suited for combat. The sect cannot solely require disciples with martial prowess." The crowd fell silent in astonishment, Elder Ming included. However, he quickly regained composure, having encountered such situations before, and inquired of the attending disciple, "How proficient is his likeness skill?" The attending disciple hesitated before responding, "Elder, when I say he possesses decent likeness skills, it is in relation to his own overall strength. Compared to others, he is only slightly above average. That cannot be." The disciple immediately countered. The attending disciple refrained from arguing further. Elder Ming felt a twinge of displeasure and coldly instructed the disciple to demonstrate his skills. The result was indeed as the attending disciple had described. He exhibited a mid-level human-grade likeness skill, leaping only a distance of just over 60 meters. Upon witnessing this distance, Elder Ming merely shook his head and then summoned Lu Ming to demonstrate his own likeness skills. Lu Ming's Zongyun technique was also mid-level human-grade, yet he had perfected it to an exceptional degree, effortlessly leaping over 80 meters. This was without even harnessing the internal energy of the heavenly blade. Had he done so, the distance would have been even greater. Observing Lu Ming's effortless flight, the disciple's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the distance achieved. Subsequently, Elder Ming asked the other successful participants to demonstrate their likeness skills one by one. Even Shui Bai, who primarily focused on external martial arts, managed to leap over 60 meters. The disciple, naturally, had nothing more to say. Indeed, martial prowess does not encompass everything, yet solely relying on lightness skills is evidently insufficient. Although there had been disciples like him in previous years, others had known how to leverage their advantages in lightness skills for evasive maneuvering, while he merely resorted to avoidance. After this comparison, Elder Ming sternly admonished him, "Furthermore, your lightness skills are not particularly remarkable." The disciple had already sunk into profound shame, lowering his head. Typically, Elder Ming would not have wasted such time on him, but considering he still had one more opportunity to participate in the assessment, he chose to give him a stern talking to ensure he understood that in both life and work, one must remain grounded and focused. Elder Ming's intentions were clearly earnest. "Very well, you may leave." The disciple, upon hearing this, dared not linger and hurriedly exited. Observing this, Lu Ming and the others shook their heads, sensing that the disciple's impatience would likely hinder his chances in future assessments. Elder Ming, however, seemed unfazed, perhaps having witnessed such situations countless times before. Feeling that a gentle reminder was sufficient, he waved dismissively, dispersing the attending disciples, and then led the 5 successful participants to a jade plaque. This jade plaque was divided into 2 sections, one of emerald green and the other of grayish-white. Both sections were adorned with numerous jade tablets inscribed with names, those of inner disciples, some of whom were still alive while others had perished. Upon arriving, Elder Ming's voice took on a somber tone as he indicated, "The names on this emerald plaque belong to those who still live, and their order reflects their strength ranking. This ranking is updated every 3 years during the inner sect tournament, and those who consistently rank low may face penalties, even expulsion from the inner sect." Hearing Elder Ming's words, the 5 disciples couldn't help but glance at the names, and Lu Ming spotted Chu Yinxiao's name at rank 607. He had witnessed Chu Yinxiao's strength firsthand, having effortlessly contended with 2 members of the demonic sect. It was evident that such a formidable individual was ranked so low, underscoring the jade plaque's significance. "I brought you here not primarily to observe this, but rather to draw your attention to this gray plaque, which bears the names of disciples confirmed to be deceased. Those who have vanished without a trace are not even listed here." Elder Ming continued, and upon seeing these names, the crowd felt a tightening in their chests, as the reality of death and cruelty was laid bare before them. "Thus, I have brought you here to offer you one more chance to choose. Will you join the inner sect?" Chapter 31, Baiyun Peak. The group exchanged glances. Lu Ming certainly had no intention of withdrawing, and Shui Bai, having undergone 3 life and death crises, had long since transformed and likewise would not retreat. The remaining 3, though somewhat hesitant, ultimately chose not to withdraw either. "Excellent," Elder Ming remarked with a satisfied smile, then formally conferred upon them the status of inner disciples. He first presented each of them with a token of identity as inner disciples, followed by 2 jade tablets the size of a fingernail. He explained that these tablets would grant them access to the martial arts pavilion for acquiring martial arts techniques and the weapons pavilion for selecting suitable weaponry, benefits bestowed upon all new inner disciples. He then briefly outlined other relevant information and encouraged them to explore further on their own. "I plan to head to my quarters first. Who would like to accompany me?" Elder Ming inquired as he departed. Shui Bai was the first to speak up. "I wish to visit the martial arts pavilion to select my techniques first." The disciple with the surname Qi eagerly nodded in agreement, as did the female disciple and another, clearly eager to prioritize their martial arts selections. "What about you?" Shui Bai turned to Lu Ming. "I think it best to settle in first." Lu Ming contemplated aloud, "Then let us go together." The 5 then parted ways. Baiyun Peak was one of the designated living areas for inner disciples, featuring independent courtyards set amidst a tranquil and picturesque environment. The frequent appearance of mist lent the entire Baiyun Peak an ethereal quality, akin to a fairyland. "We've arrived. I didn't anticipate that we would be assigned to this mountain. Our luck is quite favorable," Shui Bai exclaimed joyfully as Lu Ming and he returned to the outer sect to gather their belongings before meeting at the base of Baiyun Peak. Lu Ming inquired, "Is there any particular significance to Baiyun Peak?" Having grown familiar with one another during their journey, and given Shui Bai's deep admiration for Lu Ming's strength, recognizing him as someone who had not relied on connections or favoritism, he responded, "You wouldn't know this yet, but I heard that Baiyun Peak boasts the best living conditions among all the inner sect peaks. Many have sought to reside here but have not had the opportunity." "We are indeed fortunate." Lu Ming nodded, taking in the surrounding ambience, which was indeed refreshing. "Let us proceed." Not lingering at the foot of the mountain, they made their way toward their designated abodes halfway up the mountain. The courtyards were not densely packed, each building was separated by several paces. Lu Ming and Shui Bai were fortunate to be assigned adjacent courtyards. However, at this moment, a throng of people had gathered here. Upon the arrival of the two, one individual stepped forth from the crowd astonished, and exclaimed, "Cui Bai, it's you." Du Xiaohai. Cui Bai evidently recognized the other party, though his expression darkened. Liu Ming observed this and surmised that their relationship was not amicable. Indeed, Du Xiaohai spoke with a hint of mockery, saying, "You finally passed the assessment. I had thought you would have been kicked out long ago, leaving us with no chance of meeting again." Cui Bai snorted coldly, "Cut the nonsense. What brings you here?" He harbored no illusions that the other had come merely to confront him over his assessment results. There must be another motive at play. "I just heard from the deacons that this courtyard has just been assigned. It seems it's been allocated to you," Du Xiaohai remarked, casting a glance at Lu Ming. Cui Bai furrowed his brow and asked, "So, you're blocking my way to seize my residence? Don't phrase it so harshly." Du Xiaohai chuckled lightly. As long as the exchange of residences is voluntary, the sect will not intervene. His implication was crystal clear. Aware that the visitor bore ill intentions, Cui Bai sneered, "And what if I refuse? You will acquiesce?" Du Xiaohai asserted, pressing his fingers together to produce a crisp sound, then slowly continued, "Over half a year ago, we were both in the outer sect. You relied solely on your external skills, and I could do nothing against you. And now, I have been in the inner sect for over 6 months and have mastered an advanced human-level boxing technique that you can no longer contend with." Upon hearing this, Cui Bai's heart sank, knowing he must demonstrate his true capabilities today. Yet, as the other had stated, having entered the inner sect 6 months prior, Du Xiaohai's martial skills were undoubtedly superior. Thus, he would face a disadvantage in their confrontation. Sensing the situation, Lu Ming prepared to step forward, realizing that these individuals were not solely there for Cui Bai, but rather for the courtyard. Therefore, it would be better to act first rather than be coerced. However, Cui Bai stopped him, shaking his head, and addressed Du Xiaohai. "Very well, today I shall witness just how much your strength has improved after entering the inner sect half a year earlier." With that, a burst of yellow light erupted from his body as he strode forward, leaving deep footprints in his wake. This was likely an intermediate human-level technique, the thick earth formula. Some among Du Xiaohai's followers recognized Cui Bai's technique. The thick earth formula is a method that cultivates both body and inner energy, resulting in tremendous physical strength and dense internal energy. Unfortunately, it remains merely an intermediate human-level technique, which pales in comparison at the true energy realm. Indeed, those newly admitted to the inner sect cannot rival us who have been in for a while. I wager I can conclude this with a single move. Observing Cui Bai's formidable physique, which seemed to exude great strength and defense, they speculated, "I bet it will take 2 moves." The crowd murmured, and Lu Ming listened attentively while keeping an eye on the situation. At this moment, Cui Bai had taken his position at the center and, with unwavering resolve, declared, "Come." Du Xiaohai did not hesitate either. He leapt lightly to stand opposite Cui Bai and coldly stated, "Let me tell you. Although I have only been in for a little over half a year, I skipped the 1-year protection period and accepted a mission. Therefore, I exchanged contribution points for an exceptionally advanced lightness technique." As he spoke, a proud expression crossed his face. "However, I do not intend to rely on that lightness technique to evade you. I plan to confront you directly with my boxing technique. Prepare to receive my punch." With that, Du Xiaohai launched the first attack, unleashing 3 successive punches imbued with true energy while still airborne. This was the third form of the Demon Dispersing Fist, a sweeping strike against the multitude of demons. It was unexpected that Du Xiaohai would commence with his most powerful move, likely aiming to settle the outcome in one stroke. "I accept your challenge." Although the momentum of Du Xiaohai's attack weighed heavily on Cui Bai's heart, he maintained an air of calm determination. His true energy surged, producing crackling sounds throughout his body. Without retreating, he roared, sending forth 3 powerful punches in response. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of true energy erupted into a series of violent sounds. And under the force of Cui Bai's 3 punches, the incoming energy was shattered. Yet, despite breaking through the punches, Cui Bai felt an increased sense of gravity. Yet he had been forced to step back 3 paces, revealing the overwhelming power of his opponent's strikes. Fortunately, his formidable physique had spared him from injury once more. However, before Cui Bai could regain his footing, Du Xiaohai pressed forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, each infused with true energy. Now, they were engaged in close combat. Having felt the overwhelming might of his opponent's strikes, Cui Bai was wary of confronting them head-on, resorting instead to a combination of counterattacks and evasive maneuvers. When he could not evade, he had no choice but to endure with his body. Ultimately, after taking a solid hit, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. At this moment, victory and defeat had been determined. Liu Ming, quick on his feet, leapt up just as Cui Bai was sent flying, catching him with precision. He then spun a few times in midair to dissipate the immense force, ensuring a safe landing. Such remarkable lightness technique, the entire process of Lu Ming catching Cui Bai was executed with grace and elegance, especially the way he spun in the air while carrying someone. Showcasing the brilliance of his likeness technique, which drew forth a round of applause. Thank you. Once on solid ground, Cui Bai expressed his gratitude. He had not sustained severe injuries, only a pale complexion. Most of the force had been absorbed by his sturdy physique. Lu Ming nodded, signaling that no thanks were necessary. At this juncture, Du Xiaohai interjected, "You have lost. Now you may relinquish the courtyard." Although Cui Bai's expression was grim, he accepted defeat gracefully, intending to concede that he was outmatched. However, Lu Ming stopped him, stepping forward to assert, "He is my friend. The courtyard cannot be surrendered to you unless you can defeat me." Du Xiaohai scrutinized Lu Ming. Truthfully, he had been momentarily dazzled by the other's lightness technique. But it was merely a fleeting impression. He was confident that his own skills and lightness could match it, and besides, Lu Ming was merely a newcomer to the inner sect. "Very well, I grant you this opportunity. But I shall not strike without a wager. If you lose, you must forfeit your courtyard." "I accept," Lu Ming replied directly, although it seemed unfair, considering the courtyard rightfully belonged to him and the other had contributed nothing. He deemed it unnecessary to waste time on words, as overcoming his opponent would not require much effort. "With courage, prepare to face me." Chapter 32, The Spectre. To avoid wasting time, Du Xiaohai took the initiative to attack. Aiming for a swift resolution, sweep away the demons, Du Xiaohai unleashed his technique once more, but this time he sent forth 5 successive punches with astonishing speed. Be careful, his punches are immensely powerful. Cui Bai, having experienced the force, quickly warned from behind. Lu Ming remained silent. In truth, he had already discerned Du Xiaohai's fighting style. Though formidable, it posed no real challenge to him. Thus, when confronted with the 5 incoming punches, his figure suddenly darted forth like a spectre, slipping through the gaps between the strikes to reach Du Xiaohai himself. What? Du Xiaohai was taken aback by Lu Ming's speed, and just as he was about to react, he caught sight of a flash of blade. In an instant, Lu Ming appeared to one side, standing with a long blade in hand, while Du Xiaohai stared in shock at the gash in his abdomen. So swift, he was horrified. Had this been a life-and-death battle, he would have been slain. The onlookers nearby were equally stunned, unable to believe the duel had concluded so swiftly, and in such a bizarre manner. "Did you see that clearly?" someone questioned in confusion. It was a blade technique. The opponent managed to draw and strike in an instant, then sheathed the blade just as quickly. Such speed is nearly impossible to counter. "Indeed, that was swift. I doubt I could withstand it. Only those ranked within the top 500 might stand a chance." "You have lost. Can you depart now?" While the Wuji sect does not prohibit conflicts, it forbids killing or causing severe injury given the circumstances. Lu Ming saw no need to employ excessive force, merely issuing a warning. Should Du Xiaohai persist, he would have to endure some hardship this time. "I admit defeat. We shall compete again another day." Du Xiaohai cast a deep glance at Lu Ming before hastily departing. Lu Ming then turned to the remaining spectators, who were also at the early stage of true energy cultivation. Likely weaker than Chu Yunxiao, and he felt confident in his superiority. "We were merely accompanying Du Xiaohai. We apologize for the disturbance. Indeed, I reside on the neighboring Shenwu Peak. Let us gather again next time." Clearly, these individuals lacked the confidence to withstand Lu Ming's lightning-fast strike, and thus they departed in haste. Soon, only Lu Ming and Cui Bai remained. "Thank you. I didn't expect your strength to surpass mine by such a margin." Cui Bai had always believed Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. He had never anticipated that he would be utterly outmatched by Du Xiaohai, who was not even able to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head, looking at him while extending 2 fingers, saying, "I have 2 statements. Which would you like to hear first?" Cui Bai was taken aback, puzzled by the meaning behind this, and then retorted, "Isn't that redundant? No matter how I choose, it will still be the first statement you utter." Lu Ming smiled. "The first statement. I have long cultivated a highly advanced technique, therefore, it is only natural that I am stronger than you." "I had already inferred that," Cui Bai replied, unfazed. After all, Lu Ming was the descendant of Elder Ming and Elder Gongsun's acquaintances. It was not surprising that he had begun his training with advanced techniques. It was not just him, most scions of prominent families followed a similar trajectory. Of course, advanced techniques also come with classifications. Some techniques are too advanced, and if practiced too early, they can yield counterproductive results. One should note that excessively refining the vital essence within one's body may lead to physical ailments. Furthermore, cultivating inner energy that is overly domineering could overwhelm the meridians. What, then, is the second statement? Without further contemplation, he inquired again. "The second statement asserts that even if I practice the same techniques as you, I am confident that my strength surpasses yours." Cui Bai was taken aback once more. and then burst into hearty laughter, realizing the implication behind Lu Ming's two statements. The first was a reassurance, suggesting that his current weakness is merely temporary, while the second was a provocation to ignite his fighting spirit. Urging him not to lose heart. How intriguing, just wait, for once I have acquired a high-level human-grade technique, I shall return to compete with you. Indeed, he felt a weight lift from his spirits. I shall await your return. With that parting remark, Lu Ming strode purposefully toward his courtyard. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, Cui Bai felt a surge of emotion, muttering to himself, Cui Bai, despite having faced 3 life-and-death crises. You foolishly believed you could bear it all, only to find yourself so fragile. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved with unwavering determination, henceforth, my adversaries shall only grow stronger, and while I may concede defeat, I shall never cease to advance. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling behind him. As he was engrossed in surveying his exclusive courtyard, he discovered it to be spacious and fully equipped, containing a bedroom, kitchen, training room, and more. After a thorough inspection, he began to settle in, first extracting some less valuable items from his storage ring to free up space. Storage rings are classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. The one he possessed was of the low-grade variety, likely given to him by the elder Zhao out of concern that he might attract unwanted attention. Nevertheless, despite its low-grade status, it was still the size of a room. However, it was filled to the brim with various tomes, making it seem quite cramped. He now set about removing these books, organizing them neatly, and subsequently took out other unimportant items until only some currency and a dozen long swords remained. These swords had been purchased before his departure from Shuafeng City as backups, ensuring that if his long sword were to break in battle, his fighting capability would not suffer greatly. It is worth mentioning that this world possesses divine weapons, which, much like storage rings, are also categorized into 4 grades. Even the most inferior divine weapon can shatter an ordinary weapon upon contact. Thus, having a divine weapon greatly enhances a martial artist's strength. Of course, such extraordinary weapons are exceedingly rare and quite expensive, typically only attainable by those at the Qi condensation stage. The elder Tian Dao possessed a low-grade divine sword, which he kept in his storage ring. Regrettably, Lu Ming did not acquire it and had no knowledge of who might have found it, leaving him with a twinge of regret. After tidying up, Lu Ming decided to visit the armory pavilion to claim a weapon. While this weapon would not be divine, it would certainly surpass those available on the market, likely classified as a top-tier ordinary weapon. Lu Ming harbored no disdain for this. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. Upon reaching the exterior of Cui Bai's courtyard, he intended to invite him along, only to find that Cui Bai was not yet finished and wished to visit the martial arts pavilion first. Thus, Lu Ming proceeded alone. Upon entering the armory pavilion, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the elder in charge seemed to have been awaiting his arrival, directly presenting him with a suitable long sword. This sword, forged from Black Mountain Shen iron, though not classified as a divine weapon, came remarkably close. This is specially prepared for you by the sect. Lu Ming accepted it, unsheathing it to reveal the blade adorned with intricate black patterns, while the edge gleamed like freshly fallen snow, exuding a sense of effortless sharpness that could slice through gold and jade. It indeed felt as if it were merely a hair's breadth away from a divine weapon. Thank you, Elder, and my gratitude extends to the sect as well. I shall certainly strive to cultivate diligently henceforth. Lu Ming expressed his appreciation, his fondness for the sword evident as he sheathed it. Voicing his thanks once more, the elder nodded with satisfaction, advising, do not be overly hasty. Remember that haste makes waste. Steady and measured progress is key. Lu Ming nodded, well aware of this lesson from past experiences. After expressing his gratitude once again, he exited the armory pavilion, deciding to name the sword Ghost Soul. Stepping outside, he took another glance at the long sword before placing it into his storage ring and making his way to the martial arts pavilion. Chapter 33, The Integration of 100 Mile Qi. The Martial Arts Pavilion, as a bastion of tradition, stands as one of the most significant locations within the Wuji sect, fortified with stringent defenses. Lu Ming traversed the pathway, undergoing a series of meticulous inspections before finally gaining entry. The pavilion consists of 3 stories. The first floor houses introductory and intermediate human-grade martial arts, the second floor contains advanced and top-tier martial arts, while the third floor is dedicated to foundational earth-grade martial arts. Anything beyond that is not stored here. Upon entering, Lu Ming had a clear objective and headed directly to the second floor. Previously, he had only explored the first floor, making this his inaugural ascent to the second. A cursory glance revealed a vast space adorned with numerous large bookshelves, each brimming with martial arts texts. Internal techniques, lightness skills, external techniques, boxing methods, palm techniques, sword techniques, and more were meticulously categorized, presenting a comprehensive collection. At this moment, several disciples were engaged in selecting texts, the atmosphere hushed save for the sound of turning pages. After bowing to the elder guarding the second floor, Lu Ming proceeded deeper within. The first bookshelf showcased palm techniques, including 5 dragon palm, rootless palm, thousand gene palm, luoyan palm, feixiao palm, and 16 transforming soul palm. Among others, totaling several dozen. As he perused, he noted that these manuals contained only brief summaries, clearly to deter disciples from illicitly recording the contents. Each palm technique was accompanied by a contribution point requirement. For instance, a high-level human-grade 5 dragon palm necessitated 1,000 contribution points for exchange, which appeared to be the baseline, with others requiring upwards of 1,000, even reaching several thousand or more. The 16 transforming soul palm, for example, demanded a staggering 8,000 points. Liu Ming was uncertain how many contribution points could be earned from a single task, but he assumed it would not be overly generous. Otherwise, martial arts would be too easily obtainable. After examining the palm techniques, Lu Ming did not rush to make a choice but instead resolved to explore further, seeking to broaden his horizons. The second row contained leg techniques, featuring Zian leg, 7 treasures of poison leg, 10 paths of flying legs, and 18 wing kicks, all of which he thoroughly reviewed. He then moved to the third row, which was dedicated to sword techniques, including 9 Palace Sword, Flying Cloud Sword, and Divine Illumination 64 Sword. After meticulously examining the 4th and 5th rows, Lu Ming finally reached a decision. He intended to use both opportunities to select a lightness skill and an external technique. This decision was made with careful consideration. He already possessed the Tiandao blade technique for offense and could learn the Tiger Brutality Claw from the leader of the Black Tiger Gang for hand-to-hand combat. By acquiring an external technique, he would complete his arsenal for offense, mobility, and defense. Approaching the lightness skill bookshelf, he swiftly made his way to a technique called Integration of 100-Mile Qi. This lightness skill is classified as high-level human grade. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to move with the grace of a swallow, covering a distance of up to 200 meters in a single step, making it the finest among all high-level human-grade lightness skills. It is particularly adept at long-distance pursuits, enabling one to effortlessly run 100 miles in one breath, which is the origin of its name. Liu Ming calculated that 100 miles equates to 50,000 meters. Meaning he would only need to take 250 steps to cover that distance. Given his current cultivation level, running 250 steps in one breath posed no challenge. Having settled on the lightness skill, Lu Ming proceeded to the external techniques shelf. External techniques, also known as body strengthening methods, do not solely focus on outward strength, rather advanced external techniques cultivate inner energy and true qi from the exterior. After all, a martial artist's ability to unleash hidden strength and shockwave energy cannot be effectively countered by mere external defenses. Hence, he dismissed techniques like Iron Shirt and Copper Armor. Instead, he opted for a technique called Iron Elephant Skill, which not only fortifies the flesh to become as resilient as iron but also generates protective true qi within the body. With such true qi, he can effectively defend against attacks that penetrate the skin and invade the body. The only drawback is that this technique is classified as top-tier human grade, exceeding the scope of his entry-level benefits, but he had a plan. With the 2 manuals in hand, he approached the elder guarding the floor. There was a queue for exchanging martial arts, while some were engaged in transcription. As martial arts texts are not permitted to be taken away, here is the manual for this particular technique. Take it over there to transcribe, and remember not to damage it. Additionally, the transcribed copy must be returned within a month. Furthermore, you are prohibited from disseminating the martial arts. The consequences of such actions are severe. The elder reminded sternly. I understand, Elder Kong. This is not my first exchange of martial arts, a disciple ahead replied with a grin. Elder Kong maintained a serious demeanor, reiterating the importance of reminders to prevent negligence and mistakes. A few years prior, a disciple, driven by a sense of recklessness, not only disseminated martial arts but also sold them externally. The result was a dire punishment. His martial arts were abolished, and he was expelled from the sect. The disciple, hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine and quickly assured that he would not engage in such actions before moving aside to begin transcription. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. He presented his identity token and then the jade token, proving his entry-level benefits. This Iron Elephant skill exceeds the limits of your entry-level benefits. Elder Khan looked at Lu Ming, his gaze suggesting he was already aware of Lu Ming's identity. However, he still posed the question, eager to discern whether Lu Ming was an arrogant individual. Liu Ming remained unflustered as he produced the Tiger Brutality Claw and Tian Dao technique, intending to exchange them entirely for contribution points. Wuji's sect does not require disciples to surrender martial arts acquired externally, but they can opt for voluntary exchanges. During his previous visit, Lu Ming had been too eager to commence his training and thus had not presented them. This time, he seized the opportunity to do so. Are you certain you wish to exchange this martial art? Elder Kong inquired, glancing at the Tian Dao technique with astonishment. It is noteworthy that previous disciples had attempted to exchange martial arts obtained externally, but those were typically of lower grades. The pinnacle of human-level martial arts is exceedingly rare, let alone the Earth level. For decades, not a single tome has surfaced. Achieving Earth-level martial arts is already considered an extraordinary feat. And even a basic Earth-level technique can serve as a coveted legacy for a noble clan of the 9th tier. Thus, when an ordinary individual acquires such a technique, they treat it with utmost caution, regarding it as their personal secret, rarely divulging it to others. Even within the Wuji sect, one must make significant contributions to gain access to Earth-level martial arts. Therefore, it is indeed astonishing that Lu Ming chooses to present it now. To Lu Ming, however, it is of little consequence. His true reliance does not lie in the Heavenly Blade technique, but rather in the enigmatic Jade Pendant and his innate talent. Retaining this blade manual is less advantageous than exchanging it for additional martial arts knowledge. Moreover, the Wuji sect has treated him rather well, so exchanging it poses no issue. He simply nodded and affirmed, I am certain. Very well, follow me. Noticing the crowd's prying eyes, Elder Kong instructed a disciple to handle the exchange of martial arts first, then led Lu Ming to a private chamber. The onlookers were filled with curiosity about what level of martial skill Lu Ming intended to exchange, yet they dared not discuss it openly. The Heavenly Blade technique encompasses both internal cultivation and blade techniques, qualifying it as a dual Earth-level foundational martial art. Regarding its specific quality, this technique is unconventional, excelling in speed and agility once mastered. Yet it falls short in the density of internal energy compared to other foundational Earth-level martial arts. Thus, its quality is regarded as moderately above average within this tier. Naturally, this assessment is based on the combined internal cultivation and blade techniques. When separated, the quality significantly diminishes. After reviewing, Elder Kong made his evaluation. The sect does not seek to take advantage of you. Generally, martial arts of this quality are valued between 20,000 to 30,000 contribution points. I shall grant you 30,000. Additionally, you will have the opportunity to select another foundational Earth-level martial art. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt his breath quicken. Not only was he receiving contribution points, but he could also choose another foundational Earth-level martial art. The exchange was indeed worthwhile. Do not underestimate this opportunity, Elder Kong remarked, for no matter how many contribution points one possesses, without the sect's endorsement, one cannot exchange for Earth-level martial arts. Liu Ming expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. There is no need, Elder Kong replied, waving his hand. If it were anyone else, I would act the same, for Earth-level martial arts are exceedingly precious. He further explained, each additional martial art enhances the sect's legacy, and the Heavenly Blade technique, with its systematic progression, is particularly suitable for cultivating disciples. Having concluded, he handed Lu Ming a token, a certificate for exchanging foundational Earth-level martial arts. Lu Ming did not intend to use it immediately, as he currently required no techniques, and could not yet utilize the martial arts he had acquired. He decided to keep it for the time being. By the way, I have one more question for you. As Elder Kong noted Lu Ming's contribution points, he continued, what motivated you to choose this martial art for exchange with the sect? Lu Ming was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. However, apart from the Jade Pendant, he had no hidden intentions. Thus, he replied candidly, Elder, firstly, I am confident in my talent to quickly learn other martial arts, which is why I chose to exchange it. Secondly, the sect has treated me well, so there is no harm in this exchange. If you had not placed your personal interest first, and only expressed the latter sentiment, I would find it difficult to believe, Elder Kong observed with a smile before sighing. Do not blame me for being suspicious. After guarding the martial arts pavilion for so many years, I have witnessed the thoughts and motivations of too many disciples. Liu Ming understood, yet he felt no guilt, for he spoke only the truth, and time would prove all. Now let us set aside this discussion. Given your forthrightness, I shall not deduct contribution points for the Iron Elephant technique. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming rejoiced. Afterward, Elder Kong provided some guidance on the practice of the Iron Elephant technique before allowing him to depart. It seemed that cultivating external techniques was indeed a formidable challenge upon exiting the martial arts pavilion. Lu Ming reflected on Elder Kang's recent reminder that practicing external techniques not only demands significant effort but also poses a high risk of injury, therefore, it necessitates the use of medicinal aids. These remedies, he surmised, would not come cheaply. Although he had ample contribution points for exchange, he preferred to reserve them for martial arts, hence, he would need to purchase the necessary items with his own funds. Currently, he possessed over 4,000 taels in gold and more than 16,000 taels in silver. To be frank, this was not a substantial sum for a martial artist. After all, a quality weapon could easily cost over 10,000 taels. Moreover, divine weapons could not be acquired with merely gold and silver, as they required another form of currency, elemental stones. Once a martial artist enters the realm of true energy, relying solely on internal vitality is insufficient for their cultivation needs. They must begin to absorb the ambient energy that permeates the world, referred to as the energy of heaven and earth. Elemental stones are the crystallization of this energy and are categorized into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme, akin to storage rings and divine weapons. Lu Ming had heard from Chu Yunxiao that sect missions not only provide contribution points but also reward gold, silver, or elemental stones. Therefore, he planned to complete his current martial arts training before embarking on missions to earn money. Lu Ming, have you completed your selection of martial arts? Just as he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Cui Bai, who was arriving. You are rather slow, Lu Ming remarked, having already visited the weapon pavilion while Cui Bai was still making his way there. Cui Bai offered an awkward smile. You have no idea. I was tidying up and then decided to head to the weapon pavilion first, hoping to catch up to you, but little did I know you had already finished. Could Lu Ming admit that he had no need to select? He chuckled, then hurry inside. Cui Bai nodded, not dilly-dallying, and after bidding farewell, he entered the pavilion. Lu Ming proceeded directly back to his courtyard to commence his martial arts training. As time swiftly passed, 4 months had elapsed. Lu Ming had 4 martial arts to practice. Firstly, 3 forms of the heavenly blade. Secondly, the lightness technique, blending with the 100 Li Qi. Thirdly, the high-tier human-level claw technique, the Tiger Sha Claw. And fourthly, the defensive external technique, Iron Elephant technique. After 4 months of diligent practice, he had completed the training of the blade technique, lightness technique, and claw technique. However, progress with the Iron Elephant technique was slow. Firstly, after completing the other 3 martial arts, the time left for this technique was limited. Secondly, he lacked the funds to purchase medicinal aids. Having personally experienced the training, he now understood that practicing external techniques was indeed a significant financial endeavor. The Iron Elephant technique consists of 3 stages. The first stage focuses on strengthening bones and skin. Upon mastery, one becomes resistant to blades and swords. The second stage involves generating protective true energy from within, which not only defends against blades and swords but also against penetrating internal forces. The third stage, wherein the dragon and tiger converge, merges internal and external energies, making it exceedingly difficult to breach one's defenses within the realm of true energy. Presently, Lu Ming had only achieved mastery of the first stage, depleting a considerable portion of his finances in the process. As for the remaining funds, they were insufficient to purchase the necessary aids for progressing to the second stage. Therefore, he had resolved to venture out and accept missions, chasing souls. In the vast training chamber, Lu Ming suddenly vanished from his position, resembling a fleeting shadow as he brushed past a training post. In an instant, numerous blade energies erupted from within the training post, scattering in all directions. This was the 4th form of the heavenly blade technique, the chasing souls form, akin to the first form. The Gale form, both executed with incredible swiftness. The only distinction was that the chasing souls form could unleash several blade energies simultaneously while thrusting. Observing his creation, Lu Ming stood satisfied, for the efficacy of the mastered blade techniques was strikingly apparent. He then retrieved a common long blade worth over 1,000 taels from his storage ring, grasping it with his left hand and channeling true energy into it, with a resonant hum. The blade instantly transformed into an extraordinarily sharp weapon. Lu Ming, unfazed, swiftly clawed at the blade with his right hand. Crack! In an instant, the blade, infused with true energy, shattered into fragments beneath his claw. The power of the claw was indeed impressive. After testing the Tiger Sha Claw, Lu Ming proceeded to try the lightness technique, blending with the 100 Li Qi. He could leap a maximum distance of 200 meters, while he could currently manage 170 meters. This was not due to a lack of ability to reach the pinnacle of the technique but rather because his internal true energy was insufficiently robust, though he had not neglected daily internal cultivation during this period. His true energy had only seen modest increases, reaching approximately the mid-stage of the initial realm. He had inquired with others and learned that progress slows considerably in the later stages. It is not uncommon to experience 1 or 2 years without a breakthrough. For instance, Chui Bai remained at the early initial stage. Liu Ming decided not to dwell on this, focusing instead on his training until today. With his cultivation reaching a plateau, he resolved to conclude his training and embark on missions to earn funds. Lu Ming, are you heading out? As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Chui Bai emerging from the door. I plan to accept some missions, Lu Ming replied candidly. You truly are extraordinary, completing your martial arts training in just 4 months. During this time, Lu Ming had not solely trained in isolation. He occasionally practiced sparring with Chui Bai to exchange techniques and relax, thus Chui Bai was well aware of Lu Ming's progress. Where do you intend to go? Lu Ming smiled, opting not to linger on the topic. Where else could I go? The 100 refinements profound skill I selected is also a financial drain. Fortunately, I managed to endure for half a year in the Wuji mountain range. Otherwise, I would not have been able to sustain myself, Chui Bai expressed with some distress. Liu Ming naturally understood his situation. Maintaining the previous approach, he too had chosen a cultivation method that balanced both internal and external practices. And it was of the high-tier human level. Initially, he had not intended to select such a method, yet upon seeing the 100 refinements profound skill, he found himself unable to look away, thus, utilizing the introductory benefits and the 2 advanced martial arts techniques of human rank acquired by chance from the Wujishan mountain range. They exchanged them. As practicing external martial arts requires physical conditioning, during this period, the 2 frequently engaged in mutual training. Their paths coincidentally converged at the same stretch of road. Subsequently, they journeyed together until they reached a fork where they parted ways. With Chui Bai's admonition to be cautious echoing in his mind, Lu Ming proceeded towards the task hall. The task hall remained abuzz with activity. Discussions about task details, exchanges of information, and recounting amusing anecdotes from their missions filled the air. In essence, a plethora of information was available to be gleaned. Have you heard? Senior brother Feng Chao, ranked 11th, undertook a level 5 2-star mission alone. What? A level 5 task is something even core disciples do not dare to accept lightly on their own. Let alone a 2-star level 5 task. With this revelation, a wave of chatter erupted around, prompting Lu Ming to perk up his ears in intrigue. What exactly is the task? Someone inquired. I know, it involves exterminating the Yenshan bandits that have been roaming the Taimayan plains. I heard this group of marauders recently looted a family's goods, which likely prompted the bounty of the Yenshan bandits, you say. I've heard their leader is at the peak of the True Qi realm, with several sub-leaders at the initial and mid-stages of the same realm, and no less than 20 in the inner Qi realm. Can senior brother Feng Chao handle it alone, if he accepted it? He must have confidence. I heard he has mastered a particularly formidable leg technique. The crowd exchanged opinions, some expressed admiration, others voiced concern, while a few deemed it unwise. Let us go. It seems Feng Chao is starting to make a name for himself. In the next intersect competition, he is bound to break into the top 10. We cannot afford to lag behind and be pushed out. At the entrance of the hall stood 2 distinctly individualistic young men. With Lu Ming positioned nearby, this isn't making a name for oneself, it's clearly madness, remarked one with a pained smile. The 2 then departed, likely spurred by the news. Liu Ming surmised they were among the top 10 inner disciples. Given their remarks and evident cultivation levels at the peak of the True Qi realm, not dwelling further on their words, he felt invigorated by the influx of information and strode directly into the hall. Chapter 35, Hefty Rewards for Chu Yunsha. Within the hall, all tasks were categorized into 6 levels, and each level was further subdivided into 1 to 5 stars based on difficulty. This meticulous classification was intended to assist disciples in accurately assessing their capabilities, preventing them from undertaking missions that exceeded their abilities, which could result in failure or, worse, loss of life. Generally, disciples at the initial stage of the True Qi realm were suited for 1 to 2-star tasks. Those at the mid-stage for up to 3-star, while late-stage disciples were eligible for 4-star tasks. Level 5 tasks typically required groups or were reserved for core disciples. Of course, this was merely a general guideline. Exceptionally talented individuals defied such norms, as exemplified by the previously mentioned Feng Chao, ranked 11th among the inner disciples. However, the consequences of failure ultimately rested on one's own shoulders. As for level 6 tasks, they were rarely issued and were directly assigned to elders of the Gang Qi realm. Liu Ming felt it prudent to first undertake a simpler task to hone his skills, thus he glanced at the 1-star task area. His eyes swept over the listings, landing first on a 1-star task: eliminate a second-tier initial-grade demonic beast, the Mo leopard, that had taken residence in the back mountains of Shashi village. The completion reward was 90 contribution points, 3,000 silver, and all materials from the beast. Following this were a series of 1-star tasks until he came upon a 1-star 2-star task. The content read: eliminate the notorious bandit Yu Yuan. Below was a brief description of the individual, peak stage of the true Qi realm, relying on brute force, committing numerous heinous acts. Recent sightings have placed him near Heelu Town. The completion reward promised personal gains from the bounty. An additional 100 contribution points, 50,000 silver, and 10 low-grade spirit stones. The rewards were indeed substantial, particularly with the 10 spirit stones that could aid in cultivation, making them exceedingly rare. Logically, a 1-star 2-star task should not yield such high rewards. But given that the target was a bandit, the friends and family of his victims had issued numerous bounties, thus the generous compensation, making such tasks highly sought after. Liu Ming, quick on the uptake, promptly took down this task, causing a nearby disciple who was a moment too slow to feel considerable regret. Brother, this Yu Yuan is not to be trifled with, many have perished at his hands, including members from other sections. If you are not confident, allow me to take it instead. Since both were at the initial stage of the true Qi realm, they refrained from distinguishing themselves as senior or junior disciples and referred to one another as brothers. Lu Ming, suppressing a laugh at the somewhat comical remark, shook his head and replied, I am confident in my abilities, so there is no need for your assistance. Have you thought it over again? The other persisted. I have considered it thoroughly, Lu Ming stated, leaving no room for negotiation as he proceeded to the counter to register. Alas, the other lamented, wanting to say more but resignedly turned to seek other tasks upon seeing Lu Ming walk away. After completing his registration, Lu Ming headed straight to the Beast Garden to rent a fine steed. Not wishing to squander too much time on travel, with his preparations in order, he exited the sect and rode off swiftly. The young man has departed. At a nearby peak next to the mountain gate, two individuals stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. One was the inner sect elder, Gong Sunhe, while the other was a middle-aged man exuding an air of refinement. Evidently the one in charge. He had been the one speaking moments ago. To undertake a task nearly 4 months and is swifter than we anticipated, Gong Sunhe remarked. The middle-aged man continued. Did you not mention that he has mastered 4 martial arts during this period? To achieve proficiency in 4 martial arts within such a short span is indeed a rare talent, both in insight and physical aptitude. At this point, he turned to ask, at your age, how long would it have taken you to fully learn 2 advanced human rank martial arts and 2 top-tier human rank martial arts? Gong Sunhe chuckled and shook his head. I cannot compare to him. It would have taken me well over a year. However, according to the purchasing records from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, his Iron Elephant technique seems to have only reached the first stage. That is still remarkable, the middle-aged man expressed his satisfaction. I have a premonition that in the upcoming 10 Nations tournament, he will surely bring great honor to our Wujizong. Indeed, with his talent, if he continues on this path, it is bound to happen. Gong Sunhe concurred, then inquired, what of the sect master? How do we arrange for Juningyun? She has expressed her desire to undertake tasks for experience on multiple occasions. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, she is being closely monitored. If she leaves the sect, she may encounter an ambush. It would be wiser to send her to the sect's secret grounds for training. It seems that is the only course of action, Gong Sunhe sighed. He then continued, I have heard that a sword-wielding genius has recently emerged in the Jiushao sect, named Jiang Xian. Interestingly, like Lu Ming, he also hails from Shuafeng City. Is this news accurate? The middle-aged man expressed surprise, not expecting such talent to emerge from the small Shuafeng City. It was indeed hard to believe. Absolutely true. By the way, were it not for the inner disciple Chu Yunxiao bringing Lu Ming back, he would have originally intended to go to the Jiushao sect, Gong Sunhe added. Hefty rewards for Chu Yunxiao. He has already been rewarded, the middle-aged man replied. Let us reward him again. Adjacent to Heelu Town lies a smaller settlement known as Royun Town, comprising 3 villages and thus possessing a modest population. Naturally, there were no exceptionally powerful martial artists among them. One day, within a larger estate than the others in the town, a cacophony of sounds erupted, followed by a boisterous laugh. Ha, your young lady is quite lovely. You shall graciously accept. Accompanied by this laughter, a scar-faced man emerged holding a woman clad in a pale yellow dress. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by on the street. It's the bandit Yu Yuan. I can't believe he has come to our Royun town. This is bad. Given his strength, the only one in our town who might stand against him is the owner of the Fuyan Tavern. He is ruthless. We should hide quickly. In an instant, the street became eerily empty. At that moment, Yu Yuan had already appeared on the street with his captive, reveling in the fear he instilled in the fleeing townsfolk. Just then, 3 figures leaped from the estate, surrounding Yu Yuan. Why Yu Yuan, release my daughter. The speaker was an elderly man at the initial stage of the true Qi realm, while the other 2, a man and a woman in their 30s or 40s, remained silent but brandished their swords. Ready for battle? Ha, old fool, think you can make me release your daughter? Defeat me first. Unfazed by the encirclement, Yu Yuan remained arrogant, stretching out his palm to strike at the elder. Crack, a grayish-white energy wave tore through the air with a thunderous sound, causing the elder's expression to shift as he hurriedly channeled his energy to defend, only to be sent flying with a single blow. Swish! At that moment, the man and woman charged in with their swords. Yu Yuan, today, let us demonstrate the might of the Mei Ling twin swords. Hearing this, Yu Yuan scoffed, what a bunch of nonsense. I've never even heard of the Mei Ling twin swords. Take my spinning leaf leg. As the twin swords approached, Yu Yuan spun around, unleashing a flurry of leg strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The energies collided, and beneath the onslaught of his leg strikes, the sword energies from the Mei Ling twin swords instantly dissipated, leaving the two in shock. Get out of my way. Another leg strike followed, sending the Mei Ling twin swords duo reeling back, spitting blood. Ha, a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I can't waste time killing you. Having effortlessly dispatched 3 adversaries, Yu Yuan's mood was evidently buoyant. Old man, I shall return your daughter by nightfall. Father, save me. The woman ensconced in his embrace, witnessing the swift defeat of her family, could not help but cry out in terror upon hearing his words. The elderly man, infuriated yet powerless to intervene, could only watch helplessly as his opponent took strides away. However, at that moment, a figure abruptly materialized on the previously deserted street ahead. Clad in a black robe and donning a conical hat shrouded in black gauze, the figure appeared to be cradling a sword, their face obscured, only the gauze atop the hat fluttered in the breeze. Who are you? Yu Yuan found himself halting, for beneath his seemingly brutish exterior lay a keen intellect. Otherwise, he would not have survived years of wrongdoing. His long-standing vigilance informed him that this newcomer was formidable. I am Lu Ming, an inner disciple of the Wuzhizong, here to claim your life. Chapter 36. Martial ancestor and martial sovereign Lu Ming slowly pivoted, his robes billowing as if caught in a wind. Wuzhizong? Yu Yuan's heart quaked at the mention. Disciples of such sects were notoriously difficult to contend with, yet he feigned disdain, retorting, Ha, another of you reckless sect disciples. Not long ago, an inner disciple from the 8th grade sect Judingzong sought me out on a mission, only to be reduced to mincemeat by my kicks. Recently, a similarly foolish inner disciple from the 7th grade sect Joxiao also met his demise at my hands. While he seemed to boast of his victories, his true intent was to unsettle his opponent. This tactic proved particularly effective against younger disciples who had little experience, as evidenced by the Judingzong disciple who, upon hearing such claims, faltered in battle and was easily dispatched. However, the individual before him was different. Though Yu Yuan could not discern their expression, he sensed an unsettling calmness, akin to a tranquil lake concealing tumultuous undercurrents, instilling in him a sense of dread. Lu Ming remained impervious to provocation. Having achieved the 8th level of internal energy, he had faced true Qi realm warriors head-on, and at the 9th level, he had slain 2 such opponents. Did he fear death? Alone, he might have hesitated, but in the face of an enemy, he exhibited an uncharacteristic composure. Perhaps it was an innate trait. Thus, he refrained from further dialogue and drew his blade. Swish! This time, both blade and shadow vanished in an instant. Yu Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically at this sight. Instinctively, he shielded the woman in his arms, channeling his internal energy without knowing where to direct it, and retreated hastily. It felt as though a gentle breeze had swept by, followed by an icy sensation at his neck, then an acute, slicing pain surging through his body. With a series of soft sounds reminiscent of paper being sliced, he lost his strength in a heartbeat, collapsing helplessly to the ground. In his final moments, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his enemy, standing behind him, holding a long blade as if they had not exerted themselves at all. He could not comprehend how the opponent had been so swift. This was not the behavior exhibited by previous sect disciples he had encountered. Suddenly splattered by a warm liquid, the abducted woman screamed in fright, while the old man, having witnessed the entire scene, rushed over. Thank you, young hero Lu, for your timely assistance. He bowed gratefully. Father. The girl, seemingly finding solace, threw herself into the old man's embrace, weeping. The elder comforted her for a moment before urging, quickly kneel and express your gratitude to young hero Lu for saving your life. The girl, sobbing, complied but was halted by Lu Ming. No need for that, I simply fulfilled a mission for my sect. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved Yu Yuan's corpse, intending to depart, but was intercepted by the elder. Young hero, please wait. Though this is but a trivial act for you, it is a great favor for our Lu family. You have traveled far, allow me to extend my hospitality. Indeed, young hero Lu, chimed in the Mei Ling twin swords as they approached. We are Qi Xiaobin and Zhang Mulan, honored to meet you. A pleasure to meet you both. Lu Ming replied, bowing slightly. However, there is no need for hospitality. If fate allows, we shall meet again. With that, he swiftly leaped backward, and after covering some distance, he suddenly turned and strode away, gradually vanishing into the long street. Such likeness! No wonder he is an inner disciple of a 7th-grade sect, Qi Xiaobin marveled, his voice tinged with envy. Compared to their own modest resources in martial arts, the privileges enjoyed by sect disciples were indeed enviable. Yet, they could do nothing about it. After all, their talents were ordinary, and at over 30 years of age, they were still in the early stages of true Qi realm. It is not just about likeness. To think that Yu Yuan, also in the early true Qi realm, was not even a match for him, the disparity is simply staggering. Jiang Mulan remarked, Father, I will strive to learn martial arts from now on. The girl, still shaken from her near abduction, declared, gazing at Lu Ming's departing figure. The elder beamed with pride. After this ordeal, you finally understand. I have always told you, in this world, weakness is a sin. Look, a mere bandit can dictate your fate. He paused for effect. When you are strong enough, can you not indulge in your passions for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting as you please? He seized the opportunity to impart wisdom. Now that you grasp this concept, it is not too late. The girl lowered her head, recognizing her prior naivety. Congratulations, Master Lu, on having a promising successor. The Miling twin swords congratulated As for her achievements. I dare not say. I only hope she can protect herself in the future. The elder waved his hand dismissively before formally bowing. I am deeply grateful to both of you for your assistance earlier. Our Lu family will certainly spread the word of your heroism. Not at all, the two replied, feigning indifference while feeling quite pleased within. After all, aiding others was often a means of enhancing one's own reputation. You two have been inadvertently involved. Please allow me to invite you back to my residence for a few days of rest. Then we shall not impose, they agreed. The group made their way toward the estate, while the Lu girl, as she walked, could not help but glance back down the street where Lu Ming had disappeared. That figure, clad in black, with a long blade cradled in arms and a conical hat concealing their face, left an indelible impression upon her. She suddenly felt an urge to capture the scene on canvas. Though she lamented that the features hidden behind the gauze remained a blur, after departing, Lu Ming arrived at a tavern named Fuyan Lu at the end of the street. He retrieved his mount and nodded to the tavern owner before riding off. The owner, once an inner disciple of Wu Zhizong, had left due to stagnation in his cultivation but maintained connections with the sect, serving as its eyes and ears in the area. Various pieces of intelligence would be relayed back, naturally earning him a reward. Lu Ming's swift discovery of Yu Yuan stemmed from this very network. Similar figures existed throughout Zhao country and even neighboring lands. The vastness of a sect extended far beyond those within its gates. Without further contemplation, Lu Ming began to assess his spoils while riding. Typically, individuals like Yu Yuan, living on the edge, would carry their wealth with them, thus his haul was bound to be substantial. Of course, those leading such perilous lives often spent lavishly, so he hoped to retain a fair share. His heart raced with excitement as he commenced his search of the corpse. First, he examined the fingers. Finding no storage ring, then proceeded to a thorough search, ultimately discovering one concealed as a pendant on the necklace around the neck. Upon retrieving it, he began to inspect it. He found that this storage ring was slightly smaller than his own, yet still quite valuable. Next, he sifted through its contents. Aside from some clothing and trivial items, there was little of use. First, he noted the wealth: over 130,000 silver notes and more than 20,000 gold notes. To his astonishment, he also discovered 36.5 low-grade essence stones, with the half stone likely having been used for cultivation. After tallying everything, he transferred it all into his own storage ring. Next, he turned to the martial arts scrolls. Among them was a leg technique Yu Yuan had employed, along with a palm technique. Though he found no internal cultivation methods, the leg technique was named Whirlwind Leaf Sweep. Classified as high-tier human grade, the palm technique was slightly superior, at the pinnacle of human grade, titled Great Demon Extermination Palm. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel bemused at the irony of Yu Yuan practicing the extermination palm while engaging in nefarious activities. He wondered if, given his mindset, Yu Yuan had mastered it to perfection. After reading the name of the Great Demon Extermination Palm, Lu Ming felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. He then found himself in a quandary. With both a palm and leg technique before him, should he learn them? He understood well the saying, biting off more than one can chew, yet, he quickly reached a resolution: the notion of biting off more than one can chew apply to others. He need not fear the dispersion of his focus. Possessing a jade pendant, he believed he could comprehend any martial art. Moreover, he was determined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, he could not solely rely on blade techniques or fist arts and settle for being merely a blade sovereign or fist ancestor. He aspired to be a martial ancestor and martial sovereign, therefore, he resolved to learn any martial arts he encountered. With his thoughts collected, Lu Ming set aside the 2 martial arts scrolls before examining the remaining items. Chapter 37. The second challenge. What remained were medicinal pills, 1 vial containing Qi recovery pills suitable for the true Qi realm, capable of instantly replenishing one's internal energy. This vial held a considerable quantity, numbering over a dozen, following that were various healing pills, with only the last vial appearing somewhat special. This bottle contains but a single pill, a vibrant crimson hue. After much deliberation, Lu Ming has confirmed that this is indeed a widely renowned Fury pill. Upon consumption, it can unleash the latent potential within the human body, allowing one's strength to ascend a level in an instant. However, its effects last merely half an hour, after which the user will experience extreme weakness. It is fair to say that this is a life-saving elixir for critical moments. Regrettably, Lu Ming acted too swiftly, leaving his opponent no chance to partake in it. He carefully secured the pill and hastened on his journey. Finally returning to the sect by midday the following day, after returning the steed, he stepped into the mission hall. Just as he was about to submit his task, a commotion arose. Look, senior brother Feng Chao, who accepted the level 5 2-star mission, has returned. Lu Ming turned to see a blood-soaked youth with a steely gaze striding into the hall. Do you think senior brother Feng Chao succeeded in his mission? Regardless of the outcome, merely returning after facing the Yin Mountain bandits is already an impressive feat. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Feng Chao seemed oblivious to their chatter. Suddenly, as he passed a man holding a folding fan, he halted momentarily and coldly declared, in the upcoming inter-sect grand competition in over a year, I shall surpass you. The fan-bearing man paused, then smiled, and nodded, I await that day. He then continued on his way. This was none other than senior brother Wei Yu, ranked 8th. Some recognized the man with the folding fan, confirming the rumors of his gentle demeanor. Do not be deceived by his appearance, he is quite ruthless in combat. Countless foes have met their demise beneath his iron fan, a male disciple remarked with a hint of jealousy. Those are merely scoundrels who deserve their fate. Overhearing this debate, Lu Ming sighed and withdrew his attention, only to be met with gasps of astonishment as it was confirmed that Feng Chao had indeed completed his mission. This meant that he had single-handedly vanquished a late-stage Qi realm opponent, as well as several early and mid-stage adversaries, not to mention over 20 from the inner Qi realm. Such prowess should not be underestimated. Lu Ming pondered whether he might achieve a similar feat if he unleashed the budding intent of his blade. He believed he could succeed. However, if he were to further cultivate the Iron Elephant technique to its second level, his chances would be even more secure and effortless. After all, he had heard that this band of brigands wielded powerful crossbows and longbows. Such weapons would not be disregarded even by those at the late stage of the Qi realm. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Feng Chao departed once more, and Lu Ming proceeded to submit his mission. Indeed, a clean kill, executed with remarkable efficiency. Upon presenting the remains of his target, the elder in charge of verification, while comparing it with the portrait, commended him. To avoid dirtying his storage ring, Lu Ming had contained the blade's energy within, only sweeping it through the target's body. Thus, the remains appeared to bear but a single wound, remaining largely intact. Your mission is complete. Here is your reward. Please sign here. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming accepted the reward without counting it, directly placing it into his storage bag, confident that the sect would not shortchange him. With this reward, coupled with his recent haul, Lu Ming found himself in a position of affluence once more. Consequently, he did not rush to undertake another mission, opting instead to purchase spiritual herbs to elevate the Iron Elephant technique to its second level. Is that you? You have returned after completing your task. As he exited the hall, he fortuitously encountered the disciple who had previously remarked on his capabilities. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded. I did not expect you to be able to slay Yu Yuan so swiftly, especially considering you have yet to reach the pinnacle of the early Qi realm. The disciple appeared somewhat astonished, then cupped his hands in greeting. I am Yu Feng, ranked 561st in the inner sect. May I ask your name? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Lu Ming had not anticipated that this individual would hold a higher rank than Chu Yunxiao, but he returned the greeting. I am Lu Ming, ranked 1001st in the inner sect. Currently, he found himself among the bottom 5, with only 4 others trailing behind who had also passed the assessment. Naturally, some others had likely passed as well during this time, though he had not checked. So low, Yu Feng was taken aback once more. Logically, one who could slay a peak early Qi realm opponent should not have such a low rank. Then realization dawned upon him. You must have only recently passed the assessment, correct? Lu Ming nodded, confirming that he had only recently gained entry. You are quite bold, daring to take on a mission so soon. I see the shadow of the inner sect's master brother in you. He had heard that this Master Brother had also taken on missions fervently shortly after entering the inner sect. Master Brother, this title sounded somewhat foreign. He is the one ranked first in the inner sect. The leader among core disciples. The two continued their conversation, during which Lu Ming learned more about this Master Brother named Qi Xian, who primarily practiced swordsmanship. It was said that his sword techniques had reached an unfathomable level, appearing slow yet striking with astounding swiftness, leaving many to inexplicably fall to defeat before him. Elders had commented that he was highly likely to comprehend sword intent. Is it a case of seeming slow yet being swift? As Lu Ming had not witnessed it firsthand, he could not comment further. Very well, we shall pause our discussion here for today. Should there be any missions requiring a team in the future, I shall call upon you. After conversing for quite some time, Yu Feng took his leave. Until next time, Lu Ming bid farewell and made his way toward the spiritual herb pavilion. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Within the courtyard, Cui Bai confirmed once more, "Are you certain you want me to channel my qi and strike you with a punch?" "Absolutely," Lu Ming replied earnestly, taking a solid stance. Exposing his chest, "Here I come." Without hesitation, Cui Bai gathered his qi and struck Lu Ming's chest with a punch, though he only dared to exert 3/10 of his strength for fear of losing control. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Lu Ming remained utterly unmoved, and a surge of repulsive force erupted from his body, sending Cui Bai staggering back. "Indeed, your iron elephant technique is truly remarkable." Cui Bai steadied himself, rubbing his slightly numbed hand. After assessing his internal condition, Lu Ming suggested, "You may apply a bit more force." "Another one." Cui Bai paused in surprise, then replied, "Very well, this time I shall use 5/10 of my strength." With another punch, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly, yet he remained unharmed. This continued with 7/10 of his strength, and eventually full power, with Lu Ming only retreating a few steps without sustaining any internal injury. "You are truly monstrous. My full-powered punch cannot even breach your protective qi. This iron elephant technique is indeed exceptional." Cui Bai's arm had gone completely numb. Adjusting his attire, Lu Ming remarked, "Once your cultivation level rises, I will not be able to withstand it." He was not exaggerating. By his estimation, although he had cultivated the iron elephant technique to its second level, it could only withstand attacks from those at the mid-stage of the qi realm. To defend against late-stage opponents, he would need to cultivate it to the third level, the realm of the dragon and tiger uniting, merging internal and external forces. That would indeed be quite formidable. After a prolonged period of interaction, Cui Bai had grown somewhat desensitized to Lu Ming's rapid cultivation speed. Despite having entered the inner sect at the same time, Lu Ming had already taken on missions. While Cui Bai had yet to fully grasp the two martial techniques he had obtained from the Wuji Mountains. Do not rush. Take your time, Lu Ming consoled him. Cui Bai smiled, "I have long come to terms with it. Comparing myself to you will only lead to frustration, thus I will proceed at my own pace." "That is the best course of action," Lu Ming agreed with a smile, confident that Cui Bai's open-mindedness would facilitate his progress in cultivation. Afterward, Cui Bai took his leave to continue his training, while Lu Ming began practicing the leg and palm techniques he had recently acquired. Chapter 38 Blue Wooing. After spending over 20 days, Lu Ming mastered the whirlwind leaf-sweeping leg and the great demon-slaying palm simultaneously. With the aid of low-grade yuan stones, he reached the pinnacle of the early qi realm, not sensing any signs of a breakthrough. He decided to venture out and undertake another mission. Arriving at the mission hall, he intended to challenge a task of greater difficulty. After perusing the options, he found no suitable level 1 or 2 missions. Either they were too time-consuming or offered meager rewards, thus, he ultimately selected a level 3, 1-star mission, which was a guarding task. Mission summary: a notorious thief known as Blue Wooing has set a date to steal the Lu family's heirloom martial arts manual. He has left a message: failure will result in no harm, success will lead to the extermination of their clan. Content: protect the Lu family's martial arts manual, failure necessitates aiding in the defense against Blue Wooing. Intelligence: Blue Wooing is the disciple of the legendary thief Xiaozan, who roamed several nations decades ago. He currently possesses a mid-stage qi realm cultivation and excels in lightness skills. Recommendation: suitable for those at the mid-stage of the qi realm who are proficient in lightness techniques. Reward: 300 contribution points, 150,000 silver taels, and 100 low-grade yuan stones. Lu Ming, confident in his speed, accepted the mission without hesitation, believing he could contend with or even slay Blue Wooing. Look, he is merely at the early qi realm yet dares to take on a level 3 mission meant for those at the mid-stage. Lu Ming's decision immediately drew the attention of those nearby. To confront Blue Wooing. I have seen that mission. It is said that his lightness skills are so swift that one cannot even catch a glimpse of his shadow. For someone with such speed, even the slightest delay could lead to death. His choice of task must either stem from confidence or sheer recklessness. Ignoring their opinions, Lu Ming proceeded to the counter to register. "Are you certain you wish to accept this mission?" The registering elder regarded Lu Ming with surprise, clearly having received instructions to keep an eye on him. He felt compelled to issue a warning. Lu Ming nodded resolutely, replying, "I am certain." The registering elder hesitated. Although he recognized Lu Ming's strength, he knew that even those at the inner Qi realm could face challenges against formidable foes. However, he had also heard that it relied on speed. And it was evident that the infamous Lan Wuying was not lacking in that regard. There could be unforeseen circumstances. Let him go. At that moment, a sudden sound of transmission reached his ears, and he recognized it as the voice of the sect leader. He was somewhat puzzled as to why the sect leader was so concerned about this place. Could it be that this young man before him was being regarded with such importance? Nevertheless, given the command from above, he dared not disobey and thus began to register. Be cautious, he advised. "Thank you, Elder." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. The Lu family, a minor clan located in the southwest of Zhao Kingdom, was of little renown. Although the family head was at the late stage of true Qi, his advanced age rendered his actual capabilities uncertain. Therefore, upon receiving a missive from the notorious bandit Lan Wuying, they promptly dispatched individuals to various prestigious sects to issue a task requesting assistance. Financially, although the Lu family was modest, they had some savings. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death for the family. If they did not utilize their resources now, they would have no opportunity left. Consequently, the elder Lu felt no regret in spending. However, while the elder was unfazed, his son Lu Qing felt a pang in his heart. Lu Qing asked, "Father, why send requests to those 3 7th-tier sects and also to several 8th and 9th-tier sects? Isn't that merely a waste of resources?" "Foolishness," Elder Lu reprimanded. "Those 8th and 9th-tier sects, despite being inferior to the 7th-tier sects, are still stronger than our insignificant clan. You must never utter such disrespectful words again." The young man immediately lowered his head, acknowledging his father's admonition. Noticing his son's lingering discontent, Elder Lu added, "Qinger, you must understand that this is a matter of survival for our family. The disciples from the 7th-tier sects might not regard our meager contributions with any seriousness, thus, we must cast a wide net. Once our clan is annihilated, we will be left with nothing, our lives included." Lu Qing suddenly realized the gravity of the situation but hesitated. "Father, do you truly believe this sudden missive is authentic? What if someone is merely playing a prank? Wouldn't we be laboring in vain?" Elder Lu shook his head. "It cannot be mistaken. The missive bears a plum blossom mark, which is the insignia of the bandit Lan Wuying. Previously there was a family that did not believe it and suffered total annihilation. In any case, we must proceed with caution," Lu Qing continued. "The missive also stated that he intends to steal our family's inherited martial arts. Why not destroy them, rendering him unable to steal anything, thus ensuring his failure?" After he spoke, silence lingered for a moment, and upon looking up, he noticed his father staring at him as if he were a fool, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed. "Father, did I say something wrong?" Elder Lu sighed deeply, lamenting the lack of capable successors in the Lu family, and explained, "Then he would simply capture the one who possesses the family's martial arts. You are the sole heir of our clan, and although I am aging, I still possess the late stage of true Qi, which means I would be the one taken." Startled, Lu Qing quickly waved his hands. "No, we cannot destroy them." He was self-aware. Nearing 30, he had only just broken through to the initial stage of true Qi, yet he was certainly no match for Lan Wuying. Elder Lu, seeing his son's demeanor, felt even more disappointed. Even if the young man had displayed some bravado, it would have somewhat alleviated his frustration. Alas, he was utterly useless. As he sighed, a young servant rushed in reporting, "Master, a young hero outside claims to be a disciple of the inner sect of the Wujizong." Elder Lu immediately stood up. "Quickly, invite him in." As time passed, the day for Lan Wuying's planned heist loomed, with only a day remaining until the operation commenced. To Elder Lu's delight, of the 3 7th-tier sects, besides Wujizong, both Joshio sect and Yulihua sect had sent disciples to take on the task. Additionally, 5 individuals from various 8th and 9th-tier sects had also arrived. One of the Joshio sect disciples was a tall youth clad in a yellow robe. At the mid-stage of true Qi, he was currently engaged in light-hearted banter with a female disciple from Yulihua sect, Jiang Shimi. "If that Lan Wuying truly dares to come tomorrow, just hide behind me. With a single palm strike, I can deal with him." The Yulihua sect female disciple, dressed in a fitted outfit and wielding a long sword, responded coldly, "Thank you for your kindness, Qin Xiong. I require no protection." Furthermore, it is inappropriate for you to address me as Shimi, as we belong to different sections henceforth. You may refer to me as Miss Ruoxue. The Zhou sect disciple, unfazed, replied, "Do not underestimate Lan Wuying. According to our intelligence, his master, Xiaozan, is likely a remnant of the demonic sect, possessing remarkable agility and skill. Thus, it would be wise for you to stay behind me, otherwise, you may end up like those disciples from the lower tier sects, with little chance of returning." "What did you say?" His words immediately drew the ire of the other disciples from various sects, who were all from 8th and 9th tier sections. Enraged, they demanded, "What, do you take issue with us?" The Zhou sect disciple took a step forward, a sudden surge of energy emanating from him, rippling like waves in water, compelling the others to retreat. This is the Hunyuan Jinyu Gong, realizing the immense true energy that had suddenly erupted from him. The onlookers were taken aback, recognizing the formidable nature of that technique. Judging by his demeanor, it was clear he had cultivated it to a commendable level. Even the Yulihua sect disciple Jiang Ruoxue displayed a hint of surprise. She was aware that this technique was far from simple, although it was merely at the pinnacle of the human level. In certain respects, it rivaled techniques at the earth level's initial stage. Particularly in terms of the true energy cultivated, it was both domineering and substantial. In combat, it was not only enduring but also endowed each strike with tremendous power. Many disciples from various sects had suffered at the hands of Zhou sect's technique, including those from Yulihua sect. Thus, this technique was widely recognized. Quite discerning, the Zhou sect disciple, feeling triumphant, retracted his true energy and glanced around. Everyone averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Only one individual, after bowing his head, had a profound look in his eyes. Lost in thought, "Esteemed guests, the banquet is ready, please follow me to the feast." At that moment Elder Lu hurried over, feeling both delighted and anxious upon seeing so many sect disciples. The joy was self-evident, yet the concern stemmed from the youthful exuberance and competitive nature of these disciples. Should a conflict arise in their home, it would be difficult to manage. Thus, upon sensing the tension, he rushed over to mediate. However, upon arrival, he found that a full-blown altercation had not erupted. Instead, they had all been subdued by the Zhou sect disciple. This revelation brought him great relief. After all, the stronger the individuals present, the more assured they would be in dealing with Lan Wuying. Nevertheless, he would not reveal his delight, fearing it might offend the other sections. Therefore, he sought an excuse for the banquet, although the expressions of the crowd were grim. Feeling their dignity had been compromised, they did not reignite the conflict and followed the guidance towards the banquet hall. At that moment, another servant entered, leading a person. Chapter 39, King Kong subdues demons. Reporting to the master, "This is Lu Ming, a disciple of the inner sect of Wuzhizong." After bringing the guest in, the servant reported, "Apologies for my tardiness, master." The newcomer, Lu Ming, said, having just arrived after a long journey from Wuzhizong, which was considerably distant. A disciple from Wuzhizong, please come in." Elder Lu had initially felt elated upon hearing that a disciple from the 7th tier sect Wuzhizong had come, but upon seeing that Lu Ming was merely at the initial stage of true qi, disappointment washed over him. It was well known that Lan Wuying possessed remarkable lightness of foot and was at the mid-stage of true qi, while all the other disciples from various sects were at the same level. Now, Lu Ming was the odd one out and would likely prove ineffective. However, he masked his disappointment and feigned great enthusiasm in his welcome. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Ming could naturally discern some underlying tensions but chose not to dwell on them. The individuals he was serving were the ones providing the funding. It was only natural for them to doubt his capabilities. After politely bowing, he was about to step forward when a mocking voice interjected. "I wondered who it was. Turns out to be a disciple from Wuzhizong. What's this? Is your sect on the verge of collapse, sending a mere initial stage true qi disciple to make up the numbers?" Hearing this, everyone paused, their expressions shifting to one of amusement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It was common knowledge that the 2 most antagonistic sects in the Zhao Kingdom were Zhou sect and Wuzhizong. One pursued while the other suppressed, leading to frequent conflicts between their disciples. Once again, this situation had not failed to deliver. The Wuzhizong disciple, being at the initial stage of true qi, was expected to refrain from acting rashly in the face of provocation. Otherwise, he risked meeting the same fate as previous disciples from both sects who had been severely injured. "Indeed," whispered a bystander. The Yulihua sect disciple Jiang Ruoxue remained composed, quietly observing. Elder Lu felt a headache coming on. He had just quelled one conflict, and now another was brewing. He wished to intervene but feared offending the Zhou sect disciple, for he was the strongest among them, and they would require his strength to confront Lan Wuying. Thus, he could only wait for Lu Ming to lower his head before stepping in to mediate. However, to his surprise, Lu Ming showed no intention of backing down. Instead, he turned with a frosty gaze and asked, Who are you? Qin Jiang from Zhou sect, the Zhou sect disciple, intrigued by Lu Ming's demeanor, replied, What, is there something wrong with what I said? Indeed, there is a significant problem. Liu Ming let out a cold snort. While he could tolerate skepticism, he would not abide provocation, thus, he spoke in a frosty tone. First, this is not your Zhou sect, and it is not your place to speak out of turn. Second, the Wuji sect is not devoid of strength, dealing with a mere Lan Wuying, my presence alone suffices. Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately sensed the arrogance in Lu Ming's statement. Not only did he dismiss them, but he also disregarded Lan Wuying. This led one individual, his eyes ablaze with fury, to think what an audacious person he was. However, he decided to let it go for the moment. The priority was to complete this trial, after which the master would impart to him the true essence of martial arts. With this thought, the anger in his eyes receded, and he chose to watch the unfolding conflict. How bold of you to say my presence alone suffices. Just wait and see how I will bring you down. Fueled by rage, Qin Jiang, a disciple of the Zhou sect, was ablaze with fury. He summoned his profound true energy once more, coalescing it into a powerful palm strike aimed at Lu Ming. His strike was laced with anger, thus it was exceptionally formidable, akin to the might of thunder, bearing the weight of Mount Taid. It crushed everything in its path. The air beneath this palm was instantaneously repelled, resulting in a deafening explosion. The Zhou sect's pinnacle palm technique, thunderclap palm, some recognized it. Come at me. Lu Ming, unfazed, opted not to employ his sword technique this time but rather to meet force with force, executing a palm strike of his own, none other than the great demon extermination palm. This technique, embodying utmost rigidity and yang energy, was equally awe-inspiring. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the two palm forces collided in mid-air, unleashing chaotic true energy that erupted with an unending series of explosions. The spectators staggered back in shock. They had not anticipated that a practitioner at the initial stage of true energy realm could contend so fiercely with one at the mid-stage. It was likely that even an average late-stage practitioner would struggle to achieve such a feat. Once steady, they hurriedly turned their gazes toward the point of impact, only to see that after the clash of their palms, Lu Ming's robes billowed wildly while his body remained utterly motionless. In contrast, Qin Jiang faltered, taking a step back. The victor and vanquished were distinctly revealed in their exchange. Come again. Lu Ming, intent on teaching his opponent a lesson, followed his palm strike with a move from the whirlwind sweeping leaf leg, unleashing a flurry of leg shadows toward Qin Jiang. What a fierce leg technique! The crowd gasped anew. Who fears whom? Witness my Hunyuan energy shield. Qin Jiang, forced back by the palm strike, was taken aback, but as he beheld the multitude of leg shadows rushing towards him, he refused to be outdone. With a fierce shout, he conjured a yellow true energy shield around himself, a unique defensive ability of the Hunyuan Golden Jade technique. Bang 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 bang. Just as the true energy shield coalesced, the leg shadows bore down upon it, striking it with resounding thuds. Though the shield flickered under the onslaught, it showed no sign of breaking. This led Qin Jiang within to feel a surge of pride. My Hunyuan energy shield is difficult for even late-stage practitioners to breach. Once your true energy is exhausted, it will be my turn to retaliate. He seemed to envision a hopeful victory. Not so fast. Taste my diamond suppression technique. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, and as he flipped in the air, his aura shifted from sharp to overwhelmingly potent, channeling an immense palm strength as he struck down upon the energy shield. This was the third deadly technique of the great demon extermination palm. This move, embodying utmost rigidity and strength, was unparalleled in its ferocity and invincibility, excelling in breaking defenses. It was as if nothing could withstand this palm strike. Sensing its might, Qin Jiang's face paled, and he hurriedly summoned his true energy while retreating. Alas, it was too late. That palm, imbued with indomitable force, descended. Bang, crack, in an instant, with a deafening roar, the brilliant true energy shield shattered like crystal. Yet it was not over. A hand pierced through the fragments of the shield and landed solidly on Qin Jiang's chest. He trembled violently, spewing blood as he was sent flying, crashing into a wall before losing consciousness. Silence enveloped the scene. The crowd was utterly astounded that such a battle had concluded in mere 3 moves. Their gazes toward Lu Ming transformed completely. To contend with a mid-stage practitioner without losing ground, and then to shatter the opponent's formidable defense with such dominance, was nothing short of astonishing. Quick, get young Master Qin down for treatment. Use the finest medicine. The first to react was the elder Lu family head, who, in a state of shock, hastily instructed his subordinates. A flurry of chaotic activity ensued. Beside him, his son Lu Qing, as if waking from a dream, could hardly believe that these sect disciples were so formidable. Lu young master, the elder Lu family head hesitated to call out, for Lu Ming now instilled in him a sense of trepidation. Being someone capable of effortlessly shattering an opponent's true energy shield. Liu Ming casually cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "No need to thank me for ridding you of a waste. It saves you some expense." For one who had openly declared to incapacitate him, he would show no mercy. The elder Lu family head opened his mouth, unsure of what to say or realizing that this would only incur greater costs, first for treating the injuries, and second, to appease the other party, ensuring they held no grudges against them. The latter was the more challenging task, however. He dared not retort and instead smiled, "Having a master like Lu, young master, join us. It seems Lan Wuying is thoroughly untroubled now." Indeed. At this moment, other sect disciples approached, one of whom spoke, "I am Yushan from the Jiuding sect." "Greetings, Lu brother." "I am Wu Yong from the Kaishan sect." "Greetings, Lu brother." "I am Zhou Hong from the Qi sect." "I am Jiang Ruoshui from the Yuluo sect." Liu Ming nodded in acknowledgement to each, though his gaze lingered a moment longer on Jiang Ruoshui, as she gave him a distinctly different impression, her strength seemingly surpassing that of the others, comparable to Chen Jiang. "Gentlemen, please follow me to the banquet. We shall discuss strategies against Lan Wuying shortly." The elder Lu family head, relieved that no further conflict had arisen among these individuals, hastily proclaimed. No need. However, Lu Ming suddenly declined. The crowd turned to regard him once more, their expressions filled with confusion. "Lan Wuying is right here," he stated. Chapter 40, Shadows of Espionage. "Lan Wuying is right here." Liu Ming's words struck like thunder, leaving everyone dumbfounded, where Wu Yong from the Kaishan sect was the first to inquire. Immediately on guard, scanning the surroundings, others quickly followed suit, searching the area. But apart from the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, there was no other movement. They could only cast puzzled looks at Lu Ming, hoping for an explanation. Liu Ming, however, did not speak without reason. He had contemplated on the way here how Lan Wuying would execute his theft, since he had predetermined the date for the heist. He must have had a comprehensive plan. The sect disciples could not possibly be unaware of the situation. Thus the question arose, how could one successfully steal amid the vigilant protection of the sect disciples? After much thought, Lu Ming concluded that disguise and infiltration were the most plausible methods. Disguising as a servant of the Lu family would likely invite suspicion and prevent him from approaching the guarded treasures. However, posing as a sect disciple would be much easier. The Lu family would have no means to confirm the true identities of the visitors, and the other sect disciples were unlikely to recognize each other. Thus, as helpers, they would naturally be stationed close to the items of interest. This would facilitate a successful theft without raising alarms. Yet, impersonating a sect disciple was not without its challenges, as each sect possessed unique identification tokens. Therefore, ambushing and replacing a sect disciple en route was highly viable. Liu Ming's delay in arrival stemmed not only from the distance but also from the need for vigilance, as he, being at the initial stage of true energy realm, appeared the weakest and thus a likely target. Ultimately, he encountered a band of thieves, which wasted time, leading him to believe he was merely overthinking. However, following his probing upon entering, he discerned some clues. The reason he had previously belittled Lan Wuying was not merely to counter Chen Zhang's words and maintain his own momentum. It was also a deliberate attempt to provoke others. Anger is an emotion that conveys much. With his keen perception and observant nature, he noticed that one individual exhibited a unique and intense anger. Thus, he boldly declared that Lan Wuying was present here. Now, facing the crowd's skepticism and confusion, he articulated his reasoning in full. After hearing his explanation, the crowd was once again taken aback. Lu Ming's deductions were well reasoned, and his thought process was exceedingly clear. Consequently, they could not help but believe him to a significant extent. Brilliant, it must be so. Lu Qing, the son of the elder Lu family head, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Clearly unaware of the gravity of the current situation, indeed, all eyes shifted away from him and toward Wu Yong, the disciple of the Kaishan sect who had spoken first. At this moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Itsu, Lu Ming immediately detected the change in Wu Yong's demeanor, further validating his reasoning, and decisively extended his claw-like fingers toward him. Crack! The sharpness of his claw strike sliced through the air, reaching Wu Yong with swift precision. Realizing he was on the verge of exposure as Lu Ming articulated his deduction, Wu Yong felt a surge of panic. However, a glimmer of hope lingered within him. Now, with Lu Ming lunging towards him, he had no time to think. Swift as a falling leaf, he evaded Lu Ming's claw strike with agility and retreated. Take this, celestial net, having missed his initial strike. Lu Ming was undeterred. He closed the distance once more and unleashed a flurry of claw strikes. Indeed, it is the third style of the Tiger Claw technique. At that time, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Li Changhu employed this move to restrict his opponent's mobility. Zzz. In an instant, a flurry of sharp claw energies descended upon Wu Yong from all directions, creating a sensation of being utterly surrounded. Mere trifles. Faced with the encirclement, Wu Yong smirked disdainfully. Suddenly, his body twisted with the grace of a serpent, deftly slipping through the gaps of the claw strikes and escaping the confinement. Since you have discovered me today, I shall not entertain you any longer. I will return to settle the score at another time. Wu Yong effectively acknowledged his identity and attempted to flee. However, at that moment, others began their assault, each taking their position to attack him. Lan Wuying, receive my fiery fist. With that, a blazing flame erupted around Yushan of the Nine Tripod sect, transforming him into a figure engulfed in fire. Not true flames, but rather a fierce manifestation of his vital energy. Wrapped in this energy, his fist shot forth like a crimson meteor, trailing a long tail of fire as it hurtled towards Lan Wuying. The remaining combatants unleashed their own formidable techniques. In the face of a barrage of extraordinary skills, Lan Wuying merely chuckled lightly and, with a swift pivot, transformed into 4 shadowy afterimages, breaking free from the encirclement from 4 different directions. This was the elusive likeness technique known as the shadowy mirage of the demon sect. Seeing the afterimages, Jiang Ruoshui of the Yulua sect sheathed her sword and called out loudly, among the 4 afterimages, one must be real. Each of you take one. I shall pursue this one. With a punch that shattered a nearby building, Yushan of the Nine Tripod sect immediately darted towards the nearest afterimage. I shall take this one. Zhou Hang of the Seven Fragrance sect also chose an afterimage. As for Lu Ming, he had yet to exert even a fraction of his strength. He was merely curious about the abilities of the disciples from various sections. Clearly, this was not the time for observation, so he increased his power slightly, employing the shifting clouds technique to swiftly approach an afterimage. Delivering a palm strike, with a soft pop, the afterimage burst like a bubble, proving to be a mere illusion. Liu Ming was not surprised, for at the moment the opponent created the afterimage, his keen perception had detected the anomaly. However, he dared not confirm it at the time. And since this afterimage was the closest to him, he could not afford to let it slip away. And now that he had verification, he quickly glanced in Jiang Ruoshui's direction. Sure enough, the other 2 positions were illusions. Only Jiang Ruoshui faced the real threat. You dare to treat me as your escape route? Receive my move, the Lotus Sealing Soul. Being perceived as a path of retreat, Jiang Ruoshui's expression darkened, with a flourish of her sword. She centered herself and unleashed a funnel-shaped vortex of sword energy that enveloped Lan Wuying, as if determined to shred into pieces. Such a formidable sword technique, Lu Ming could not help but praise her. True to its name, the density of the sword energy in this Lotus Sealing Soul left no gaps for escape. While the net of his Tiger Claw technique could allow evasion, this funnel was impenetrable. Lan Wuying would find it exceedingly difficult to break through, and thus he could only retreat. As expected, Lan Wuying's demeanor lost its previous ease. He had thought the terrain around Jiang Ruoshui would facilitate his escape, only to encounter the most formidable challenge yet. Confronted with such dense sword energy, he could not find a gap, and as Lu Ming had surmised, he had no choice but to withdraw. At that moment, Yushan of the Nine Tripod sect charged forward once more, engulfed in flames. Liu Ming and Zhou Hang of the Seven Fragrance sect also sprang into action, soaring into the fray, faced with yet another encirclement. Lan Wuying felt an overwhelming pressure, for this time the enclosing circle was even tighter. As for a head-on confrontation, while he was confident in his strength, believing it even surpassed that of Chen Jiang from the Nine Skies sect, he could not withstand the assault of 4 opponents. Even if he injured one, the other 3 would still attack, especially with Lu Ming among them, whose palm strikes were exceptionally fierce, lacking the protective barrier that Chen Jiang possessed. Thus, without further hesitation, he burst forth, disregarding the afterimages, leveraging his superior lightness technique to gain altitude and attempt to break free from above. With a pop, the prepared assailants swiftly shattered the afterimages and continued their pursuit of Lan Wuying. However, at that moment, a loud shout rang out, "All of you young heroes, step aside." The voice belonged to the elder Lu, who had mysteriously vanished earlier. Upon his return, he bore a finely woven fishing net adorned with sharp hooks and spikes. It turned out he had not come unprepared. With his experience, he knew that to deal with someone skilled in lightness techniques, one must use a net, much like capturing birds. Hence, he had long prepared a net crafted from fine iron wires, which he had set aside for his family's martial arts. He had just gone to retrieve it. With a shout, Lu the Elder soared into the air like a weathered eagle, casting the fine iron net down upon Lan Wuying. Now Lan Wuying could no longer maintain his composure. His expression turned to one of horror as he attempted to change direction and evade, but it was too late. The aerial attacks from Lu Ming and the others had already descended upon him. This time, there was no way to escape. Bang! Lan Wuying narrowly avoided an attack, only to be ensnared by the open fishing net. Attempting to shatter it with his formidable vital energy, he discovered that the net possessed remarkable resilience. And he could not break free in one go. Naturally, Lu Ming and the others would not grant him another chance, unleashing a barrage of fists and kicks that led to his immediate demise, sending him plummeting down. Chapter 41. The reputation unblemished. As the dust settled, the gathered individuals congregated around Lan Wuying's lifeless body. At this time, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you young heroes. Elder Lu sighed in relief. The crisis had been averted. There is no need for such formality, Lu the Elder. We are merely doing our jobs for remuneration, replied Yushan of the Nine Tripod sect. Clasping his hands, indeed, we must also express our gratitude to Brother Lu. Had it not been for his keen insight, we might still have been in the dark, added Zhou Hang of the Seven Fragrance sect. As this was mentioned, everyone's gaze turned once more to Lu Ming. They had not anticipated that this disciple of the Wujizong would be not only immensely powerful but also exceptionally perceptive. Before they had even arrived, he had begun to consider the task at hand, and his predictions had proven accurate, garnering their admiration. Thank you, young hero Lu. Elder Lu bowed deeply to him. This battle was indeed a collective achievement. Lu Ming returned the gesture, humbly acknowledging their praise. In truth, after observing the opponent's lightness technique, he had felt confident he could resolve the matter single-handedly. However, upon hearing Jiang Ruoshui utter a phrase associated with the demon sect's lightness technique, he refrained from unleashing his full power. Being an outsider, he could not ascertain whether Lan Wuying had accomplices, so it was wiser to conceal a portion of his strength. How shall we divide Lan Wuying's spoils? Yushan of the Nine Tripod sect suddenly inquired. A moment of silence ensued as everyone turned their attention to Lu Ming, seeking his judgment. Lu Ming took the initiative, suggesting that Elder Lu draft a certificate for the mission rewards. As for the valuables on Lan Wuying, they would naturally be split evenly, while any martial arts manuals or techniques would be noted by each of them. A splendid idea, let it be so. Zhou Hang of the Seven Fragrance sect concurred, clearly pleased with the fairness of the proposed division, initially concerned that Lu Ming might monopolize the rewards due to his achievements and strength. He realized he had underestimated his character, leading to a favorable impression of him. The others also reconsidered their views on Lu Ming, recognizing his ability to be assertive when necessary while remaining humble at the right moments. Allow me to see what he possessed. Yushan eagerly stepped forward, particularly eager for the high-level lightness technique that Lan Wuying had just displayed. However, disappointment awaited him, for there were no martial arts manuals within the storage ring or on Lan Wuying's person. Only a handful of silver notes amounting to over 100,000, around 130 low-grade elemental stones, and some medicinal pills. After the four divided the spoils, they found their gains rather meager, leaving them somewhat dissatisfied. Lu Ming, however, remained indifferent. Following this, Elder Lu invited everyone to a feast, suggesting they rest for the night before returning. Yet, Lu Ming declined the offer, as an unsettling premonition lingered within him, leading him to believe it would be better to depart promptly. Notably, Jiang Ruoshui chose to accompany him on his departure. The Lu family resided in Shattered Stone Town, and as night fell, Lu Ming and Jiang Ruoshui rode side by side through the streets. They soon exited the town, vanishing into the darkness. You have yet to exert your full strength, have you? In a blink, they reached a plain, and Jiang Ruoshui suddenly turned her head to inquire. Not at all. But you should be the same, Lu Ming replied without turning his gaze. Indeed, I have only reserved 4 parts of my strength, but you give me the impression of being unfathomable, which is not characteristic of a practitioner in the early stages of the vital energy realm. Lu Ming chose not to respond, recognizing her keen insight. He had yet to utilize his most formidable blade. You should also exercise caution around the disciples of the Nine Skies sect, having injured one of their own. Their seniors will undoubtedly seek retribution when they encounter you. Jiang Ruoshui cautioned kindly. Thank you for the warning. Should we cross paths, I am not one to be trifled with, Lu Ming replied. Those who know their own affairs are aware that with his current strength, he could easily protect himself within the vital energy realm, yet defeating those talented youths in the later stages would be a considerable challenge. After all, those individuals possessed remarkable innate abilities, and their martial arts training was at an exceptionally high level, compounded by the pressure of their realms, leaving him with little advantage. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would break through to the mid-stage of the vital energy realm upon returning, further narrowing the gap. Subsequently, the two focused on their journey until, as they passed a small hill, Lu Ming suddenly reined in his horse. Whoa! The abrupt stop caused the horse to rear and turn several circles before finally stabilizing. What is it? Jiang Ruoshui halted beside him. Liu Ming's expression grew grave as he gazed at the figure atop the mountain peak. His worst fears confirmed. Lan Wuying indeed had accomplices, and judging by their aura, they were likely at the level of the Qi realm. Following Lu Ming's gaze, Jiang Ruoshui also spotted the figure, her expression instantly shifting to one of alarm. She naturally surmised that Lan Wuying might have accomplices, which is why she had chosen to leave with Lu Ming. However, she never anticipated that these accomplices would be headed straight for them, and that one of them was a formidable master of the Gangxi realm. What should we do? She turned to ask. Liu Ming shook his head. Their only option now was to fight with all their might, relying on the nascent form of his blade intent for a glimmer of hope. As for failure, all he could do was lament his unfortunate fate, yet resignation was not an option. Who are you? Lu Ming tightened his grip on the reins, calming the restless horse beneath him, and declared in a clear voice, "You killed my disciple, and you dare to ask who I am?" A voice floated down lightly. Shaozan. Jiang Ruoshui gasped in astonishment. Liu Ming's heart sank further. This was a figure who had made a name for himself decades ago, and he feared that he was far more than just a novice in the Gangxi realm. This only made his chances of survival seem even more tenuous. There were multiple people who killed your disciple. Why do you specifically target us? Lu Ming questioned, feeling perplexed as he had made every effort to remain low-key. In an instant, it was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's ears. Though not the only one to kill my disciple, you are the main culprit. Liu Ming cleared his ears, suddenly turning his head with a smile and saying, "You are fortunate, he is coming for me. So you may leave first." Jiang Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his meaning, feeling a surge of gratitude swell within her. Yet, could she truly leave now? She was uncertain, ultimately deciding against it. Perhaps today was simply her destined end. With a heavy sigh, she shook her head in refusal. Liu Ming, left with no other choice, drew the soul blade and focused intently. "What a schemer you are! But I take particular pleasure in eliminating individuals like you. Prepare to meet your end." Suddenly, the figure atop the small mountain moved, silhouetted against the bright moon, resembling a bat spreading its wings, casting only a dark shadow as it approached. Before it even arrived, a fierce gale surged, threatening to unbalance Lu Ming. Was this the might of the Gangxi realm? Lu Ming held his breath, concentrating fully to capture information about his opponent, when suddenly a deep voice rang out, "How dare you, a remnant of the demonic sect, presume to touch a disciple of my Wujizong?" Then came a crack, and a purple light descended from the heavens, striking a dark figure. The shadow was forced to reveal itself, exposing a peculiar visage, hair and beard white as snow, yet skin as delicate as that of an infant. "I asked that the Ziyang divine art, could it be that you were Lianqing, the master of Wujizong?" the shadow exclaimed in surprise, sharp eyes. "Indeed, that is precisely who I am." Another figure emerged opposite the shadow, appearing to be in his 40s, donned in a white robe, exuding an air of refined elegance. Recognizing the newcomer, Shaozan's expression shifted to one of gravity, clearly aware of the other's formidable prowess. However, he quickly regained his composure and stated solemnly, "Why are you here instead of remaining at Wujizong?" Lianqing snorted, "Of course, I am here for you. Did you think your movements were so covert? Let me tell you, the moment you stepped into Zhao Kingdom we had already taken notice." Shaozan's expression soured. He had once again underestimated the control those sects had over Zhao Kingdom. Previously he had not considered eradicating all disciples of the sect that killed his disciple, as that would surely provoke a hornet's nest. Thus, he had come solely for Lu Ming, yet here he was exposed. "Enough with the small talk. Today, let me experience the absolute arts of your demonic sect." With that, Lianqing's face suddenly surged with purple energy, emitting waves of heat that scorched the air. "Receive my Ziyang palm." In an instant, he raised his palm and struck out, unleashing an intensely refined purple palm energy that shot towards Shaozan with extraordinary speed. Shaozan's expression changed drastically as he immediately leapt away, not daring to linger in midair, and fled outright. Boom! The purple palm energy missed its target but obliterated a small mountain, sending rocks flying in all directions. "Humph, where do you think you're going?" Lianqing had no intention of letting him escape, instantly pursuing him, yet, before leaving, he turned to Lu Ming and said, "You have done well, not tarnishing the reputation of my Wujizong. You may return now." With that, he vanished from sight. Chapter 42, Leveraging Momentum. "I never anticipated that your sect master would come. This time, we have indeed been fortunate." Once the surroundings fell silent again, Jiang Ruoshui exhaled in relief. They had truly been hanging by a thread just moments prior. Liu Ming not only kept his long knife unsheathed but also remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. "Let South leave this place first." Go!" With that, he tightened the reins and charged ahead. Jiang Ruoshui hurriedly followed. Understanding the concerns that plagued him, they galloped at full speed until daybreak, encountering no further dangers, allowing them to finally relax. At the next intersection. "We will part ways, thank you for your kindness last night." With a sigh, they reached the crossroads, where both came to a halt. No need for thanks, we shall meet again. Liu Ming offered a slight bow from his horse. "Until next time." Jiang Ruoshui returned the gesture and then urged her horse to speed away. However, after running a short distance, she turned back. "Wait," she called out. Liu Ming, who was preparing to depart, stopped in confusion. "Miss Jiang, is there something else?" After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ruoshui said, "Most of the people I have encountered in the past value their lives. I am curious as to why you allowed me to leave first last night?" Lu Ming was taken aback. "What kind of question was that?" He replied casually, "If you had stayed, it would merely mean one more death." "It seems you were a kind-hearted person," Jiang Ruoshui remarked, almost immediately. She fixed a deep gaze upon Lu Ming. "However, I have heard that kind-hearted individuals often do not live long. Why would you choose to be such a person?" Lu Ming laughed heartily, saying, "I cannot claim to be kind. I can only strive to act without guilt." If pressed to provide an answer, he tightened the reins and turned his horse twice, contemplating before responding. "Once, when I was destitute and starving, there was a person who bestowed upon me 10 taels of silver, a set of clothing, and some pastries. Though these things mean little to me now, they were invaluable to me at that time, thus, I will forever remember that act of kindness." With that, he rode off into the distance, leaving behind the echo of a promise to meet again. "Indeed, that is quite interesting," Jiang Ruoshui mused, a smile playing on her lips. She had not expected such an answer. In truth, she only sought to remind him that excessive kindness could lead to trouble. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, much like her own family. She had not anticipated that he would not only be aware of this but also contemplate it more deeply. Several days later, Lu Ming returned to Wuzhizong, returned his steed, and proceeded to the task hall to submit his mission. Along the way, he happened upon news that sect master Lianqing had returned injured after confronting Xiao Zhan. He had not expected that the notorious thief, who had roamed across several kingdoms, was indeed a remnant of the demonic sect. Indeed, the sect received word that the sect master took action personally. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of more remnants of the demonic sect to rescue him, Xiao Zhan would have already perished. "How can we completely eradicate the demonic sect?" someone lamented. "They have revived once again. You do not understand. They possess martial arts. As long as there are those who desire strength, they can never be completely eliminated." Asai, that is true. The demonic sect was once a 6-tier power, spanning several kingdoms and thriving in its time. I have heard that its leader was a master of the Huahai realm, and there were several vice leaders at the Gangyuan realm. That was in the past. Even now, there may not be many at the Gangxi realm. However, if they are making such a ruckus again, their scale must be considerable. We must be cautious on our missions from now on. Lu Ming absorbed this information. The books that Zhao Latu had given him contained little about the demonic sect. This experience had indeed broadened his horizons. He had not anticipated that the demonic sect had once been so powerful, even possessing masters of the Huahai realm. As far as he knew, the strongest in Wuzhizong was merely at the Gangyuan realm, and as the supreme elder, he seldom showed himself. If the demonic sect from back then were to attack, it would have been impossible to withstand. Fortunately, they had since been eradicated. Not dwelling further on this, Lu Ming quickened his pace to the task hall, where the elder responsible for record-keeping regarded him with some surprise upon seeing him again. He was already aware of Xiao Zhan's emergence and suspected it was related to his disciple. He had not expected that, under such circumstances, Lu Ming would still manage to complete his mission. However, with the sect master nearby, it made sense. It was only after he read through the detailed letter of verification written by Elder Lu that he grasped the specifics of the situation. He had not anticipated that Lu Ming possessed such cleverness. It was truly remarkable. Thus, he praised him. "You have done well. Here is your reward. Accept it." "Thank you, Elder." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude, accepting the items and preparing to return. This time, he intended to thoroughly consolidate what he had learned previously. He encountered no familiar faces along the way, likely because everyone was busy. However, he found it odd that Cui Bai was also absent. Was he out on a mission? Not thinking too much of it, he walked straight into his courtyard, first taking the time to wash up and banish his fatigue. He then began to cultivate his inner strength. Feeling the signs of a breakthrough approaching, hanging the closed door sign outside, he plunged entirely into his training. Days passed swiftly, and with the assistance of the Yuan stone, the true energy within Lu Ming reached a point of saturation. Meanwhile, the inner martial art, the Tiandao Ju, progressed to the 8th layer, birthing a strand of blade energy within him. However, he had no time to manage that. his focus was solely on breaking through his realm. Half a day later, as he continued to push against his limits, a sound akin to an egg cracking echoed from within him simultaneously, the pure Yuan energy from the stone, as well as wisps of Yuan energy drifting in the air, surged wildly into his body. At that moment, his body resembled a funnel, and it was not until he felt himself swell that the influx finally ceased, restoring tranquility. He thought to himself, "At last, I have broken through." Lu Ming tossed aside the Yuan stone that had turned to rubble in his hand, standing up with an indescribable sense of relief. He hurriedly sensed the situation within his dantian and discovered that the crimson true energy had nearly doubled in quantity. It could be said that his cultivation had made significant progress. Subsequently, he noticed that within the red true energy, there were two more refined streams of energy, exuding a sharp and cutting sensation. These were the blade qi born from the breakthrough in his martial arts. 2 streams, representing 2 life-saving skills. Next, he decided to consolidate his martial techniques. With the assistance of the jade pendant, all his martial skills had been cultivated to their zenith. Yet it seemed there was still room for advancement. He pondered deeply, suspecting the existence of something akin to the intent of the blade, just as Yufeng had mentioned, the inexplicable sword technique of the inner sect's senior brother. Earlier, he had been somewhat vague about it, but after witnessing Lan Wuying's lightness skill, he felt that there was a deeper meaning. He fell into contemplation, and after a while, his eyes suddenly brightened. He thought of the character. Sure, water has its own momentum, and wind has its own force. Against the current, one moves slowly. With the current, one moves swiftly. The wind behaves similarly. With this thought, Lu Ming immediately soared into the courtyard to comprehend the momentum of the wind. He had a strong intuition that if he could unravel this issue, his speed in martial arts would experience a tremendous enhancement. Thus, 6 days passed in this manner. Lu Ming stood motionless in the courtyard until a leaf, carried by the wind, landed upon his forehead, at which point his eyes regained their focus. Then he moved. Without any visible exertion, his body floated away, drifting aimlessly as if without trajectory. It appeared chaotic yet possessed a unique aesthetic. Only when he directed his gaze towards a leaf did he realize he was moving in accordance with the direction of the wind. He descended only when the wind ceased. Was this what it meant to borrow force? Within just a few days, Lu Ming grasped this concept, which was essentially leveraging the momentum of the wind. Do not assume that this ability cannot be utilized in the absence of wind. One must understand that during combat, as long as the opponent's strike creates wind, he can harness it. Now, he felt that his lightness skill had progressed significantly, along with his swordsmanship, as his blade technique relied heavily on speed. For the time being, this would suffice. Lu Ming paused, sensing that he had only scratched the surface of this understanding and that further progress was still possible, albeit not in the immediate future. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and he went to open it. Chapter 43, The Preliminaries of the Grand Competition. The visitor was Cui Bai, who remarked, "You've been displaying the closed-door training sign outside. I only came over when I saw your figure flying over the wall just now. I hope I did not disturb you." Lu Ming welcomed him inside with a smile, saying, "I just finished my training. By the way, I didn't see you when I returned from my last mission. Where did you go?" Cui Bai recalled his recent activities, saying, "Aside from training, I spent my contribution points to seek counsel from the elders regarding martial arts." Suddenly, he noticed that Lu Ming appeared somewhat dazed. "Is something wrong?" He asked. "Nothing much, just that I forgot about the opportunity to consult the elders on martial arts," Lu Ming replied with a chuckle. At Wuji sect, elders occasionally held free lectures on martial arts, primarily covering foundational topics. However, personalized consultations on specific martial practices required contribution points. To be honest, he had completely overlooked this, otherwise, he would have already been aware of the existence of momentum. Nevertheless, he was not disheartened. Not only had he learned about it, but he had also gained some insights. Given your talent, I believe you need not worry about such matters, Cui Bai remarked. "Wait, how did you break through to the mid-stage of the true Qi realm?" As discussions turned to martial arts, Cui Bai scrutinized Lu Ming and was taken aback. It had been less than 5 months since they entered the inner sect together, yet Lu Ming had far surpassed him, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the true Qi realm. Even more astonishing was that during this time, Lu Ming had practiced several martial arts and completed 2 missions. Such abnormal talent left Cui Bai speechless. The more battles one engages in, the easier it is to break through, Lu Ming offered as an explanation. Surprisingly, Cui Bai wholeheartedly agreed. "You make a valid point. I spent nearly 6 months on the outskirts of Wuji Mountain to pass the inner sect examination. During that time, I fought daily against demonic beasts, enhancing both my martial skills and true energy." He continued, "It seems I have been too complacent lately, even if I do not compare myself to you. I should not be progressing at such a slow pace. Liu Ming had no words to counter this. Seeing that Cui Bai appeared resolute about embarking on missions, he could only caution, do not rush. Focus on perfecting your martial arts first. Cui Bai felt a surge of warmth from Lu Ming's words and replied with a smile, rest assured, I know my limits, that's good to hear. Lu Ming said with a smile. The two then chatted about various matters, mostly sharing experiences within the sect. Cui Bai remarked, with your current strength, I estimate you will surely advance in the preliminaries of the grand competition in 5 months. Preliminaries of the grand competition? Lu Ming asked, somewhat puzzled. You see, you spend all your time either on missions or training at home, yet you remain oblivious to so many happenings within the sect. Cui Bai teased, you probably are not even aware that the inner sect disciples competition has been moved up, right? I genuinely did not know, Lu Ming responded with an awkward smile. What on earth has happened? Please enlighten me. Cui Bai did not keep him in suspense and explained, the inner sect competition requires one-on-one arena battles, and with over 1,000 disciples, conducting it all at once would take an inordinate amount of time and create chaos. Therefore, it has been decided that a preliminary round will be held a month before the actual competition, aimed at eliminating most participants in advance. In other words, the real inner sect competition would commence in 6 months. Which was 8 or 9 months earlier than the usual schedule. As Cui Bai elaborated, Lu Ming learned the reason. A secret realm that opened once every 30 years had coincidentally reached its activation point, prompting the sect to advance the competition. This had become customary. Every time this situation arose, such measures were taken. But how will the preliminaries be conducted? Surely, it cannot be a series of one-on-one matches. Lu Ming inquired, dismissing thoughts of the secret realm. Of course not. That would be indistinguishable from the actual competition. Cui Bai continued to explain. I have gathered some information, and the preliminaries will involve a series of assessments. For instance, in the first round, one must defeat a mechanical puppet with the strength of a peak early-stage true Qi realm. Failure results in immediate elimination. The second round involves 2 such puppets, and it only gets more challenging from there. Ultimately, only 300 participants will remain to compete for rankings in the subsequent grand competition. Liu Ming grasped the general idea but then questioned, what happens if, in the month leading up to the competition, someone who was outside the 300 mark achieves a breakthrough? I anticipated you would ask that. Cui Bai replied knowingly. Of course, they can participate in a special preliminary assessment 3 days before the competition. As long as they rank within the top 300, they will be eligible for the actual competition. I've shared quite a bit of information. Do you have no reaction? Seeing Cui Bai's playful expression, Lu Ming playfully punched him on the shoulder and declared, let us head to the Tsuiyun Tower's private room. Just watch. I will treat you to a lavish meal today. The two left, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Time swiftly passed, and nearly 4 months had gone by. During this period, discussions regarding the preliminaries of the grand competition had intensified within Woji's sect, becoming the predominant topic of conversation. Liu Ming, aside from accepting a few missions, dedicated himself entirely to his training. Since leaving Tsuiyun Tower with Cui Bai, he had spent 500 contribution points to consult an elder who specialized in martial arts about the concept of momentum. Indeed, such a concept existed. According to the elder, momentum was formless and intangible, comprehensible only to those of exceptional talent. There were simpler paths, such as practicing martial arts imbued with momentum, but such techniques were exceedingly rare. Typically at the earth or human grade, unless high-level martial arts had become incomplete and thus downgraded, these techniques were difficult to learn. If one could not grasp the essence of momentum, they would struggle to master the associated techniques. In essence, the elder cautioned Lu Ming against aiming too high, emphasizing the importance of focusing on improving his cultivation level at this stage. Naturally, Lu Ming understood the elder's good intentions, as the example of Elder Tian Dao loomed large. He had pursued the elusive concept of blade intent, only to delay his own cultivation and meet an untimely end. However, Lu Ming believed his comprehension was not lacking, especially with the Jade Pendant's assistance. So he harbored no concerns on that front. Having resolved his doubts, Lu Ming returned to his previous training regimen, adjusting the time allocation to allow more hours for practice. His training, in addition to refining his true energy, centered on understanding the momentum of wind and blade intent, yielding substantial progress, particularly with regard to blade intent, when he had confronted Xiao Zhan, a master at the level of the Gangqi realm. It had ignited his fierce determination. Following that encounter, he felt his willpower had strengthened, instilling within him a sense of unwavering resolve. This marked a breakthrough in his state of mind, propelling his blade intent to advance another step. Ultimately, blade intent represented a manifestation of will. If he were to liken his blade intent to an elusive, nebulous energy, he was now on the verge of solidifying it into a tangible form within his consciousness. In other words, his blade intent was taking shape, requiring only a final push to fully materialize, yet, that final step was the most arduous. Many individuals spend their entire lives without achieving it, thus Lu Ming could not afford to rush. With approximately 1 month remaining until the preliminaries, he resolved to devote all his energy to breaking through the third stage of the Iron Elephant technique. Before the mirror, Lu Ming examined his physique. A few months prior, he had just turned 15. Compared to his previous youthful frailty, he now exuded a certain charisma. Standing at about 1.78 meters, while he did not appear overly muscular, his frame was lean and well-toned with defined muscles. This is the transformation brought about by the Iron Elephant's skill, a method of physical cultivation. One might say that his current appearance, when compared to his former self before practicing, has undergone a complete metamorphosis. To the extent that it would not be an exaggeration to say he has been reborn. Indeed, martial arts can profoundly alter a person. Dressing himself properly, Lu Ming stepped outside. The third stage of the Iron Elephant skill is difficult to surpass through self-training alone. Therefore, he needs to seek a place of immense pressure, and he has indeed acquired information on such a location. Chapter 44. The emergence of talents at long last. The days leading up to the preliminary competition have arrived, and the inner disciples who had been on various missions have mostly returned. This influx has rendered the sect more lively than usual, with discussions echoing throughout. Look, there is senior brother Huan Xiaoyue. Ranked 9th. It is said that he, influenced by the 11th ranked senior brother Feng Chao, has undertaken a level 5 task alone and has finally returned today. On the main avenue of the sect, a tall, somewhat tattered youth, around 17 or 18 years old, strolled by. The other disciples hurriedly clasped their fists in greeting, acknowledging senior brother Huan. He merely nodded in their direction before continuing on his way. The oppressive aura exuded by senior brother Huan seems to have intensified. A mere glance from him felt as if a great mountain were bearing down upon me. I share this sentiment. His demeanor is not directed at us personally but is likely a result of his cultivation method. I have heard that senior brother Huan practices the comprehensive cultivation technique, the 5 cauldrons profound skill. And it is estimated that he has reached the 5 cauldron realm, capable of lifting 5 cauldrons with sheer physical strength, which must be around 10,000 pounds, such immense strength, during the actual competition. It promises to be a sight to behold. Oh, there is senior sister He Jianjun, ranked 2nd. At that moment, another figure appeared, a woman carrying a guqin, elegant and ethereal, her demeanor serene. Her sudden appearance captivated many gazes. As is well known, the second sister of the inner sect is renowned for her beauty, yet, before long, she vanished as abruptly as she had appeared, leaving only a lingering sense of wonder. However, soon enough, the attention of the crowd was drawn to another individual. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the day before the preliminary competition, marking the start of the registration phase. All inner disciples gathered in a vast plaza, waiting to secure their spots for the preliminaries. On this day, those rare prodigies, typically seldom seen, all made their appearances, which naturally sparked a flurry of discussions. The most talked about figures, of course, were the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. Along with those who had recently gained notoriety, there was the 37th ranked Quan Fengqing, who, last I heard, had undertaken a task and defeated a well-known figure from a previous generation, the peak late-stage practitioner Iron Invincible. Then there was the one-ranked 142 Yuan Shao, who had achieved this position with a mid-stage cultivation and recently advanced to the late stage, likely to break into the top 100 this time. Some individuals, well informed, could name these outstanding talents with ease. As the elders had yet to arrive, the crowd gathered around these renowned figures, eager to listen and gather information. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in every battle. I heard that the suddenly remarkable prodigy Zhu Ningyan has already broken through to the mid-stage of true Qi and will also be participating in the grand competition. Goodness, how long has it been since she broke through to true Qi? Now she is already at the mid-stage. Truly, it is infuriating how one can be so talented. Indeed, she is not even 14 yet. I reckon she will reach the Qi gathering realm by 15, I'm not so sure. The threshold of true Qi can be a deadlock for many, and Qi gathering is even more so, capable of stalling at least 90% of martial artists. Even the most gifted might find themselves stuck for a year or more. I think it's not impossible, given that she is currently the apple of the elders' eyes and has access to abundant resources. That makes sense. Sigh, how enviable it is to be a genius. The crowd sighed in unison. Do you not know that discussing others behind their backs is quite uncouth? Suddenly a piercing voice broke through, and the crowd turned to see a young man in a yellow robe. His gaze sharper though he appeared merely 15 or 16, he exuded an undeniable authority. Those who had intended to retort fell silent upon his arrival, for he was not one to be trifled with. His name was Li Bia, who, in the last competition, defeated many late-stage True Chi disciples with his mid-stage cultivation, earning a place in the top 100 at 60 Dai in comparison to the previously mentioned Yuan Shao. This individual was evidently more formidable and talented. Moreover, he bore another identity. He was the son of Elder Li of the inner sect. Remember, not everyone is subject to your scrutiny. His chilling gaze swept over the crowd, who dared not retort, although not everyone was intimidated. A youth clad in green spoke up, a late-stage True Chi practitioner, arms crossed defiantly. Libia, you're making a fuss here, yet no one is paying attention to you. Besides, we are not speaking ill of anyone. We are merely engaging in normal discussion. Indeed, this is a perfectly ordinary discussion. As someone spoke out, the crowd echoed in agreement. Exposed, Li Bia's eyes flashed with anger, and he coldly remarked, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the defeated opponent from last time. What, do you wish to test your skills against me now? Come at me. I'm curious to see how your strength has progressed. The green-clad youth uncrossed his arms, unafraid of the confrontation. You will see. As their gazes locked, it seemed they were about to clash. However, at that moment, someone shouted that the elders were arriving and the registration was about to begin. Upon hearing this, the crowd abandoned their spectacle and surged forward. During the actual competition, I shall show you my true strength. Given the current circumstances, it was evidently not the right time for a skirmish. Thus Li Bia had dropped a parting remark and moved ahead. I'll be waiting, the green-clad youth snorted in response, and their impending conflict was temporarily averted. As the registration commenced, Lu Ming had yet to arrive, and Cui Bai was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. What if he missed the registration and could not participate in the preliminaries? Just as he was scanning the crowd, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Who are you waiting for? Looking around so anxiously, Cui Bai jumped in surprise and turned to find Lu Ming, letting out a sigh of relief. Who else would I wait for if not you? With a somewhat exasperated expression, he continued, your lightness skill has truly become unfathomable. You approached me without me sensing a thing. Lu Ming smiled, glossing over the latter comment. Then I must trouble you to worry. We'll meet at Suiyan Tower later. That's more like it. By the way, since you arrived late, you missed the dramatic showdown that just took place here. I had no idea there were so many talented experts within the inner sect. Please tell me all about it. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. Registration requires lining up according to current rankings, divided into 10 teams. The first 9 teams consist of 100 members each, with the remainder in the last team. Lu Ming's current ranking is 969, having entered the inner sect ranked 1001. This advancement in ranking is due to the expulsion of certain disciples as well as the unfortunate deaths or disappearances of others. In less than a year, 32 individuals have left, indicating a high elimination rate. Of course, with eliminations come replenishments. Aside from those who entered the inner sect at the same time as him, there are also 23 newly accepted inner disciples behind him. Lu Ming, look. Why is there a mid-stage True Chi practitioner at the end of our team? As the team moved forward in an orderly fashion, Cui Bai suddenly pointed out, perhaps they are progressing quickly. Lu Ming responded, glancing back, only to freeze in place. Chapter 45. What a coincidence it was her. The individual was a tall girl clad in a flowing black robe, carrying a long sword, her hair elegantly tied up. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her skin as smooth as jade, refreshing and captivating. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. The most important detail was that Lu Ming recognized her. She was the girl who had instructed someone to prepare his package by the roadside outside Shuangfeng City. Though it had been a fleeting glance, her visage was vividly etched in his memory. Do you know her? Cui Bai inquired, noticing Lu Ming's expression of astonishment. I do. Lu Ming confirmed with a nod. Are you going to greet her? Cui Bai asked, somewhat surprised but not probing further. Lu Ming glanced over, realizing the line was approaching his turn, and replied, let us wait until after registration. In truth, he harbored some hesitation about whether to approach her, considering she might have long forgotten him. Before he could dwell on this thought, his turn arrived. Identity token. The elder recording the registration stated. Lu Ming promptly handed it over. The elder took it, registered his details, and handed him a competition voucher with a number. Team 10, number 69, thus his registration was complete. Next up was Cui Bai. Lu Ming stepped aside but did not leave, as he had resolved to thank her for the package that had proven invaluable. Otherwise, mere survival would have consumed a significant amount of his time. Once Cui Bai completed his registration and noticed Lu Ming waiting, he understood the reason and chose not to intrude, departing on his own. The registration process was swift, and it soon became her turn. As the elder took her identity token, he frowned and said, Juningyun, why are you at the very back of the line? Elder, the sect master and Elder Gongsun summoned me for a conversation. Which is why I arrived late to IT is as such that you are now only permitted to lead the 10th squad, number 92. Indeed, I never anticipated that she was Juningyun, it is true. I was wondering how someone who had just joined the inner sect could cultivate at such a rapid pace. Not far away, Lu Ming suddenly overheard their conversation, feeling both astonished and enlightened. Once the registration was completed, he hurried over. Is there something amiss? He inquired, as Juningyun frowned at the unexpected interruption. Lu Ming stated directly, over a year ago, outside Shuofeng City by the roadside, there was a beggar to whom you instructed someone to give a bundle. Do you recall? A beggar? Juningyun pondered his words, and soon the image of that figure who immediately bowed his head upon seeing her surfaced in her mind. I remember. As the recollection dawned upon her, her expression shifted to one of greater confusion as she gazed at Lu Ming, asking, Are you a relative of his? Lu Ming cleared his throat and explained, That beggar was I have since taken up martial arts. Oh, Juningyun nodded slightly while clutching her sword. Just as Lu Ming found her reaction perplexing, she suddenly exclaimed, It's you. Indeed, it is I. Impossible, you were still. She scrutinized Lu Ming, noticing that he had reached the mid-stage of true Qi realm, and his physique and demeanor bore no resemblance to the image she held in her memory. Consequently, her expression fluctuated between doubt, surprise, and disbelief, an utterly captivating sight. To be honest, before encountering you, I had just experienced a fortuitous event. And you provided me with 10 taels of silver as startup capital, Lu Ming added, and your talent, Juningyun, after careful observation, confirmed that while Lu Ming's physique and demeanor had drastically changed, his appearance remained largely the same. Thus she believed him to be 8 or 9 parts credible. However, she quickly became aware of another issue. At that time, he had no cultivation whatsoever, yet now it seemed he had not trained for long. And his realm was equivalent to hers. This was somewhat inconceivable. Could Lu Ming claim that he was faster than her? He merely stated, In any case, I waited here to express my gratitude. That is unnecessary. At the time, I was merely acting on a sudden impulse, a spontaneous act of kindness, Juningyun replied, still somewhat incredulous, for her seemingly casual gesture had seemingly fostered a person. This sensation was indeed marvelous. Lu Ming responded with a smile, During this period, I have also rescued many people while completing tasks, and when they express their gratitude, I often say the same, Now it is my turn, and I can finally comprehend their sense of helplessness. For the favor is indeed monumental. And what did you do back then? Juningyun inquired, surprised both by his sudden question and by the fact that he had already undertaken tasks. It was simple, I resolved the matter and departed, concealing my merits and name. A splendid line, exuding a sense of a carefree hero. It is also a good idea. You farewell, as Juningyun praised, then suddenly leaped away. As for the notion of departure, it was merely a jest. The two of them were considered old acquaintances, thus fostering a sense of familiarity, allowing them to converse freely. Lu Ming took the opportunity to invite her to Tsuiyun Tower for a meal as a token of his appreciation. It was not until dusk that they finally parted ways. In the main hall of the sect, the leader of Wujizong, Lianqing, was discussing matters with Gongsun. Are all preparations for the inner sect competition in order? Lianqing inquired. Rest assured, everything is ready. Lianqing nodded, about to say something further when a disciple reported that Juningyun had come to see him. That girl, let her in at once. Lianqing immediately ceased his discussion. Shortly thereafter Juningyun entered, and after performing her greetings, she fell silent. This left both Lianqing and Gongsun he somewhat puzzled. Gongsun he cleared his throat to break the silence and asked, Ningyun, did you not go to register for the preliminary competition? What happened? Did you miss it, Elder? I made it in time, Juningyun replied. Then why are you here? Gongsun he inquired, confused. Juningyun directly stated, Elder, sect leader, is there someone within the sect who possesses a higher cultivation talent than mine? Both were taken aback by her question. Juningyun proceeded to recount her encounter with Lu Ming. Upon hearing her story, they both breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was not Lu Ming who had revealed anything. Yet they were instantly filled with astonishment. When Lu Ming joined the sect, aside from the jade pendant, he had not mentioned anything else. They were well aware of the good deed he had received from a kind-hearted person outside the city. However, they had never expected that the benefactor would be this exceptionally talented young woman standing before them. What a remarkable coincidence. Lianqing turned his head slightly. The facts were laid bare before them. Gongsun he shrugged, well. Lianqing suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, such a coincidence, and it involves our Wujizong. This signifies our sect's rise, as if it has the favor of the heavens. The contribution of Chu Yinshao cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have joined Jiuxia sect. Gongsun, he added, reward Chu Yunxiao generously. Gongsun, he had only suggested it casually, never expecting it would be taken so seriously. I have already rewarded him twice. Reward him again. Gongsun, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Thus Chu Yunxiao once again received an inexplicable reward. Sect leader, what about me? Zhu Ningyun suddenly interjected. Only then did they realize that a third person was present. Gongsun, he chuckled. Ningyun, what reward do you seek? Zhu Ningyun replied, I wish to participate in the secret realm trial following the competition. That is out of the question. Lianqing immediately refused, rising to his feet, declaring, it is fraught with peril. You absolutely cannot go. I am not afraid of death. Besides, Lu Ming possesses even greater talent than I and has already ventured out of the sect to undertake numerous tasks. Zhu Ningyun promptly countered. The two exchanged awkward smiles, and Gongsun, he took on the role of the stern voice, saying, Ningyun, your circumstances are different. While not fearing death is a commendable quality for a martial artist, there is a distinction between bravery and recklessness, but surely you cannot protect me for a lifetime. How then can I grow? Zhu Ningyun's voice quivered with emotion. The room fell silent as Gongsun, he opened his mouth but found no words. Suddenly Lianqing proclaimed, very well, as long as you place within the top 30 in this inter-sect competition. No, the top 20, no, the top 10, as long as you secure a position in the top 10. And reach the pinnacle of true Qi realm by the time the secret realm begins, I shall grant you permission. Agreed, I accept your challenge. Just watch. Zhu Ningyun's tears turned to laughter as she hastily left, fearing that others might have a change of heart. Sect leader, I can't shake the feeling that you've been duped. Gongsun, he remarked, really? Lianqing stroked his chin, feeling a hint of truth in that. Though he would not admit it, rest assured those who rank in the top 10 each possess unique skills. They are not to be trifled with. While Ningyun's talent is commendable, she ultimately lacks sufficient time and foundation. She certainly cannot break into the top 10. Achieving even the top 30 would be a challenge. I made such a statement merely as a precaution. He spoke with confidence. Gongsun, he nodded, then asked, I just heard Ningyun mention that Lu Ming has also reached the mid-stage of true Qi. What do you think his ranking will be? Lu Ming, Lianqing pondered for a moment, analyzing, in his case, he has learned a comprehensive set of martial techniques, so his foundation is adequate, but his realm lags too far behind. The individuals in the front ranks of the inner sect are all geniuses with remarkable talents. Their martial skills have been cultivated to a certain level, thus it will be quite difficult for him to surpass them. Indeed, Gongsun, he agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. While a genius can surpass ordinary martial artists, it is exceedingly challenging to surpass fellow geniuses who can also challenge at higher levels. The inner sect is not lacking in such individuals. They all possess considerable achievements outside. Therefore, I estimate he will at least make it into the top 30. And may possibly reach the top 20. Lianqing stated, you have quite high expectations for him. Gongsun, he chuckled, let us await the outcome. Did you not report that many promising talents have recently emerged within the sect? After parting ways with Zhu Ningyun, Lu Ming returned directly to his residence. As the preliminary competition was to commence the next day, he intended only to practice his internal skills before resting. Although he felt confident about passing the preliminaries, it was better to approach it in peak condition. After all, maintaining a cautious demeanor at all times could avert numerous crises. The night passed without incident. The following day, Lu Ming donned his attire and met up with Cui Bai before heading to the square they had visited the day before. The square was spacious and square-shaped, capable of accommodating thousands. Thus, even with over 1,000 inner sect disciples present, it did not feel crowded. The preliminary competition was naturally held there. What's the matter? Are you feeling nervous? Lu Ming asked, sensing Cui Bai's state. A little, Cui Bai replied as he rubbed his hands together. I'm not sure why, but I wasn't this nervous when facing so many beasts in the Wujizang Mountains. Lu Ming contemplated. Perhaps because those beasts wouldn't mock your clumsiness and failures. Oh, come on. Cui Bai pushed Lu Ming playfully upon hearing the teasing. I'm being serious. Lu Ming dodged easily, after a round of banter. Cui Bai indeed relaxed a bit. As they reached the square, they found many people had already arrived. Zhu Ningyun was one of them. Lu Ming, spotting a familiar face, she approached, still dressed as she had been the previous day, but now with a white headband adorning her forehead. Ningyun. Lu Ming nodded at her, then proceeded to introduce Cui Bai as Zhu Ningyun. You are Zhu Ningyun, Cui Bai exclaimed in astonishment upon realizing who she was. Having heard of her renowned talent and remarkable speed of cultivation, said to be the fastest in nearly a century within Wujizang, I can't believe I'm meeting you today, and that you know Lu Ming. I've heard of Sister Zhu. Cui Bai respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Having met Brother Cui, you are the first to address me as Sister. Zhu Ningyun also cupped her hands in acknowledgement. Chui Bai, feeling awkward, scratched his head, uncertain of what to say next. Fortunately, at that moment, a commotion arose, providing a welcome distraction to it was the disciples ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect making their entrance. The first to appear was Wei Yu, ranked 8th, holding a folding fan and dressed in the leisurely attire of a young master. Liu Ming had encountered this individual in the task hall, where the 11th ranked Feng Chao had expressed his fighting spirit towards him. Next came Zhou Changmeng, ranked 4th. This female disciple was said to excel in lightness skills, her movements akin to a dancing butterfly. Not only was her speed astonishing, but she also possessed a captivating grace. Today, she wore a robe adorned with white gauze, exuding an air of elegance, while her petite beauty drew the attention of many. Following her arrival were the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 6th ranked disciples of the inner sect, each showcasing their unique characteristics. Liu Ming primarily focused on the well-known leader of the inner sect, Qi Xian, eager to discern what set him apart. To his surprise, Qi Xian, with his keen perception, quickly caught Lu Ming's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Noticing this, Lu Ming maintained his composure and offered a respectful salute, a gesture of apology for his scrutiny. Qi Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed sensed someone observing him and felt that gaze was rather exceptional. Initially, he had thought another formidable opponent had emerged, only to realize it was merely an individual in the midst of his Qi realm. Upon further observation and finding nothing particularly special, he politely returned the bow and ceased his attention. Do you know that person? Inquired he. Jianjun, ranked 2nd and carrying an ancient zither, with a hint of curiosity. I do not, Qi Xian replied, shaking his head. I merely sensed a unique gaze just now. It must have been an illusion. How about you? To what level have you mastered your 7-string sword energy? When the time comes, you shall be greatly surprised, he. Jianjun replied cryptically. Be cautious though, aside from me, they have all made progress. That's for the best, defeating them will be a challenge, Qi Xian responded confidently, appearing unperturbed. As a swordsman himself, he had already attained a high level of swordsmanship and should begin preparing to comprehend sword intent. Zhu Ningyan, who was beside Lu Ming, spoke suddenly, so that is why his perception is so sharp. He can detect your gaze. Liu Ming nodded, agreeing with her assessment. This individual is indeed a formidable opponent, you can discern that, so you must not be lacking either, he remarked, tilting his head to her. Zhu Ningyan shook her head. I still have a long way to go. Indeed, Lu Ming replied. Just as he was about to speak further, a male voice suddenly interrupted from the side, causing him to turn and see a young man in a yellow robe. A late-stage Qi realm practitioner, this was Li Bieha, whom Chui Bai recognized immediately, having witnessed their competition the day before. He promptly whispered the newcomer's identity to Lu Ming. Li Bieha approached with a joyful expression. I didn't expect you, Sister Zhu, to be here. I thought you weren't participating in the preliminary rounds since I didn't see you yesterday. As Zhu Ningyan frowned, I arrived late yesterday. It's no surprise you didn't see me. Ah, I see, Li Bieha chuckled, then turned his gaze to Lu Ming and Zhu Ningyan, his smile fading as he inquired, and who might these two be? Although he asked about both, his attention was fixed solely on Lu Ming. As they had been conversing the most, this caused a wave of discomfort to wash over him. Lu Ming replied, sensing the underlying tension and preparing for potential conflict, though he chose to adopt a conciliatory approach. Chui Bai added, introducing himself as well. Oh, so it is junior brother Lu and junior brother Chui. I see your realms are somewhat lower. I wonder how many stages you will pass in the preliminary rounds? Li Bieha's tone was laced with mockery. That will not concern you, Lu Ming replied, his expression unchanging. Li Bieha seemed poised to say more but was cut off by Zhu Ningyan, who interjected, that's enough. Li Bieha, he is my friend, if you have nothing else, please leave. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of anger flashed in Li Bieha's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Very well, but I still hope to encounter junior brother Lu on the true competition stage. With that, he strode away. My apologies, it seems I have caused you trouble, as Zhu Ningyan said, surprised by the encounter. Liu Ming shook his head. I am fine, there is no need to dwell on it. In truth, he had not given the matter much thought. Li Bieha was merely a clown in his eyes. I am also unbothered. After all, he will shield me, Chui Bai declared, placing an arm around Lu Ming's shoulder. Eliciting smiles from both Lu Ming and Zhu Ningyan, thus time swiftly passed, and as the elders arrived, the preliminary rounds finally commenced around 7 in the morning. Chapter 47. The puppet warriors presiding over the preliminary rounds was Elder Wang, whom Lu Ming had previously met when he traveled to Shuafeng City to verify Lu Ming's identity. Upon his arrival, he outlined the details of the preliminary rounds and conveyed certain requirements. Subsequently, he instructed everyone to line up in 10 teams according to the numbers they had received the previous day, as Zhu Ningyan naturally returned to her position at the end of the 10th team. Once the teams were organized, Elder Wang raised his hand, and with his gesture, the ground suddenly trembled, the earth cracked open, and wide stone pathways began to rise from the ground. The spectacle was truly grand. This was the first time Lu Ming had witnessed such a scene. To be honest, the level of awe it inspired was not dissimilar to the grand displays of technology from his past life. Infused with a touch of the extraordinary, each stone pathway housed a giant clad in heavy armor, wielding a sword and shield. Most of these figures stood over 2 meters tall, forged entirely of steel. Exuding an imposing aura that instilled a sense of pressure. Are these the puppet warriors? Lu Ming marveled, equally astonished as the others. Even those disciples who had previously witnessed them could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. I was stuck at the first stage last time. This time, I will surely pass. Someone from the 9th team declared. Wait, something seems off. Those puppet warriors don't appear the same as before, indeed, but I wonder how strong they are. Last time, the first stage was a peak early stage Qi realm. They wouldn't jump straight to mid-stage to save time, would they? Unclear. Quiet. Elder Wang commanded, hovering above the 10 puppet pathways, surveying the scene. The puppet pathways are ready. For the first stage, a puppet of ordinary early stage Qi realm strength will guard each pathway. Disciples will step forward in order to defeat the puppets and advance to the next stage. To everyone's surprise, the task had become simpler. This was welcome news, as it boosted their confidence in passing. I now declare the assessment to begin, Elder Wang announced once more. With his declaration, the outer sect elders guarding each puppet pathway sprang into action. Holding record lists and calling out simultaneously, First team, first participant Qi Shen, step forward. Second team, first participant Li Qi, step forward. Third team, as the assessment officially commenced, Qi Shen heard his name called and stepped forward, approaching the puppet warrior. The puppet warrior, sensing an approaching presence, suddenly had its previously dim eyes illuminate like light bulbs. It came to life, banging its sword against its shield before charging towards Qi Shen with heavy strides. The massive blade was raised, its cold edge striking fear into the heart. However, Qi Shen remained unfazed, making no extraneous movements. He simply waved his hand, unleashing a wave of qi that sent the heavy puppet warrior flying to the ground. Pass. The elder responsible for the first stage expressed little surprise. Although he was an outer sect elder, he was well aware of the prowess of the inner sect's talented disciples. Thus, upon the puppet's defeat, he announced Qi Shen's passage and allowed him to proceed. In a flash, Qi Shen stepped into the passageway leading to the next stage. Following him was He Jianjun, ranked second, who similarly dispatched her puppet warrior with ease. Not even needing to set down her ancient zither before advancing, the third participant Zhongzheng Yunlu was no different. Overall, the first stage posed little challenge for most inner sect disciples, save for a few newcomers. The only variable was the time taken. However, due to this very fact, there were also time constraints imposed on clearing the stage, such as requiring completion within the span of half an incense stick. Otherwise, some individuals could drag it out for an eternity using their lightness skills. Thus, limitations were necessary. Consequently, some began to be eliminated for exceeding the time limit. Nevertheless, even with this restriction, the pace of advancement varied significantly among teams. With the 1st and 10th teams being the fastest, the first team excelled due to their strength and rapid defeats of the puppets, while the 10th team, being weaker, faced quicker defeats. After all, most members of the 10th team had only recently entered the inner sect, and not all were as talented as Lu Ming and Zhu Ningyan. Thus, in less than half an hour, it was Lu Ming's turn. Next, number 69, the responsible elder remarked, somewhat surprised by Lu Ming's realm. As it was rare for newcomers to the inner sect to possess mid-stage Qi realm cultivation, clearly he was unaware of Lu Ming's background. Indeed, without a certain status, it was difficult to know. Lu Ming stepped forward. Not wasting any time, with a flicker, he appeared before the attacking puppet warrior and, before it could lift its blade, he gently pressed it down to the ground, as if coaxing a drowsy individual into slumber. The elder in charge was taken aback. It was remarkably effortless, and he did not appear to have summoned any true energy, which was indeed impressive. One must understand that the puppet warriors weighed 1,000 pounds. Very well, you have passed. He could not help but utter 2 words, thank you, elder. Lu Ming performed a respectful bow, turned to nod at Cui Bai and Zhu Ningyan, and proceeded to the next challenge. Next, number 70. Upon hearing his number called, Cui Bai took a deep breath and stepped forward. After nearly a year of cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of true energy. Furthermore, he had diligently practiced the 100 forging mystical art to a considerable level. Thus, dealing with an ordinary puppet of the same initial stage was a mere formality. With a focused and commanding shout, he unleashed a punch just as the puppet charged at him, successfully striking it down. Past. The elder in charge nodded in approval, although it was evident that Cui Bai had exerted most of his strength. The execution was clean and efficient, a marked improvement over the preceding disciples. Cui exhaled in relief, bowed to the elder, and swiftly advanced to the next stage. Next came three individuals who had entered the inner gate alongside Lu Ming. In comparison to Cui, their strength was slightly inferior, making their battle against the puppets somewhat laborious. In fact, given their capabilities, confronting a real person might have been easier, as puppet warriors were exceedingly heavy and did not shy away from injury, rendering them difficult to topple. Ultimately, only two of the three managed to pass, while the remaining individuals, whose abilities were even weaker, struggled to endure, with only a few relying on lightness of foot to last a little longer before ultimately failing. Soon, it was Zhu Ningyun's turn. Last one, number 92, the elder in charge turned his gaze towards her. Compared to the deliberately kept secret of Lu Ming, Zhu Ningyun was far more renowned. Many knew of her, not just within the Wuji sect but also beyond its walls. Hence, the elder was aware of her existence. Stepping forward, Zhu Ningyun effortlessly dodged the puppet warrior's strike, then, without drawing her sword, she deftly toppled the puppet with a flick. Very well, you have passed. She advanced to the next stage. The elder's eyes sparkled with admiration. His keen perception allowed him to discern that she had not drawn upon much true energy, and unlike Lu Ming, she had relied almost entirely on technique, exploiting the puppet's attack openings to deftly unbalance it, demonstrating a principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. This required exceptional observational skills. Thus concluded the first challenge of the 10th team, with a noticeably diminished number of participants advancing to the next round. Out of 92, only 37 remained. As Lu Ming and the others awaited the elder who had entered with Zhu Ningyun, it signified the commencement of the second stage. The puppet warriors guarding the second stage possessed strength equivalent to the pinnacle of the initial stage of true energy. Clearly, the number of participants from the 10th team who would pass this challenge would be even fewer. However, for Lu Ming, this posed no issue. When his turn came, he efficiently subdued the opponent without hesitation. Next was Cui Bai. It was apparent that he was somewhat strained, but due to his dual cultivation method, which enhanced both internal and external strength, he managed to pass within the allotted time. Zhu Ningyun, as expected, also succeeded. Thus, by the third stage, only 11 members of the 10th team remained. The third stage featured 2 puppet warriors at the pinnacle of the initial stage of true energy, further increasing the difficulty. As a result, only Lu Ming and Zhu Ningyun advanced, while Cui Bai, despite his commendable prowess, struggled against the 2 heavy puppets simultaneously and ultimately exceeded the time limit, regrettably failing. Not only the 10th team faced a rise in elimination rates upon reaching this stage, but other teams experienced similar outcomes. Indeed, it seems this is the easiest for me, the elder remarked. You two will merge with the remaining members of the 9th team to form the 8th team and continue the assessment. Upon reaching the 4th stage, the elder suddenly announced. It turned out that the path of the puppets became increasingly narrow, with only 8 entrances remaining by the 4th stage. Understood. The 2 complied, while the elder took their information to assist the leader of the 8th team. Chapter 48, 3 consecutive passes. The guardians of the 4th stage had transformed into puppet warriors of the mid-initial stage of true energy, exhibiting significant enhancements in both strength and speed. However, relative to Lu Ming, they still fell drastically short. Without question, they were easily subdued. Goodness, such speed and power. How could such a formidable presence exist within the later 3 teams? I feel like I've seen this person before. I recall during the last mission at the Grand Hall, he undertook a level 3 task with only the initial stage of true energy, targeting the notorious thief Lan Wuying. Lan Wuying wasn't his master, Xiao Zhan. Also present, I can't believe he has returned. Indeed, and now he has already reached the mid-initial stage. With the advent of the 4th stage, the rules dictated that participants would be tested in the order of their arrival, resulting in many spectators surrounding Lu Ming. Among them, a few clearly recognized him. Look at that swordsman, he hasn't even drawn his sword yet. He effortlessly toppled the puppet. How absurd. Soon, they witnessed Zhu Ningyun's performance, eliciting gasps of astonishment. As time progressed, Lu Ming and Zhu Ningyun surged through the challenges, reaching the 6th stage. This stage represented a watershed moment, as the guarding puppets possessed strength equivalent to the pinnacle of the mid-initial stage of true energy, and there were 2 of them. Consequently, the number of participants reaching this point sharply declined. The entrance now consisted of 5 openings, further complicating the influx of challengers. Fortunately, numerous attendant disciples were diligently recording information to facilitate the smooth progression of the challenges. 7th from the 6th team, Chu Yunxiao. Lu Ming encountered an acquaintance here. Back then, he had only been at the initial stage of true energy, but now he had reached the mid-stage and seemed to have stabilized at this level for some time. Holding his long sword, he stepped forward, centering himself for the challenge. Suddenly, sensing an impending attack, the eyes of the two puppets lit up, flanking him from either side. Zhu Yunxiao sprang into action, leaping into the air. Drawing his sword, and unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light aimed at one of the encroaching puppets. It was the star-seizing moon-snatching technique from the Flying Star sword art. Some spectators immediately recognized the sword move. The sword light struck the chest of the puppet on the right, sending it staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yunxiao swiftly closed the distance to the puppet on the left, combining his long sword with a powerful punch to bring it down. He then turned to confront the other puppet, quickly dispatching it as well. In this manner, he effortlessly overcame two puppets, both equivalent to the pinnacle of the mid-initial stage of true energy, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Passed, the elder in charge nodded in approval, allowing him to proceed to the next stage before summoning the next participant. After a succession of 20 or so challengers, it was finally Lu Ming's turn. Number 69 from the 10th team. The mention of the 10th team caught the attention of the crowd. Did I hear correctly? The 10th team consists of over 900 members, mostly newcomers to the inner gate. How could they advance to this stage? Look, he is at the mid-initial stage of true energy. As Lu Ming emerged, the crowd recognized his cultivation level. That makes sense, but how did he cultivate so quickly? He must have consumed some sort of elixir. After all, some individuals sacrifice their potential for the sake of rapid advancement. Let us observe further. Paying no heed to the murmurs around him, Lu Ming approached the elder in charge. Nodded respectfully, and then, with a sudden movement, he swiftly approached a puppet and struck it down with a single palm. Following that, he launched into a whirlwind kick, creating an afterimage as he instantly reached the next puppet. Delivering a powerful kick to its chest which sent it flying, the entire sequence was fluid and effortless, exuding grace. Wow, the audience watched in stunned silence at Lu Ming's display of agility. My goodness. That was so effortless, it hardly seems like someone who has relied on elixirs to elevate their strength. Very well, you have passed. The outer sect elder, who initially speculated that Lu Ming had consumed some elixir for his rapid advancement, could now confirm otherwise. Next, number 92 from the 10th team. Zhu Ningyun. Oh, she is Zhu Ningyun. Indeed, I have heard much about her, yet I have never seen her in person. Compared to Lu Ming, there was evidently less skepticism directed towards Zhu Ningyun. Her reputation preceded her. 456. Very well, you may wait inside. Upon stepping into the 7th stage, Lu Ming noticed an elder at the entrance counting participants. It appeared that upon reaching this stage, one had to wait until the subsequent assessments were completed before the challenges could commence. The number 456 indicated that 455 individuals had reached this point before him, and there was still a need to filter down to 300. As Lu Ming entered, he observed that those among the top 10 of the inner sect were also present, yet his arrival did not draw much attention, as there were numerous others at the mid-initial stage of true energy. In fact, a few at the initial stage garnered more notice than he did. However, Li Bieha paid special attention to Lu Ming. Upon seeing him, his brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated this individual would prove to be formidable enough to reach the 7th stage. The puppets at this stage are mid-late true energy. This will be the end for him. No, if he fails, how could I possibly encounter him during the arena battles and have the opportunity to defeat him openly? His thoughts raced with uncertainty. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, he was oblivious to the inner turmoil of others. Yet, even if he had known, he would not have cared, as the outcome of their encounters remained to be seen. Currently, he was engaged in a friendly exchange with Zhu Yunxiao. I can't believe it's been so long since we last met. And you've already reached the mid-initial stage of true energy. As he scrutinized Lu Ming, Zhu Yunxiao's eyes were filled with astonishment. During this period, he had been relentlessly striving to elevate his realm and practicing martial arts, rarely venturing outside. Thus, he was oblivious to Lu Ming's circumstances. Strangely enough, he had received two unexpected rewards, which led him to suspect a connection with the person before him. Now, witnessing the latter's remarkable cultivation speed, his certainty grew. After all, although he was unaware of Lu Ming's specific training duration, he knew it must have been swift. Otherwise, he would not have been introduced into their inner circle. You are not lacking either. Lu Ming chuckled, engaging him in conversation about recent events. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Ningyun also entered the 7th barrier. Her arrival garnered considerable attention. Although she was not frequently seen within the inner sect, many of those ranked highly had encountered her before. Ignoring the gazes of others, she sought out Lu Ming and approached him. Naturally, Lu Ming took the opportunity to introduce Zhu Yunxiao to her. Zhu Yunxiao had heard of Zhu Ningyun before, after all. He was the one who had informed Lu Ming of her existence, yet he had never had the chance to meet her until now. He was astonished to discover that she and Lu Ming were already acquainted and appeared to share a close relationship. Meanwhile, another individual, Li Bia, watched with envious eyes as Zhu Ningyun took the initiative to approach Lu Ming, his jealousy burning fiercely. "Curse it, I hope you get crippled by the puppets in the seventh barrier and fail to advance. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience true suffering in the arena battles." He clenched his fists tightly, leaving those nearby perplexed. Soon after, half an hour passed, and an announcement came from outside that no one else had entered. Thus, the challenge of the seventh barrier commenced, with a total of 478 participants, of whom 178 would be eliminated before the preliminary round concluded. Chapter 49, a modicum of fame. The guardian puppet of the seventh barrier possessed strength at the late stage of the true Qi realm. This level of power posed little challenge for those ranked within the top 200, as most were also at the late stage of the true Qi realm. A few talented individuals at the mid-stage could handle it with ease. Only those whose strength fell slightly short would find it somewhat arduous. There were only 3 stone passages, so the more than 400 participants were divided into 3 teams. The first to tackle the challenge were naturally the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, who effortlessly defeated the puppets without revealing much of their own strength. Therefore, anyone hoping to glean their secrets would be sorely disappointed. The teams advanced swiftly, with over 50 individuals having entered the 3 stone passages. And thus far, no one had been eliminated, until one disciple at the late stage of the true Qi realm, for reasons unknown, reacted a bit too slowly and nearly fell victim to a puppet's attack. Had it not been for the timely intervention of an elder, he might have lost his life on the spot. This was Yuan Hong, ranked 98th. How could someone who had been in the late stage of the true Qi realm for so long fail to defeat even a puppet this time? "I heard he was injured during his last mission. Could he still be recovering? What's wrong with you?" The responsible elder expressed his frustration. Yuan Hong bowed his head, his face flushed, and replied, "I was careless." "Sai, you may return for now." The elder, recognizing that he had his reasons, chose not to press further. With Yuan Hong departing swiftly, this brief interlude concluded, and the challenge continued. Before long, the number of participants dwindled to just over 200. With an increasing number of eliminations, including several at the late stage of the true Qi realm and even more at the mid-stage. As for those few who had entered at the early stage of the true Qi realm, they ultimately did not continue. Nevertheless, the elders still offered them high praise. When it was Chu Yunxiao's turn, his talent shone brightly as he combined fist and sword techniques to advance. Liu Ming, of course, faced no difficulties at all, not even exerting a fraction of his strength. After all, puppets were merely puppets. They could not compare to the agility of a human and were easily outmaneuvered. Liu Ming, possessing keen insight and exceptional speed, made it look effortless. How impressive! This person is merely at the mid-stage of the true Qi realm and has so easily defeated a puppet at the late stage. Perhaps the participants before him had struggled somewhat, but upon witnessing Lu Ming's ease in overcoming the challenge, their eyes brightened with admiration. Soon, the 7th barrier concluded, leaving 316 survivors. There were no further challenges ahead, allowing for the selection of the extra 16 individuals. During the challenges, every participant's performance was meticulously recorded, including the time taken to defeat the puppets. Based on these criteria, the final 16 would be eliminated. Thus, the 300 contestants for the arena battles scheduled a month later were ultimately confirmed. Among them were 207 at the late stage of the true Qi realm and 93 at the mid-stage. Lu Ming, Zhu Ningyun, and Chu Yunxiao were all included. As for the remaining individuals, they would be ranked based on their performances, leading to smaller competitions over the next month to determine their specific standings within the inner sect. In summary, this was a moment of significant reshuffling in rankings. Consequently, the following days would not witness a lull in activity due to the conclusion of the preliminary rounds. Rather, the atmosphere grew even more lively. Exiting the plaza, dusk approached, and the day had passed by unnoticed. After parting ways with Zhu Ningyun and Chu Yunxiao, Lu Ming headed toward his courtyard, only to be intercepted partway. "Is there something you need?" Upon seeing Li Bieha, Lu Ming was not particularly surprised. Li Bieha narrowed his eyes and remarked, "To be honest, I am quite surprised that you managed to enter the top 300, but I look forward to meeting you in the arena battles." "I do not share the same anticipation," Lu Ming replied with a shake of his head. Frankly, it was not arrogance on his part. Based on his current strength, he was confident that only a select few individuals in the inner sect could truly challenge him. As for the person before him, he was still lacking. "Are you afraid?" Li Bieha misinterpreted the situation. "You will know soon enough," Lu Ming said, choosing to disregard him as he walked away. "Very well, then you shall soon understand that a genius at the late stage of the true Qi realm cannot be compared to a mere puppet at the same stage." Li Bieha finally grasped Lu Ming's intent and deemed him somewhat arrogant, mistakenly believing that his confidence stemmed from having defeated a puppet at the late stage of the true Qi realm. In the following days, the inner sect was abuzz as the rankings for the 300 were finalized. Compared to the previous leaderboard, this one underwent a complete transformation. Some individuals, despite their high realms, found themselves pushed to the back, while others of lower realms rose significantly in the rankings. Those who excelled would naturally receive rewards, while those who fell too far behind would be eliminated from the inner sect. For instance, Chui Bai had plummeted to 764th place and received a vial of healing elixir along with 100 contribution points. Similarly, Yuan Hong, who had initially ranked 98th, fell outside the top 300 due to his failure in the final challenge, compounded by other unknown reasons leading to his expulsion from the inner sect. In essence, some rejoiced while others lamented. However, their attention soon shifted to yet another leaderboard. Indeed, although the top 300 had not yet been ranked, the list had been published alongside the previous rankings. As everyone compared notes, they found that many who had previously ranked high were now significantly lower, while those who had been lower had surged forward. Xu Yunxiao, who had originally ranked 607th, had now broken into the top 300. Zhou Ji, who had previously held the 563rd position, had also made it into the top 300. None of you compare. Look at Lu Ming, who was originally ranked 969th and has now entered the top 300. What? Let me see. Indeed, this ranking suggests he must have only recently joined the inner sect. Where did this prodigy come from? Who knows? I certainly haven't heard of him before. For the majority, Lu Ming was an absolute dark horse, one whose brilliance overshadowed that of other rising stars at Juningyun. While also receiving attention, was already well known among the inner sect disciples, thus her impact could not match Lu Ming's. What do you think this prodigy will ultimately rank? One speculated. It is noted that he is at the mid-stage of the true Qi realm, while 207 in the leaderboard are at the late stage. I doubt he can break into the top 200. The mid-stage is hardly a problem. There are plenty of mid-stage practitioners among the top 100. Someone immediately countered that may be true, but considering his previous ranking, it's evident he must have only just entered the inner sect. What level could he have achieved in high-tier martial arts in such a short time? His foundation is clearly inferior to others. Even if he can challenge those above him, how far can he go? That makes sense. Many nodded in agreement, and the conversation soon shifted to speculating about the candidates for the top 10. Compared to guessing Lu Ming's ranking, predicting the top 10 was far more enticing. Those individuals would surely be in for a surprise. Chui Bai, while checking his own ranking, happened to overhear the discussion surrounding Lu Ming and could not help but shake his head. Although he did not know the full extent of Lu Ming's martial prowess, he understood enough to recognize its significance. After all, he had joined the inner sect for less than a year and had already accomplished numerous tasks. If it were anyone else, they would still be within the protection period. Thus, he believed these individuals would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded. Not to mention the top 200 entering the top 50 would not be out of the question. Without lingering any longer, he departed. Chapter 50, The Power of One Elephant. And so, in the blink of an eye, amidst the anticipation of all, the day arrived for the competition for the rankings within the top 300. During this period, everyone reached a basic consensus regarding those capable of contending for the top 10. First and foremost was Feng Chao, ranked 11th, who had become a front-runner for the coveted spots, having single-handedly undertaken a level 5 2-star mission. Following closely were the characters within the top 20, all of whom had significant chances. Lastly, there were those who had shone brightly in the previous grand competition, such as Li Bieha, ranked 60th, who had achieved that rank at the mid-stage of the true Qi realm and was now poised to demonstrate considerable progress at the late stage. Moreover, with his father serving as an inner sect elder, there is no shortage of martial arts resources at his disposal. Thus, the means at his disposal are indeed formidable. In the residence of the inner sect elder, Li Bieha's father Li Zaihu inquired in a deep voice, "Bieha, the arena battles commence tomorrow. What level have you cultivated the Tianjiao divine art?" Li Bieha confidently replied, "Rest assured, father, I have already mastered the Tianjiao divine art to the utmost 9th level of Qi realm. This time, I am certain I will secure a place in the top 10, or even the top 3. Li Zaihu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, this divine art was an unexpected acquisition for me, classified as a foundational earth-level technique. Your rapid advancement to the 9th level is a testament to your extraordinary talent." Pleased by the praise, Li Bieha then tentatively broached the subject, "Father, about Juningyun." Upon hearing this, Li Zaihu's smile immediately faded, and he replied sternly, "The likelihood of that happening is quite slim. Juningyun is a person of great importance to the sect leader and even the Grand Elder. As for me, I am merely an ordinary elder of the inner sect. Even if I were to shamelessly approach them, it would yield no results. Disappointment washed over Libyeha, sensing his son's disheartenment. Li Zihu sought to uplift his spirits. Not all hope is lost. If you display exceptional talent and catch the attention of the sect leader, it is still quite possible. I understand, Libyeha said, his eyes brightening as he clenched his fists, resolved to give his all in the upcoming tournament. Not far from the Wuji sect, at a tranquil pond, a gentle stream cascaded down the mountainside, accompanied by a massive python of barrel-like thickness. It coiled itself around a withered tree on the cliff, slowly lowering its head to peer into the pond. Seemingly sensing the presence of prey nearby, indeed, as its head submerged into the water, a figure sitting cross-legged at the pond's bottom came into view, appearing as a mere speck to the python's bulbous eyes. Without hesitation, the serpent glided downward, adhering to its instinct to constrict before devouring its quarry. The initial step was executed flawlessly, but upon the second step, the figure suddenly opened its eyes, awakening like an ancient beast. It then felt an overwhelming force, surpassing its own constricting power, threatening to tear its body apart. The python's instincts proved correct. With a thunderous crash, the pond was shrouded in a crimson haze, after an indeterminate amount of time. Just before the water was entirely tainted red, a figure emerged, slowly making its way to the shore. The Iron Elephant technique's third level had finally reached completion. The individual in question was Lu Ming, who had previously cultivated the Iron Elephant technique to the third level just before the preliminary rounds. However, he had not perfected it. Thus, after securing his spot, he disregarded the external distractions and returned to this location, utilizing the pond's water pressure to elevate this external technique to its supreme state. Yet, whether due to the inherent difficulty of external techniques requiring persistent effort or the inadequacy of the pond's pressure, he had not been able to break through his limits. Fortunately, Providence favored him. Just as he was about to give up, a small snake arrived and rendered him significant assistance. This was a mid-level second-tier demon beast with immense constricting power, coupled with the water pressure. It finally allowed him to breach the threshold, thus perfecting his external technique. Now, not only had he harmonized his internal and external powers, greatly enhancing his defenses, but within the Qi realm, few could hope to breach his defenses. His physical strength had also escalated, reaching a terrifying weight of 10,000 pounds, precisely the power described in the technique. Moreover, the completion of his external technique brought an additional benefit. His internal Qi underwent a thorough refinement, becoming denser and more solidified. Although he remained in the mid-stage of the Qi realm and had yet to reach its pinnacle, the richness of his Qi had improved compared to before, signifying a substantial enhancement in his overall strength. Thus, it seemed that securing the top position in the inner sect was well within reach. As steam rose around him, Lu Ming utilized his Qi to evaporate the water clinging to his body before heading back to the sect. The grand competition was set to commence the following day, and today was designated for drawing lots. Of the martial arts plaza, specifically designated for the competition, resembled a colossal deep bowl, with 15 combat arenas at its base and spectators seating encircling the walls, capable of accommodating thousands. Not only would disciples and elders of the Wuji sect be present, but also renowned figures from outside, as well as leaders of nearby factions, all receiving invitations. After all, the Wuji sect aimed to maintain its influence in the region, and showcasing the martial prowess and talents of its disciples was the best strategy. Today, many outer sect disciples were already busy preparing the venue. Liu Ming did not linger, as he was called by Chu Yunxiao. "You are quite late. Have you seen the competition format?" Lu Ming shook his head and asked, "Have you drawn your lot yet?" Chu Yunxiao nodded. "You go first. I'll explain the details to you afterward." Alright, without delay, Lu Ming proceeded to the drawing area, where a large box awaited. After verifying his identity, he reached inside and retrieved a small ball. Upon opening it, he saw it was labeled as Group 11. Number 7. Once registered, he exited. "How did it go?" Chu Yunxiao immediately inquired. Liu Ming raised the token in his hand. "Group 11, Number 7, what about you? I hope I won't be facing you right off the bat." Chu Yunxiao chuckled and shook his head. "I'm in Group 13, Number 3. What does that mean?" Chu Yunxiao proceeded to explain that the 300 participants were divided into 30 groups of 10, with the top 30 ranked individuals serving as seed contestants. Since Lu Ming was in Group 11, the seed contestant would naturally be Feng Chao, who held the 11th rank. Is it him? Lu Ming suddenly recalled the figure from the task hall. Intrigued at the prospect of encountering him so early in the competition, he continued to listen to the rules of the tournament. The competition was divided into 3 stages, the first stage being an elimination round, leaving only 30 participants, the second stage being the semifinals, eliminating another 15, and the third stage being the finals, where the remaining 15 would compete for the top 15 rankings. The details were extensive. And it seemed that the event would take more than a day to complete. After grasping the competition format, Lu Ming refrained from prolonging the conversation with Chu Yunxiao, as they both needed to prepare themselves for the upcoming match. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lu Ming focused solely on cultivating his internal skills before resting. Thus, the next day arrived quickly before dawn had even broken. Many disciples were already awake, some anxious to compete, others merely spectators eager for the spectacle. Furthermore, wagers were placed on potential dark horses, as onlookers speculated on how their investments would perform. In short, before the sun fully rose, the sect was abuzz with excitement. Chapter 51. The competition begins as dawn broke and the sun gradually ascended. Although the hour was still early, disciples had already begun to secure their spots, thus, before the official commencement of the competition. The martial arts plaza was already teeming with people. Among the throngs of disciples, both inner and outer sect members had gathered. After all, the inner sect competition was one of the grandest events of the Wuji sect, and many attended not only to revel in the excitement but also to witness the prowess of the inner sect's prodigies and draw inspiration from them. Are those the senior disciples of the inner sect? They seem incredibly formidable, someone exclaimed in awe. Of course, inner sect disciples are at least in the Qi realm, not to mention that those below are among the top 300 of the inner sect. Top 300? Didn't all inner sect disciples participate in the competition? Many outer sect disciples appeared oblivious to the specifics. Who told you that? The preliminary rounds were conducted long before today. Those below are all elite among the elite. Now I understand. The outer sect disciples collectively gasped in realization. Adjacent to the outer disciples section was the seating for the 300 inner sect disciples, and next to them, many empty seats were sporadically filled with individuals, all of whom, despite their youth, exuded a profound aura. The inner sect disciples nearby, though curious, dared not stare too long, for these individuals wore the garb of core disciples. Senior Zhang, I didn't expect you to be here, a figure clad in a black robe remarked upon seeing a composed young man stride forth. Unable to contain his surprise, Senior Zhang, the others quickly rose to pay their respects upon recognizing the newcomer. I'm merely passing the time to witness the competition and enjoy myself. You all sit as you wish, Zhang said casually as he settled into his seat. Noticing Zhang's relaxed demeanor, the black-robed disciple couldn't help but ask, Senior Zhang, have you made that breakthrough? Zhang nodded and sighed. Indeed, I have crossed the threshold. However, I am already 20 this year, and I have missed the opportunity to participate in the 10 Nations competition. The black-robed disciple felt little impact from the mention of the 10 Nations competition, but upon hearing Zhang confirm his breakthrough, he felt a surge of excitement. That breakthrough referred to ascending from the pinnacle of the late Qi realm to the Qi condensation realm. Countless martial artists found themselves stalled at this juncture. Even the most talented could falter if they were not careful. For someone to achieve this at merely 20 years of age would undoubtedly cause a stir if shared publicly. Then allow me to congratulate you, Senior, he said quickly, clasping his hands in respect. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. You should be nearing your own breakthrough. You're still young, only 18 this year. If you can successfully break through, you will surely shine in the 10 Nations competition. The black-robed disciple scratched his head, well aware of his own circumstances. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the late Qi realm for quite some time, he had struggled to find the sensation of a breakthrough. It was uncertain how much longer he would remain stuck, thus he was at a loss for words. While they conversed, guests from outside the sect were being guided to their seats by disciple attendants or elders. Among them were city lords, heads of merchant houses, and patriarchs of prominent families, notably the leader of the 9th rank force, the Nanhua Trading Alliance, and the head of the 9th rank family, the Zongjing clan, held significant influence. They were all guided to their seats by the elders. Zongjing family head, I have heard that your prodigious son, Zongjing Yunlu, currently ranks third among the inner disciples of the Wuzhizong. After taking their seats, as the two were adjacent, the representative of the Nanhua Merchant Alliance initiated a conversation. The head of the Zongjing family was a robust middle-aged man who waved his hand dismissively and humbly remarked, It is merely a touch of talent. I do not deserve the title of prodigy. The representative of the Nanhua Merchant Alliance, however, did not take this to heart and chuckled, You are too modest. Zongjing family head, the top 10 inner disciples of the Wuzhizong have all made quite a name for themselves in the Zhao Kingdom, and for your son to be ranked third among them speaks volumes. After this grand competition, he may very well aspire to the position of core disciple of the Wuzhizong. Not at all, the Zongjing family head replied, not entirely insincere, for the glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes revealed his pride in his son. Soon after, several renowned loose cultivators from the Zhao Kingdom arrived, such as the Shimoya recluse Luyun Mountain's swift sword, and Filong Ridge's knife master, among others. All of them were formidable figures in the realm of Qi. The most notable among them was undoubtedly the knife master from Phylong Ridge known as Li Yishan, whose cultivation had reached the terrifying pinnacle of the Qi realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heads of various sections. Such individuals, aside from those commanding the 7th-tier forces, were generally treated with utmost respect by the 8th and 9th-tier powers, and even the 7th-tier forces made every effort to avoid offending them. Thus, upon his arrival, the leaders of various factions rose in unison to pay their respects. "Elderly, I have heard that you recently took on a disciple. Why didn't you bring him along this time?" The knife master, known as Li Yishan, was addressed with reverence. "He is still quite young, so I decided to keep him within the mountain," Li Yishan casually replied. "Then I congratulate you on finding an excellent pupil." The crowd chimed in as they resumed their seats and continued their discussions. At this time, the majority of guests had arrived, and the various elders of the Wujizong also made their entrance. Lu Ming had naturally arrived well in advance, and after greeting Chu Yunxiao, he followed the guidance to stand before the 11th arena. There were a total of 15 arenas arranged in a circular formation, meaning that the arena numbers were not adjacent but rather quite close. Lu Ming's 11th arena happened to be right next to Zhu Ningyun's 15th arena. The seed contestant of your 11th arena is said to be a guaranteed contender for the top 10. "Do you feel confident?" Zhu Ningyun asked in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at the figure standing at the forefront of the arena, as straight as a spear, and nodded confidently. "He is indeed strong, but I am stronger. What about you?" The seed contestant of the 15th arena was originally ranked 15th. "I have heard he is also quite formidable, but I am certainly confident as well." The two continued their quiet conversation until the appointed time arrived, and with the appearance of the Wujizong sect master Lian, the grand competition was finally set to commence. The event was presided over by Gong Sunhe, whom Lu Ming had previously met. Standing on the high platform, he began with expressions of gratitude to the esteemed guests for their attendance, before proceeding to explain the competition rules. With only 15 arenas available, the 30 groups would be divided into 2 batches for the matches. The first batch consisted of groups 1 through 15. The competition would employ a point system. Each victory would earn 2 points. A draw 1 point, and a loss would yield no points. Each group comprised 10 participants, and a total of 10 rounds consisting of 45 matches would take place, with each participant facing off against 9 others. This meant the maximum score achievable was 18 points. "Now, without further ado, I declare the Wujizong's inter-sect grand competition officially commenced," Gong Sunhe proclaimed loudly. As his words reverberated, both the disciples preparing for competition below the stage and the audience erupted into fervent excitement. Some of the older attendees even lamented how long it had been since they had witnessed such a lively spectacle. With the resonating sound of 3 melodic chimes, the excitement gradually subsided, and the referees on each arena took their positions, calling out the numbers according to their schedules. Arena 1, participants 1 and 2 enter. Arena 2, participants 1 and 2 enter, and so on until the 15th arena. Upon hearing their respective numbers, the disciples leaped onto the stage. Chapter 52. A clash of dragons and tigers. Each seed contestant in the arenas was designated as participant 1, making the first match particularly captivating. The first arena featured the top-ranked Xixian, who effortlessly leaped onto the stage, standing there with an air of calm confidence. Opposite him stood a late-stage disciple of the true Qi realm, who did not share the same ease. After all, he was facing the current number 1 within the inner sect, while he himself was ranked over 100 places lower. To say he was not nervous would be disingenuous. Yet, despite his apprehension, conceding without a fight was out of the question. He would at least exchange a few blows. Otherwise, it would be far too humiliating. "Kuang Su, I hope to receive your guidance, senior brother Qixian," he said, brandishing a long knife and bowing in greeting. "You may begin," Qixian replied, still exuding an aura of tranquility. Unarmed and without even drawing his weapon, it seemed as though this opponent did not merit the use of his unique techniques. "Forgive me." After the referee announced the start, Kuang Su wasted no time, drawing his blade and unleashing 3 swift slashes, sending forth 3 arcs of blade energy. With a whoosh, the 3 arcs sliced toward their target, while he himself executed a movement technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow that followed closely behind. Crescent moon slash. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, faced with the incoming blade energy. Qixian remained motionless until the energy was nearly upon him. Then, he swiftly extended his fingers, which gleamed like gold and jade, and deftly struck out. With a single point, 1 arc of blade energy shattered. With 3 points, all arcs were obliterated. The 4th strike disregarded the true blade's edge and landed directly on the blade itself. With a resounding hum, Kuang Su instantly felt an overwhelming force course through his hand. rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the hilt and sent the weapon flying from his grasp. I have lost. Kwang Su gazed at his numbed hands in disbelief. He had not anticipated that. As a fellow late-stage disciple of the true Qi realm, he would be unable to withstand even a single technique. Thank you for the lesson. Qi Xian casually returned the bow and leapt off the stage. The first match goes to Qi Xian, the referee promptly declared. Is this the power of the number one inner sect disciple? The one ranked 112th stood no chance against him. Indeed, I never expected such a vast disparity in strength among those at the same late stage of the true Qi realm. Does anyone know what finger technique senior brother Qi Xian just employed? It appeared incredibly impressive. That was a top-tier human-level martial skill known as the Golden Jade Finger. I have heard elders mention it. The swift conclusion of the first match in the first arena sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd, who then hurriedly turned their attention to the other arenas. To their surprise, most of the other matches had also concluded. In the second arena, the seed contestant was He Jianjun, ranked second, while his opponent was merely a mid-stage disciple ranked over 200. Thus he too fell swiftly. The third arena featured Zongjing Yunlu, whose opponent was somewhat stronger, yet he too succumbed to just two of Zongjing's strikes. Congratulations to the Zongjing family head on your son's impressive debut. The representative of the Nanhua Merchant Alliance promptly remarked, Thank you. The Zongjing family head replied, his gaze fixed intently on Zongjing Yunlu as he descended from the arena. In the fourth arena, Zhou Changmeng chose to take the initiative, securing victory before her opponent even had time to react, demonstrating her remarkable speed. Time-wise, only the subsequent few arenas took slightly longer to conclude. Liu Ming, standing at the sidelines, primarily focused on Feng Chao's confrontation, where he showcased his leg techniques with lightning speed, decisively determining the outcome with a single kick. Thus, the first round of matches across all arenas concluded swiftly, and the second round commenced. With the absence of seed contestants in the second round, the battles became all the more thrilling as opponents exchanged blows, showcasing their unique techniques. Zhu Ningyun, being the fourth participant of the 15th arena, took to the stage. Her opponent, coincidentally, was also a mid-stage disciple of the true Qi realm. Zhu Ningyun, I seek your guidance, she said, holding her sword in salutation. It is junior sister Zhu. I am Lu Huayo. Since we both practice sword techniques, I will allow you to strike first, he replied confidently, also holding his sword in greeting. Without further ado, Zhu Ningyun unsheathed her sword, instantly vanishing from sight. So swift, Lu Huayo was momentarily taken aback, no longer daring to underestimate her, and quickly raised his sword in defense. Yet, as if bewitched, he seemed to have blocked the attack, only to find the tip of a sword inexplicably resting against his neck. The chilling sensation informed him that it was no mere illusion. How did you accomplish that? He stammered in disbelief. Thank you for the lesson. Zhu Ningyun offered no further words, sheathing her sword once more. The fourth participant, Zhu Ningyun, wins, the referee promptly announced. Lu Huayo could only smile wryly as he exited the stage, while the referee shook his head in silent disbelief, pondering how one could be so lacking in self-awareness to feign humility with such limited ability. Without dwelling too long on this thought, he called for the next pair to step forward. Congratulations, Lu Ming said, diverting his gaze from the 13th arena where Chu Yunxiao was competing to Zhu Ningyun. It was merely one match. Zhu Ningyun, however, did not place much significance on this victory and turned her attention to Chu Yunxiao instead. Unfortunately, Chu Yunxiao faced an unfortunate matchup, encountering a late-stage disciple of the true Qi realm in his first bout. Fortunately, his opponent was not as strong as he, and after exchanging dozens of blows, he emerged victorious. Following this, the third match unfolded without any particularly dazzling displays of combat, leading them to the fourth match. Arena 11, Match 7 against 8, at long last, it was Lu Ming's turn. He soared onto the stage, feeling fortunate that his opponent was a mid-stage disciple of the true Qi realm. After the customary greetings, the opponent made the first move of blazing fire palm. As he rubbed his hands together, a fiery flame, radiant and crimson, surged forth from his palms. With a thunderous shout, he launched himself forward, deftly employing his movement techniques to initiate the attack. The force of his palms exuded a fierce intensity, imbued with an insatiable heat. Unperturbed, Lu Ming mirrored his opponent's motion the instant he advanced, striking with remarkable precision. His leg slipped through the opening in the opponent's palm technique and landed squarely upon his chest. A resounding thud echoed as the adversary was propelled backward. Thank you, he uttered, recognizing Lu Ming's restraint, for he had sustained no significant injury. With that acknowledgement, he promptly leaped off the stage. Contestant 7, Lu Ming is victorious, the referee proclaimed, awarding him a well-earned 2 points as he descended from the platform. Next came the fifth bout of the first round, where Lu Ming spotted Li Bieha at Arena 7. After effortlessly dispatching an opponent of equal standing, Li cast a provocative glance in Lu Ming's direction, which Lu Ming chose to ignore. The first round concluded swiftly. As the second round commenced, the top seeds from each arena took to the stage once more. And still, no one had managed to best them. Notably, in this round, the third contestant, Chu Yunxiao, faced their group seed Li Quan, who was ranked 13th. Not only had he mastered his martial arts to an extraordinary level, but he also stood at the later stages of the true Qi realm. Thus, despite Chu Yunxiao's commendable prowess, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued his untroubled path to victory, soon reaching the third round. In the opening match of this round, Zhu Ningyan encountered her group seed, the 15th-ranked Gong Ying. Zhu's reputation as a prodigy drew significant attention to this encounter. Here it comes, the first renowned figure faces off against a seed. Who do you think will triumph? The crowd's gaze turned toward Arena 15. Among the outer disciples, those unaware of the circumstances quickly gleaned from the inner disciples' discussions that Gong Ying, despite being under 14, had already reached the formidable mid-stage of the true Qi realm. Was this the legendary genius spoken of within the inner sect? Within the core disciples area, senior brother Zhang, often secluded in meditation, was oblivious to the specifics. The nearby disciple in black robes promptly elucidated, prompting Zhang to lament, "Indeed, what a remarkable genius! I, at 20, have only just reached the Qi transformation stage." Yet his words silenced not only the black-robed disciple but also nearby inner disciples, who found his remarks rather peculiar. Had it not been for his core disciple garb and mention of the Qi transformation stage, they might have pressed him for clarification on what he meant by merely reaching that stage. At Arena 15, Zhu Ningyun and Gong Ying stood poised against one another. "I must concede your exceptional talent, but to defeat me now may prove a challenge," Gong Ying remarked, refusing to underestimate Zhu despite her mid-stage true Qi status. Instead, he regarded her with great seriousness, acknowledging the weight of her abilities. Zhu placed her hand upon the hilt of her sword, responding, "Only through combat will we discern the outcome." "Very well, receive my 5 dragon palms," Gong Ying declared, no longer testing her resolve. His body radiated a bright yellow true Qi, soaring skyward as he traced an arc with his hands, unleashing a dragon-shaped manifestation of energy. The roar of the dragon-like true Qi reverberated through the air, disorienting all who beheld it. Observers familiar with the 5 dragon palms were baffled by Gong Ying's display of power. "I see, senior brother Gong must have cultivated the 5 dragon technique. The elders have stated that these two forms of martial arts are complementary, their combined might far exceeding that of typical high-level techniques," they concluded, facing the onslaught of the roaring dragon-shaped energy. Zhu Ningyun maintained her poised grip on her sword, just as the audience anticipated an imminent collision. She unsheathed her blade. With a swift flick, a beam of light, not particularly bright, struck the dragon-shaped energy at its weak point, causing the seemingly invincible force to crumble instantaneously. Such masterful swordsmanship. In the audience, many disciples were left in a daze, while the elder figures discerned the underlying brilliance of Zhu Ningyun's strike. Though appearing straightforward, it required a keen eye to pinpoint the dragon's vulnerability and exploit it with a single decisive blow. Liu Ming recognized a kindred spirit in Zhu, noting her combat style closely mirrored his own. Truly, one must not underestimate the talents that grace this world. 5 Dragons combine. Gong Ying's dragon-shaped energy was swiftly dispelled. Yet he hesitated only for a moment before launching another offensive. With a flurry of movements, he conjured 5 strands of bright yellow true Qi, weaving them into a luminous orb nestled between his palms, which he then thrust forward. A more solidified dragon-shaped energy surged forth. However, Zhu Ningyan did not adopt a defensive posture. Instead, she advanced, her sword dancing through the air as she executed 3 swift thrusts against the dragon-shaped energy, shattering it and positioning her blade at Gong Ying's throat. Quick, so swift that one scarcely has time to react. Gong Ying's mouth parted slightly before sealing shut once more, uttering merely "You win" before stepping down from the stage. Zhu Ningyun furrowed her brow, sensing Gong Ying had retained some strength. His parted lips suggested he might have possessed a sonic technique. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that in a life-or-death battle, he would have had no opportunity to utter a sound, as her sword would have already pierced his throat. Zhu, showing mercy, halted her advance, prompting his swift concession. Contestant 4 Zhu Ningyan is victorious, the referee announced at Arena 15. "Is it truly over?" That was the 15th-ranked contender. Does this not imply that Zhu Ningyun possesses the strength to vie for a position in the top 10? The crowd remained momentarily stunned. "Sect leader, it seems you have indeed been deceived." "Gong Sun," he remarked, tilting his head. Lianqing was acutely aware of the complexities of the situation. He felt both elation and trepidation, elated that Zhu Ningyun had rapidly advanced to such heights, yet concerned about the promise made to allow her entry into the secret realm, should unforeseen circumstances arise. The repercussions could be significant. No need for alarm, she has yet to breach the top 10, he feigned calmness. Gong Sun-hee, however, maintained a knowing silence, recognizing that Zhu had barely exerted herself. We have gained another challenger. He Jianjun observed with a smile as he stood beside Qi Xian. Qi Xian retracted his gaze, shaking his head. Her swordsmanship is impressive, yet she falls short against me. However, Qi Xian paid little mind to it. While disciples ranked lower felt the pressure mount, the emergence of one capable contender implied that others must now step back. Remarkable, Lu Ming commended as Zhu Ningyun descended. I too look forward to your display. She huffed in response. Soon enough. Liu Ming understood her reference to the forthcoming challenge against the seed of their group, Feng Chao. The third round concluded swiftly, and Lu Ming ascended to the stage. Achieving an effortless victory, following that came the fourth, fifth, and sixth rounds, all of which he won with ease, finally standing out amidst the fray. What on earth is happening in Group 11, to this point? Two contenders remain undefeated. Feng Chao, as a seed, was expected to maintain an unblemished record. A loss would be an anomaly, for he was among the strongest contenders for the top 10. Yet Lu Ming, at the mid-stage of the True Qi realm, was also racking up victories. Goodness, is he not the most dazzling dark horse, ascending from the 969th rank to the top 300? And now continuing his winning streak, can he truly be at the mid-stage of the True Qi realm? Such feats were indeed astonishing. Many speculated that his winning streak would soon end, as he was set to face Feng Chao in the 7th round. Even so, I believe he would still earn respect in defeat, they murmured in agreement. As the audience buzzed with anticipation, although few believed Lu Ming could triumph, they nonetheless looked forward to the duel. Feng Chao had taken note of Lu Ming. Having observed his first 6 matches, he recognized Lu Ming's agility and leg techniques, and he himself was no slouch in speed, possessing exceptional leg techniques as well. Prepared for this competition, he had trained diligently, rendering failure out of the question. With his mind at ease, he awaited the commencement of the 7th round. Finally, once the intermission concluded, the 7th round officially began. Arena 11, Contestant 1 versus Contestant 7, it has begun, it has begun. The crowd straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed upon Arena 11. Liu Ming and Feng Chao exchanged glances before vaulting onto the stage. Taking their places at the center, neither rushed to strike. Your leg techniques are commendable, though they seem somewhat underwhelming in rank, Feng Chao remarked. Liu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. The high-level techniques I acquired from the notorious bandit Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan. Feng Chao shook his head, dismissing the man's reputation. He had heard of Yu's infamy but regarded him as lacking in true power. Let us commence then. Received my wind-chasing 18 kicks. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Chao launched his most aggressive attack. In an instant, his form transformed into a blur, soaring high above as he executed a straightforward yet formidable kick aimed at Lu Ming. However, the simplicity of the move belied its extraordinary might. As the leg descended, Lu Ming felt an oppressive force bearing down upon him, suffocating him as though an enormous mountain were crashing down. This is the might of momentum, exclaimed Li Yishan, the blade master. From the audience, not only he but those with higher realms of understanding recognized the exquisite nature of Feng Chao's seemingly simple kick. Momentum, both for hands and legs, is intangible yet substantial. Some strike with the ferocity of a raging river, while others, like Feng Chao, deliver a simple kick that feels like the weight of a mountain, making it nearly impossible to resist. This is the essence of true momentum. It is said that only those who possess extraordinary intelligence and exceptional insight can truly comprehend the grand trends of the world. It can be asserted that those who grasp such monumental forces are undoubtedly geniuses. Astonishingly, one would not expect a disciple ranked 11th within the inner sect of the Wuzhezong to exhibit such remarkable talent. The leader of the Nanhua Merchants Alliance gasped in amazement. Meanwhile, the head of the Zongjing family cast a worried glance at his son, uncertain whether he would be able to withstand the challenge. The duel concluded, and the elders of Wuzhezong rejoiced at the emergence of yet another prodigy within their ranks. Expressing their admiration, however, they were taken aback when they observed that, under the weight of such formidable force, his opponent, Lu Ming, managed to maintain his composure. Liu Ming stood like an imposing mountain, unyielding in the face of the raging storm. He had not anticipated that his adversary would regard him with such seriousness. Unleashing this lethal technique right from the outset, this indicated that his opponent was an exceedingly cautious individual, treating every potentially dangerous opponent with utmost respect, even if the likelihood of danger was slim. Yet, it was evident that if he had not been so prudent, he would not have returned safely after single-handedly eliminating a formidable band of Yanshan bandits. And nonetheless, one aspect that his opponent could never have anticipated was that he was facing Lu Ming. A factor that magnified the danger exponentially. Though this kick was as heavy as a mountain, it had its limits. A mountain can easily crush an ant or even a ferocious tiger, yet it could never topple a mighty iron elephant like him. At least not now. Breakthrough, Lu Ming bellowed, and suddenly an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, as if an ancient beast had awakened. With a resounding crack, akin to the shattering of crystal, the oppressive force of the kick was instantly shattered into fragments. Bang! In an instant, Feng Chao's kick had arrived, but due to the disruption of the momentum, even with his formidable true energy backing it, its power was significantly diminished and was easily thwarted by Lu Ming's defensive posture. Furthermore, he was propelled backward by a tremendous counterforce. The Iron Elephant technique had reached completion. After landing, Feng Chao found himself unable to halt his retreat, stumbling back several steps, nearly teetering off the edge of the arena. However, he had no time to dwell on that, for he stared in astonishment at Lu Ming, who resembled a figure of iron. He could scarcely believe that his opponent had mastered an external technique and brought it to such perfection. The wind swept away the remnants. With no time for idle chatter, Lu Ming, recognizing that Feng Chao still had fight left in him, unleashed his whirlwind leg sweep, charging forward to attack. 18 consecutive strikes. Adjusting his breath, Feng Chao was unwilling to back down, likewise employing his leg techniques to meet the onslaught. In an instant, the arena was filled with the shadows of their legs, accompanied by a continuous barrage of explosive sounds as their energies clashed. The disciples in the audience were left in a daze, unable to discern the rapidly shifting circumstances due to their inferior strength and limited perspective. They could only marvel at how Lu Ming, in the mid-stage of true energy, could send the 11th-ranked Feng Chao flying. After approximately 6 resounding impacts, one figure could no longer hold on and was sent flying out of the ring. It was Feng Chao, who appeared oddly unstable. Feng Chao was indeed no match for Lu Ming. Such an evident outcome was clear to the assembled disciples, who erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The esteemed guests and elders, too, were taken aback by the swift turn of events. Initially, they had believed that Feng Chao, who had grasped the grand trend, would secure victory with a single strike, but they never anticipated that his opponent would have perfected an external technique. It is well known that external techniques are exceedingly challenging to master. While entry may be easy, delving deeper is arduous, requiring considerable time and resources. The more advanced the external technique, the more demanding it becomes. How intriguing! Observing Lu Ming, Huan Xiaoyue, ranked 9th, appeared genuinely excited, as if he had found a worthy opponent. He practiced the 5 cauldrons profound technique and relished the opportunity to clash with fellow external technique practitioners. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief, as Feng Chao had always exerted immense pressure upon him, particularly after witnessing that earlier kick imbued with the grand trend. Yet, he was surprised to discover that Feng Chao did not possess the formidable prowess he had imagined. Naturally, he recognized Lu Ming's Iron Elephant technique, which was on par with his own 5 cauldrons profound technique. Having also achieved great mastery in his discipline, Huan Xiaoyue felt confident that if Lu Ming could break through, he too could. However, while Huan Xiaoyue felt a sense of ease, others within the top 10 were not so fortunate. They lacked the perfected external techniques that could withstand the might of that kick. And now they were confronted with the emergence of another formidable opponent in Lu Ming. The pressure intensified. It is undeniable that, even though I had already greatly overestimated you, I still underestimated you. Feng Chao was deeply troubled. Although his leg techniques were of a higher grade than Lu Ming's, they could not contend with the latter's perfected external technique, which was not only immensely powerful but also as unyielding as steel. After just 6 exchanges, he could no longer hold his ground. Had he not chosen to retreat before the 7th exchange, he would likely have lost outright. Unleash your full strength. Lu Ming paused, discerning that Feng Chao still had tricks up his sleeve. After all, he was reputed to be one of the strongest contenders among the top 10, and there were certainly external technique masters within that group. He could not possibly be unprepared. In truth, given his current strength, he was already a figure among the top 10. Well, this was originally a strategy one intended to employ against them, yet I find myself compelled to use it in the elimination rounds. However, you are worth it. Feng Chao was not particularly surprised that his opponent could perceive his remaining strength. After stating this, he drew forth a weapon, a long spear. Besides his exceptional leg techniques, Feng Chao had also mastered a weapon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment upon hearing their conversation and witnessing this scene. Those among the top 10 shifted their expressions, particularly those ranked lower, such as the staff wielding a staff, Shan Shouqing, and the carefree young master Wei Yu, as well as the external technique expert, Huan Xiaoyue. The leg techniques were formidable, but the spear techniques, concealed until now, would surely be even more powerful. Your defenses may be strong, But as long as my penetrating power is sufficient, I can easily shatter them. Coincidentally, the technique I practice, the Dewey Spear technique, is of this nature. With the spear in hand, Feng Chao spoke solemnly. The reason he elaborated so was to balance the moment of respite that Lu Ming had granted him earlier. Feng Chao was not one to harbor debts of gratitude, preferring to repay them immediately. One must experience to understand. Lu Ming showed no fear, not even drawing a blade. Very well, come at me. Chapter 55, The Grand Trend of Wind. As soon as Feng Chao's words fell, he shouted with intensity, advancing toward Lu Ming while wielding his spear. This time, he did not commence with overpowering techniques but instead channeled his robust true energy to execute various fundamental spear techniques with steady precision. Lu Ming fully engaged his iron elephant technique, forming his fingers into claws, utilizing the tiger's claw technique in conjunction with his leg techniques to evade and counterattack with each resounding clash, even unarmed. He held his ground without faltering. It was unexpected that this youth not only mastered an external technique to perfection but also practiced a leg technique and claw technique, while they might not appear to be of high rank. They had been cultivated to an exceptional level, showcasing his extraordinary talent. The leader of the Nanhua Merchants Alliance gazed at Lu Ming, who leaped and executed his techniques with effortless grace, and could not help but express admiration. Turning back to gaze at the moon, at that moment, on the stage, after exchanging a few moves up close with Lu Ming, Feng Chao suddenly leaped back, only to pivot mid-air, thrusting his spear toward the approaching Lu Ming as if to look back at the moon. With a sharp sound, a beam of true energy shot forth from the spearhead, seemingly capable of piercing through all. In response to this sudden thrust, Lu Ming appeared to have anticipated it, with a slight tilt of his head. He narrowly evaded the attack. Without pausing, he swiftly clawed at Feng Chao's spear. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted as the discharged energy from the spear struck the meticulously crafted arena behind Lu Ming, leaving a deep crater and scattering debris. Not a chance. Both combatants disregarded the thunderous sound. Seeing Lu Ming attempt to grasp his spear, Feng Chao surged his true energy, causing the long spear to bend like a serpent, evading the grip. He then used the recoil to counterattack. Swish! This counterattack, amplified by true energy, was incredibly swift. Lu Ming did not meet it head-on but instead deftly sidestepped. I didn't expect your agility to be as remarkable as your external technique. However, let us see how you evade this. Legions of troops. Feng Chao, aware of Lu Ming's speed yet oblivious to its true extent, unleashed a flurry of attacks, hoping to secure victory in one decisive strike. Bang! 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 Feng Chao's figure flickered as he unleashed numerous spear thrusts in rapid succession. The myriad of spear shadows, accompanied by a deluge of spear energy, surged forth like an army charging into battle, overwhelming Lu Ming. Yet, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. Lu Ming hovered in mid-air, appearing almost motionless, while the multitude of spear energies that enveloped him failed to land a single hit. Were one unaware, they might think Feng Chao was deliberately missing. As if he were an artist sketching outlines that did not connect, causing all his attacks to fall short and strike the arena's surface, sending stones flying. The scene was nothing short of surreal. This is the grand trend of wind. However, the disciples could not discern the nuance, while the elders and esteemed guests recognized the truth. Great sound is silent, great form is formless. Thus, the opponent was not immobile but moving with such speed that it created an illusion of stillness, akin to observing a rapidly spinning wheel, which may appear stationary when one looks at its hub. Incredible! One opponent had infused the grand trend of the mountain into their leg techniques, while now another had grasped the grand trend of wind. Truly, this generation of disciples in the Wuzhizong is a veritable assembly of prodigies. Li Yishan, the blade master, marveled before expressing his thoughts. Indeed, the guests beside him echoed this sentiment. In contrast, the elders of Wuzhizong were filled with joy, eager to inquire about the specifics of Lu Ming's existence. Those who were aware of Lu Ming's presence were equally filled with delight. Master, it seems you have misjudged once more. This young man's prowess is such that he could contend for not merely the top 20, but even the top 5. Gongsun, he recalled Lianqing's hypothesis regarding Lu Ming's ranking that day. This truly reflects a profound understanding of the greater trends. What more could Lianqing say? While it is certainly gratifying to have many talented disciples within this sect, it would become rather unpleasant if he were to continuously find himself embarrassed. Number 7. Lu Ming emerges victorious upon the stage. Feng Chao, after delivering his final strike, found himself at the end of his strength, easily defeated by Lu Ming. He uttered no words, merely descending the stage to consume a recovery pill before meditating to restore his vital energy. Lu Ming also left the stage, and the gazes of all present towards him had transformed. Truth be told, with his performance, including that of Feng Chao, he had undoubtedly secured a place among the top 10 of the inner sect. You seem unfazed. Beside the first and second platforms, He Jianjun observed the composed Qi Xian Dao. Qi Xian cast her a glance and casually replied, "Are you not the same?" He Jianjun smiled. "Indeed, the momentum of the wind is formidable. However, no matter how dense the ranks of 1,000 troops may be, there will always be gaps, which my music shall fill." How vexing! I did not expect him to possess such strength, yet I refuse to believe my Amaterasu divine art is inferior. Li Bieha, while astonished, felt a twinge of jealousy. "Well performed," praised Zhu Ningyan as she watched Lu Ming return. Although she had anticipated Lu Ming's strength would not be lacking, she had not expected it to reach such heights. She even felt that he had yet to exert his full strength, as he had not yet showcased his swordsmanship. "Thank you for the compliment," Lu Ming replied, beginning to restore his vital energy. Thus concluded an exhilarating duel, one that arrived prematurely, with such brilliance preceding it. The subsequent contests, while captivating, lacked the same luster. Nevertheless, during this time Li Bieha on the 7th platform also distinguished himself, having maintained an unbroken winning streak. Alongside only a few others, aside from the seed competitors, this led to discussions regarding whether he could triumph against the seed competitor of his group. Finally, in the 9th round, as the 9th participant, he faced his group seed competitor, the 7th-ranked staffmaster, Shan Shouqing. On the 7th platform, Shan Shouqing, wielding a heavy iron staff, gazed solemnly at Li Bieha across from him. He was somewhat familiar with this opponent, who had emerged unexpectedly in the last competition and was riding a strong momentum, having won 8 matches effortlessly. Furthermore, being the son of an elder from the inner sect, he might possess some hidden techniques. "Make your move," he commanded, gathering his focus as he positioned his staff horizontally to eye in the face of the current 7th-ranked of the inner sect. Li Bieha remained unperturbed, replying, "You go first. I fear you may not have the opportunity to strike." Shan Shouqing frowned, taken aback by the audacity of his opponent, and chose not to respond. Instead, launching his attack with a swift motion, he brandished his staff, rapidly closing the distance to Li Bieha, enveloping him in the shadows of the staff. "Humph, you think a high-level human-grade technique like the 3 talents staff technique can deal with me? Break!" Li Bieha's vital energy surged, his palms transforming into fleeting shadows, akin to the 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, launching a series of strikes. The chilling gale of his palm wind forced Shan Shouqing back. 16 Transforming Soul Palm. Shan Shouqing recognized the palm technique very well. "Receive this." Li Bieha initiated an offensive, the cold wind swirling ominously. "Do not underestimate me," Shan Shouqing retorted coldly, employing an even more advanced staff technique. The seemingly heavy iron staff became as light as a feather in his hands, skillfully wielded as he maneuvered around Li Bieha. Each strike intercepted Li Bieha's palms, countering with precision. Bang! After yet another blow, Li Bieha was forced back several steps. "If this is all you can do, you cannot defeat me," Shan Shouqing declared coldly. "Humph, come again." Li Bieha shrugged off his hands as if he had not heard, launching the same technique once more. Shan Shouqing's brow furrowed. He did not believe his opponent would be so foolish as to repeat an ineffective tactic. Suspecting there was something he relied upon, however, he dismissed further contemplation, convinced that no matter the reliance, he could break through with a single strike. Thus, he opted to unleash his ultimate technique, stabilizing wave style. Shan Shouqing's staff shadow coalesced into one, descending at an angle from the heavens, as if to stabilize the surging waves of the sea, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Amaterasu divine art. Contrary to expectations, Li Bieha chose to receive this ferocious strike with his bare palms. Just as the onlookers believed he was overstepping his bounds, a swirling vortex of vital energy suddenly emerged from his palms. As the vortex appeared, the first rotation dissipated the tremendous force of the staff, while the second consumed most of the overwhelming vital energy transmitted to him. Finally, with a push of his hands, the immense force and vital energy were rebounded back. Bang! Shan Shouqing, caught off guard by this peculiar phenomenon, was struck by his own technique, instantly forced to retreat. "You have won." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he leapt off the stage. 9th rank Li Bieha prevails. The referee cast a lingering glance at Li Bieha, recognizing that to intercept and rebound another's technique indicated a substantial level of skill. Winning so swiftly, what an extraordinary technique! The audience erupted into fervent discussion, as once again, following Zhu Ningyan and Lu Ming, another had vanquished a seed competitor, and this time it was the 7th-ranked of the inner sect. For a moment, he captured the spotlight. On the elder's dais, Elder Li Zaihu nodded in satisfaction. His son's victory over Shan Shouqing meant that a place in the top 10 was virtually assured. "What do you think of his technique?" Zhu Ningyan inquired, tilting her head. Lu Ming pondered before responding. "The ability to intercept and rebound an opponent's technique is indeed remarkable. However, there are limits, as we just witnessed. He cannot entirely absorb an opponent's vital energy, thus I can conceive at least two methods to counter it. Apart from launching an attack that exceeds his capacity to endure, one could employ extreme speed to prevent him from gathering his vortex in time. His keen eyesight is undoubtedly sharp enough to discern the nuances, and such techniques typically rely on the element of surprise. Now that it has been revealed, it becomes considerably more challenging to execute successfully. The other contenders within the Inner Sect's top 10 may share similar thoughts. Zhu Ningyun nodded in agreement, affirming his perspective. The competition continued, and soon the 9th round concluded, ushering in the 10th round. In this round, the first, second, third, and fourth participants of each platform were exempt from participating, as each had already completed their matches. Liu Ming was set to compete once more, yet upon seeing him, his opponent chose to concede outright. Considering the futility of the confrontation, it was merely a waste of vital energy. Thus, the first batch of 15 groups concluded their matches, coinciding perfectly with the approach of noon, following a swift tally. The scoring results were announced. 15 individuals maintained perfect victories, amassing 18 points, comprising 12 seed competitors, excluding Shan Shouqing, Feng Chao, and Gong Ying, along with Lu Ming, Zhu Ningyun, and Li Biehai. Shan Shouqing, Feng Chao, and Gong Ying each suffered one defeat, accumulating 16 points, while the others fell below this threshold. For instance, Zhu Yunxiao, having lost 4 out of 9 matches, gathered merely 10 points and was thus assuredly out of contention for the semifinals. Nevertheless, he fared reasonably well, as it appeared he would comfortably secure a spot within the top 100 of the Inner Sect. Once the results of the first batch were announced, it was precisely noon. Gongsun He once again took the stage to declare a break, with the latter 15 groups slated to compete in the afternoon. The crowd, still buzzing with excitement, began to disperse, only to reconvene around 1 o'clock. Subsequently, the contests for the latter 15 groups officially commenced. Overall, the afternoon matches showcased numerous impressive contenders. However, they fell short in comparison to the morning bouts, failing to present figures on par with Lu Ming and Zhu Ningyun. Moreover, the quality of the seed competitors proved unstable, with some even suffering 3 defeats, while those who triumphed over seed competitors subsequently lost to others. This led to several groups failing to achieve a single participant with 18 points. This outcome was somewhat expected, otherwise it would be illogical for Feng Chao, clearly of top 10 caliber, to miss the semifinals. As time progressed, the second batch of competitions concluded even more swiftly than the mornings. Yielding only 5 perfect victors, each with 18 points, and 3 with 16. Thus, the top 30 individuals were selected, while the remaining were ranked according to their scores. Those with equal points were required to compete once more to determine the victors. By the time everything was settled, twilight was approaching, marking the end of that day's matches. The semifinals were set to commence the following day, with competitors vying for the top 15 positions. In the evening, the brothers' battles were indeed thrilling. I had not anticipated that the same martial techniques would manifest so differently in their hands. Indeed, it seems my set of mysterious trackfist was practiced in vain. While the event was paused, discussions continued unabated, resonating throughout every corner of Wuji sect. Among the most frequently mentioned were the trio of Lu Ming. I believe Li Biehai should be somewhat stronger than Lu Ming and Zhu Ningyun. Considering he defeated the 7th-ranked Shan Shouqing, that cannot be entirely true. I think Feng Chao is far superior to Shan Shouqing. It is difficult to say. Did you not observe this morning? Li Biehai's technique is exceedingly peculiar. Capable of rebounding an opponent's strikes, how does one counter that? Thus, I believe it must be that he is exceptionally formidable, causing Shan Shouqing to be unable to fully exhibit his strength before being defeated. Then let us await tomorrow with bated breath, under the anticipatory gazes of the crowd. The next day finally dawned. As dawn broke, the martial arts square was already a sea of people, with the entry of 30 disciples. The atmosphere surged to new heights. Gongsun He silenced the crowd's cheers and began to announce the rules. Today, only 3 of the 15 platforms would be utilized, necessitating the division of the 30 participants into 3 groups of 10. With the top 3 of the Inner Sect serving as seed competitors, designated as number 1. The next segment is the live draw, where Lu Ming draws the number 5 on the third table, while Zhu Ningyun draws the number 6 on the second table, avoiding any collision. Once the draw is complete, they each approach their respective arenas. Liu Ming casts a glance and notices that their group boasts several notable figures in the top 10, 3 in total. Aside from the third seed contestant Zongjing Yunlu, there are also Wei Yu ranked 8th, and Huan Xiaoyue ranked 9th. Additionally, Li Biehai is present and excellent. We have finally crossed paths. Li Biehai appears eager, seemingly impatient to defeat him. Observing this, Lu Ming slightly shakes his head. After the battle, you will regret this anticipation. Naturally, he will not yield to those who provoke him repeatedly. Very well, Let us see how this unfolds. The onlookers at Table 3 glance over, clearly surprised that two rising stars harbor a conflict. The ensuing duel promises to be quite spectacular. With three resounding chimes, the semifinals finally commence. The judges on stage begin to call out numbers. In the first round, the first match features contestants 1 and 2. On Table 1, Qi Xian leaps onto the stage, facing his opponent, the 15th-ranked Gong Ying. I will not concede, Gong Ying states calmly. That is for the best, Qi Xian replies, placing his left hand behind his back and gesturing with his right. You may strike first. Gong Ying wastes no time. His palms rise, enveloped in radiant true energy, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar, as he charges toward Qi Xian, opting for close-quarters combat. Bang, 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 each palm strikes with tremendous force. Tearing through the air with a cacophony, Qi Xian shifts his stance slightly, deftly dodging each blow, increasing Gong Ying's tension. Finally, after another strike, Gong Ying opens his mouth and emits a lion's roar. The sound, rich with true energy, reverberates with a sharpness that sends chills down the spine. The pinnacle of human-level martial techniques, the lion's roar technique. Gong Ying has concealed this lethal move. Some spectators recognize it. Qi Xian is in for a tough time, someone mutters. However, Qi Xian appears to have anticipated this. He suddenly flits aside, evading the full force of the roar, and positions himself behind Gong Ying, pointing a finger. Gong Ying immediately lets out a muffled grunt, conceding defeat. You are indeed formidable. I admit my loss, Gong Ying declares, suffering minimal injury as Qi Xian pulls his punch. After a courteous bow, he exits the stage. Brother Qi Xian is truly impressive, effortlessly defeating the 15th-ranked Gong Ying as if he were merely playing. A spectator remarks, Indeed, I've heard Brother Qi Xian wields a sword. His swordsmanship is unfathomable. Has anyone ever seen him wield it? Not at all, the crowd responds in astonishment. Just then, a melodic sound emanates from Table 2, revealing that the second-ranked He Jianjun has unstrapped her guqin and, with a gentle pluck of a string, releases an incredibly refined sword. Intent. Her opponent, the 13th-ranked Li Quan, possesses a formidable qi technique, summoning a thick shield of true energy, yet, under the piercing sword intent of the guqin, the shield shatters instantly. Sister, he is remarkable. With just a pluck of a string, she has defeated Li Quan. The crowd gasps in amazement and quickly turns their attention to Table 3. However, Table 3 has already concluded. Zhongxing Yunlo's opponent was Lu Qinghai, previously ranked 21st, whose strength was noticeably inferior, leading to a swift defeat. With the first match completed, the second match begins promptly. On Table 3, the 8th-ranked Xianyao Gongzi Weiyu faces off against Zhao Ying, who has surged from 37th to the top 30. Despite this improvement, Zhao Ying's strength pales in comparison to Wei Yu's, exuding a charming demeanor akin to a carefree gentleman. Wei Yu's strikes are unexpectedly fierce. His fan opens and closes, at times resembling a curved blade that not only obscures vision but also possesses a razor-sharp edge. When closed, it acts like a sword launching sharp sword intent. This duality of form allows him to shift tactics effortlessly, catching Zhao Ying off guard. In just a few exchanges, Zhao Ying is unable to withstand the onslaught and is soon defeated. The second match also draws attention, featuring the 5th-ranked Luo Long, another master swordsman, whose swift and fierce swordplay leads him to a decisive victory. Meanwhile, Table 1 lacks any top 10 contestants. Soon, the first round's third match arrives, Lu Ming's turn, facing the external martial arts expert Huan Xiaoyue. Look, the two leading external martial arts experts from the inner sector finally clashing. Indeed, it is uncertain who will prevail. As the two leap onto the stage, they immediately capture the majority of the audience's attention, while a smaller portion is drawn to Zhu Ningyun on Table 2. Huan Xiaoyue disregards the murmurs from the crowd, excitement radiating from his face as he declares, "You are the first person I've encountered since entering the inner sect who has mastered a pinnacle external technique to such a degree. I eagerly anticipate our clash. As do I. Let us begin," Lu Ming replies, stretching his limbs. Judging by their physiques, he appears slightly weaker, as Huan Xiaoyue is not only robust but also tall, resembling an imposing iron tower. Nonetheless, Lu Ming does not believe he will falter in external martial arts, as his iron elephant technique emphasizes inner cultivation, concealing tremendous strength within his body. Very well, Huan Xiaoyue's body crackles with energy as his explosive muscles are fully revealed, and he charges directly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also experiences a surge of energy, a metallic glow enveloping him as he charges forward. Bang! The two collide fiercely in the center of the stage. Fists against fists, elbows against elbows, both being pushed back a step by the other's force. Without hesitation or words, they crash into each other again, retreating and colliding repeatedly. The sound of their clashes reverberates throughout the arena. This is astonishing. Are these truly human beings? Indeed, they resemble fearsome beasts. I feel compelled to train in external martial arts myself. the crowd continuously exclaims in awe, captivated by the raw power on display. Which offers a striking visual impact, exhilarating. However, our strengths seem evenly matched. At this rate, it may be difficult to determine a victor. Huan Xiaoyue bellows, fully unleashing his strength, yet Lu Ming shakes his head, not necessarily. While our strengths are similar, our speeds differ. Prepare yourself. With that, he transforms into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Huan Xiaoyue's expression shifts. His greatest concern has come to pass. His opponent has grasped the might of the wind. I am not weak either. Xian Gong, protect my body. Unable to match his opponent's speed, he resorts to defense, gathering a layer of protective chi around his body. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming lands a palm strike directly on Huan Xiaoyue's back, causing his protective chi to shudder violently. Found you, Bawang Pashan. With the strike connecting, Huan Xiaoyue's initial shock turns to delight, for he is not merely on the defensive but is countering, using his own body as bait to find the opportune moment to strike. Thus, at the instant Lu Ming's palm connects with his back, he unleashes a well-prepared punch in retaliation. Boom! The force of the punch surges like a tidal wave, ripping through the air and creating a massive breach. However, it is a moment too late. Lu Ming, anticipating the turn, seamlessly follows Huan Xiaoyue's movement, appearing behind him as if he were a shadow. The entire process occurs in near synchrony, the timing impeccable. It becomes clear that he too has a plan. He knows that Huan Xiaoyue's gathered punch cannot escape his notice, thus he deliberately lures him into launching the punch, exploiting the brief opening in his true energy to secure victory. Now is the moment. He seizes the opportunity to unleash the great exorcism palm. Realizing his punch has missed its target, Huan Xiaoyue senses the impending danger, quickly channeling all his true energy to his back, yet it proves futile. He feels an overwhelming force propelling him away. I concede. Steadying himself, Huan Xiaoyue admits defeat, aware that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, even with his formidable physique, he would have been gravely injured. Thank you for the match. Lu Ming remains composed and unruffled, while Huan Xiaoyue gazes at him in astonishment. Not only is his strength remarkable, but his intellect is equally exceptional. The cunning displayed in their previous exchange is not lost on Huan Xiaoyue, who acknowledges that losing was not unjust. Lu Ming of number 5 wins, the judge declares, marking the end of this battle. What an exhilarating contest. I did not expect this individual to utilize speed to such an extraordinary degree. Particularly that shadowy movement, which encompassed not only brute force but also meticulous strategy. Ba Dao Liishan observes from afar, impressed by Lu Ming. Indeed, in contrast, Huan Xiaoyue appears rather rigid, remarks the leader of the Nanhua Business Alliance. Expressing admiration for this young man, beside him, the head of the Zongjing family gazes anxiously at his son, who shares a group with Lu Ming. He wonders how the outcome will unfold after Lu Ming's match. Xu Ningyun has also concluded her bout, easily defeating her opponent, who was originally ranked 18th, as he was no match for her. Thus, the first round swiftly progresses to the 4th and 5th matches. In the 5th match, Li Bieha faces off against Gu Shan, who has advanced from 31st to the top 30. Ji Yushan's strength is far inferior to that of Shan Shouqing, making him no match for Li Bieha. Consequently, the first round concludes rapidly, leading into the second round. In the second round's first match, all three tables boast compelling matchups, as it features encounters among the top 10. On the first table, Qi Xian faces the 6th-ranked Song Qi, who has demonstrated a proficiency in blade techniques throughout previous matches. On the second table, He Jianjun confronts the 5th-ranked Luo Long, who wields a sword. While He Jianjun employs Guqin-derived sword intent, it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. The third table showcases Zongjing Yunlu against the carefree gentleman Wei Yu. In summary, this round, featuring 6 top 10 contestants, is bound to witness one individual face defeat, and the audience eagerly anticipates the outcome. Commencing with the first arena, Qi Xian draws his treasured sword, indicating his serious regard for the opponent. Meanwhile, Song Qi positions his broad, golden blade horizontally, solemnly stating, "To have prompted you to draw your sword for the first time. I must say I am honored." Qi Xian, with an expressionless demeanor, succinctly remarked, "You are worthy." Very well. Song Qi, with a deft twist of his golden blade, wielded it with such ease that its weight seemed negligible. "Allow me to once again experience your enigmatic swordplay," he declared. "Prepare yourself." With that, he swung his golden blade, unleashing a formidable wave of blade energy that filled the arena with a dazzling golden brilliance. He was acutely aware of the peculiar nature of his opponent's swordsmanship and thus opted for a long-range assault. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 streaks of blade energy descended upon him. Yet Qi Xian remained motionless until the first wave approached, at which point he drew his sword. With a sharp clang, the keen tip of his sword met the oncoming blade energy, bursting forth with a surge of sword energy that instantaneously shattered it. The second and third waves followed suit, and with each swing of his sword, he advanced a step, effortlessly dismantling each wave of blade energy as if he were weaving through a garden of blossoms. Untouched and at ease. As he neared Song Qi, the atmosphere grew tense, the mountains and rivers stretched far. Song Qi's expression turned grave. He could not allow Qi Xian to close the distance. With a sudden roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique. He raised his long blade, channeling all the blade energy into it, and then cleaved downward. A golden blade light surged forth like a mighty river, not merely a display of force, but a manifestation of concentrated energy. Its impact was thunderous, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. The crowd was left in awe at the breathtaking display of blade energy. How would senior brother Qi Xian respond? Anticipation hung in the air as spectators awaited his counter to such a formidable onslaught, yet Qi Xuan's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly lifted his sword and executed a simple downward stroke. Remarkably, the seemingly effortless strike caused the rushing golden river of blade energy to part like fabric, flowing to either side in a delicate manner, akin to a silken thread. Soon, the entirety of the golden blade energy collided against the sides of the arena, while the slender line of sword energy continued its relentless advance towards Song Qi's sizzle. As if brushed by a gentle breeze, Song Qi felt a sudden chill at his abdomen. He glanced down to find his garments sliced cleanly from the neckline to his midsection, the cut perfectly straight. He realized it was the result of that sword energy. Had his opponent not shown restraint, he would have been cleaved in two in an instant. His hair stood on end. I never anticipated your growth to be so substantial. This time, I have not even compelled you to unleash that elusive sword strike. He gazed at Qi Xian, disbelief etched across his features. I shall only continue to grow stronger. Qi Xian sheathed his sword and descended from the stage. Is that so? Song Qi managed a bitter smile before following suit. Qi Xian is victorious. The judge, somewhat bemused by the lack of decorum displayed by the two young men, noted their eagerness to exit the stage without awaiting his declaration, yet the outcome was clear, and he had little desire to prolong the matter. Qi Xian seemed to have triumphed with little effort expended. Indeed, within the inner sect, could it be that only Sister He Jianjun can truly compel him to exert his full strength? The crowd, astonished by Qi Xuan's effortless victory, turned their attention to the second arena. Recognizing the formidable competition that lay ahead, Liu Ming was compelled to concede that Qi Xian, the inner sect's senior brother, possessed remarkable strength. Igniting his own fighting spirit, only by contending with the strong could one hope to improve. Suddenly, whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they sensed an aura of formidable intent emanating from below the stage. Even Qi Xian, at a distance, felt it, yet, despite searching intently, he found no source. Only Zhu Ningyun, standing nearby, appeared contemplative, having distinctly sensed that powerful aura emanating from Lu Ming. You are indeed unfathomable, she mused quietly. Liu Ming had not intended to reveal his burgeoning combat spirit, yet the recent encounter had unmistakably brought forth a nascent blade intent within him. He surmised that after the battle, he would likely achieve true mastery of this blade intent. The crowd, unable to discern the source, resumed their focus on the ongoing matches. Autumn leaves danced in the air. At this moment, the second arena had reached a critical juncture where a single strike would determine victory. Luo Long, with a flourish of his long sword, unleashed a torrent of over 100 streaks of sword energy, resembling autumn leaves fluttering in the wind, imbued with a touch of chill that carried a deadly undertone. Clang! At that moment, He Jianjun plucked 3 strings of her zither, releasing an even more potent wave of sonic sword energy. As it traveled, it spun and coalesced into a barrier of sword energy, sweeping forth. Bang! In an instant, Luo Long's myriad of autumn leaf sword energies collided with the barrier, either being shattered or sent flying. The effect was akin to a brisk autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, rendering the field immaculate, yet still possessing residual force. Whoosh! Luo Long's expression shifted as he hastily retreated, only managing to escape the arena's confines, thus conceding defeat. Sister He Jianjun is indeed formidable. With her zither's sonic sword energy, who could dare approach her? It appears she may be the only one capable of rivaling senior brother Qi Xian. The spectators fervently discussed. Meanwhile, the third arena concluded its match, revealing Wei Yu, whose iron fan techniques were diverse and rapid. However, he encountered his nemesis. It turned out that Zongjing Yunluo's secret weapon was a form of qi mastery that did not merely create a protective barrier but generated a field of gravitational force. Within it, Wei Yu's speed was drastically reduced, leading to his easy defeat at the hands of Zongjing Yunlu. Zongjing family head, it seems you need not worry. With this renowned technique from the Wuzhizong, Lu Ming's speed advantage has been nullified, the leader of the Nanhua Commerce Alliance remarked. Zongjing's head of the family sighed in relief. Many techniques from the Wuzhizong were renowned throughout the Zhao Kingdom, And the Xuanzhong Luoyan technique was among them. Although it was merely of the top tier within the talent realm once mastered, it could manifest a field of gravitational force. It was said that even a flying goose would be brought to the ground, making it particularly effective against speed-oriented opponents. Of course, it was exceedingly challenging to cultivate as it demanded a high quality of true energy, otherwise, the gravitational effect could not be achieved. He had not anticipated that his son would master this technique and succeed in its cultivation. After the crowd expressed their astonishment, they quickly turned their attention to the next match, where Lu Ming was set to compete against Lu Qinghai, who ranked 21st, having witnessed Lu Ming's clash with Huan Xiaoyue. He felt he was no match and chose to concede, focusing his efforts on other opponents. No one mocked him. The spectators understood that, despite Lu Ming's current mid-stage true energy level, only those ranked among the top 10 stood a chance against him. It was an effortless 2 points for Lu Ming. With no notable competitors in the other two arenas, they swiftly progressed to the next match. Chapter 59, a blade that breaks through. This match, along with the subsequent ones, concluded rapidly, with only those of closely matched strength enduring longer. The others were mostly one-sided. Soon, they arrived at the third round, specifically the second-to-last match, where Lu Ming faced Li Biehe. All eyes turned toward these two rising stars, eager to discern who would emerge victorious. Most speculated that Li Biehe held the advantage, as he was not only at the late stage of true energy but also possessed a mysterious and formidable technique. In contrast, while Lu Ming's external skills were powerful and his strength immense, his attacks proved ineffective, making victory seem elusive. And nonetheless, a small faction believed that neither would be able to best the other. Given Lu Ming's extraordinary speed, could he not evade as well as attack? With their respective opinions in mind, the spectators eagerly awaited the match's commencement. This moment has been long anticipated. Li Biehe intoned gravely. Your techniques will prove ineffective against me, and thus you shall surely lose. Not necessarily, Lu Ming replied dismissively, launching himself into action and vanishing from sight. Li Biehe scoffed, though his confidence was not as solid as it appeared. For Lu Ming's speed was evident. Consequently, as Lu Ming disappeared, he hastily activated his Tianjiao divine skill, focusing his energy to pinpoint Lu Ming's location. Bang! In an instant, he felt a solid impact against his back. Yet unlike Huan Xiaoyue, he did not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he utilized the momentum to create distance. I warned you, your attacks are ineffective against me. After taking a hit, Li Biehe appeared unfazed. His body enveloped in a dull gray true energy, rendering him seemingly insubstantial. This was a unique characteristic of the Tianjiao divine skill, allowing any attack to be absorbed and nullified. After testing the waters, his confidence surged. However, Lu Ming shook his head. I said not necessarily. That was merely one strike. I have hundreds more to unleash, and I wonder where your limits lie. With that, he vanished once more. Li Biehe's expression shifted as he realized he had little time to ponder. Another strike landed. Lu Ming's speed was staggering, and he sensed that each blow he received contained minimal true energy, primarily relying on physical strength. This rendered his strategy of relying on true energy to outlast Lu Ming futile. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the arena was a blur of motion, filled with the sounds of Li Biehe being struck. Though he wished to evade, Lu Ming's speed was simply too overwhelming, rendering him unable to escape. Despite his desire to retaliate, he found it impossible to land a hit. The entire experience was deeply frustrating. Is this the advantage of speed? The audience watched in disbelief, expecting a fierce contest, only to witness one side absorbing punishment. Li Biehe's singular focus on mastering his technique had left him with a limited response to his opponent, elderly Zaihu, seated among the elders, sighed deeply. It was evident to all that while Li Biehe could absorb and nullify attacks, there was a limit to his ability. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Ultimately, after yet another blow, the gray haze of true energy enveloping Li Biehe shattered, allowing Lu Ming to seize the opportunity and deliver a decisive strike, sending him flying. You have lost. Lu Ming adhered to the rules of the arena, refraining from delivering heavy blows. Though Li Biehe harbored deep resentment, he was acutely aware that he was no match for his opponent. Nevertheless, he stubbornly declared, this is merely the true Qi realm. Once I reach the Gang Qi realm, your fighting style will be rendered ineffective against me. At that time, I will only grow stronger. Lu Ming remained unfazed. Let us see, Li Biehe scoffed as he leapt down from the stage. Lu Ming shook his head, recognizing that with such a disposition Li Biehe would never be his rival. The referee promptly announced Lu Ming's victory. Thus concluded a clash of new stars, and the onlookers once again acknowledged Lu Ming's prowess. They speculated that, given his speed, aside from the enigmatic Qi Xian, the elusive He Jianjun, and the speed-restraining Zongjing Yunlu, It was likely that no one else could contend with him below the stage as they watched Lu Ming descend. The 4th-ranked Zhou Changmeng, 5th-ranked Luo Long, and 6th-ranked Song Qi all wore solemn expressions. The third round swiftly came to an end, leading into the fourth round. In this round, Lu Ming was slated to face the top seed Zongjin Yunlu. Upon witnessing this matchup, the crowd's previously subdued emotions were reignited. They had eagerly awaited this duel, speculating whether Zongjin Yunlu's gravitational field could impose any restrictions on Lu Ming. On the stage, Zongjin Yunlu addressed Lu Ming, "You should know that your speed cannot be unleashed before me." He was taken aback by Lu Ming, who had astonished him by reaching this point in the mid-true Qi realm, a rarity in previous competitions. Lu Ming nodded earnestly, "If I am not mistaken. Within the gravitational field, your strength will also be significantly enhanced." Zongjin Yunlu was somewhat surprised. He had not revealed this aspect before, perplexed as to how Lu Ming discerned it. This insight was not recorded in any manuals but was a method he had comprehended on his own. "How do you intend to counter it?" he inquired. Lu Ming had indeed contemplated numerous countermeasures. The simplest solution would be to break through with sheer force, and his most formidable attack was his swordsmanship. As his palm techniques were still lacking, hence, he chose not to respond, instead drawing forth his ghost blade. "A blade? You are still a swordsman?" Zongjin Yunlu found it hard to believe, realizing that his opponent, adept with the blade, had only now revealed it after reaching this stage. It was not just Zongjin Yunlu who found this hard to fathom. Most who were unaware of Lu Ming's true capabilities felt similarly. Feng Chao bore a bitter expression, realizing that his opponent had defeated him without even employing his favored sword techniques, a stark testament to their disparity. Meanwhile, Li Biehe felt a surge of jealousy. He could not comprehend how Lu Ming possessed the energy to master so many martial arts. "Prepare to receive my strike." With a resonant clang, Lu Ming held his right hand aloft, the blade angled toward the ground. Gravity field. Zongjin Yunlu did not dare to be negligent, immediately channeling his true Qi to unleash the gravitational domain. His opponent was swift, and he could not afford to lose the initiative. At that moment, Lu Ming was already in motion. With his right hand grasping the long blade, he traced a half circle from the lower right to the upper left, raising it above his head. In the process, he switched to a two-handed grip. Then, without hesitation, he struck downwards. Instantly, what had begun as an unremarkable slash transformed into a colossal blade, 40 meters long, descending from the heavens. This was the fifth form of the heavenly blade technique. The soul-severing strike. Its name may have been simple, and its execution uncomplicated, yet its power was astonishing. What an incredible blade aura! Witnessing the immense blade, the crowd gasped in awe. The spectacle was far more breathtaking than Song Qi's previously unleashed mountain river of limitless power. With a crack, the gravitational field of Zongjin Yunlu was cleaved apart beneath the 40-meter-long blade, and he himself suffered a backlash. Before he could evade the strike, he let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, the referee intervened just in time to rescue him. This signified Lu Ming's victory in this battle. It was inconceivable that the third-ranked Zongjin Yunlu had been defeated by a single blow. Indeed, it seemed that the most formidable techniques were those concealed until the end. As the results were declared, the crowd was filled with astonishment, all eyes turning to Lu Ming, who had surpassed their expectations. Is that truly the signature skill of the Heavenly Blade Elder? A sudden stir arose in the audience as Ba Dao Liishan stood, clearly stirred by the memory. The Heavenly Blade Elder? Hasn't he been missing for nearly 20 years? Inquired the leader of the Nanhua Business Alliance. Liishan shook his head. You all assume I was his rival, yet you do not know we were friends. Over a decade ago, he came to bid me farewell, claiming his lifespan was nearing its end. What? Are you suggesting the Heavenly Blade Elder has passed away? Liishan nodded. He should have perished, but I am puzzled as to why his ultimate technique has manifested in this disciple of the Wuzhizong. The crowd, naturally, was unaware of the truth, merely reflecting on the melancholy of once renowned figures departing without a trace, the master of the Zongjing family sighed, lamenting his son's defeat, particularly in such a manner. He couldn't help but marvel at Lu Ming, who seemed an unfathomable abyss. Just when one believed they had reached the limits of his capabilities, he revealed even greater strength, an unassailable challenge. As the competition continued, the fourth round rapidly approached its final match, where the second arena once again drew attention. One of the three new stars, Juning faced off against the seventh-ranked Shan Shouqing, prompting the spectators to speculate on who would emerge victorious. Although Shan Shouqing had previously lost to Li Biehe, his prowess remained formidable. Juning, known for her speed and keen perception, could execute strikes with remarkable swiftness, consistently exploiting her opponent's weaknesses for lethal blows. Proving to be quite a formidable opponent, however, it remained uncertain whether her tactics would bear fruit against Shan Shouqing. To everyone's astonishment, Shan Shouqing succumbed decisively after barely enduring a dozen strikes. "What sword technique is this?" he gasped, staring at the blade poised against his throat. "The E-sword technique," Zhu Ningyan replied as she slowly retracted her long sword. The expression on Shan Shouqing's face conveyed that he had never encountered such a technique before. The bout concluded with remarkable simplicity, leaving the crowd to ponder the ferocity of this year's new stars, led by the versatile Lu Ming. Indeed, it was unclear who had initially bestowed upon Lu Ming that moniker, which had since gained traction. Though it sounded rather straightforward, evoking a sense of market stall simplicity, it aptly described his prowess: external techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, claw techniques, lightness skills, sword techniques. He excelled in all, and each was formidable. Now, with Zhu Ningyan unveiling her enigmatic sword technique, it was truly an eye-opening experience. This journey had not been in vain. As the fourth round concluded, the fifth round commenced with three new highlights: Qi Xian against the fourth-ranked Zhou Changmeng, He Jianjun against the recently defeated Zhu Ningyan, and Zongjing Yunlu against Huan Xiaoyue. Zhou Changmeng specialized in lightness and palm techniques, which complemented each other, known as the butterfly wing double flying technique. When executed, it could create an illusion of dozens of colorful butterflies dancing around, a beautiful yet lethal display. However, upon encountering Qi Xian, he did not resort to broad attacks. Instead, he deftly navigated through the air to locate Zhou Changmeng's true self and defeated him with a single strike, achieving victory with remarkable ease. As for Huan Xiaoyue, lacking Lu Ming's formidable blade, he attempted to forcefully charge into the gravitational field, only to find himself ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Unable to advance, after finally closing the distance, he found himself exhausted, while his opponent, having conserved energy, possessed an unexpectedly great strength. Thus, his defeat was inevitable. Consequently, the most anticipated match now lay in the second arena, where He Jianjun faced Zhu Ningyan. "Your sword techniques may be sharp and precise, but they will avail you nothing if you cannot approach me," He Jianjun proclaimed, cradling an ancient zither. Zhu Ningyan, rarely displaying such gravity, did not retreat, positioning her long sword horizontally, asserting, "Only through trial will we know." "Then let us begin." He Jianjun plucked a string, sending a surge of sword energy hurtling forth. Zhu Ningyan effortlessly drew her long sword, easily dissipating the incoming sword energy with a mere flick. However, the continuous sounds of strings being plucked signaled that He Jianjun was seemingly performing a melody, one that resonated beautifully to the audience outside the arena. Yet to those within, the enchanting music transformed into sword energy. As the melodic notes flowed, waves of sword energy surged toward Zhu Ningyan. She wielded her long sword with remarkable speed, each stroke capable of shattering the incoming sword energy. Reminiscent of Qi Xian's swordplay, suddenly the music halted, drawing the crowd's attention. He Jianjun had pulled 3 strings taut, then released them, executing the same technique that had previously defeated Luo Long. The sound of slicing filled the air as spiraling sword energy erupted. Reminiscent of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, the audience collectively held their breath, eager to witness how Zhu Ningyan would counter this formidable strike that had bested Luo Long. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Ningyan did not opt to retreat. Instead, she thrust her long sword forward, her body following suit, daringly weaving through the swirling sword energy. The spectators could scarcely believe their eyes. The rapidly rotating sword energy resembled a meat grinder. And rather than evade, she boldly advanced. It appeared as though she was courting death, yet, miraculously, she successfully maneuvered through unscathed. He Jianjun was taken aback, for it was the first time she had encountered someone countering her technique in such a manner. Quickly regaining her composure, her delicate fingers returned to the zither strings, layered waves and overlapping clouds. Having traversed through the danger, Zhu Ningyan did not pause, executing an ethereal sword technique. Instantly dozens of sword shadows materialized on the stage, layered upon one another, resembling billowing clouds. With a decisive strum of 5 strings, He Jianjun unleashed an overwhelming wave of sword energy, flooding the arena as if the very essence of music had transformed into swordplay. A true embodiment of sound and sword colliding. In the blink of an eye, the two energies converged. Bang! In an instant, the two attacks collided like a continuous stream of flowing water, producing a series of intense sounds that reverberated throughout the arena, forcing back the crowd outside. Such fierce clashes, could this truly be the realm of true energy? The scene on stage left the spectators in astonishment. They had not anticipated the formidable prowess of He Jianjun's melodic sword energy. They were equally surprised that Zhu Ningyan, who was merely at the mid-stage of true energy, could engage in such a fierce confrontation with the remarkably powerful He Jianjun. Her strength once again reshaped everyone's perception. Crack! After a relentless exchange of blows, the result finally emerged. The first to falter was the layer of clouds, which, under the barrage of melodic sword energy, began to retreat without the chance to rebound. Ultimately shattering, the master of the clouds Zhu Ningyan was sent flying, her complexion pale. "You have won." She exhaled a breath of white mist, sheathing her long sword. Although Yi Jianjun emerged victorious, she did not appear as untroubled as she seemed. Thus she remarked, "This time I triumphed due to my higher realm. Next time, it will not be so simple to defeat you." Her words were not mere bravado, for Zhu Ningyan had only just turned 14. While she herself was already 16 up. Despite the seemingly minor age difference, those 2 years could potentially yield a talent like Lu Ming. Therefore, the time of a genius is exceedingly precious. Zhu Ningyan chose not to speak further and leapt down from the arena. Although she had lost this match, the spectators did not perceive her as weak, rather, they regarded her as exceptionally strong, just as Yi Jianjun had thought. She had only just turned 14. While others at that age struggled in the realm of internal energy or to break through to true energy, Zhu Ningyan had managed to spar with top-tier masters of true energy for such an extended period. Truly, comparisons between talents could be infuriating. "Are you alright?" Lu Ming inquired, noticing her pallor. "I am fine. Just somewhat drained of true energy," Zhu Ningyan replied, shaking her head. As she spoke, she retrieved a milky white porcelain vial, poured a recovery pill into her mouth, and began to restore her energy. Liu Ming refrained from interrupting her. The rounds progressed swiftly, and Lu Ming soon faced Zhou Yu, who was ranked 25th, and the latter conceded immediately. The 6th round commenced. In the first match of the first arena, Qi Shen faced off against Su Tong, easily claiming victory. Meanwhile, Yi Jianjun encountered Feng Chao, who had not yet suffered a defeat since the semifinals. This match promised much excitement. Although Feng Chao had lost to Lu Ming, discerning eyes recognized his formidable strength. One could assert that had he not fallen to Lu Ming, he would undoubtedly be one of the most dazzling figures vying for the top 3. However, there were no hypotheticals. He was indeed at a disadvantage and needed to face a formidable opponent to validate himself. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 61, The Duel of Techniques. Feng Chao confronted Yi Jianjun, brandishing a long spear. Right from the start, having observed numerous battles, he understood that his leg technique, imbued with the might of mountains, could not contend with the opponent's melodic sword energy. Thus, he resorted to his most powerful attack early on, to avoid wasting time. 1,000 armies galloped forth. Multiple attempts to penetrate the melodic sword energy were met with failure, prompting Feng Chao to unleash his ultimate technique. In an instant, a torrent of forces surged forth, colliding with Yi Jianjun's 5-stringed melody. The momentum of this attack surpassed even Zhu Ningyan's layered clouds. Augmented by Feng Chao's late-stage true energy, for a moment neither could gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, Feng Chao was aware that defeat was inevitable, for the opponent's zither possessed 7 strings, and this was merely the 5th. As anticipated, Yi Jianjun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, extending her pinky finger to draw the 6th string, releasing it forth. Zhang. In an instant, the sound resembled the clash of iron steeds and golden blades. With the addition of this newfound force from the 6th string, swiftly overwhelming Feng Chao's 1,000 armies and sending him flying, Feng Chao was defeated. He was undeniably powerful. It was astonishing that Yi Jianjun had vanquished him with just the 6th string. Who could withstand the 7th? The crowd gasped in awe, marveling at Yi Jianjun's prowess. The battles continued, with the 3rd match generating intrigue. On the 2nd arena, the 5th-ranked Luo Long faced off against Shan Shouqing, while on the 3rd arena, the carefree master Wei Yu clashed with the rising star Li Bieha. Although Luo Long's swordsmanship had fallen to Yi Jianjun's melodic sword energy, its might remained impressive. With a single move, autumn leaves fluttering, the entire arena transformed into a sea of sword energy resembling maple leaves. Similarly, Shan Shouqing was no slouch. With his determining waves technique, he aimed to anchor the essence of the ocean's waves, creating an astonishing force capable of stilling even the tides, let alone sword energy. However, the ocean's waves came from a singular direction, while Luo Long's sword energy scattered like flowers in the wind from every angle. Consequently, Shan Shouqing was ultimately defeated. In the 3rd arena, the carefree master Wei Yu had borrowed Lu Ming's tactics against Li Bieha, employing speed to evade. Although Li Bieha was quick, he lagged behind Wei Yu, ultimately becoming the target of relentless strikes. After a prolonged exchange, he succumbed to exhaustion. "Damn it, once I cultivate the Tianzhao divine art to the 10th layer, your attacks will gradually accumulate within me, becoming my OWN.by then, such underhanded tactics will no longer affect me." Frustrated after another loss, Li Bieha seethed inwardly, yet he refrained from disclosing the secret, merely harboring it in his heart. Soon enough, the 7th round arrived, and Lu Ming stepped onto the stage. His opponent was the carefree master Wei Yu. To be honest, I do not consider myself your match, yet I still wish to give it a try. Wei Yu said, shaking his eye on Fan. Liu Ming twirled his long knife and replied, then I won't draw my blade. Let us compare techniques instead. Thank you. Wei Yu bowed. He understood that should Lu Ming unleash that single slash, he would only have the option to leap off the stage to evade. He would never dare to face it directly. After all, even the gravity domain of Zongjing Yunlu could not withstand it, let alone himself. As the duel commenced, the spectators bore witness to Lu Ming's knife techniques, which were not only domineering but also remarkably sharp and precise, often anticipating the enemy's moves, striking first even if one attempted to exploit his weaknesses. He would counter before they could capitalize, forcing them to defend. In summary, his skills and perception were exceptional, on par with Qi Xin and Zhu Ningyun. Thus, even though Wei Yu's swordplay with the Fan was varied, after over a dozen exchanges, he found himself unable to cope. You have won. I cannot match your technique. Wei Yu sighed, relieved, as he had faced immense demands on his mental acuity. Any momentary lapse left him unable to keep pace, ultimately causing him to become flustered and unable to defend. With this battle concluded, the audience was once again astonished. While they had anticipated Lu Ming's victory over Wei Yu, they did not expect it to occur in such a manner, an amalgamation of ferocity and finesse. What else could he possibly lack? It seemed that in terms of knife techniques realm, this young man had already surpassed the founder of this very style, the Heavenly Blade Elder Dai, in the VIP section. The dominant blade Li Yishan stroked his beard, pondering aloud. Might I ask, Li Xianpei, what do you mean by that? The head of the Nanhua Merchant Alliance looked puzzled. Li Yishan began to elucidate, although the Heavenly Blade Elder's technique emphasizes speed and agility. Achieving the foresight that he displays is not something that merely practicing the Heavenly Blade technique can accomplish. The head of the Nanhua Merchant Alliance understood. This indicated the young man's extraordinary combat talent. Yet, he was still perplexed, asking, may I inquire, Li Xianpei, is it not said that the Heavenly Blade technique pursues speed and agility? Why then did I observe that the slash he executed earlier was filled with a fierce and domineering aura? Li Yishan chuckled. Did I not mention before that the Heavenly Blade Elder and I are friends? He is known as the Heavenly Blade, while I am the dominant blade, so naturally, I have drawn from his techniques. In truth, I have also borrowed from his approach. We complement each other's strengths. With a sigh, he continued, yet, the path of scattered cultivators is fraught with difficulty, lacking a lineage. If we do not encounter extraordinary opportunities, we must rely solely on our own exploration. The audience, taken aback by this revelation of their past camaraderie, felt a sense of empathy as they listened to his reflections. The head of the Nanhua Merchant Alliance shared a similar sentiment. As his own alliance was merely a ninth-tier force, the weakest of its kind, and thus lacked a deep heritage, comparatively, they were worlds apart from the seventh-tier sections. Even those seventh-tier sects paled in comparison to the great clans from beyond the realm. Particularly the legendary third tier and above, where beings of the celestial realm existed. These were the apex of martial cultivation in the continent, akin to dragons that appeared only fleetingly. Meanwhile, the battles continued below. Before long, the 8th round commenced, with the 4th match pitting the 4th-ranked Zhou Changmeng against the 10th-ranked Su Tong at Arena 1, while Zhu Ningyun faced Feng Chao at Arena 2. Both matches promised to be thrilling spectacles. First up was Zhou Changmeng. Although her butterfly wing technique proved ineffective against Qi Xian, it showcased its brilliance against Su Tong. As Su Tong became ensnared amidst the flurry of colorful butterflies, he found himself disoriented and ultimately fell victim to an opening, leading to his defeat. Consequently, the attention shifted to Arena 2. Since both Zhu Ningyun and Feng Chao had previously faced He Jianjun, the spectators had a point of reference for their comparative strengths. Clearly, while Zhu Ningyun was strong, she could only withstand the 5th string of He Jianjun, whereas Feng Chao faltered at the 6th. Thus, the majority believed Feng Chao to be the stronger contender with greater odds of victory. However, as the match unfolded, it became apparent that while Feng Chao did triumph, it was achieved with considerable difficulty. Ultimately relying on exhausting his true energy to secure the win, of Feng Chao's 1,000 armies galloped forth, though dense and formidable, revealed significant openings when compared to He Jianjun's melodic sword energy. Zhu Ningyun adeptly exploited these gaps, threading her way through the onslaught of forces to target Feng Chao directly. Fortunately for Feng Chao, his leg technique, infused with the might of mountains, enabled him to withstand her piercing strikes. Otherwise, he might have faced defeat. Ultimately, it was through sheer exhaustion of true energy that he emerged victorious. The contest swiftly progressed to the 9th round, during which formidable contenders clashed. He Jianjun effortlessly vanquished the 7th-ranked Shan Shouqing. Zhu Ningyun also triumphed over the similarly skilled swordsman Luo Long, her cascading waves of swordplay sweeping away a vast expanse of maple leaf sword energy, ultimately resting her blade against Luo Long's throat. Zongjing Yunlu defeated Li Bie, whose formidable Tianjia divine skill, while impressive, could not completely absorb the relentless gravitational force akin to battling with shackles, thus, he was naturally defeated. Following this was the 10th round, after several matches. The semifinals concluded with the formidable Feng Chao overcoming the staff master Shan Shouqing, bringing the curtain down on this stage of competition. The much-anticipated finals were next, where the top 15 rankings were to be contested. Chapter 62. The finals commence with the semifinals at an end. The scoring was swiftly compiled of the undefeated contenders, Qi Xian, He Jianjun, and Lu Ming each amassed 18 points. Following them were those who had lost once, the 6th-ranked Jin Daosongji from the first group, Feng Chao from the second group, and Zongjing Yunlu from the third group, each securing 16 points. Next came those who had suffered 2 defeats, including the 4th-ranked Zhou Changmeng Juningyun, and Li Bie, who had claimed victory over the external martial artist Huan Xiaoyue, each with 14 points. Subsequently, the 5th position went to Luo Long, while Su Tong Huan Xiaoyue and the carefree young master Wei Yu ranked 10th. At this juncture of the grand competition, the situation had become quite clear. It was evident that the first place would be decided among Qi Xian, He Jianjun, and Lu Ming. As for the second and third places, based on the displayed prowess, the remaining contenders were unlikely to pose a challenge to these three. Thus, the top 3 positions seemed almost certain. However, for the sake of fairness, a match was still necessary to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Following this, the battle for the 4th and 5th ranks would ensue. As Zongjing Yunlu, Feng Chao, and Song Qi had yet to compete against one another, leaving their outcomes uncertain and open to speculation, consequently discussions among the crowd intensified, with fervent opinions on who would secure the 4th and 5th positions. Leading to an uproar of debate, this only heightened the anticipation for the finals. As the day drew to a close, the competitors, having fought throughout the day, required rest, thus the finals were scheduled for the following day. Despite the crowd's reluctance, there was no alternative. The next day, the martial arts plaza was bustling with throngs of spectators, some having remained overnight. Many new audience members arrived, including core disciples of the Wujizong. The total number of core disciples was 100, with dozens present that day. Zheng Xixiang, you were here too, upon seeing the man from the Zheng family, who had already broken through to the Qi realm. A group of core disciples bowed in greeting. Zheng Xixiang waved his hand, saying, I've been watching for 2 days, why have you all come today? One core disciple, with a bitter expression, replied, we had no choice. It is rumored that this year's inner disciples are exceptionally talented and possess incredible martial prowess. Soon, they will overshadow us, so we came to assess the situation. It turned out that the Wujizong had requirements for core disciples beyond mere age. One must defeat an existing core disciple to ascend to that status. A victorious challenger would take the place of the defeated core disciple, while the latter would drop a rank unless they were the last, in which case they would be eliminated. To maintain a total of 100 disciples. Naturally, the last-ranked disciple could challenge another for a chance to remain, leading to fierce competition. You've come at the right time. This year's inner disciples are indeed remarkable. Be prepared for challenges, Zheng Xixiang remarked with a smile. Quickly tell us more, one core disciple urged. Yes, yes, they all chimed in. Zheng Xixiang, amiable as ever, raised his hand to quiet them and began sharing his insights. Firstly, the current first-ranked Qi Xian, I have yet to fully discern his strength, but he likely ranks among the top core disciples in the true Qi realm. So strong, the crowd gasped in surprise. But that is not all. Zheng Xixiang continued, the second-ranked He Jianjun is similarly formidable, and the third, Zongjing Yunlu, is no slouch either. Then there is Feng Chao, who has grasped the great momentum of the mountains. Particularly noteworthy is the dark horse of this competition, Lu Ming. Though he is merely in the mid-true Qi realm, he is hailed as an all-rounder and is one of the contenders for first place. A mid-true Qi disciple contending for first. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. This situation could either mean that this year's overall strength was lacking or that this individual was exceptionally powerful. Given the current context, the former seemed improbable, indicating the emergence of an extraordinary talent. Not only him, but also Juningyun, at just 14 years of age, had reached the mid-true Qi realm and secured a place in the finals, solidifying her position among the top 10. The crowd fell silent, struck by a mix of awe and introspection regarding the exceptional talent emerging this year. It was not only the core disciples who were impressed. The elders and esteemed guests shared their sentiments, noting how this year's inter-sect competition differed vastly from previous ones, heightening their anticipation for the forthcoming clashes. At last, amid the fervent expectations, 3 resounding bells signaled the official commencement of the finals. For efficiency, the matches were held simultaneously on 3 platforms, with no fixed participants assigned, since several of the 15 contenders had already faced each other. Rematching would be a waste of time, thus, the elders meticulously arranged the matchups overnight. According to the schedule, whoever was called would take the stage of the first match commenced. On the first platform, Qi Xian faced Feng Chao, on the second, He Jianjun squared off against Li Biehe, and on the third, Lu Ming confronted Jin Daosong Qi. The first platform featured a duel between Qi Xian and Zhu Ningyan, both of whom displayed sharp sword techniques and exceptional skill. Of Feng Chao, relying on his true qi to gain victory over Zhu Ningyan, faced a predictable defeat against Qi Xian. The second platform concluded just as swiftly, with He Jianjun deftly plucking 5 strings, surpassing the limits of Li Biehe's Tianzhao divine skill, leading to his defeat. On the third platform, the duel showcased the clash of blade masters. Rather than relying solely on brute force, Lu Ming exhibited refined technique, capitalizing on his opponent's weaknesses to secure victory. This led to the following exchange: "Are you a swordsman?" "I am a swordsman." "Why are you as sharp as a swordsman?" "There are many kinds of blades." "I stand corrected." Jin Daosong Qi was not oblivious to the diversity of blades, however it was his first encounter with someone whose blade techniques surpassed those of swordsmen. After several more matches, observers noted that the elders seemed to have intentionally arranged the matchups to keep Qi Xian, He Jianjun, and Lu Ming apart, allowing them to defeat unfamiliar opponents before culminating in an ultimate showdown. In the subsequent rounds, Lu Ming triumphed over Zhou Changmeng, Luo Long, Shan Shouqing, and others, employing his superior technique until he finally faced his last opponent before the climactic duel. "Zhu Ningyan, give it your all," she stated earnestly, fearing that Lu Ming might hold back due to past kindness. Liu Ming nodded, ready to exert his full strength. The two engaged in an intense battle, exchanging blows without resorting to overpowering techniques. Purely testing their skills against one another, their speed, precision, and cognitive processing were all put to the test. Thus, the arena was filled with their fleeting shadows, the sound of clashing blades resonating continuously, captivating the audience with a uniquely thrilling spectacle. "Too fast, the speed of their blades and swords, I fear I cannot keep up," remarked a core disciple, his expression grave. Many shared his concern, and against them, one would likely have to unleash their techniques. He Jianjun suddenly turned to Qi Xian, who had rarely employed sword techniques until now. Qi Xian's face bore a rare seriousness, acknowledging the exceptional speed and skill of his opponent, deeming him worthy of his finest strike. Layered clouds. At that moment, the two figures finally separated on stage. Zhu Ningyan suspended in midair, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that coalesced into billowing white clouds surging toward Lu Ming. Liu Ming merely raised his long knife and sliced downward, severing the cascading clouds as though they were mere fabric. In an instant, he appeared before Zhu Ningyan, placing his blade against her throat just as she attempted to raise her sword. "What is the name of that move?" Zhu Ningyan asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "Chasing soul technique," Lu Ming replied, retracting his blade. "Chasing soul? It is indeed swift." As Zhu Ningyan returned her sword to its sheath. In terms of technique, I still fall short of you. Or else I wouldn't have been the first to strike. Be ye wary of those two. One has yet to reveal much of his strength, while the other has only plucked 6 strings. Fear not," Lu Ming reassured. Undaunted, his true strength remained undisclosed, not to mention the 2 knife energies in his dantian and the 6th form of the heavenly blade technique yet to be utilized. Furthermore, he was on the verge of manifesting his blade intent. He was curious just how many trump cards his opponents could force him to reveal. The two descended from the platform side by side. Chapter 63, The Ultimate Showdown. As time passed, the other two also secured victories over their respective opponents, confirming the rankings from 4th place onward. Feng Chao claimed 4th place, breaking through Zongjing Yunluo's gravitational domain with his 1,000 army technique, and leveraging his leg technique infused with the great momentum of the mountains to achieve victory. The 5th position naturally fell to Zongjing Yunlu. Zhu Ningyan secured 6th place, having successively defeated Jin Daosong Qi and the similarly skilled swordsman Luo Long. Unfortunately, her attack power fell short, failing to breach Zongjing Yunluo's gravitational domain, resulting in her 6th place finish. The 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks were occupied by Zhou Changmeng, Luo Long, and Song Qi, respectively. The blade of Song Qi ultimately did not surpass Luo Long's sword, just as it had been in their previous encounter, and neither had they contended against Zhou Changmeng's butterfly wing dual flight. Following them, the 10th position was claimed by Wei Yu, while the 11th was taken by Li Biehe. As for the former masters of the staff, such as Shan Shouqing, they were relegated to the rear, occupying the 12th to 15th ranks. Overall, the fluctuations in this ranking were unprecedented, far exceeding those of previous competitions. For instance, Li Bie, who had consistently been a contender for the top 10, found himself in 11th place this time. This left many in awe, acknowledging the high value of the current rankings while also expressing a sense of wistfulness. However, their attention was quickly diverted to the imminent contest for the top 3 positions. The elders responsible for arranging the matches deliberately placed Lu Ming and his companions at the end, clearly intending to create a climactic showdown to provide a perfect conclusion to this grand competition. Tension filled the air as spectators speculated on who would claim the first prize. It was difficult to say. Brother Qi Xian had yet to exert much of his strength, and sister He Jianjun had only plucked 6 strings of her guqin. As for Lu Ming, I no longer wish to guess. I had been proven wrong each time. Indeed, who could have anticipated that he, in the mid-stage of the true Qi realm, would manage to reach the final contest for the top 3? Discussions among the crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly awaiting the commencement of this peak duel. Below the stage, Lu Ming and his companions were drawing lots, 3 small balls spinning continuously in the elder's palm, and once thoroughly mixed, he turned to the trio and asked, "Who will go first?" The 3 exchanged glances, and Qi Xian, being the closest, extended his hand to take one. Following suit, He Jianjun also selected a ball. Naturally, Lu Ming had no choice left, but it mattered little. He took his and discovered it bore the number 3. Silently stepping aside, the first match was not his to contest. "I am 1, He Jianjun announced, raising her hand. Point 2, Qi Xian added, "I in the first match, number 1, He Jianjun, faces number 2, Qi Xian," the elder referee declared loudly with the sound of the elder's voice echoing. An uproar erupted, akin to the roar of a mountain or the crashing of waves. The peak duel had officially begun, igniting the fervor of the audience. The first match was indeed a battle between the previous first and second contenders. Indeed, the spectators murmured in agreement. Qi Xian and He Jianjun paid no heed to the commotion, soaring onto the stage. To think our duel would commence first. Very well, I shall once more experience your swordsmanship, He Jianjun said as she solemnly removed the ancient guqin from her back. "Let us begin," Qi Xian responded, already drawing his long sword, placing his right hand firmly on the hilt, clearly prepared. "Good." He Jianjun wasted no time, directly plucking 4 strings of her guqin to initiate a probing attack. With a resonating sound, a spiraling sword qi surged forth, shattering the air around it, creating a piercing whistle. Qi Xian squinted, his gaze fixed on the approaching sword qi, and as it drew near, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, slicing through the air with a slender thread of sword qi. With a swift motion, he split the spiraling sword qi open, and as he moved through the gap, he continued to slash with his sword, weaving strands of sword qi into a net, which he then unleashed, weaving shadow slash. Upon witnessing the incoming net of sword qi, He Jianjun's expression shifted, clearly recognizing the technique. She quickly began to pluck the strings of her guqin with fervor, accompanied by the rapid movements of her fingers. A flurry of urgent musical notes erupted, swiftly forming a luminous barrier composed of guqin sound and sword qi, enveloping her within. In an instant, the sword qi net descended, ensnaring the barrier, leaving distinct patterns as it nearly severed through. The collision of true qi erupted with explosive force, reminiscent of firecrackers, crackling and bursting forth with might. However, it ultimately fell short, the sword net coming to a halt. "Now it's my turn." 7 strings silent. With a sigh of relief, He Jianjun announced, having successfully withstood the sword net. She then issued a commanding call, pulling all 7 strings into action. As the first resounding clang echoed, silence enveloped the space, yet it was not truly silent. The sound traveled with such speed that it swept forth in an instant. The convergence of sound and sword qi enveloped the entire arena in a chaotic symphony, ensnaring Qi Xian within. What a formidable technique! The spectators outside gasped in amazement. Such a powerful maneuver, how could Brother Qi Xian possibly withstand it? Just as their doubts arose, a breathtaking sword qi shot skyward, shattering the guqin's sonic shield in a heartbeat. What a refined sword qi! It appears he is on the cusp of grasping sword intent. The moment that sword qi manifested, Li Yishan, the blade master, exclaimed in astonishment, "Sword intent?" The individuals seated beside him were well acquainted with the concept, recognizing that each person who comprehends sword intent is a rare genius among thousands. It was indeed astonishing for Li Yishan to assert that the individual below was nearing the threshold of sword intent comprehension. Although merely approaching the threshold, countless aspirants languish in uncertainty, unable to find their way. Yet, the person in question had evidently identified a clear path, and it was only a matter of time before they fully comprehended sword intent. Sect Master, this competition has truly been full of surprises, Gong Suanha remarked with palpable excitement, recognizing the implications of that astonishing sword qi. Lianqing wore a broad smile, yet it quickly faltered. "I have heard that the newly recruited sword genius from Zhou Xiao sect has already touched upon the threshold of sword intent?" Gong Suanha knew whom he referred to, and his expression turned serious as he nodded. Indeed, his name is Yang Xian, hailing from Shuafeng City, just like Lu Ming. Do you think Yang Xian might comprehend sword intent first? Gong Suanha shook his head. Understanding is unpredictable. One who comprehends earlier may not necessarily be faster, and one who comprehends later may not be slower. Moreover, our sect already possesses an individual who stands shoulder to shoulder with him. So we are not lagging far behind. You speak true. Lianqing diverted his attention back to the stage. Tai Xian Wu Ding. Qishan unleashed an intensely refined sword qi, breaking through the barrier of sound and sword. Then swept away the remaining chaotic sonic energies with a flourish of his sword, his figure flickering as he thrust forward. This strike appeared unremarkable and leisurely, at least to the spectators below. However, what baffled them was that He Jianjun made no attempt to evade, allowing the opponent's sword to rest against her neck. That strike, a disciple in the audience recognized it, recalling the rumors of its elusive nature that left opponents bewildered. Seemingly slow yet swift, it must embody a certain intent. Observing from the sidelines, Lu Ming furrowed his brow, unable to penetrate the profundity of that move, feeling as if only the target could fully grasp its essence. However, while the younger generation remained oblivious, the elders discerned the underlying truth. Sect Master, it seems that Qishuan's accidental acquisition of that incomplete martial art has already reached a certain level of understanding. Gong Suanha remarked, retracting his gaze. Lianqing regarded Qishan with admiration, nodding in agreement. The intent is attained only after a complete comprehension of the overarching principle, and it exists on the same plane as sword intent and blade intent. For Qishan to grasp some of it in advance is indeed beneficial. Indeed, should he fully comprehend and master the intent contained within that incomplete technique, even if he cannot grasp sword intent, he would be anything but ordinary. Naturally, it is ideal for all to comprehend. It appears that the first place in this competition is already his to claim, while Lu Ming still has some distance to cover. Indeed, however, Lu Ming has also displayed exceptional prowess. Achieving a second or third place while in the mid-stage of the true Qi realm is a rarity in the history of Wuji sect. At that moment, the results were announced. Qishan emerged victorious. Thus, it was now time for Lu Ming to face Qishan, though the latter had just finished his match and was granted a half-hour respite by the judges. During the waiting period, the consensus among the crowd was that Qishan was almost assuredly the victor. I never imagined that I would face you in the end. To be honest, I am quite surprised, Qishan remarked, holding his sword in his left hand and gripping the hilt with his right, while Lu Ming, facing him, held his long knife horizontally, one hand on the hilt and the other on the sheath. Locking eyes with him, you will be even more surprised soon. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qishuan's eyes as he replied, then let us begin. We shall first compete in skill and see whether your knife is swifter than my sword. With that, he drew his long sword, vanishing from sight. As you wish. Lu Ming also unsheathed his long knife and charged forward. Clang! Instantly, in the center of the arena, their blades clashed, producing a crisp sound, without uttering a word. They exchanged a glance, then separated once more, only to engage in another round of attacks. With a flurry of movements, the arena was soon filled with a dazzling display of sword and knife light. With blades and qi flying in all directions, sharp and formidable. Fortunately, the audience was seated at a safe distance from the stage, otherwise chaos would surely ensue. This contest was even swifter than the duel between Lu Ming and Juningyun. Watching the brilliant spectacle of blades and swords, the gathered disciples could hardly discern anything, yet they sensed the peril within. If they were to step into the fray, they would likely meet their demise with a single strike. Given the prowess displayed by both, I already feel inadequate as an opponent, a core disciple lamented, his expression turning bitter as the feeling of being surpassed weighed heavily upon him. The other core disciples were similarly engrossed. Their eyes fixated below, and apart from the bitterness they felt, they were eager to discern whose skills were superior. Suddenly a voice called out, heralding a shift in the scene below. After yet another clash of blades, two figures finally disengaged and stood facing each other. The spectators hurriedly turned their gazes, eager to ascertain the outcome. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, as a tear had marred his sleeve. However, upon listening closely, it became evident that Qishan had voluntarily conceded. In terms of technique, you have triumphed. My sword speed cannot match the swiftness of your blade, he declared, tugging at his garment to reveal a slender cut at his chest. A potentially fatal wound. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lu Ming had indeed gained the upper hand. Technique is but one aspect of strength. Now let me witness your true power, Lu Ming stated. His expression devoid of sorrow or joy, his voice steady. Very well, Qishan responded, his demeanor grave. Others often remarked on the formidable pressure he exuded during combat. Now, before him stood an opponent who evoked the same sensation, calm and unwavering like a still lake. Yet brimming with latent ferocity, it made him ponder whether this individual would retain such tranquility even in the face of life and death. Weaving shadow slash, he called, gathering his focus as he executed the move. Unleashing strands of sword energy that converged into a net, advancing towards Lu Ming, employing the Pursuit Soul style to channel the momentum of the wind, Lu Ming effortlessly maneuvered through the sword net and delivered a downward strike. Slash. With a commanding shout, the formidable 40-meter blade of the Slash Soul style re-emerged, its chilling aura instilling a sense of futility and resistance. What a magnificent blade energy, Li Yishan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration upon witnessing the strike. Suspecting it bore the shadow of the dominant blade within, break for me, yet, against such a strike, Qi Xian did not retreat an inch. He raised his long sword, releasing a highly concentrated stream of sword energy. A technique he had integrated with the threshold of sword intent sizzle. The sword energy swiftly shattered the fierce scale accompanying Lu Ming's 40-meter blade, clashing directly with its edge. A thunderous sound erupted as both forces began to disintegrate upon contact. Though the blade energy appeared to crumble more rapidly, the sword energy also lacked the strength for a counterattack. Thus, this move effectively resulted in mutual cancellation. Tai Xian's uncertainty, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome of the clash. Qi Xian pressed on, his figure ethereal as he unleashed that unpredictable sword strike once more. With this technique, Lu Ming's blade energy, no matter how fierce, would inevitably falter. The spectators instinctively held their breath. Aware that this could be the final showdown, their eyes wide open and anxious not to miss a single moment, it was not merely a matter of speed, there was an element of illusion woven within. A splendid embodiment of the essence of uncertainty. On the arena, within a fleeting moment, the shadows of swords danced incessantly. Lu Ming, too focused intently, his keen eyes discerning the nuances of the incoming strike as his thoughts raced. If that is the case, then let me shatter it. Uncertainty, being intangible, could be pierced through with sheer willpower, allowing him to dispel the mist and behold the clear sky. Thus, he revealed his blade intent. In an instant, his entire being radiated brilliance, akin to a razor-sharp blade unsheathed, charging forth unwaveringly towards the heavens. In the next heartbeat, clarity enveloped him, and with a swift motion, he evaded the long sword. Positioning his blade against Qi Xian's throat. What is this? The rapid shift in circumstances left the spectators momentarily stunned. They initially saw Lu Ming standing still, expecting him to end up ensnared like He Jianjun. However, they were suddenly struck by a surge of sharp energy, palpable even from a distance, akin to a myriad of blades converging upon them, instilling fear. This is blade intent. No, it is the nascent form of blade intent. Lu Ming sheathed his long knife. In truth, he had merely revealed a glimpse of it moments ago, and now his blade intent was on the verge of taking form, yet it remained a hidden card. I concede, but I will soon grasp sword intent, and at that time, I will seek you out for further instruction. Qi Xian sighed before resolutely declaring, I await your challenge, but rest assured, I shall be even stronger then. After the referee declared the result, Lu Ming descended from the platform. Chapter 65, Dominant Blade Technique. There remained one final pinnacle clash, Lu Ming vs He Jianjun. However, upon learning that Lu Ming had comprehended blade intent, He Jianjun lost all desire to compete and conceded outright. Thus, the grand competition concluded with Lu Ming securing first place, Qi Xian second, and He Jianjun third, although the contest had drawn to a close. The discussions surrounding it continued unabated. Setting aside Lu Ming, the dazzling dark horse, Qi Xian alone was enough to captivate attention, first with his unpredictable sword strike, followed by his grasp of the threshold of sword intent. Each aspect was utterly remarkable. Additionally, Zhu Ningyan left a lasting impression. This 14-year-old girl, given a little more time, would undoubtedly flourish, and it was not impossible for her to eventually comprehend sword intent. Yet, most astonishing of all was Lu Ming. Now nearly everyone within the Wuji sect was aware that he had only entered the inner sect a little over a year ago. He had just passed the protection period, yet his ranking had skyrocketed from 969th to first place. Such a rapid ascent was unprecedented in the sect's millennia-long history, if not an exceedingly rare occurrence, let alone that he had also grasped the threshold of blade intent, making him an exceptionally rare talent. The grand competition concluded, followed by the awarding of prizes. Lu Ming received 10,000 low-grade essence stones, an opportunity to select an entry-level earth-grade martial art, and 3 Tranquil Zen pills. The Tranquil Zen pills, being a high-grade elixir, would enhance clarity of mind and maintain a state of tranquility, significantly aiding martial arts practice. Such pills were, of course, worth their weight in gold. At an auction, they would fetch no less than 1,000 low-grade essence stones. Qi Xian was awarded 7,000 low-grade essence stones, a similar opportunity for an entry-level earth-grade martial art, and 2 tranquil Zen pills. He Jianjun's rewards were notably diminished. Others also received accolades, especially those who had made significant progress overall. Due to this competition surpassing all previous ones, the rewards were exceptionally generous, leaving many disciples, including core disciples, utterly astonished. In past competitions, the first-place prize had rarely exceeded 3,000 low-grade essence stones, and opportunities for earth-grade martial arts had been virtually non-existent, with only 3 chances for pinnacle human-grade martial arts. This time, the sect had been remarkably generous, truly a case of comparison breeds envy. Ultimately, the competition came to a complete close, and the crowd departed, still buzzing with excitement. It would not be long before the events of the competition spread throughout the entire Zhao kingdom. The Wuji sect was indeed fortunate, having produced so many talents at once. I must hasten to inform the sect, otherwise I might miss out on my rewards when the news finally reaches us, one of the guests mused. Among the attendees, there were numerous spies from various major factions, all hastily departing, eager to catch up with the speed of information dissemination. The day after the competition, Lu Ming, having rested through the night, was preparing to visit the martial arts pavilion when he was informed that the sect leaders sought him. In the grand hall of the sect, known as the Wuji Hall, it was Lu Ming's first visit, and he felt overwhelmed by its majestic and solemn aura. Following an attending disciple inside, he spotted a familiar figure seated at the head, the sect leader, Lianqing. Beside him sat an elderly man with a stern countenance, whom Lu Ming had not encountered before, likely one of the elders. I have come to pay my respects to the sect leader, Lu Ming said, bowing slightly. No need for such formalities, Lianqing replied with a warm smile. Allow me to introduce you. This esteemed individual is a renowned elder of the sword path in Zhao Kingdom, known as the dominant bladed approach, and pay your respects. Liu Ming was taken aback to discover that this was not a member of the Wuji sect, yet he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I am Lu Ming, a junior, honored to meet you. Elder Li Yishan had been observing Lu Ming since his entrance. Upon hearing his introduction, he chuckled. No need for such formality. I am Li Yishan, currently in seclusion at Feilong Ridge. The truth is, I sought an audience with you, which is why I requested a meeting with your sect leader. You were looking for me, Lu Ming said, somewhat puzzled. Li Yishan elucidated. Firstly, I wish to observe up close what the genius who comprehended the essence of the sword truly looked like. Secondly, pausing to collect his thoughts and exhaling deeply, he continued, I sought to inquire about the venerable Tian Dao elder, a dear friend of mine, whom I had the honor of meeting before he departed from this world. Lu Ming was taken aback, then turned to Lianqing, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to share what he knew. To his astonishment, it was true. The elder had indeed passed away, and his grave had been washed away by the rain. Thankfully, you were there to collect his remains. Otherwise, he would have faced the disgrace of being left to the elements. Upon hearing this, Li Yishan's expression fluctuated between nostalgia and sorrow. Liu Ming, at a loss for words, simply remarked, it is only right that I inherit his supreme techniques and tend to his remains. After all, this is also fate. Suddenly Li Yishan set aside his sorrow, stating that had the Tian Dao elder still been alive, he would surely be overjoyed to see his techniques flourish in your hands. Moreover, he would never have imagined that the sword intent he pursued so fervently in his later years would be comprehended by you. You flatter me, Lu Ming humbly replied. There is no doubt, Li Yishan confidently asserted, placing great faith in Lu Ming's potential. Since you have grasped the sword intent that sword practitioners dream of, you are destined to soar even higher. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a tome from his robe, saying, You may not be aware, but many aspects of the Tian Dao Ju are inspired by my Ba Dao techniques, particularly the Zhanpa style, which is executed with unparalleled dominance. He extended the tome toward Lu Ming, declaring, This is the culmination of my life's work, the Ba Dao technique. I hope it too can thrive in your capable hands. Lu Ming was taken aback, astonished by this unexpected gesture. It is well known that a warrior's ultimate techniques are the foundation of their existence and are rarely shared lightly, yet this individual, whom he had only just met, was willing to bestow such knowledge upon him. Lianqing, who had accompanied them, was equally astonished, fully aware of how extraordinary this moment was. However, upon further reflection it made sense. If the man was merely inquiring about the Tian Dao elder, there was no need for him to meet Lu Ming in person. This is incredibly valuable, Lu Ming thought, uncertain whether to accept it. Yet Li Yishan turned to Lianqing with a smile, asking, Would it be against the rules for me to impart martial knowledge to your disciple? Lianqing chuckled inwardly, recognizing that the other party sought his approval. Thus he replied, Our sect naturally imposes no restrictions on disciples learning from outsiders, so long as you do not poach from us. Ha ha! Li Yishan laughed heartily, exclaiming, I cannot possibly usurp your corner. I have a feeling this young man will soar to great heights. And when that time comes, neither I nor your Wurji sect will be able to contain such a true dragon in this shallow pool. Lianqing felt a pang in his heart at these words. Realizing their truth, especially since he was aware that Lu Ming had been recognized by a mysterious elder, based on his experience, that elder likely surpassed even the Grand Elders, being a formidable figure at the ocean transformation realm. As for why he had not directly taken Lu Ming under his wing, it was likely to ensure the young man's growth through trials, and nonetheless Lianqing quickly regained his composure. Regardless, Lu Ming was ultimately from the Wurji sect. Furthermore, he had come to understand Lu Ming's character, having shown loyalty and righteousness when facing the remnants of the demonic sect, allowing his newly acquainted companions to leave first. To claim that he would forget the Wurji sect would be utterly implausible. Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed, as if this implied he was destined to leave the Wurji sect. Fortunately, at that moment, Lianqing urged him to accept the tome. Afterward, Li Yishan shared insights on cultivating sword techniques before suggesting that Lu Ming visit Feilong Ridge whenever he wished. Then took his leave. Lianqing remained to converse with Lu Ming for a while longer, informing him that all martial arts in the martial arts pavilion were now accessible to him, including the foundational earth-level techniques on the third floor. However, he cautioned Lu Ming not to be overly ambitious and to refrain from attempting to practice earth-level techniques until he was adequately prepared. Lu Ming had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Perhaps Li Yishan's words had influenced this decision. However, it was not solely that. The sect had planned to open access to all levels of martial arts for everyone. As for the earth-level techniques, since Lu Ming currently could not practice them, there was no need to rush. After hearing such words, Lianqing decided to amend his earlier stance. He did not want Lu Ming to feel that the Wurji sect offered him no benefits at all. Chapter 66, The Forming of Sword Intent. After the competition concluded, Lu Ming found himself far from idle. On the contrary, he was quite busy. Firstly, he needed to organize the myriad martial arts he had encountered during the competition, along with his reflections on them. Secondly, he aimed to hone his sword intent, as he had sensed it nearing completion during the competition. This time, he was determined to fully comprehend it. Atop the peak of Baiyun Mountain, a cliffside terrace extended from a grand estate, which now belonged entirely to Lu Ming. A special arrangement made by the sect. Baiyun Mountain, rising over 1,000 meters, was perpetually enveloped in mist, offering breathtaking scenery. The terrace at the peak provided an even more delightful view, especially when gazing into the distance, which imparted a sensation of standing amidst the clouds, uplifting the spirit. Taking advantage of this serene ambience, Lu Ming consumed a tranquil meditation pill he had received as a reward, then settled into a cross-legged position to organize his thoughts and refine his sword intent. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Lu Ming's cultivation unknowingly advanced to the peak of the mid-stage of the true Qi realm. However, he exuded an aura that felt more oppressive than that of an ordinary practitioner at the Qi realm, as his entire being was enveloped in a sharp, cutting intent, as if anything that approached would be obliterated into nothingness. It was not until another half-day had passed that this sharp, slicing sensation gradually dissipated, and Lu Ming finally rose to his feet. Upon standing, he made no extravagant movements. Instead, he executed a simple hand chop, and in an instant, the mist parted before an invisible force. The cut was straight, extending dozens of meters. No matter how the winds surged and swirled afterward, the parted mist could not merge again, as if a transparent barrier obstructed it. This extraordinary sight persisted for over a minute before returning to its original state. It seemed this was the limit. Observing the resuming tumult of the clouds, Lu Ming exhaled deeply. That hand chop had indeed embodied the sword intent he had formed. This meant it contained his will, allowing it to persist without dissipating for a considerable duration. Though, at his current level, he could not maintain it for long. Nevertheless, it represented significant progress compared to before. After all, it was the manifestation of sword intent. The next step would be to continuously refine it until it reached perfection. Indeed, since the sect learned of his comprehension of sword intent, they had provided him with all texts related to intent for his study. Thus, he was now aware of the standards by which sword intent is measured. There are 10 levels in total. Levels 1 to 3 are referred to as introductory sword intent, levels 4 to 6 as minor sword intent, levels 7 to 9 as major sword intent, and the 10th level as perfected sword intent. Though there are many levels, each advancement is exceedingly difficult, requiring continuous refinement of one's will. The entire process is akin to walking along a tightrope suspended over a sea of blades and fire. Failure to endure or encountering unforeseen circumstances leads to the shattering of one's will. plunging one into an abyss from which there is no return. Hence, while sword intent and sword principles are formidable, they are also exceedingly perilous. Currently, he was merely at the initial stage of the first level. Should he wish to advance further, he would inevitably have to traverse this treacherous path. However, he was undaunted. As one who aspired to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, he would face any challenges head-on and overcome them. Just as Lu Ming clenched his fists, determined to forge ahead, a sudden tremor resonated within his mind, his sword intent awakening. Quickly turning his focus inward, he beheld a somewhat ethereal, yet radiating with a mysterious glow. Treasured sword resonating in the depths of his consciousness, vibrating in harmony with his will. Moments later, the brilliance intensified, signaling yet another leap in his sword intent, now reaching the mid-stage of the first level. Next, it was time to practice martial techniques. With his sword intent having settled, Lu Ming exited his meditative state, preparing to begin training in the top-tier human-level techniques he had selected a few days prior. One technique, named Chungfeng Ju, serendipitously aligned with his mastery of Wind. Two others, a fist technique called Qianjun Fist and a leg technique known as Qianjun Leg, were complementary, primarily enhancing strength, perfectly matching his formidable external cultivation. Moreover, he also wished to select a sword technique to practice. However, the gaze of the elder guarding the pavilion deterred him from making further selections. It was not that the elder was unwilling to part with martial arts, but rather concerned that Lu Ming might overextend himself and become unfocused. One must understand that human energy is finite. As the elder subtly hinted, even a genius should ideally practice no more than 3 to 4 martial arts simultaneously. Many individuals often focus solely on one. Especially with weaponry, mastering one type suffices. Acquiring more can lead to confusion. While it may provide numerous strategies in combat, lacking mastery in any one area could prove disadvantageous. Aware of Lu Ming's reputation as a versatile expert, the elder cautioned him not to be burdened by such titles. While it was manageable to practice lower-level martial arts, the higher one ascended. The more challenging each technique became, particularly at the earth level. Lu Ming chose not to argue further. Despite his confidence in overcoming these challenges through talent and the Jade Pendant, convincing others of this was another matter. He resolved to focus on completing his training in fist, leg, and light techniques for the time being. Before long, over a month had passed. With a solid foundation in fist and leg techniques, he had mastered all 3 top-tier human-level martial arts he had recently selected. Furthermore, he had also grasped the true Qi realm portion of the Ba Dao technique imparted by Li Weishan Dai. In this process, his cultivation had successfully ascended to the late stage of the true Qi realm. Including his sword intent, it could be said that within just under 2 months, his strength had undergone a monumental transformation. In a fleeting moment, with no further prospects for advancement, Lu Ming resolved to undertake a task. Although he currently lacked for nothing, and his contributions were virtually inconsequential, he recognized that accepting a mission would allow him to continue honing his martial arts, elevating them to a more profound level. Furthermore, to progress in his sword intent, he needed to endure various trials, such as facing hardship, crises, and fierce battles. Presently, his strength was still inadequate, confining him to the boundaries of the Zhao Kingdom. However, as he grew stronger, he aspired to venture into a more expansive world. Thus, it would be prudent to accumulate some experience in the martial realm as early as possible. With determination, he stepped away from the secluded courtyard atop the mountain and descended White Cloud Peak. Senior Brother Lu. I have seen Senior Brother Lu along the way. The air was filled with greetings from inner sect disciples, for he had become quite a renowned figure, attracting attention wherever he went. This realization prompted Lu Ming to turn back, change his attire, and descend once more. Adorned with a finely woven black veil hat that concealed even his face, he carried a sword on his back, leading others to assume he was merely a sword practitioner. Alas, even the famous must grapple with their own troubles, especially as he was now preparing to leave the sect and could not afford to reveal his identity. He had little faith that no one outside was watching him. Arriving at the mission hall, he made his way directly to the 5th level task area. During this period of great competition, numerous tasks had accumulated, resulting in a plethora of types and quantities. As he surveyed the options, he soon stumbled upon an intriguing assignment title, Mysterious River Bay. Description: located near the midstream of the Longzhe River in northern Zhao Kingdom. Near the elusive mysterious Dragon Bay, many martial artists have gone missing, including core disciples at the late stage of True Qi realm from the esteemed 8th rank sect, 9 Tripod sect, who ventured to investigate. This task requires one to probe the situation and ascertain the cause. Difficulty level: highest, as the most recent disappearance involved a martial artist at the peak of the late True Qi realm. Thus classified as a 5-star level task. Recommendation: it is advisable for multiple inner sect disciples within the top 30, or core disciples, to undertake this mission. This was the one. Liu Ming's interest was piqued. He didn't even glance at the rewards and promptly accepted the task before proceeding to register. Who was this senior brother, daring to independently take on a 5-star level task? It was likely a core disciple. He mused, ignoring the murmurs. Lu Ming approached the counter. The registering elder paused, taken aback upon receiving his identity token. Are you certain you wish to accept this task? He had not anticipated that the figure, entirely shrouded and wielding a sword, was Lu Ming. Absolutely. The elder's fingers drummed nervously on the desk as he whispered, your strength is not in question, yet your identity is of great significance. I must consult the sect leader. Would you like to reconsider? After all, this task carries considerable risk. Then I must trouble you, Elder. Lu Ming replied directly. The elder hastily departed, only to return shortly with a jade box, which he handed to Lu Ming before allowing him to leave. Inside the box lay a thunderbolt seed, said to be a life-preserving treasure bestowed by the Grand Elder, capable of vanquishing those in the early stage of the Yang realm, severely injuring those in the mid-stage, and repelling those in the late stage. An extremely precious item. Liu Ming felt a wave of gratitude towards the sect for this gesture. After carefully stowing it away, he wasted no time in renting a swift black steed that could travel 3,000 miles a day. Galloping away in a cloud of dust. Chapter 67. Tongshao. The Longzhe River is a grand waterway, stretching from the neighboring Zhuzi Kingdom all the way to the northern reaches of Zhao Kingdom. Winding through towering mountains, with its widest points reaching several thousand meters, mysterious Dragon Bay, situated in Zhao Kingdom along the midstream of the Longzhe River, earned its name due to the river's serpentine curves and the perennial presence of toxic mists that shroud the area. It is renowned as a perilous location, yet it harbors numerous opportunities. According to the geographical records of Zhao Kingdom, the bay is rich in spirit herbs that counteract poisons, suitable for concocting various antidotes. Additionally, within the river's depths, there exists a peculiar species of fish whose demon pearls glow like luminous gems, serving not only as a source of illumination but also emitting an enchanting fragrance that aids martial artists in focusing their minds. Thus, it is worth a fortune, attracting many daring martial artists to venture within. Historically, many martial artists have disappeared in these waters, but recently, the frequency of such vanishings has notably surged. Numerous individuals have entered without ever re-emerging. This includes the nearby Lianhua Fortress, whose inhabitants relied on the resources from mysterious Dragon Bay for their livelihood. The fortress, akin to a town yet perpetually situated in a hazardous area, is fortified with towering stone walls and various defensive measures. They were the first to report the situation to various sects and issue a mission. Initially, it was merely a rescue operation, however, as several disciples from the 8th and 9th ranks also went missing. The situation escalated dramatically upon arriving at Lianhua Fortress. Lu Ming began by inquiring about the circumstances and gathering detailed information regarding mysterious Dragon Bay. You must be a sect disciple here for a task? An elderly man, in his twilight years, scrutinized the heavily cloaked Lu Ming. How did you discern that, elder? Lu Ming casually inquired. The elder chuckled. The aura of sect disciples differs markedly from that of wandering cultivators. Moreover, you are the most respectful disciple I have encountered. 2 others came before you, one arrogant and the other unfriendly. Liu Ming surmised they must have been disciples from other sects on a mission. And without lingering, he expressed his gratitude to the elder. Hold on, the elder suddenly interjected, blocking Lu Ming's path. Young man, given your respect for an old fellow like me, allow me to offer you a warning. Mysterious Dragon Bay is not to be trifled with. Do not venture inside. Before Lu Ming could inquire further, the elder continued, having lived over 70 years, I have heard tales from my ancestors about the presence of malevolent spirits within mysterious Dragon Bay. However, I never believed it due to my lack of encounters. Until now, recent events may very well be connected. Liu Ming frowned. Malevolent spirits are manifestations of accumulated sinister energy that can develop sentience over time. Their powers unknown but notoriously treacherous. Indeed, it posed a danger, yet he remained resolute in his decision to proceed. Thank you for the warning, elder, he replied, bowing once more before turning to leave. His sword intent compelled him to confront danger rather than retreat without having encountered it. Sighing, the elder observed Lu Ming's retreating figure, shaking his head in lament. Such a young man, though more approachable than the previous 2, is guarded and difficult to reach. Yet, it is precisely such individuals who tend to live long. May the other 2 find their way back safely. Liu Ming did not rush toward mysterious Dragon Bay. Instead, he sought out numerous individuals to verify the information, gathering as much knowledge as possible. Once he felt adequately informed, he found an inn to stay at, also arranging for his steed to be kept there. He himself then vanished without a trace from his room. As the sun dipped low in the west, The biting cold wind swept through the wilderness surrounding Lianhua Fortress. Beneath a grand tree, Lu Ming reappeared, glancing back at the towering stone wall. Satisfied that no one had followed him, he employed the wind riding technique and set course for mysterious Dragon Bay. He was not being overly cautious. If there were indeed any conspiracies at play within the bay, it was highly likely they had some connection to the inhabitants of Lianhua Fortress, thus, he had taken care to leave the indiscreetly. Maintaining a level of vigilance, half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at the banks of the Longzhe River. He intended to follow the river into mysterious Dragon Bay, a common route for those who had previously entered and exited. The terrain within was intricate, shrouded in poisonous mists, where a moment's inattention could lead to disorientation. Thus, staying close to the river was the best means of navigation. However, it was not so straightforward as within mysterious Dragon Bay. The Longzhe River branched into numerous tributaries, complicating matters further. After surveying the terrain, Lu Ming swallowed several antidote pills and, channeling his true qi, stepped into the noxious miasma. Just moments into his journey, he quickly grasped the complexity of the landscape. The banks of the river were lined with perilous cliffs, rising and falling erratically, with jagged rocks offering little footing. Fortunately for Lu Ming, this posed no challenge. His exceptional lightness skill allowed him to traverse this terrain with ease. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long knife, swiftly dispatching a venomous snake that had lunged at him from the vines on the cliff face. Becoming ever more cautious, after a short while, he finally stumbled upon some remains of a human skeleton. The time of death was indiscernible, as the flesh had long been devoured by poisonous insects and serpents, but the shattered skull indicated death by external force. Who was the force behind this, a human or a malevolent spirit?